and the night came to save the prince from the evil dark wizard. She held up her sword and fought the big bad wizard and cut him to tiny little pieces, and then set them on fire. She saved the beautiful prince and they kissed, and lived happily ever after. 5 adults watched fondly at the little girl reading to the even littler boy sitting in her lap. She read slowly, but clearly, only stumbling on her words every so often. She hugged the boy protectively while she read, and the boy surprisingly sat still, leaning against her and gurgling softly as she read. "This has to be the cutest thing," Lily Potter said softly. "I agree entirely," Andromeda Tonks replied. "I can never get her to sit still and to read while at home. Your Harry is such a good influence on her." "Not the best book to read to a baby, though," Edward Ted Tonks said with a wry smile. "Sorry, should have double-checked before she brought it. She only said she wanted to read her favorite story to Harry, and I didn't think twice." "No problem at all," James Potter said easily. "Not like he knows what she's saying anyways. Especially since he's your sprog," Sirius Black laughed. He winced when Lily punched him. "But he's your kiddo too, Lily, so that'll make up for what his dad didn't pass down." "Not as good of a save as you think," Lily snorted. "But it's not a bad story at all, really. We could do more with stories about love and devotion and a little violence, I suppose." "Bit of a flip on knight and princess," James observed. "Any stories with princesses bores Dora," Andromeda sighed. "She has no patience for them." "Takes after you," Ted praised his wife. "I like princesses just fine," Andromeda sniffed. "Well, dressing like one, I suppose. I have little use for simpering spoiled brats my own self." "Don't think we need to worry about that," Sirius chuckled. "My niece is a little dragon. She scraps and fights dirty." Eventually, Andromeda and Lily approached the 2 children. "Dora dear, time to leave," Andromeda said. Dora hugged Harry. "Can we take Harry with us?" Her short brown hair became even shorter and black. Her eyes shifted from blue to green. Lily laughed brightly. "I'm afraid Harry has to stay here, but you are always welcome to visit." She cooed softly as she picked up Harry. The baby fussed as she did, and Dora let go reluctantly. "Always someone got attached already," Lily said to her son. "Tunk," Harry protested. "My son already a heartbreaker." James praised to a snorting Ted, and Sirius. "I wasn't prepared for this to happen so soon," Ted joked. "I feel bad trying to intimidate a baby." He flinched at the looks Andromeda and Dora gave him, and James and Sirius howled with laughter. "Now I'm feeling intimidated." Lily chuckled and knelt beside a sad Dora. "Say bye-bye to Tonks, Harry." "We'll see them again soon, okay?" She hugged and kissed Dora. "Thank you for taking good care of my son. I feel much better that he has someone looking out for him already." "I'll always take good care of him," Dora said stoutly. Lily beamed at her. "Thank you, I can rest easy knowing that." After saying their goodbyes, the Tonks family left the Potter residence. "Don't be too upset, dear," Andromeda said lovingly to her daughter. "How about we go to Diagon soon and you can pick a toy out for Harry for when we visit next?" She and Ted laughed at her eager nods. After setting aside the next book she wanted to take with her, and with a quick content check by Ted, Dora went to bed. "So, is this story more appropriate?" Andromeda asked as she slid into bed. She rested her head on his chest, her face creased with a loving smile. Ted nodded. "For the most part, it's that healer story I got her when she asked what I did. I'll edit out some of the more gruesome bits before we head over." He gave his wife a look. "So, our precious daughter is reading stories about someone saving or protecting someone else to a boy. Should I be worried?" Andromeda snorted and patted him on the stomach. "The boy in question is barely 1 year old. Give it at least another 14 or so years before you act like the big scary father." He grinned. "Excellent, that'll give me time to practice. Unless, of course, Dora finds someone appropriate before that, but at least a good 10 more years for her," Andromeda mused. Ted groaned. "I'm not ready for that." "You have around 10 years or so to practice, Teddy," Andromeda said dryly. Her smile was soft. Still, it was a delightful surprise to see her so sweet with Harry. "Same, I honestly thought she'd ignore him, but she was enthralled the moment they met." "It'll be good for them to be friends as they grow," Andromeda said warmly. Dora hummed happily as she helped clean. Today they were going over to the Potters again, and she was so excited. She loved to play with Harry and to read to him. She liked seeing Uncle James and Aunt Lily, too. They even offered to let her spend the night soon, and she could not wait. She hoped proving how good of a girl she was would convince her parents. Andromeda looked up when Dora bounced into the living room. If Dora was not so excited, she would have noticed how pale Andromeda was, how upset she looked. "All done, Mummy," Dora declared proudly. "That's my girl." Andromeda's voice hitched. "Dora, come here, please." "What's wrong?" Dora asked, noticing Andromeda's voice and expression. Is everything okay? No, my dear, Andromeda said sadly, tears running down her face. I have some dreadful news for you. We won't be able to see Uncle James, Aunt Lily, or little Harry. Why not? Dora did her best not to have a tantrum. I was good. Yes, you were. It is not your fault. They are gone and we cannot follow, Andromeda said. Where did they go? Uncle James and Aunt Lily went to heaven, Andromeda said brokenly. Harry is somewhere else. Dora's formerly spiky black hair fell limp, turning dark blue. She blinked a few times. Heaven, isn't that where Grandma Tonks went? She started to sniffle. But where's Harry going? I don't know. Why can't he come with us? We like him. We can take care of him. Andromeda hugged her. I wish we could, I begged and pleaded, but he needs to go elsewhere to be safe. I'm so sorry, my dear, sweet girl. I'm so sorry. Dora clutched her mother and sobbed and wailed, heartbroken. 13 years later, Nymphadora Tonks woke with a start, heart pounding. She rubbed at her face, wiping away the tears. Haven't dreamt about that in forever, she muttered. She shook her head angrily, trying to shake the memories and sadness away. She rolled out of bed, yawning and scratching as she stumbled to the bathroom. Normally she would lie in bed for a while, but after waking up early for months for the Aura program curtailed that habit. That, and she was worried what she would dream of if she fell back asleep. Despite the years, she could still keenly feel the loss. When she realized that Aunt Lily and Uncle James had died and that she would not see Harry anymore, she had been despondent. She barely did things for a while, acted like a regular meek child instead of her then usual bubbly self. Her metamorphagus abilities had also stopped for a little bit, something that concerned her parents. Eventually, as time passed, she returned back to how she was before. To a degree anyways. She often felt a little ridiculous, but when that dreadful Halloween happened, she always felt like something was missing. As a child, she had problems understanding and explaining it. When she tried to tell her mother, Andromeda had smiled sadly and said she would explain one day. After a while, Dora decided to just let the past remain where it was, buried where it could not hurt her. However, it looks like it could still hurt her. She looked into the mirror for a long time. Her hair shifted in color and length and texture for a while, before settling on her typical short, spiky, bright pink style. Her cheekbones rippled, flattening and giving her a round, soft appearance. Her eyes became a light blue. With practiced ease, she plastered a smile on her face, a wide one full of teeth that did not quite reach her eyes. About an hour later, she walked down Diagon Alley on patrol. As an Aura recruit, they had to do regular patrols to help keep the peace. Normally, Aurors did not do that, but a recent suggestion from the masses to the ministry was that people would like there to be more of a presence in the more visited parts of wizarding England. So Aurors now did patrols, and it did seem to help with both public safety and morale, even if most of the Aurors disliked the duty. She did not mind, really. She liked the simple exercise and the opportunity to see new things while patrolling. Seeing all the different kinds of people helped her control her powers, giving her examples to use and mimic, expanding her repertoire. She was a familiar sight in Diagon, and some shopkeepers waved and greeted her while some visitors leered at her. Long flowing red hair and blood-red eyes sent the latest idiots who dared hit on her scurrying, much to the amusement of others. She snorted, shaking her head as her hair shrank back to her spiky pink, her eyes becoming white and blue once more. Turning, she bumped into someone turning the corner. Sorry, the person said. They were much shorter than her and walked with hunched shoulders and bowed head, classic don't touch me body language. They shook from the impact, cringing. No harm, Dora replied evenly, curious to see such a reaction. The person bobbed their head and she caught the briefest glimmer of their eyes, a deep emerald green. She realized it was a boy in overlarge clothes and a ratty ball cap, and when with her lack of response, he walked past, keeping space between them. She took 2 more steps, then stopped cold. For years, every time she saw a boy with black hair and green eyes, she would ask her parents if it was Harry. She often begged them to find him, to send him a letter, something, anything. They really did try at first, but when their responses never came back, when they were even told to stop by someone high up on the Wisengamot, they stopped. When Dora saw how much her parents were hurting, and realized how much she was hurting, she finally stopped asking. For a long time after, she never quite looked at anyone with green eyes directly in the face. It hurt too much. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming again. She turned slowly and whispered, Harry. Harry Potter was tired. He was having a difficult day. To be fair, most of his days during the summer months were not good, but today was especially difficult. When he got back to Surrey from Hogwarts, it seemed his aunt and uncle were still very angry with how he left them last summer in the back of the Weasleys' flying car. The abuse had increased. He was beaten, starved, forced to work to earn his keep. He tried to endure it for as long as he could, counting down the days before he would be able to leave them for the rest of the year. This time, he had enough. Vernon had punched him several times in the face. Before, the angry man had always struck below the neck, caused injuries not so easily seen or discovered. Harry did not even remember exactly how the incident started. Sharp words were said between him and Dudley. Vernon and Petunia got involved, and the next thing he knew, he was lying on the ground while being hit directly in the face repeatedly. Fearful for his life, his magic responded, knocking Vernon back into Dudley. For a moment, Vernon looked so angry Harry thought he was going to die. Then the Dursleys seemed to notice just how much damage he had done to Harry, the way his face looked, the amount of blood down his front and on the floor. They left him alone and went about the rest of their day, nervous. What a way to celebrate a birthday. Harry waited until they were all occupied before gathering his things and leaving. He could no longer endure staying there, no matter what Dumbledore said. He knew Ron was gone to Egypt and Hermione to France for extended family holidays. He also knew a message to Dumbledore would do nothing. If anything, it would make things worse for him if he was forced to stay. So Harry sent Hedwig to fly, telling her he would try to find her later. He took his things and dragged them down the street, uncaring of who saw him in the broad daylight. Luckily, no one was out on the streets, or else they would have seen a beaten Harry dragging a trunk down the road. He tripped and fell, throwing his wand arm out and inadvertently summoning the night bus. Despite the nausea-inducing trip, Harry felt much better when he got off the bus at the Leaky Cauldron. He ignored the recommendation to go to St. Mungo's for his obvious injuries. The ball cap helped hide most of them if he looked down, he reasoned. Tom, the bartender, had been shocked to see Harry, his appearance really, but asked no questions beyond seeing if he was okay. Harry lied and said he was fine. It was not a complete lie. He did feel fine having escaped. The pain from his injuries was minor in comparison to his relief. Having spent his only wizarding money on the bus fare, he had left his things at the Cauldron so he could go to Gringotts for more money. Tom was going to let him rent a room for the rest of the summer. Harry was reasonably sure he could afford it, but was not against the idea of running odd errands and jobs to make some money. He was used to hard work, might as well get paid for it. Bumping into the person was embarrassing. He should have paid more attention, but looking down in his cap cut down on his peripheral vision. Luckily, she did not seem bothered by the accident, only nodding at him. His eyes lingered on her odd hair, but he was grateful when she did not say anything more to him, until he heard her whisper his name. Dora watched the boy turn slowly to her. She gasped when she had a good look at his deep green eyes, as well as the bruises on his face and his split lips. She dithered for a moment, shocked at both seeing a boy she dreamt of and the obvious injuries. "Is that you?" she whispered again. He hesitated, suspicious. "Do I know you?" he asked. She fought the rush of tears building. Last time I saw you, you were a baby. I don't know if you remember me. I'd be surprised if you did, but my parents were friends with yours." She was rambling, and she knew it, but she was desperate to keep him there. "My mum's cousin is your godfather." "I have a godfather?" Harry asked, heart thumping. "Sort of," Dora cursed herself. "Sorry, that has its own thing, but I haven't seen you in forever. We've always hoped to see you. I'm Dora Tonks." Her hair became black and short and messy, her eyes green. Harry gasped. I'm a metamorph," Dora said hurriedly. "My magic lets me change my appearance. The last time I did this was the last time I saw you." Another lie. For months, Dora changed her hair and her eyes to this and stared at herself in the mirror. She eventually stopped when she could not bear the pain anymore, when she lost hope. "That's pretty cool," Harry said with wonder. He shook his head sadly. "I'm really sorry I don't remember you. I really wish I did. You seem nice." He blushed a little when he said that. She smiled sincerely for the first time that day. "I've been really hopping to see you for years now." Her smile died. "What happened to your face?" He pulled his hat down more, hiding his face. "Nothing, it's nothing." Warning alarms started to ring in her head. "Harry, what happened? Are you okay?" He curled into himself. "I'm fine," he said quietly. Warning alarms screamed in her head. She took several deep breaths. "Harry, do you need help?" He shrugged, not looking at her. "Harry, I'm going to ask you to trust me." She almost sobbed when she saw the look that he gave her, one full of suspicion and distrust. I know we just met, but please, I really want to help you. What can I do to prove it? Harry hesitated. All his life, he never had anyone say they wanted to help him aside from Ron and Hermione. And they did not even say it so plainly. No one had ever asked how to prove to earn his trust. How do I know your parents were friends with mine? She wrung her hands together. Oh, well, I used to call your parents Uncle James and Aunt Lily. They were always so nice to me. You wear glasses like your dad, and you and your mum have the same color eyes. Oh, you used to live in a nice little cottage. You had a really big couch that was gray and it was bouncy. You had a pet cat. She was white. Harry looked up at her fully. He would not remember those details, of course, but the pictures of his parents he got from Hagrid had some home photos. He did see a white cat running about in some, and a large gray couch where he would be with his parents. You really do know me. Do you remember my parents? Dora almost wept from relief at Harry believing her, and at his raw hunger for more information. I do, they were wonderful to me, and they loved you so much. She reached out but stopped at his flinch, breaking her heart. She brought her hand back despite wanting nothing more than to hug him. Harry, I want to help you. Let me get my mum, she'll want to help too. We were friends with your family. Will you let me do that? You're giving me a choice. Harry asked with disbelief. He watched her nod. What if I say no? She gulped. I'd respect it, but I really hope you won't. He looked at her. How is your mum going to help? She's a solicitor, a damn good one. It's obvious you're in some kind of fix and she'll help us fix it. She's super smart. He took a deep breath. Please, Dora begged. Please, Harry. He heard the desperation in her voice and was confused by it, comforted by it. Okay, but I get to say stop whenever I want. Dora extended her hand slowly. Deal, she said with evident relief. Harry shook her hand, noticing how she gave him a firm handshake but let go reluctantly. You like ice cream, yeah? Let me get you one while you wait. She smiled when his stomach grumbled audibly, ignoring his bright red face. Or something with more substance to it. Fish and chips at the cauldron. That'll work 'cause I'll take their flu to get Mum. It's on me. Not literally, I mean, as in I'll pay for it. Her face was as red as his. He smiled shyly. That sounds great, thank you. Her heart melted at his smile. It was clear he did not use it often. Come on then, let's get you fed and watered. Don't worry, Harry, cavalry's coming. She walked back to the cauldron swiftly but at his side, keeping him in her sight. After installing him at the back corner booth, she placed the order for an extra large fish and chips and butter beer with Tom. She slapped some coins on the counter before running to the flue. I'll be right back, she yelled before disappearing through the green flames. Harry blinked. Is she always like that? He asked Tom. Tom winked. Tonks is a good lass and always happy to help, but no, I've never seen her quite like that. You must be awful special to her. Harry shrugged sheepishly, cheeks pink. He put his hat on the bench beside him. We just met, he said, I think. He liked the idea of being special to someone, though, if he were being honest. Andromeda barely looked up when her door shook from repeated hammering. She knew who it was. She heard Dora come running through the outside flue, swearing as she tripped but somehow not falling. Her daughter had charged past the receptionist and was pounding on her office door, screaming, Mum, at the top of her lungs. Come in, dear, Andromeda said calmly, still not looking up when the door opened with a crash. She was used to her daughter's antics. They used to annoy her, make her tell her daughter to act properly in public. Now it was just accepted to be a part of Dora, a loud and loving part. How can I help you? Dora slammed the door shut and crossed swiftly to the desk. Mum, I found him. Your father skipped out of work today, Andromeda asked, still looking down at the brief. Where did you find him? No, Mum, not Dad. I found him, Harry. Andromeda finally heard Dora's tone, how breathless she was, how excited, how scared. She looked up with concern. Harry who? Harry Potter, Aunt Lily and Uncle James' son. Andromeda's eyes widened. You did, where is he? Did you bring him with you? She looked around Dora, looking for someone else. Dora shook her head. No, he's at the Leaky. She sniffled, drawing her mother's attention immediately. Mum, I think something's wrong with him. He looks hurt. He acts like he's been real hurt. He needs us. Andromeda blinked once and rose swiftly. Felicia, Andromeda called as she opened her office door, grabbing her bag and securing her wand. Do I have any afternoon appointments left? No, ma'am, the receptionist replied. Felicia's eyes widened at seeing identical looks of elation and concern on her boss and daughter's faces. Good. I am leaving for the rest of the day. As soon as you clear up, you may leave as well. Without another word, she followed Dora to the flue and stepped in after her. The rush of fire and sound seemed too slow to her this time, and she stepped out into the cauldron, impatient. She heard Dora sigh with relief at seeing someone in the back tucking into a gigantic plate of fish and chips. Andromeda walked forward slowly, as if she were in a trance. The boy was thin, his face covered in injuries. He radiated an air of neglect and pain. But when he looked up, she recognized the messy nest of hair, the startling green eyes. "Oh, gods above and below," she murmured. She rushed forward, arms outstretched. Dora grabbed her arms and held her back slightly. At Andromeda's questioning look, Dora shook her head, eyes glistening. Andromeda looked at Harry and was shocked to see him looking wary, sliding back into the bench. It made her heart ache. She followed Dora's lead then, walking over calmly despite not wanting to, and sliding onto the bench opposite. "Hello, Harry," she said as warmly as she could. Her eyes narrowed as she took a closer look at him, at how terrible he looked. "My, you've grown since I last saw you, but you were just a babe then." Harry wiped the grease from his hands. "Hello," he said softly. "Are you Dora's mum?" "I am, Andromeda Tonks, a pleasure to see you again at long last." "Did you really know my parents?" he asked eagerly. "I did. I count myself honored to have been a friend of theirs." Her smile was heavy with regret. "Ah, you do look like James when he was younger, but your mother's beauty shines through. Your father had a bit of a cleft chin that he liked to wave about, thinking it one of his more attractive qualities. Though it seems he had the last laugh with your hair." Her smile brightened at his laugh. "You laugh like your mother." "I do. You do, sweet and light." Her smile faded a little. "Harry, what happened to your face?" His laughter died. "It's nothing," he muttered. "It's not nothing," Dora said fiercely. "Who did this to you so I know who to curse?" He looked astonished. "You do that for me." "She should not, because then she would get into considerable trouble with her job," Andromeda said lightly. "She is a trainee Auror, something like a Muggle police officer but more specialized," she explained, seeing his confusion. "I don't care about that," Dora said with some heat. "I know, but I do. I will be more than happy to do the cursing, though. Unlike you, I am sure I can find some legal precedent that allows for it." Mother and daughter glowered at each other for a moment. Harry looked at them. He could not believe two people he had just met would be willing to go so far for him in such a small amount of time. "Why would you do that for me? You just met me." Andromeda looked sad. "We have met you before long ago. You are almost family to us, and to us family is everything. We truly want to help." Harry looked away. "I've never really had a family," he said shortly. Dora teared up while Andromeda frowned. She thought long and hard, searching her memories. She had several conversations with Albus Dumbledore a long time ago, voicing concerns that went unheeded and unanswered. "I thought you were raised somewhere safe." Harry snorted and looked down at the table. Andromeda and Dora looked at each other. "Harry," she said gently, waiting for the boy to look at her directly. "Did Dora tell you what I do for a living?" She took a deep breath when he nodded. "Is it safe to assume you were raised with Muggles?" He nodded again. "If you were raised with Muggles, you may not have a magical guardian, someone responsible for your well-being in the wizarding world. That raises a few problems with how to go about taking care of certain things. However, in this case, it is actually a boon for us. I have a tenuous link to you through your godfather." "He didn't know he had one," Dora said softly. Andromeda frowned at that. "Well, we can address that later. In any case, your godfather is my cousin. He gave me power of attorney if he were unable to perform his duties, which means I can assume his duties as mine if I so choose." She took a moment to marshal her thoughts. "There is also precedent that those underage without a proper guardian can have someone act in their best interests or be empowered to aid them legally. So, I could get someone to help me with these things," Harry said. "Yes. Once you enter a contract with someone, then you are essentially safe from being interfered with by the ministry or other third parties. Until the partnership is dissolved by those that made it, no one can get between them, legally speaking." "How do I find someone to do that?" he asked. "Typically, you hire someone to act for you if you have no family or anyone else to do it for you. Usually one would hire someone familiar with the law." "Like a solicitor?" Harry asked, eyes widening. "Precisely. If you will have me, I swear to do anything and everything to help you. I will discuss all your options with you before action is taken. I will take no liberties. I will do everything that is in your best interest." "Mum is one of the best in the United Kingdom," Dora said eagerly. "I'm biased, but it's still true." Harry hesitated. "Why?" he asked finally. "Why are you so willing to help me?" "Because we adored your family, we adored you," Andromeda said, her voice grave. "We would have taken you in, but we were not allowed to. I see now that it was a grave mistake to have not fought harder. It is clear you have been neglected in multiple ways." She closed her eyes for a long moment, and when she reopened them, they glistened. "We have failed you, Harry. I wish to not fail you now." "Please," Dora begged again. Please, Harry, let us help you. Harry felt something deep inside his chest. Something weak and fluttering, something he had not felt in a long time. You'll tell me everything and let me make the final decision. I will explain my reasoning and advice and let you make the final decision, I promise, Andromeda said. Me too, Dora said fervently. You promised to help me, he asked. I swear, the witches said in unison. Harry looked at them with eyes full of pain and hope, of distrust and the ache to trust. Okay, he said finally. Please help me. Dora practically wept from relief and Andromeda breathed out. Thank you, she said sincerely. How much do you charge? Harry asked after a moment. I have gold in my vault. Andromeda lips twitched. You have my services for 1 chip. Harry looked startled and smiled shyly. Dora paid for them technically. Dora laughed and Andromeda smiled broadly. In that case, 2 chips, she said. At Harry's nod, she took 2 from the plate and ate them delicately. Well, since I have accepted payment, then our relationship is set. Where are you staying? I was hoping to stay here, Harry said. I can't stay where I was because... He waved limply at his face. Dora growled, low and threatening. Her hair became long, turning gray. Her eyes looked like beaten iron, cold and unyielding. Andromeda's face became a picture of edges and angles. We will get to that eventually. First things first, I recommend you to accompany me to St. Mungo's, the best magical hospital. You need medical attention. Dora's father and my husband is a healer there. He will take care of you. Do I have to? Harry asked with trepidation. Yes, it is imperative for us to have proper medical documentation. I understand it will be uncomfortable and embarrassing, but it will only aid you in the future. Harry nodded heavily. Will Dora be there? Dora looked torn. I have to get back to work. I have to patrol the rest of the afternoon, but I swear I'll come find you as soon as I finish. I'll try to find a cover, but if I can't, she shrugged helplessly, I won't lie to you, Harry. I'll come as soon as I can. If he is not there, then come home. You will be staying with us, Andromeda said. Really? Harry could not believe the offer. Of course, and there will be no conflict of interest. You will be staying as my cousin's godson, which makes you part of our family anyways as godnephew. There will be no talk of payment either. Let us go. The sooner the better. Harry followed them from the table, but stopped to look at the food they were leaving behind. Dora got a to-go box from Tom and sealed up the leftovers while Andromeda shrunk his trunk and gave it to him to put in his pocket. Don't worry, Harry. Dad will take good care of you. He's an amazing healer and super nice. Harry smiled. Thank you. See you later, Dora nodded. You can count on it. St. Mungo's was nothing like the infirmary at Hogwarts. There was so much magic, the air was saturated with it. There was also a lot more sound and people. Harry had stared at the vast array of injuries on display. He wore his hat at Andromeda's suggestion and stuck close to her, eyes never still. They went through the reception area swiftly. Many people knew that Andromeda Tonks was someone not to be trifled with, and the expression she wore now made many scurry out of her way. After a word with the head of the pediatrics department, they waited briefly before being shown a room. It was not long after that a healer walked in wearing long lime green robes. Andromeda's face transformed. To Harry, her face had been kind but cool. She did not wear any kind of mask of pity or smiled insincerely to him. She had been fond with Dora and professional with him. To the healer, however, the change was startling. She smiled widely and fully and wore an expression of almost cartoonish affection. Teddy, she greeted happily, kissing him on the lips. Ted kissed her back eagerly. Hello, Andy, he said. What brings my lovely wife to visit today? At her nod, he turned to a blushing Harry. Sorry about that young man. His jaw dropped. Harry, is that really you? Last I checked, Harry joked weakly. It's good to see you, lad. His smile died as he looked closely at Harry's face. Good Lord, what happened to you? Injured, obviously, Andromeda said, professional once more. I want a full workup, healer Tonks, an official one, please. He caught her tone. Of course. Let me get a colleague to verify things as we go along. He took out a slip of parchment and scribbled a note on it. When he finished, it folded itself into an airplane and flew through the door when he opened it. Also, please explain as you go along, Andromeda said to him, winking at Harry's thankful look. Will do. Ted turned to the boy. An official workup is a full health check. We do them to document everything and we catalog every injury and anything out of the norm. It has to be done by 2 healers so they corroborate their findings together. Have you ever had a medical check before? He looked aghast at Harry's head shake. Not even a non-magical one. No, sir, Harry said shamefully. Nothing to be ashamed of, Ted said firmly. Not your fault remotely. You attend Hogwarts now, don't you? Madame Pomfrey never performed one. He frowned as he shook his head again. Well, let's do an in-depth one then. Ah, this is Healer Paddle. A dark-skinned woman also wearing healer robes walked in. She nodded companionably to Andromeda and Ted before smiling softly at Harry. How do you do? I'm Lakshmi Paddle, she said warmly. Harry waved. Hello. Are you related to Parvati and Padma? He asked. He flushed. I'm sorry, is that a rude thing to ask? The woman laughed heartily. Some might think so, but I don't. I'm their aunt. You must be in one of their houses. Her eyes flicked to his forehead. Oh, well, I know which one then. Parvati mentioned you were a housemate of hers. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at his face. Goodness, a full workup then, Ted nodded. We best get started. Anytime you have any questions, Harry, just ask. It took a long time to complete. Andromeda had been in rooms where they did full checks before, or waiting outside. She sat in the corner, outside of the privacy curtain, chewing her lip. In her head, she ran through the myriad of memories she had of what happened shortly after the death of the Potters and Sirius' arrest and incarceration. She thought of the incredibly unsatisfying conversations with Dumbledore, and the longer she thought, the more disturbed she felt. Snapping open her bag, she removed a notebook and quill and started writing a list of things to do. Eventually, the curtain opened and Andromeda stood up, not liking the looks on Ted or Lakshmi's faces. After a kind word to Harry, they closed the curtain and sighed in tandem. Tell me, Andromeda said harshly. It's bad, Ted said, rubbing his face. He's been abused, no way he hasn't. I concur, Lakshmi said heavily. Multiple scarring on his back, burns on his back and limbs. Malformed bones from breaks improperly healed and set. Malnutrition. And those are his oldest ones. His more recent ones are just as concerning. A recently replaced shoulder and arm, not broken and healed but fully regrown. A large puncture wound on his arm. Some concerning traces of some kind of venom and other substance in his blood. Multiple contusions and injuries to his face that are consistent with blunt force trauma. Not to mention whatever a mind healer would diagnose. Ted shook his head. The boy's been through a lot and I don't like a bit of it. Someone will suffer for this, Andromeda swore. Oh, someone is going to cry blood for this. Let me know when you find out who and I will help you, Lakshmi growled. This is criminal. Oh, I know, and believe me, I will eviscerate them for this, Andromeda said fairly. She took a deep, shuddering breath. Will he recover? Thankfully, most of the injuries can be fixed, Ted said. Simple healing for his face, potions to fix the bones, potions and food for malnutrition, regular visits with a mind healer if he's amenable. He waved his wand over a stack of parchment, adding his signature and seal to the findings. Lakshmi did the same. Andromeda then duplicated the documents and packed them into her bag. Thank you, the Tonks said to Lakshmi. Of course, let me know if I can do anything else. And I was serious when I said tell me how to help punish whoever caused this. The healer nodded to them and opened the curtain to bid Harry farewell before leaving. Ted opened the curtain fully and Andromeda cast a privacy charm over the room. She sat on the examination bed beside Harry, giving him space between them. That was not so bad, was it? She asked gently. Harry was tired from the experience and all the questions. He was deeply ashamed over having his scars revealed, the ones not on his head at least. It was especially embarrassing to see all his injuries tabulated like that. However, the experience had been as pleasant as it could have been with how kind Ted and Lakshmi had been. No, not too bad. Dora was right, you are really nice. Oh, you met already, Ted said, preening just a little. I bumped into her first, literally, Harry sighed. Was that really necessary? It was, Andromeda said softly. This will go a long way to protect you and your future interests. This will also give me what I need to do some digging and learn why this was allowed to happen to you. Also, this provides us with ample evidence to punish those that wronged you. You can do all that, Harry asked, astounded. She can, Ted said warmly. I'm a pretty good healer if I say so myself. Andy is an amazing solicitor. There are those that forfeit the case and go straight for negotiations the second they see her name. Oh, stop, Andromeda said with a slight blush, slapping Ted's shoulder gently. That being said, I am very good at my job. Harry smiled. Guess I finally got some good luck for once. What now? I would like to run back to my office first to check on a few things, perhaps a run to the ministry. Teddy, Harry will be staying with us for the foreseeable future. Ted smiled. Hey, that's great. It'll be nice to have another bloke around to help me against Dora and Andy. He winked at Harry. They gang up on me a lot. Only when you deserve it, Andromeda sniffed. Would you be okay going with Teddy back to our home? You can decide dinner and pick it up, and Teddy will help you get your room in order. I'll have a room, Harry asked. You will, Ted said with a pang of disquiet at his look. We have a guest room that never really gets used, so it'll be yours. There's a good pizza place on the way home. How does pizza sound? Sounds nice, thank you, Harry said quietly, still in disbelief. Excellent. Dora should be home soon as well. See you soon, Harry dear. She refrained from touching Harry, remembering Dora's warning. She whispered softly into Ted's ear, and at his nod, kissed him and left. Right, let me grab my things and we'll head home. What kind of toppings do you like? I haven't really had much, so I'll try anything, Harry said. Another pang went through him. Let's order a bunch of different ones then. I'm feeling pretty peckish. Dora could not find someone to cover for her, so she finished her shift unwillingly. She wanted nothing more than to skive off, but that would have gotten her in considerable trouble. So she bit her lip and made sure to finish the task well, if impatiently. She still could not believe that she found him. Her dream must have been a sign of sorts, preparing her for this. Though nothing would have adequately prepared her for seeing him like how he was. She did not know how he would have looked grown up. Every so often through the years she imagined how he would look grown up. He was painfully thin, even with his clothes hanging off of him like a circus tent over a pole. He did not look remotely healthy in any sense of the word. Seeing him cower from her the first time she tried to touch him had broken her heart, and she seethed at the implications. As soon as her shift was done, she practically ran to the apparition point, disappearing and reappearing outside her home. The Tonks residence was surrounded by some of the best wards in existence, a necessary precaution from the war. Her father was Muggle-born, and her mother had spent considerable time, energy, and even money ensuring that their home was supremely well protected. She felt the wards tingle over her skin, giving way when they recognized her. She dashed up the steps and practically kicked the door open. Harry, Mum, Dad, she called out, kicking off her shoes. In the kitchen, Ted called. He smiled when Dora ran in, bumping into corners and edges in her haste. Slow down, he chuckled, catching her as she slid into the room. There's plenty of pizza. Dora felt much better seeing Harry sitting at the table. He looked better, his injuries long gone. He looked more relaxed, but not completely. Yet his smile was sincere, and he waved happily enough at her, a gesture she returned in kind. Whoa, yeah, there really is plenty of pizza, she said as she looked at all the boxes. Harry hadn't had a lot of pizza before, Ted said calmly, his eyes glinting a little. So we wanted to get a lot for him to eat. He winked at Harry. Dora's basically a food vacuum, so we always order a lot anyways. Dora blushed. My powers burns calories like crazy, she said. Which one is your favorite so far? We were waiting for you, Ted said. Your mother will be back a little late, so she said for us to start without her. I'm sorry you didn't have to wait for me, Dora said. I wanted to, Harry said. Dora smiled brightly and flopped down beside him. Well, I'm here, and let's dig in. Here, this is one of my favorites. It's a tomato pie. Lots of chunky tomato sauce and basil and blobs of mozzarella. Her smile grew at Harry, gobbling the pizza down. Ted and Dora kept giving him more slices to try. As he got full and felt bad about eating too much, Dora would let him try a few bites of each kind before devouring the rest of the slice. He had never had a meal quite like this before. Even at Hogwarts, eating with his friends, it was not this warm. Ted and Dora have him plenty of attention and did not pry, telling him stories and teasing each other in front of him without reservation. It was very nice. Andromeda showed up after some time, face pinched and muttering darkly. Her face changed when she saw the trio, a smile blossoming at the happy scene. She sat down beside Ted and grabbed a slice, biting it nearly in half. Isn't their pizza good? She asked Harry. Really good. Thank you so much. You're welcome. The more he smiled, the more he seemed at ease too. She was starting to see that happy baby boy again, and seeing how he was when they first met only fueled her ire. She ate and joked with her family for a while longer before she cleared her throat. Harry, I have discovered a few things for you. She waited for him to focus on her. It appears that you were never properly represented legally ever since it was necessary. Your parents' will was never read nor executed, and it seemed someone took some liberties as your magical guardian, meaning you were not represented correctly. They illegally took up the mantle despite it being clear that you should have had one designated. Harry gaped at her. Who did that? He asked. She frowned. It appears that Albus Dumbledore was responsible. Professor Dumbledore, why did he do that? Harry could not believe his ears. I do not know, and trust me, I intend to find out. He has flouted several laws in doing so, and I will demand satisfaction. I thought he cared. Harry sounded a little lost. I don't understand. Dora whimpered slightly, and she offered her open hand to Harry. After a moment of hesitation, he took it and squeezed it gently, relishing her warmth and touch. Andromeda sighed softly, seeing her daughter do that. Dumbledore is a very old and wise wizard, but that does not mean he does everything well. Even the best of us will make the worst mistakes. If what he did was an honest mistake, her tone of voice showed that she did not believe that, then we can make amends. If what he did was done poorly, however, she smiled much like a hungry predator would, we will take restitution. Harry shivered lightly at her expression and was glad that he was not the target of it. What do we do? You will rest and recover, Andromeda said firmly. I will get you when your presence is needed. Teddy will help you heal. Dora will watch over you and take care of you. I will continue to act in your best interest. I aim to speak to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement in the morning and will continue to find who wronged you. Then I will go confront them. How does that sound? I don't want to inconvenience anyone, Harry said softly. You're not, Ted said soothingly. Not in the slightest. We can easily do our regular jobs and help you. It's only right. We've been wanting to do this for years, Dora said, squeezing his hand. Now we finally can. You have no idea how much we wanted to. Really? His voice was small. Really, Andromeda replied firmly. We looked for you for years. We wanted to help and were denied. We will not be denied now. Harry rubbed his eyes to dash the tears away. Thank you, he sniffled. I'll do my best to help too. I know you will. Dora, take him to his room, please. Yes, Mum. Come on, Harry. How does bed sound? Harry nodded and yawned, feeling incredibly tired. He waved to Ted and Andromeda and followed Dora, still holding her hand. What else did you find out? Ted asked softly as he watched them leave. Andromeda growled. There's a chance that Sirius never got a trial. What? I tried looking for records. Something I can claim as legal reasoning for me assuming his legal rights. However, there was none. That's holy hell, Ted cursed. That's a whole other mess. Quite. Ted knew that look. People suffered when Andromeda looked like that. Thankfully, he rarely did. It was usually reserved for people who have truly done wrong or really deserved it. His usual flaws were forgetting to pick something up at the market or eating the last piece of something. Inconsequential in her eyes, save for the opportunity to harass him lovingly. Ted also knew that he could only hold her back so much before it was inevitable, and at that point, the best thing to do was duck and cover. If she was right, though, if Sirius had not gotten a proper trial, and if Harry had suffered because of it, he would not hold her back at all. Does that make things more difficult for us and Harry? Actually, no. I can claim a void in negligence, and it will be easier to assume guardianship of Harry, providing he wants to, of course. Dora warned me that he will want to make the final decision himself. Something tells me he has had little agency in his own life, shame and pity of it. That's a relief. Ted shook his head. Seeing him like this, knowing what his exam said without him saying it, I hate it. I wouldn't be able to face Lily or James if we don't do something. Andromeda wrapped her arms around her husband, kissing him warmly and thoroughly. That's my beautiful, big-hearted husband, she praised. So we are in agreement then. Help Harry at all possible and take care of him. You don't even have to ask. I know if the situation was reversed, Lily and James would have taken Nimmy in a heartbeat. Andromeda's face glowed with affection and pride. Wonderful, not that I thought anything else from you. Ted chuckled and kissed her. What's that face now? The more I think of it, the worse I think it is. I am rather vexed. Ted shivered. Hey, leave it at the door, he reminded her gently. You're home and you deserve to relax. Her smile blossomed. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, there will be plenty of time to slake my hunger for justice later. Her voice descended into a throaty purr. Now, about my other hunger, however. I hope this room is okay, Dora said worriedly. She looked around what used to be the guest room of their home. It was small but comfortable. The decor fairly neutral. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at Harry's trunk. He had taken a few things out of it, but aside from books and school things, it held precious little else. All his clothes except for his school robes were worn and much too large for him. He had no possessions of sentiment or care, really. It bothered her. It's amazing, he said sincerely. It's way bigger than where I used to sleep and a lot nicer. Your parents are really nice. He was having trouble staying awake. He changed into a giant t-shirt. Dora had stepped outside while he changed and was sitting in bed, head nodding. Yeah, they're pretty great, Dora agreed. She stepped past what he said first, but cataloged it to tell her mother. I'm just next door. If you need anything, just knock on this wall and I'll come over, okay? he nodded as he laid back. He blushed when she tucked him in, but he could not remember the last time he felt this cared for, if he ever was this cared for. He reached out with his hand. "Dora," she took it eagerly. "Yeah. Thanks for everything," he murmured sleepily. "I'm really glad I listened to you." She blinked away a tear. "You're welcome, Harry, welcome home." "I've never had a home before," he whispered, half asleep. She squeezed his hand tightly. "Well, this one's yours now." "Thank you," he said almost inaudibly and fell asleep, still holding her hand. She sat by his bed, holding his hand for a long time. She looked at his face, seeing the lines of worry disappear. "No one is taking you away from me ever again," she whispered. "You're not alone anymore." His hand clutched hers just a little bit tighter. Harry woke up slowly. He felt yesterday had been a dream. There was no way he had escaped the Dursleys, had met 3 people who knew him and wanted to help him. There was no way he ate more pizza in one sitting than he ever had his entire life and went to bed in his own room. He blinked myopically, not recognizing his surroundings. When he slipped his glasses on, the world swam into focus and he smiled. It had not just been a dream, it had really happened. He had woken up somewhere clean and safe, warm and comfortable. "Hedwig!" He sat up and reached out for the snowy owl that sat on the headboard. "You found me," he said happily as he scratched her chest. She hooted lovingly, nibbling on his hair as she enjoyed his attention. After some nuzzling, she fluttered back to the headboard and plumped down, hooting softly. Harry changed into the nicest clothes he had and walked down the hall slowly. Ted had taken him on a tour the night before, and it was a very nice home. Andromeda and Ted's room was on the 2nd floor with the guest room, and Dora's on the main floor with the sitting room and kitchen. There was a cellar for storage and a small potions laboratory. It felt lived in and comforting, a huge difference compared to the falseness that was number 4 Privet Drive. After using the bathroom, Harry saw it was still a little early. He decided to poke around the kitchen and get breakfast started. He found himself wanting to make breakfast, another large difference from his times at number 4. There he was forced to, berated no matter what he did, never thanked for his efforts. He did not think that would happen here, and he wanted to show his appreciation to the family that took him in. Hopefully, he could stay with them. He never got what he hoped for in the past, but this time, for some reason, it felt more possible. That tiny fluttering feeling he felt yesterday was there, and it was stronger. It was nice to hope again. Dora woke up, yawning and blinking. For a brief moment, she felt herself slipping back to sleep. Waking up today was so much better than yesterday. She felt at ease, like a great weight had been removed from her shoulders, or a giant hole deep inside her heart had been filled. Despite seeing Harry in such a bad way, she felt so much better after finally seeing him again. "Harry!" She sat up and jumped out of bed. Sliding down the hall, she managed to grab the doorframe to his room, preventing herself from falling over entirely. She looked in, and it was empty. Her heart stopped, and she looked about wildly for him before realizing she could hear sounds from elsewhere in the house. It was still early, earlier than when she and her parents normally would wake, so she ran down the hall towards the kitchen. She skidded to a stop, literally in this case by running into the counter. Harry turned swiftly, holding a spatula in one hand and his eyes wide at her sudden appearance. Hedwig was sitting on his head, munching on a rasher of bacon. "Dora, is everything okay?" Harry asked. With a blush, she realized how she must have seen. Wild-eyed, her hair still mussed from her pillow, wearing a tank top and shorts. She was breathing heavily, both from running and worried about his sudden alleged disappearance. "What? Oh yeah, no, I'm all right, don't worry, just was looking for you." She blinked a few times. "You know how to cook?" Yeah, I had to cook a lot where I was." Harry looked away for a moment. "I'm used to waking up early and making breakfast, though." "You don't have to do that," she said softly, not liking his body language or tone of voice. "It's okay. I think it'll be a lot better cooking for you and your parents," he said sheepishly. "It's nothing too fancy." Dora tried to smile. "It looks and smells great, way better than what I do." She looked up at Hedwig, noisily enjoying her bacon. "Your owl is really smart. Right after you fell asleep, we felt someone trying to get through the wards." She was dropping things on the boundary, getting our attention. "She's the best," Harry said proudly, with Hedwig hooting smugly, her hoots a little muffled due to a full beak. In short order, Harry had fried eggs, scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, blistered tomatoes, and broiled mushrooms on the table. Dora looked at it all with open astonishment. "You used to cook like this all the time." She looked at his nod. "What did you mean by it'll be a lot better cooking for us?" He looked away. "I don't really want to talk about it right now, is that okay?" She nodded, silently cursing herself. No, yeah, it's okay. Sorry, didn't mean to make you feel bad. You don't, he said honestly. You've already done so much for me and I barely know you. Her smile felt forced, but he seemed to relax slightly. Well, get used to it and we'll get to know each other. Here, I can make tea and coffee at least and let me get some juice out of the icebox. Go ahead and start eating. Shouldn't we wait for Mr. and Mrs. Tonks? He asked worriedly. They'll be down soon. Whoever makes food here eats first, sort of our family. Go on, let me get something for you to drink. She eyed him until he sat and served himself, watching her the whole time. Only when he took a bite did she bustle about, getting tea and coffee ready and filling a glass of orange juice for him. She sat and started to eat too. This is really good. Really? He asked, cheeks pink from pleasure. Yeah, I always burn eggs no matter what I do. This is great. Where did this come from? Andromeda asked as she walked in, eyes wide. Harry made it, it's so good, Dora said with her mouth full. It must have taken you ages. Surely you did not wake early just to do this, Andromeda asked. He shrugged. I'm used to waking early and making breakfast for others. Andromeda narrowed her eyes. Well, there will not be any of that here. You will sleep until you wish to rise usually, and you do not have to cook. It's okay, really, he said hurriedly. I don't mind cooking, and this is how I can earn my keep. Andromeda knelt in front of him. Harry, you have no reason to earn your keep here. Please understand that. She sighed at his worried nod. You are here because we want you here, all of us. Thank you, he whispered. She gently patted his hand. That said, thank you so much for making all of this. It smells lovely. She sat and started eating. Tastes even better. You could teach Dora a thing or two. Probably, Dora agreed. I'll still ruin it somehow. Ted arrived, and after a third repeat of sincere wanting him to be there, and he did not have to do anything he did not wish, he joined in eating and praising Harry's efforts. Harry could not believe it. Never had he been thanked before for cooking. No one complained about something. They were all genuinely appreciative of his labors. He really liked how it felt, relaxing just a little bit more. Andromeda wiped her lips daintily on a napkin. Well, with a breakfast like that, I will be able to accomplish many good things. I have lots to do today. I will continue my investigations and return with hopefully less questions and more answers. Dora, you are busy until the afternoon. Classes this morning and I can do the noon training session and be done early afternoon. Good. Then please come home when you are finished. You can help Harry get accommodated. Teddy? I moved my schedule around. I'll take Harry to Diagon to get some new clothes and some things for his room this morning. Then we'll go see my patients this afternoon after Dora gets home. How does that sound? I don't want to be a bother, Harry murmured. Good thing you're not being one, Ted said easily. Not a bother at all. I need to pick up some things anyways. Trust me, Harry, shopping with me will be a lot faster, he winked. Sounds nice, Harry said honestly. Splendid. Then let us be off, Andromeda said. Oh, before I forget, I will key your owl into the ward so she can enter and leave of her own volition. Thank you, he smiled gratefully. Her face softened at his smile. Of course, dear. Shopping with Ted was actually fun for Harry. It was nice to explore stores he never did the last times he visited Diagon. The older man asked Harry what he would like and did not try to force him to try on anything odd or outlandish. He also thankfully avoided the fancier-looking places. When Harry asked hesitantly why, Ted laughed gently. I'm a Muggle-born, he said. Don't get me wrong, robes can be nice, but I'm used to wearing jeans and slacks most of the time. I have some robes for fancy wizarding occasions, but typically wear Muggle clothes when I can get away with it. My best friend is Muggle-born, Harry said. My mum was too, right? Yes, she was. Lily and I got along great, and that was one of the reasons why. Harry felt his heart thump. He was not used to hearing his mother's name said so easily and fondly. Even though the professors at school mentioned her here and there, it was usually in regards to academics, and when she was young. To hear someone talk about her like that as how they knew her, it was a wonderful and painful experience for him. Really. Whenever she got tired of James and Sirius talking about wizarding things, she and I would talk about Muggle things. We shared same tastes in music, and it was fun confusing the purebloods like they confused us. He saw how wistful Harry looked. We can dig out some records this weekend. It'll be fun. I'd like that a lot, Harry said eagerly. Is Mrs. Tonks a pureblood too? She is. Oh, and feel free to call her Andromeda or Andy. You can call me Ted if you like. That doesn't feel very respectful, Harry said hesitantly. Ted chuckled. Well, how about Aunt Andy? She'd like that. You can call me Uncle Ted. Would that be okay? Harry shivered lightly. Sorry, I have issues with aunts and uncles, he said softly. Ted felt his chest go tight, realizing he was going somewhere painful. Let's cut the difference then, Mr. Ted and Mrs. Andy, until you're comfortable with something else. Harry smiled with relief. If that's okay for now, Mr. Ted. Perfectly fine, but yes, Andy is a pureblood from one of the old families. Bit of a shock when she and I got together. I bet. My other best friend is from a big pureblood family. It's odd trying to explain a few things. MMHMM. It was a lot of fun introducing her to different Muggle cuisines. Food at Hogwarts is good but purely English. The first time Andromeda had a real burger was a treat to watch. One of her favorite foods now, too. Ted found himself feeling equal parts happy and sad while shopping with Harry. He looked a lot like James did, but his personality was more like Lily's. He was polite and almost painfully shy, but he could tell that Harry was opening up to him the more they talked. However, it was clear that Harry had gone through a lot. He was still reserved and had difficulty saying what he wanted. Every purchase they made for him was treated with wonder and shame, and he protested every single one. He was very firm with Harry, saying it was the bare minimum of what Harry needed, much less deserved. The more time they spent together, the more convicted Ted felt about taking him in. He could still remember when they first found out what happened, how angry Andromeda felt, how powerless they both felt, how upset Dora was. He could only think about how Harry would be if they had managed to get him back then. How much better and healthier he would be. Happier. No, not again, he swore to himself. We're not letting you go again. Andy will figure it out and we're fighting for you this time. Hey, you got some proper clothes. Dora smiled at Harry as she looked in his room. Oh, hi, Dora, he greeted happily. Mind if I come in? He blinked at her. This is your home, you can just walk in. She frowned. This is your room, Harry. It's only polite for any of us to ask to come in unless it's an emergency. Oh, that's nice. Sure, come in. She still wore her frown but hopped in eagerly. Show me what you got. She nodded approvingly at the new clothes he and Ted got as well as a few new things for the room. He liked the new desk and chair Ted picked out, feeling really bad about the price but Ted had insisted. They got Hedwig a nice roosting perch and food dishes, something the owl was using right now happily. Before leaving, Ted charmed a window to open and close for the owl. How are you feeling? She asked him. Like I'm in a dream, he said. I haven't felt this comfortable in ever. I keep thinking I'm going to wake up and it'll all be gone. Dora growled softly, her spiky hair turning black. Don't worry, you're never going anywhere without us. This is your home too. He looked at her. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I don't understand why you and your parents are doing so much for me. Her hair turned dark blue and she sat down on the ground, looking up at him with him sitting on the bed. Because you deserve it, she said simply. He shook his head. I don't think so. I'm just a what? A freak, he said finally. Why do you think that? She asked, trying to keep her temper in check. Her eyes began to turn orange. Where I grew up, that's what they called me forever, said I was a burden. He looked down at his lap. I'm worried that I'm going to be a burden for you and your family. Despite them trembling slightly, she held out her hands to him. After a moment, he rested his hands in hers. Harry, you are not a freak, she said emphatically. Whoever said that to you are freaks, and I'd love nothing more than to visit them and prove that to them. You are someone that deserves kindness and help, and we're going to make sure you get it, both of it. Why? He whispered. Because you do, because our families were close, because I care. His eyes lit up and he let go off her hands, scrambling over the bed and hopping off the end. Diving into his trunk, he threw things about before pulling out a large album book. He walked to her side and sat down beside her. Hagrid gave me this book at the end of my first year. He said he got pictures from their classmates. Maybe. He started flipping through pages. Oh! Dora stopped him at one and they looked at the pictures secured there. Andromeda and Lily were laughing and James and Ted, smiles on all their faces. They stood in front of a gray couch and a small white cat slumbered on it. The next picture showed a baby Harry sitting in Dora's lap. They were both laughing, Dora reading from a big book and Harry sucking his thumb. Mum must have sent these pictures. She never said anything. She must not have known why Hagrid wanted them. She would have wanted to see you if she knew he was making a book for you, Dora said softly. Mum and Dad look so young, weird. Your family really did know mine, Harry breathed. He never thought they were lying to him, but he did wonder exactly how close they were. Clearly, they were really close. He remembered not focusing on the later pictures as much the first few times he paged through the book, choosing to focus more on ones with just James and Lily alone. Dora sighed fondly at the second picture. You were such a cute baby, she teased. Harry blushed. Well, you were a cute girl. Dora laughed, her cheeks pink. I'm not cute anymore. She laughed harder at his deepening blush. Just messing with you, he grinned. I should get used to that, huh? Hey, fast learner, he snorted. Not according to my professors. What are you, a second year? Third. You still have time. Honestly, your OWLS and your NEWTS really matter, so as long as you score well on those, then you're set. I'll help you with that, of course. I did pretty good on both. You need to be an orer. They spent time going through the album together. The longer they sat together on the floor, the closer they got before eventually Harry was leaning against her. When he realized he felt terribly shy, edging away slightly. Dora leaned into him more when he tried, and he felt much better at the casual contact. He started to lean against her more, enjoying the warmth and touch. They eventually finished going through the pictures, sitting in a comfortable silence. Anything you want to do? She asked. He thought. Mr. Ted said Mrs. Andy likes hamburgers, right? Dora listened to his explanation of how he wanted to address her parents and accepted it. Yeah, Mum loves burgers. She grew up eating everything with a fork and knife, and burgers were the first thing she ate with her hands and loved it. Do we have stuff to make them? I'd like to make them for dinner. And I know I don't have to, but I want to. Okay, as long as you want to. Dora got up. I don't think we have everything, but there is a small grocery store just around the corner. The person that owns it is a magical, so we can get what we want there and come back. She smiled when she saw Harry reach up for her to help him stand. She eagerly pulled him up. Do you know how to make chips? Oven-baked ones, sure, Harry said with a smile. Sounds delicious to me. Let's go. Andromeda apparated in front of the home, face pinched with thought. It had been a long day for her. She took care of her appointments early on, and then spent the rest of the day at the ministry going through the records. What she learned disturbed her and infuriated her. The one positive thing was that she already developed her opening strategy and was confident it would work. It would require a little extra legwork, but that would be well worth it. She opened the door and took a deep breath, surprised by the savory smell permeating the home. She set her bag down and took off her traveling cloak. Her lips creased in a smile as she heard happy chatter coming from the kitchen and followed both ear and nose to it. Hey, Mum, Dora greeted. She was arranging things on plates and setting the table. Harry made us burgers. They look and smell wonderful, Andromeda said. Her stomach growled audibly. I skipped lunch and this looks quite the treat. Thank you, dear. She hugged and kissed Dora and smiled warmly at Harry. How did you know I love burgers? Mr. Ted told me today and I wanted to make them to say thank you, Harry said. He put a big one in front of her. We got lots of toppings and there's chips too. I made a salad too, even though Dora said you don't eat salad. Dora does not eat salad, Andromeda corrected, shooting her daughter a look. When she really should. There's nothing wrong with eating healthy. I eat healthy, she protested. Enough. Harry, be a dear and serve Dora some salad. Andromeda's eyes twinkled as Dora did not try to stop him even though she really wanted to. Now, do not hurt his feelings and not eat it. That's not fair, she muttered, but ate it all the same. Ted arrived a little later and joined the others, piling his plate with chips and salad and crafting a large burger for himself. Harry lost himself in the happy atmosphere that was dinner at the Tonks. At the Dursleys, it was usually Vernon tearing others down with Petunia, yelling at Harry, watching Vernon and Dudley make themselves sick from stuffing themselves. Then he would be forced to clean everything up and maybe given something for himself to eat. Here Dora kept filling his plate with more chips before she ate more. Andromeda topped off his cup whenever it was barely half empty. Ted moved plates closer to him so he would not have to reach. They did not draw extra attention to it. They did not falsely praise themselves like the Dursleys when they gifted him scraps to eat. They spoke and laughed, chided each other gently and lovingly. They included him as he felt comfortable, more than willing to let him eat in silence as long as he looked happy. He could grow used to this. Ted and Dora cleaned, saying Harry cooked so he should not have to, another novel experiences. They then gathered together in the sitting room where Harry showed Andromeda and Ted his precious photo album. He was shocked to see them tear up as they paged through the book. It meant a lot to him that they were emotional like he was. Ah, so Hagrid did get these too, Andromeda said softly, her hand caressing the two pictures of their families together. Oh, happier days. If I knew they were for you, I would have tried to do more. It's okay, Harry said. They mean a lot and I'm here now. I should have realized to trust you sooner, he said with a red face. No, it is good that you did not. There are many who would take advantage of you, she said seriously. A small smile appeared. The only advantage to be taken of you here is Dora stealing your chips. Hey, I put one back for everyone I took, Dora said, aggrieved. They laughed. I do hate to ruin the good mood, but I wanted to keep you in the loop, dear, Andromeda said to Harry. They all turned to look at her. I spent the day investigating, and well, it seems like your parents' will was never executed properly. You were supposed to be placed elsewhere in the event of your parents' passing. You should not have been sent wherever you were. Harry was floored. I shouldn't have gone to the Dursleys. Who are they? Ted asked, seeing the fear and pain on his face. My mother's sister. Wait. Andromeda leaned forward, eyes piercing. I remember Lily speaking of her. She is a muggle, yes. I thought they were estranged. They did not get along. I don't think they did, Harry said. Why were you sent there? Ted asked. Professor Dumbledore sent me there as a baby. Dumbledore had no right to do that. Andromeda's eyes blazed. How dare he? No, there was a clear procedure of what to do and he bypassed it all. Harry, Dora said, looking closely at him, did the Dursleys hurt you? Harry said nothing. Ted cleared his throat gently, catching Dora's attention. His look confirmed her thoughts. I will fucking murder them, she said savagely. Harry's eyes widened as he looked at her, surprised by her vehemence. You will do no such thing, Andromeda scolded. First, murder is too good for them. Second, murder implies that they are not being punished for their many, many crimes, thus we should contemplate something more permanent. They should be punished for what they have done. Third, we should make their crimes well known so that all can know the depths of their depravities. Then we can consider final retribution. Harry's eyes were still wide as he looked at Andromeda. Please don't murder them. Why ever not? I'm sure we can find a legal way to do it, and you certainly cannot say they do not deserve it, Andromeda replied in a far too professional tone. He gaped a little. I mean, I don't want it done for me. I don't want to be the reason for that. But they deserve it for all they did to you, Dora insisted. He flushed. He was not used to people being nice to him and providing for him. Being told that they want to murder others for him, or punish severely, made him flounder. No, I mean, not that I don't appreciate you wanting to, but I rather you not to get in trouble for me, especially now that I'm here and kinda like being here with you. Andromeda and Dora smiled broadly at his words. I am fairly certain we would not get into trouble, Andromeda sighed at Ted's cough, but we will come back to that topic later. In any case, this leads me to my next point. My cousin, Sirius Black, is your lawful godfather, however, her face twisted. He is currently in Azkaban. Magical prison, Dora explained, super nasty place. Why is he in prison? Harry asked. He did not like the way they looked at each other. We should probably tell him, Ted said slowly. Wouldn't this be too much too soon? Dora fretted. I have a feeling he is in his current state because he was told nothing, Andromeda said. Harry looked between the three of them. A sense of mounting dread grew inside of him, coupled with the indignation of being talked about while sitting right there. I would like to know, he said insistently. Andromeda sighed. Are you aware of what happened to your parents? The Dursleys said they died in a car crash, Harry said, and he saw the flash of anger cross all three of their faces. Professor Dumbledore later told me that Voldemort killed them. He looked sheepish when they flinched. Sorry. No problem, dear, Andromeda shivered, patting his hand. Yes, he did kill them himself. Your parents went into hiding with you and were protected by a very powerful charm called the Fidelis. It hides the location of a place, and if you did not know the location's name, you would never find the place. A person named the Secret Keeper holds onto that secret, and as long as they nor anyone else shared it, then no one would know. Your cousin was the Secret Keeper, Harry asked quietly. He was, but the thing is, the Sirius I knew was fiercely loyal. He held your father to the highest esteem, and he would sooner die than betray him. They were best friends. Andromeda frowned. Now that coupled with the knowledge that he never had a trial is making me wonder more. He never had a trial? Dora asked, astounded. I found no records of one. There is a chance that the records were sealed from the public, but there would still be a record saying so. That will be another point of inquiry I want to investigate. Harry's mind reeled at the information. He never knew he had a godfather, much less this other family that cared for his. Now learning that his godfather, his father's best friend, betrayed his parents to Voldemort was making him dizzy. As if sensing his discomfort, Dora offered her hand again and he grabbed it gratefully, using her touch to ground and center himself. Is that why he went to Azkaban? Well, apparently he was confronted by a third friend, Peter Pettigrew, who accused him of the betrayal. They fought, and when the Aurors arrived, 12 Muggles were dead and Pettigrew was blown to bits. Andromeda's frown deepened. Harry blinked a few times before squeezing Dora's hand. He felt a little better when she squeezed back. I'm sorry for asking this, but do you think your cousin betrayed them and killed them? Andromeda leaned back in her chair. No, that is a fair question to ask. I am shocked that I never thought to question it before. That really is not the Sirius I knew and grew up with. Like I said, he loved your father and adored your mother and was quite attached to you. He bore Pettigrew no malice as far as I knew, and unlike the majority of our family, Sirius liked muggles. He liked their music and their writing contraptions. She smiled gently when Ted sat next to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. I do not know now, to be honest. I will continue to investigate the matter as well with your permission. It does not make much sense. Silence fell over them as they thought. So you had a plan? Ted asked gently. Andromeda shook herself. Yes, a plan. Harry, with your permission, I will go to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Amelia Bones. She's my boss. She's scary but fair, Dora said to him. I will open a line of inquiry regarding how you were improperly handled, as well as provide paperwork to make Teddy and I your legal magical guardians. With her approval, none can remove you without your express consent. Any who thought they had a claim to your well-being or anything regarding you will be blocked completely and utterly. Then I will go and confront Mr. Dumbledore about what you have gone through and make it quite clear to everyone that you are not to be harassed. Then I will investigate why Sirius never received a trial, and if he truly did not, ensure he does. She sighed and rubbed her eyes. If he is guilty of the crime, then we will have closure and we can cut ties completely. She sincerely hoped that was not the case. She loved Sirius growing up, and when they were both cast out of the Blacks, she and he had bonded that much more. She had been horrified when she heard he had been sent to Azkaban, but a part of her always thought he was not responsible for betraying the Potters. She did not want to entertain the thought that he possibly could be. If he is innocent, however, her voice became a growl, then I will take great pleasure in punishing those that let him stay in prison for so long, as well as hunt down the one truly responsible. And then I will make them suffer. Harry could get behind that sentiment. His complicated feelings about the Dursleys aside, he wanted to really know what happened that night. If someone did betray his parents, he wanted to know how. He did not know what he wanted to happen to them yet, but that was a decision for another day. Thank you, he said softly, for all you're doing. He looked at the three Tonkses. All of you. It really is my pleasure, Andromeda said warmly. I always wished to see justice done, and you have had precious little. It is about time you got what you deserved. The opportunity to make others pay for their sins and crimes is the cheese on top of the patty, as it were for me. Seriously, Dora said in an undertone, Mum loves raking people over the coals, especially if they deserve it. She snorted when Andromeda nudged her with her foot. I'm happy you're here, Harry, and want to take good care of you. With what Andy says, what happened to you was literally criminal. Ted sighed. If anything happened to us, your parents would have taken excellent care of Dora, and we were really sad we couldn't for you. It might be a few years too late, but we can do that from now on. Don't worry, lad, we want to. Harry smiled, small but there. I'm not used to people wanting to help me save for a couple friends. Well, get used to it, Dora said. Bugger anyone that tries to stop us. Language, Dora, Andromeda sniffed. Do I have your permission then, Harry? He nodded. Please and thank you. Such good manners, Andromeda praised, winking at his blush. Like I said, it will be my pleasure. Her smile turned feral and Harry suppressed a shiver. As I told Teddy, I am rather vexed, and today's discoveries did nothing to assuage it. Obtaining some retribution will help me feel better. She saw his nervousness. Do not worry, dear. Before I do any sort of punishment, I will check in with you first. As I said, you will have final say. That made him feel a little better. Just, for most promising results, allow me a little personal leeway in how I obtain my results. That made him feel a little more concerned. Excuse me, Director. There's someone asking to see you. Amelia Bones, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, looked up from her desk. She looked at her secretary with a raised eyebrow. I wasn't aware I had an appointment. You didn't, which is why I'm asking. Well, I'm asking because the person is insistent. Oh, the secretary gulped. Very insistent. The other eyebrow rose. Wilkins was usually made of sterner stuff and would even turn the minister down if ordered to. Seeing him a little nervous was rare. All right then, I have a few moments. Wilkins bobbed his head and left. After a moment, Andromeda walked in the room. Ah, that's why, Amelia said with a wry smile. That is why what? Andromeda asked, sitting down. Not many can wig out Wilkins. She snorted at Andromeda's look of innocence. What can I do for you, Andy? She looked at the box that Andromeda put on the table. My favorite pastries. Is this business or social? More the former than the latter, and it requires a lot of discretion. Amelia waved her wand, and the door closed firmly, locking it. A privacy charm and a silencing charm went up soon after. She leaned back in her chair, ignoring the baked treats for now. All right. Let's get the business out of the way first, then. Would you prefer the fun news, the bad news, or the worst news? Amelia sighed. Let's start with the worst news. Andromeda handed over a stack of parchment to Amelia. She sat and watched as Amelia read it. She hated upsetting a friend, and she saw Amelia's face twist and contort as she read through the stack. He was abused, Amelia said finally. Yes, for years and years. Who the hell was he living with? His muggle relations, his mother's sister. Amelia saw Andromeda's facial expression. Are they still alive? Unfortunately. And no, I have not cursed nor hexed them. Yet. Harry has not asked for it or given me leave to act on it. Also yet. Amelia sighed. I knew he was at Hogwarts. My niece is there. Apparently there was some kind of problem this last year about someone touting themselves as the heir of Slytherin and the Chamber of Secrets. Students were petrified, but I was assured that things were resolved by the end of the year. By Dumbledore. Andromeda's lips curled into a hateful sneer. Amelia felt shocked. Yes, by the headmaster. Mind if I ask why the sudden change in opinion for him? I thought you two got along well enough. He is responsible for ignoring James and Lily's will. According to Harry, he was given to his terrible relations by Dumbledore himself, and he was incredibly close to the Potters. Amelia scowled. Are you saying Dumbledore willingly put Harry into an abusive environment? I would want more evidence before making that accusation. At the very least, however, he flouted all legal procedure in illegally, absconding with Harry and put him where he should not have gone, thus leading to this. She angrily slapped the medical report. Amelia groaned. I can't even argue against that. That's exactly how it looks. She felt her stomach sink as she realized Andromeda had more to say. What else? Which leads me to the bad news. Sirius never got a trial. Amelia sat up straight. What? I checked all the legal records and all the Wisengamot records for the time frame. He never received a trial. He never had a chance to explain himself or defend himself. Signed by Minister Bagnold, Bartemius Crouch, and Chief Warlock Gorsh, he was thrown into Azkaban with an indefinite sentence. Amelia growled. That's not right. Even if he was guilty, that doesn't mean he doesn't get a chance to defend himself. She rubbed her eyes. And you can't bring up the inquiry about Sirius because as his cousin, that raises conflicts of interest. Whereas you can as the head of the DMLE, she sighed. I'm not exactly free of conflict either. We dated before. Some may argue that, but it is still well within your remit as the head to investigate past corruption and breaches in protocol. In fact, give me a day and I am sure I can find several more cases for you to investigate. You can say Sirius' case is part of an internal audit brought to you by a concerned citizen. That would work, Amelia mused. What do you want out of this, besides Sirius being free if he is innocent? Harry, Andromeda said baldly. I want to be Harry's rightful legal magical guardian. I want him out of the hands of Dumbledore. I want him to be somewhere safe and in a position where he can be supported. As Sirius' cousin and his legal executor of rights, I assumed his claim as godfather and therefore I have claim. At least a claim far stronger than any Dumbledore has. Amelia nodded. So I sign off on the guardianship, making it immune to any inquiry from the Wisengamot or others, and you find me more cases for me to investigate. We both get what we want. Find justice where there wasn't any and save a poor boy. Precisely. And I haven't even got to the fun news yet. Please, Amelia begged. I could really use some fun news. Andromeda's smile was like one a hungry wolf would have when finding prey. We get to tear Dumbledore several new ones, and we would be legally and morally in the right. Amelia's smile matched hers. You're right, that will be fun. She looked at a picture on her table, her eyes softened. I never liked his love for secrets and his damned tolerance policy. Eddie did. I don't know if it's fair to blame Dumbledore for what happened to him. Edward was a good man, Andromeda said softly, remembering the smiling man that was Amelia's brother. Amelia sniffled and wiped her eyes. She then opened the box of treats and split one in half and handed it to Andromeda. I'm in. I'll sign off on the forms, start the inquiry. Andromeda accepted the treat and tapped it against Amelia's half. Then let's go ruin Dumbledore's day. The witches smiled savagely and toasted one another before taking very large bites. Albus Dumbledore looked up in surprise as his door opened. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he normally had an idea of visitors, even uninvited ones. His surprise increased as he saw who followed Minerva McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, and Poppy Pomfrey, the matron and school healer. Andromeda walked in after them, barely hiding the contempt that she felt. Amelia followed her, and in turn was followed by Dora and Kingsley Shacklebolt. Andromeda had suggested an Auror escort, and Amelia agreed, not minding that Dora was still a trainee. "Ah, to what do I owe the pleasure, Andromeda?" Dumbledore asked pleasantly. "It is Madame Tonks to you," Andromeda replied unpleasantly. She ignored the look of disapproval from McGonagall, shock from Pomfrey and Kingsley, and Amelia's barely concealed satisfaction. Dumbledore blinked slowly. "Madame Tonks, then, have I upset you in some way?" "In many ways. However, this is not a social visit. I am here to inform you that your unlawful guardianship over Harry James Potter is at an end. I am his rightful guardian, and he will be under the care of Ted and myself. And Nymphadora," she added at Dora's pointed look. Dumbledore frowned. Before he could speak, McGonagall cut in. "Unlawful, but his godfather is in Azkaban." If Dumbledore did his duty, he would have found that I assumed serious legal responsibilities upon his equally unlawful incarceration. I should have at the very least been consulted about Harry's placement. By refusing me that right, Albus Dumbledore essentially kidnapped a baby. McGonagall and Pomfrey gasped, and even Kingsley looked sickened. "I resent that," Dumbledore said peevishly. "Resent it all you like. Legally, that is what happened. And in kidnapping Harry, you have subjected him to an abusive environment." She handed Harry's medical record to the man. He paged through it, unable to keep the frown from growing on his face. As he reached the end, McGonagall snatched it from him, and she and Pomfrey went through it themselves. This can't be true," Pomfrey said, her voice shaking. "It is, and I actually wonder about your competency," Andromeda said scathingly. She ignored Pomfrey's look of affront. "Have you not done a full exam on him in the 2 years he has been here? Has he not been injured considerably while here? Why did you not fully check him out at those times?" She glared until Pomfrey looked away in shame. "I told you," McGonagall shrieked at Dumbledore. "I told you that family could not be trusted to watch over Harry. You knew, and yet you did it anyways." Amelia leaned forward, glaring at Dumbledore. "I had hoped that Lily's sister would show her nephew familial love," Dumbledore said stubbornly. "There are other factors that necessitated Harry living with his family. And he certainly has thrived while living with them," Andromeda spat. "That is why Dora found him on Diagon Alley, unaccompanied, face beaten and bloody." "No," McGonagall gasped. "Yes," Dora growled, glaring at her. "He is not going back to that poor excuse of a family," Andromeda declared. "I have the legal right, and Harry has expressed a desire to live with our family. He will not return. We will care for him." "I must protest," Dumbledore began. "Protest all you like, they will fall on deaf ears," Andromeda said. "He needs to be with family. We will be his family, unlike the ones you abandoned him to." His eyes narrowed. "We can't all choose our families," he said. Immediately he knew he had overstepped, judging the way his colleagues gasped, the look of censure on Amelia's face, and the sheer urge to murder on Andromeda's and Dora's faces. "I am well aware of the reputation of my past family," Andromeda said coldly. "I need not you to remind me. My words were poorly. I tire of your words, poor or rich. However, this actually leads me to the second point. Sirius Black never received a trial, and we are rectifying that." "What do you mean he never received a trial?" McGonagall cried. "Exactly as I said. Therefore, Chief Warlock, prepare to see a memo regarding a trial to be commenced soon, and spare me any of your lies about not being aware or what have you." "I was not aware. Then you should have been. When you accepted the post, you should have checked. Or was that lip service you said to him about caring naught but empty wind?" Dumbledore rose from the desk. "You have thrown many veiled accusations at me, Madame Tonks. I do not appreciate it. Pardon me, allow me to be more blunt." She pointed a finger at him, and it was clear she wished to point her wand. "You have failed. You have failed, Harry. Your machinations have caused this, and you are to blame. You are responsible for every injury he has suffered, and before you can claim ignorance and state you did not swing the hand, you placed him in the environment that allowed it. You did. No other." He seemed to wilt under the weight of her words, and she went in for the kill. "If I find out that you continue to meddle with him while he is here, I will remove him from Hogwarts and take him to Beauxbatons or even to Ilvermorny. If you act outside your remit as headmaster and try to interfere with him and his life in any way, I will do it without hesitation. If he is placed into a situation that is of your devising that could have been avoided, I will rain fire on you and will not stop until you are nothing but ash." She looked at the two Hogwarts witches who stared at her with horror. "And I care not who stands in my way. Any that have been complicit will face my wrath." She leaned over his desk and he took an involuntary step back. "Do I make myself 100% clear, Albus Dumbledore?" She said his name as one would say a disgusting disease. He coughed. "Yes." She leaned back and her face glowed with a bright smile. "Splendid. Then all is well for now." She turned to Amelia, who did not hide her smile. "Would you like to add anything, Director Bones?" "Just that you should be ready for the memo regarding the trial, Chief Warlock," Amelia said with as much false politeness that she could muster. "Good day," Andromeda said cheerily to McGonagall, Pomfrey, and Dumbledore. She turned and walked out, followed by Amelia. Dora shot the Hogwarts professors and Matron a severe look before leaving. Kingsley, still looking shell-shocked, followed after, closing the door behind him. "Albus, what have you done?" McGonagall whispered at last. Had no answer, none that he wished to give. "Oh, I see we were successful today," Ted remarked. He smiled at Harry as they carried in groceries. "Whenever Andy wins a case, she buys her favorite cake to celebrate." "We have two things to celebrate today," Andromeda said smugly with a beaming Dora. "Well, two celebrations and a personal victory for me. First, the inquiry is official. Sirius will get his trial." "That's great." Ted kissed Andromeda on the cheek. She blushed prettily. "Thank you, love." "Yes, it is, and we will finally discover what happened." She gave Harry a warm look that he appreciated. "My personal victory was that I got to lambaste Dumbledore for his failures and threaten him thoroughly. He will do well to listen, if the old goat can." Harry looked astounded, her words eliciting a shocked laugh. "I do apologize if I ruin your view of him," Andromeda said with just a hint of contrition. "He can be a kind man and he is a good wizard, but from what I have learned about your situation, I am more than a little upset with him." "If he really did what we think he did," Harry looked sheepish, "I'm not too happy about it either. I'd be willing to listen to an explanation, but you all have told me you'd help and have done it. He always says he's sorry for what happened but never tried to change things for me." "And that is more than fair of you," Andromeda praised. "Harry and do feel free to be completely honest. Do you like being here with us?" "Are you kidding? It's amazing here. You all are so kind and I feel safe here," Harry gushed. The Tonks family smiled and teared up a little. "Then would you be happy to know that this is your home permanently?" Andromeda asked softly. "Really?" he whispered in disbelief. "Really, I have it signed here." She showed him a very official-looking piece of parchment. "We are now your official legal magical guardians. As long as you wish, this is your home. We are a part of your family, you are a part of ours." He started to cry silently. "I don't have to go back to the Dursleys." "Never," Andromeda said. She wiped his tears away with a handkerchief. "If you do not wish to go to Hogwarts anymore, you do not have to. We would be more than happy to take you elsewhere." He was floored. I want to still go to Hogwarts. I like it there and I don't have a lot of friends, but the ones I do are there. But I want to stay here, live with you." Dora held her hands out. "Welcome home, Harry," she practically yelled. He hesitated and shyly opened his arms. Almost sobbing, Dora hugged him gently, squeezing him tight after he did first. "I'm home," Harry whispered into her neck. Andromeda and Ted hugged them gently, also crying. "Welcome home, lad," Ted said. "Where you belong," Andromeda murmured. His head rose at the sound. Something was different this day. Normally the door to where his cell was open twice a day. A guard would come in with his meal. Otherwise, he was left alone. As alone as anyone could be with Dementors floating about anyways. However, the door opened at a time that was not the usual. Listening close, he heard a different sound accompanying the heavy boots the guard wore. They were sharper, clicking on the hard, rough stone. He looked up slowly and his jaw fell open as he looked at the woman standing on the other side of the bars. "Andy," he croaked, his voice hoarse from disuse. "Sirius," Andromeda replied, looking down at Sirius Black. She flicked her head at the guard, and despite the fact that he normally should be watching her interact with the prisoner, he promptly fled and closed the door. She flicked her wand and cast a privacy charm around them. "What are you doing here?" Sirius asked. She ignored the question as she stared at him. Her eyes unnerved him a little. "Did you betray James and Lily?" "No," he shouted. "Never," she nodded. "Did you kill all those muggles and Pettigrew?" Sirius growled and he crawled towards the bars. "No, but I wish I killed him. When I get out of here, I will kill him." She raised an eyebrow. "Pettigrew is dead. How do you kill a dead man?" Sirius chewed his lip and turned his head. She snorted softly. I suppose I deserve that considering I never visited you all these years. I regret to say that I believed what they said about you. I should not have. I should have known you would rather die before betraying James. You should have, Sirius whispered. He looked at her. Why are you here now? You are getting your trial. His heart almost stopped. You what? You never got a trial, I got you one. In a few weeks' time you will be tried before the Wisengamot. Tell the truth and you will be free. I cannot represent you, but a colleague will. I trust her and she will do her best, but you must behave. Anything to get out of here. Sirius' smile was ecstatic madness. Thank you, I will tell them everything they want. Good, I will be there to support you. Endure, Sirius, gather your wits and present yourself, then you will be free. I will. Sirius was almost drooling. Oh, I will, yes, freedom, I'll do what I must. Andromeda started to walk away. She stopped and turned slightly. We have Harry, we found him a few days ago. Sirius' eyes gleamed in the gloom. Harry, he must be so big now. Wait, what do you mean you found him? You weren't caring for him. No, there were complications that came to light, but we have him now. Your trial was gained from me investigating what happened to him actually. How what? Sirius looked forlorn. He should have gone to you. I was his godfather. You took my responsibilities. What happened? I will tell you after, so behave and do your best. He deserves it as much as you. I will, Sirius repeated. Long after Andromeda left, well into the night, he still repeated the words to himself. He felt something burn in his chest. It was a kernel of hope that not even the Dementors could extinguish. It kept him warm. I'm sure you have better things to do than to help me shop, Harry said reluctantly. Better things? No, I would not say that, Andromeda said. You would not cast your dear Auntie Andy away, would you? On the eve of returning to Hogwarts and leaving her alone. Harry chuckled and hugged her. It had taken him a few weeks, but now he felt comfortable with hugging the Tonks family, starting with Dora. Now he did not flinch when they touched him and was even eager to hug them first when he could. He also felt okay with saying Auntie Andy and Uncle Ted, able to ignore the bad connotations of the words. You won't be alone, he said cheekily. Uncle Ted and Dora will still be around. I suppose they suffice this long, Andromeda said with a mock-weary sigh. Your face suffices, Dora grumbled. That does not make any sense, Andromeda sniffed. The trio waited at the leaky cauldron. When Hermione and Ron returned to England, they sent Harry messages, asking if they could get their school things together. Andromeda had willingly agreed, and she and Dora came with Harry to help shop and to meet his two best friends. The Weasleys and Hermione were all staying at the leaky cauldron overnight, and Harry and Dora were too. Be nice to Auntie Andy, Harry said to Dora. Harry, we're supposed to be ganging up on her, Dora exclaimed. Be nice to Dora, Harry said to Andromeda. She kissed his temple. Okay, but only because you asked me to. Well, this is a lose-lose situation, Dora muttered. You listen to him and you're nicer to me, or I get upset if you listen to him and not me and you get snarky with me. Excellent analysis, love, Andromeda cooed at her daughter, making Harry laugh. Harry! Hermione came running over and launched herself at him. He stumbled slightly but managed to keep upright, hugging her back. Well now, Andromeda exclaimed with a small laugh. And who is this lovely, enthusiastic friend of yours? Auntie Andy, Dora, this is my best friend Hermione. Hermione, this is Andromeda Tonks and Dora Tonks. They're my new family. Dora had given Hermione a careful look the whole time, but as soon as Harry introduced her, she smiled and offered a hand. Nice to meet Harry's best friend, she said warmly. Oh, it's very nice to meet you both. Hermione was more than a little intimidated by Andromeda and Dora. Dora seemed friendly, even with her pink spiky hair and punk-style clothes. Andromeda, however, radiated an air of propriety. She was dressed in very neat witch robes, and she looked like someone you did not want to cross. As if sensing her thoughts, Andromeda smiled pleasantly at Hermione. Nice to meet you, dear. And are these your parents? A man with a guarded look and broad shoulders nodded warily. David Granger, he said. And this is my wife, Jean Granger. A woman who looked like an older version of Hermione nodded genially. Just so you know, we're muggles. They were unprepared for Andromeda's easy smile. A pleasure to meet you. My husband is muggle-born, much like your daughter here. If you have any questions, I am sure my husband and I will be happy to help. They were floored. Really? David asked, incredulous. Of course. Teddy, well, his name is Edward Tonks, but I call him Teddy, is always amenable to helping muggle-borns like himself. My name is Andromeda. This is my daughter, Nymphadora, Dora grimaced. Just Tonks will be fine if you please. My daughter is not fond of her name for some reason, Andromeda sighed. There's many reasons, want me to list them? Not in front of Harry's friend's family love. No need to embarrass him. David and Jean laughed and Hermione looked astonished. Harry grinned, not embarrassed in the slightest. I hope you can forgive our earlier attitude, David said, much less guarded. We came with Hermione last year and it was a bit of a shock. A lot of the wizards and witches we met were rather short with us, Jean continued. Not to mention there was a bit of an incident. Unfortunately, there are many that look down on Muggle-borns, Andromeda frowned. I will confess my old family was one of them, but ever since I met Teddy, I learned the foolishness of that. I do what I can now. What happened last year? Were you harassed? Harry remembered what happened last year. Mr. Weasley got into a fight with Mr. Malfoy, he said. And Mr. Malfoy was very rude to the Grangers. Andromeda scowled. That does not surprise me in the slightest. Lucius Malfoy puts the big in bigot, which is ironic considering how small-minded he is. He's probably small elsewhere, Dora muttered softly, making Harry snort and Hermione look at her with wide eyes. Dora, Andromeda chided with a hint of a smile. Oh, you have a telephone, yes, she asked the Grangers. We have one, but Teddy is the only one who uses it. If you give me your number thing, I will have him call you so you can have his number thing. We'd really appreciate that, David said eagerly. Jean scribbled the number down on a piece of paper and handed it to Andromeda. Anything for Harry's best friend, Andromeda said warmly, taking the paper and putting it in her pocket carefully. So you're Harry's aunt? Jean looked a little confused. I thought I would recognize her, and you are very much not her. She almost took a step back at the look of pure anger that flashed over Andromeda and Dora's faces. The expressions were not missed by David or Hermione. No, we have no blood relation to my dismay. Harry's rightful godfather is currently indisposed, and I assumed his legal responsibilities. We have taken custody of Harry's well-being this summer on. She visibly pushed her anger away. It was a crime that he was kept from us for so long, and we have much to make up for. Oh, Harry. Hermione hugged him tightly. I'm so happy for you. Harry's smile was wider than she had ever seen. She now noticed how different he was. He was not painfully thin, did not have an air of pain or neglect. He looked genuinely happy. It's been great, he said happily. They've taken really good care of me. The flue flared, and from the hearth poured a tide of redheads. They argued with one another, talking over each other before being wrangled by their mother and father. The youngest boy saw Harry and Hermione and waved, coming over. Hey! Ronald Weasley shouted. The rest of the family came over, and Molly smiled down at Harry. Hello, Harry, she said warmly. She looked up, and the warmth on her face disappeared. Andromeda Black, she said stiffly, looking at the other witch with surprise and suspicion. Molly Prewett, Andromeda replied, almost blandly. Everyone stood still and stared at them with varying degrees of shock and worry. Molly bristled. It's Weasley, as I'm sure you know. Of course it is. My surname is Tonks. Perhaps you were unaware. The temperature dropped a few degrees. Aunt Andromeda is my new guardian, Harry said quietly but firmly to an astonished Molly and Arthur. She and Uncle Ted have been taking really good care of me with Tonks. Dora slid up behind Harry, giving the Weasley matriarch a flat look. Oh, well then, that's good to hear, dear. Molly laughed awkwardly. Got away from those muggles, then. Harry did not miss the way David and Jean looked at that, and he cleared his throat. I left my aunt and uncle, yes. They were unkind to me. Hermione, Ron, and the rest of the Weasley children stared at him. Harry had never outright said how his relations treated him. Some had noticed the state of his clothes, and of course last summer the twins and Ron had rescued him from the No. 4 Privet Drive. Yet Harry never ever admitted out loud how the Dursleys treated him. Andromeda had caught what Harry had done, and she smiled proudly, letting the action override her distaste for Molly. They were unqualified to raise Harry for many reasons, being muggles is not one of them. The awkwardness grew. So, everyone looked at Dora. You two ever get that slipping prank of yours to work? She asked the twins. Fred's eyebrows rose. You knew about that? Sure did. George's eyes narrowed. How? She smirked. Because I did it first. You two should know you got caught up in it. They laughed. So you're the one that caused the pile-up in the dungeons, Fred said admiringly. Care to help some fellow pranksters? George asked. She shrugged. I'll think about it. The exchange dispelled the frosty awkwardness, but things still felt tense as the families left the leaky cauldron and entered Diagon Alley proper. David and Jean drifted to Andromeda's side, much to Arthur's dismay. Harry walked with Hermione and Ron while the twins tried to cajole Dora to help them. Percy disappeared on his own, and Molly kept Ginny close to her. They went to Gringotts first, and Andromeda, Dora, and Harry waited for the Grangers to exchange money and the Weasleys to go to their vault. "What was that about?" Harry asked. Andromeda huffed. "Molly and I went to Hogwarts at the same time, roughly. She inherited her family's preconceived notions that a Slytherin was not to be trusted, nor was a Black." Harry frowned. "You didn't do anything to her, did you?" "I did not. I found her tiresome, to be honest, and avoided her. I don't like the way she treated you, but she was nice to me last year. Let me stay for a while at their home." Andromeda smiled fondly and hugged him. "Children should not fight the battles their parents started. Do not let her feelings of me affect your friendships with her children." "I won't," he said, "but I still don't like it. I guess that's where Ron gets it then, dislike of Slytherins." "You don't share that, do you?" Dora asked. He shrugged awkwardly. "I mean, I'm not friends with any of them right now. Most of them are either really rude and mean to me or pretend I don't exist. I don't care that you were one, Auntie." He smiled sheepishly. "It makes a lot of sense, actually. You're scary, smart, and sneaky." "Such a sweet boy," Andromeda said, hugging him tighter. "Were you one too?" Harry asked Dora. She snorted. "Nope. If I was, Snape would have poisoned me himself, I bet. I'm a puff." "That makes sense, too." "You work really hard and you're super loyal," Harry mused. He coughed and blushed when Dora hugged him very hard, lifting him into the air slightly. "And you're quite the Gryffindor," Andromeda praised. "Much like your parents, you are brave and you endure, and I see how much you care for your friends." "I don't feel brave a lot," he confessed. "There are different kinds of bravery," Andromeda said. "For example, your father had a rather strange sense of bravery when it came to flirting with women." "What?" he exclaimed. She smiled, reminiscing. "Oh yes, he would flirt with literally anyone. Me and my sisters included, and there were many who would not dare that. It was rather annoying, if I am being honest. Flattering, I suppose, but annoying. Oh, and do not worry, that was before he and your mother got together, of course." "I don't know if I want to hear those stories of him," Harry laughed. "I can't believe Uncle James was like that," Dora sniggered. "Aunt Lily had him whipped." "Like I said, before he wised up and Lily started tolerating him," Andromeda chuckled. "That's a relief," he said snarkily, making the two witches laugh. Shopping went better overall. Molly and Andromeda remained cordial if reserved with one another, letting the task of getting what everyone needed fill in the awkward moments. They shopped around, getting everything on their school lists. David and Jean got Hermione a bandy-legged orange cat as an early birthday gift, smiling as they watched her coo over the new pet. She was going to get an owl, but Harry saw how much she wanted the cat, so he offered the services of Hedwig for Hermione. Ron sighed as he watched Hermione play with her new pet. "I miss Scabbers," he said sullenly. "What happened to Scabbers?" Harry asked, concerned. "He went missing. Just disappeared the last day or two. We couldn't find him anywhere at the Burrow. Mum said she'll keep looking after we go back to Hogwarts, but it really feels like he's gone." "I'm sorry, that's rough," Harry said sympathetically. "Yeah, he didn't do much, but he was a decent pet," Ron said. Harry nodded, thinking about maybe getting Ron a new pet for his birthday or Christmas. It'd be difficult to do, knowing how prickly Ron was about gifts and money, but he would try to figure something out. It was approaching late afternoon, and Andromeda looked at her watch. "I must get going, unfortunately. I have an appointment to keep, and then I should hurry home. It was a pleasure to meet you," she said to David and Jean and Hermione. She nodded politely at the Weasleys. Her cool demeanor warmed as she hugged Harry tightly. "Do take care of yourself, love, and write me plenty of letters, or else I will come to Hogwarts," she said to a smiling Harry. "Or send Dora, or both." "I will. Thank you for everything," he said. "I really appreciate it." "It was my pleasure. I will look forward to seeing you at Christmas." She kissed his forehead and hugged him one more time. "Make sure he gets to the train safely tomorrow, Dora." "Yes, Mum." Andromeda hugged Dora just as tightly and kissed her cheek before leaving. David and Jean hugged Hermione and said goodbye to everyone else, saving Harry and Dora for last. They too left, and the Weasleys and Harry and Dora and Hermione gathered in a private sitting room for dinner. It was a noisy dinner, like any dinner with the Weasleys. Conversation ran up and down the table, with multiple going on at once. Dora, normally gregarious at home, was a little more reserved. She traded prank talk with the twins and talked about the upper-year courses with Hermione, but spoke the easiest with Harry. He did his best to make sure she did not feel too out of place, and he could tell she appreciated it. She and Harry sat beside each other, and as they usually did, sat close enough so they could lean on each other. Even when their attentions were split, they had that casual contact between them. At one point, Dora noticed Molly frowning at them, and she stared boldly back at her before Molly looked away. Dora snorted under her breath but relaxed when Harry pressed against her. After putting, they broke off to their rooms to pack and get to bed early for the trip to King's Cross the next day. Harry and Dora carried his things together and opened the door they were assigned to. Dora looked inside. I think there's been a mistake. Only one bed. Oh, Tom must have given us the wrong room key. Want me to go ask? Nah, I'll go. You start getting your stuff packed. Harry did as suggested, starting to arrange things neatly into his trunk. Normally, he was a little more haphazard, but Andromeda had taught him how to pack things carefully over the summer, so he was a bit more organized now. He looked up when Dora returned. So yeah, mistake, but apparently there aren't any more rooms, and I'm rubbish at conjuring furniture. She chewed her lip. I guess I can head home and then come back over early to take you to King's Cross. That wouldn't be fair to you, Harry said. I can kip on the ground, or we can get a camping cot or something. You're not sleeping on the ground. I'd feel really bad and Mum would skin me. Bed's plenty big and we've napped together on the couch plenty of times. We can share a bed. She looked shy all of a sudden. You don't mind, do you? Harry smiled to put her at ease. Not at all. I like napping with you on the couch, as long as you don't kick me off the bed. Dora flushed, her hair turning soft pink like her face. One time. I accidentally kicked you off the couch one time and you never let me live it down. It was more than once. Don't tell me that, she said, looking more embarrassed. You only woke up the first time because I yelped when I landed. She looked stricken before suspicious. You're messing with me. She threw a pillow at him when he sniggered. I'm going to kick you off the bed so many times tonight. Every time you start to fall asleep, you're going to have a rude awakening. They chatted and laughed as they finished packing his trunk. It got a little awkward when they changed for bed, taking turns using the bathroom to do it, but as they lay on the bed later, Harry reached out for her hand. It was like the very first time he slept at the Tonks' home, holding her hand to fall asleep. He felt comforted by it, and she did as well. Good night, he said sleepily. Night, she replied softly. Harry woke slowly. He had never felt this comfortable before. Not even while at Hogwarts. The first time he slept in the large four-poster bed felt incredible to him. Sleeping in his bed at the Tonks' home was a different level of comfort, yet those times paled in comparison to how he felt now. He slowly realized that his back was incredibly warm, that he felt a gentle, comforting pressure around his middle. He slowly realized that Dora was snuggling him from behind, her arm thrown around his middle, her body curved and cuddled around his. His hand rested on hers. A jolt of panic went through him and he almost stiffened. When he napped with Dora on the couch, they never quite got this close. Pressed against each other, sure. Leaning against each other was normal for them. But how they were now was incredibly close, and he felt like he should be dreadfully embarrassed by it. But it felt incredibly good. He felt safe. A comfort he never had before. Dora grunted, pulling him closer to her as she mumbled inarticulately. She squeezed him again, and her brow creased as she too began to wake. Her eyes fluttered open, and it took a few moments for her brain to catch up. Oh, she said softly, you're not Binky. Binky, he asked, his voice hoarse from nervousness. My teddy bear, I'm really sorry. She let him go and scooched back a little. I should have warned you I get really clingy when I sleep. No, it's okay, he said hurriedly. He was glad he was facing away from her. His face felt hot enough to start a fire. It was really nice. Oh, well, yeah, I should hope so. I am pretty awesome, she teased weakly. Yeah, you are, he said with a shy chuckle. I can't remember the last time I felt that comfortable and safe. Oh, I'm glad I can help you feel that way. It felt really nice to me, too. She focused on what he said. You never felt safe before. Not really, he admitted. Not like that. She said nothing, and he felt worse somehow. He felt the bed shift beneath him, felt her slide close to him again. She tentatively reached her arm around him again. He pressed back against her and hugged her arm close. He breathed out, feeling at peace. She cuddled him close, holding him to her protectively. You're safe, she said firmly. Thank you, he whispered. He drifted back to sleep. The alarm charm woke them up, and they both groaned in mutual annoyance. After trying to ignore it, they gave up and decided to wake up fully. She asked if he was really awake, and when he said he was, she grinned mischievously. Too late, he caught the tone in her voice, and the next thing he knew, he was falling, propelled out of bed by a firm kick. He gave her a look of deep indignation over her betrayal and watched her laugh hysterically for a few seconds before he joined in. He pulled her off the bed, kicking and squealing, and they laid on the ground laughing heartily. After tidying up and changing, they carried his trunk downstairs and waited in the main area for the rest to join them. Hermione showed up next, and Harry helped her with her trunk. They sat and chatted, waiting for the Weasleys. Tonks ordered breakfast for the three of them and they ate, glancing at the clock and listening to the Weasleys rush about and argue. "Are they always like this?" she asked, exasperated. "They were last year, and first year they cut it pretty close," Harry said. Dora finally lost patience and coolly informed Arthur and Molly that she was taking Harry and Hermione to the train station first. She shrank their trunks for them, and the trio left the leaky cauldron, needing only to hold Hedwig's cage and Crookshank's basket with their trunks in their pockets. They took their time and reached platform 9 and 3/4 with time to spare. "Well, you two better get on the train and pick out your compartment." Dora looked at Harry sadly. He felt a pang in his chest. Normally, he was very happy to leave King's Cross to go to Hogwarts. For the first time, he felt legitimately reluctant to leave. He never guessed he would get so attached to the Tonks family, Dora especially. They had changed his life incredibly, fighting for him, wanting him. He could still barely believe it sometimes. He opened his arms and sighed happily when Dora stepped into them, pulling him up and squeezing him tight. "I'm going to miss you," he said softly in her ear. She teared up a little. "I'm going to miss you too. I got really used to having you around all the time," she sighed gustily. "I expect a letter at least once every couple of weeks, more preferably." "I will," he said, and was surprised that he truly meant it. "Thank you for everything, Dora, really. My life is so much better now because of you. I owe you." She tried to smile cheekily, but her tears and the tremble to her lips ruined the effect. "Well, just remember that when it comes to the holidays and my birthday." She brightened. "I'll try to pull Hogsmeade patrol duty on one of your visiting weekends. Mum signed your permission form so I can see you when you visit." He smiled wide. "I'd like that a lot. We'll have that to look forward to then." She kissed his cheek. "Talk to you soon." She turned to Hermione, and she noticed the odd look she was getting from the other girl. "It was good meeting you, Hermione," she said, offering her hand. "Feel free to send me a letter if you have any questions or need some help." "Harry's friend is my friend." Hermione shook her hand. "It was really nice meeting you too. Thank you. Oh, and do thank your mother and father again for me, please. My parents were really happy to meet your mother and really appreciate her offer." "No problem. Keep an eye on Harry for me, will you?" Dora waited for them to get on the train and waved when they found a compartment. After a moment she left, her steps a little heavy. She truly was sad to see him go, but seeing him how he was now, a far cry different from how he was when they first met, was heartening. The potions and healing had helped, and while he was still shorter and thinner than perhaps he should have been, he no longer looked or felt neglected. He wore clothes that actually fit him. He walked confidently. It was wonderful. The winter holiday was not too far off, and she was pretty sure she could pull Hogsmeade duty. She felt better about that. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Harry asked. Hermione flushed slightly. "Sorry, didn't mean to make you uncomfortable." They were sitting in the compartment they chose. Dora had taught them how to unshrink their luggage, and their trunks sat on the racks at full size. Crookshanks and Hedwig were released to explore the compartment and become better acquainted with one another. Harry had sat and looked out the window for a little bit before he realized Hermione was looking at him pensively. "Do I have something on my face?" he asked, making a show of wiping it with his sleeve. Hermione snorted. "No, it's just you've changed this summer, haven't you?" "Yeah." Her voice was quiet. "You said the Dursleys were unkind to you. You've never really said anything before," he sighed. "Because I didn't really want to, but things got really bad this summer." He told her of being punched in the face by Vernon, about throwing him back with his magic, then his flight from Privet Drive and being found by Dora and taken in by Andromeda and Ted. "Oh no," Hermione whimpered, tearing up. "I had no idea. I'm so sorry." He winced. "That's not even the worst of what they did to me." "There's worse," she nearly shrieked. "Yeah, but it's in the past. I don't have to go back anymore. I have a home now where I can be safe." He saw how upset she looked and slowly opened his arms to her. She goggled for a moment. In the 2 years she had known him, he had never tried to initiate any physical contact with her. The moment passed and she eagerly hugged him, squeezing him tight. "I'm so happy to hear that," she said tearily. The door to the compartment opened and Ron appeared, out of breath and pulling his trunk along. He took one look at them and stopped, frowning. Harry and Hermione broke the hug and Harry got up, helping Ron put his trunk up. As they were doing so, the train began to move. "Cutting it a bit close," Harry said teasingly. "Well, it's family tradition after all." Ron slumped into the bench opposite, looking at Harry with an uncharacteristically serious expression. "Mum wasn't too happy you two left without us. Said you could have waited." "Well, Dora was getting a little impatient and I'd rather be on the train earlier," Harry said easily. Ron did not say anything to that. An uneasy silence filled the compartment, and after a few moments the door slid open again, revealing Percy, Fred, George, and Ginny. They walked in and closed the door behind them. Ginny looked uncomfortable, the twins looked less than merry, and Percy looked resigned. Harry had an idea of what was coming, and he sat back into the bench. "All right, then," he finally said when the Weasleys kept looking at each other, mentally begging someone else to start talking. "What's this about?" "Harry," Fred began, "just so you know, this wasn't our idea. If anything, we don't think we should be doing this at all," George said slowly. "Mother demanded for us to speak to you," Percy said, looking very uncomfortable. "About what?" Harry asked as calmly as he could. "About Andromeda Black," Ron said. "Her name is Andromeda Tonks," Harry said stiffly. "But she was born a Black, and the Blacks were all, well, they were crazy and dark," Ron said in a rush. "Ronald." Hermione cried. "That's rude." "Unfortunately, he's not wrong," Percy sighed. "The Blacks were notorious for being a very dark, pureblood family. They also all shared a predilection for mental instability." "I can't believe I'm listening to this," Harry said angrily. "I mean, there is something called the Black Madness," George said with a wince. "Or Madness of the Blacks," Fred unhelpfully expanded. "Mum's worried about you," Ron said. "Said she didn't want you going down the wrong path." "And what path is that?" Harry asked, seething. "No, you know what, I don't want to hear it. I won't let you all say terrible things about them. Dora, Auntie Andy, and Uncle Ted have been nothing but kind to me. They helped me when I needed it and took me in without question. Auntie Andy has investigated so many things for me to help me." "We've helped you too," Ron retorted. "Or did you forget who busted you out last year?" "I haven't, and I will always appreciate that." "But what happened when you told your mum that there were bars on my window, about the locks on my door and the cat flap?" Hermione looked aghast. "You had bars on your window? What, a cat flap?" The Weasleys all winced. "She said she would talk to Dumbledore," Percy muttered. "And he made me go back to the Dursleys this summer," Harry said tiredly. "Mum said he had good reasons," Fred said quietly. "I don't see them," Harry said just as quietly. "I had to leave. I had to get out, and Dora found me and instantly helped." "Isn't it suspicious that they did?" Ron persisted. "No, their family was close to my mum and dad before they died. I met them when I was a baby. I have picture proof." "How did they attain legal custody?" Percy asked. "Sirius Black is my legal godfather and Auntie Andy is his cousin. She assumed his legal responsibilities." "But that proves it. Sirius Black is a mass murderer. He's in Azkaban," Ron shouted. "He never got a trial. He was thrown into Azkaban for life without a chance to defend himself," Harry shouted back. "What?" Percy, the twins, and Hermione exclaimed. "That's something else she found out. Also, I was illegally taken to the Dursleys. I could have gone to them when I was a baby. I should have been. I could have had a decent life." Harry angrily wiped his eyes. "I'm not saying Sirius isn't guilty, but he should have the chance to prove if he is or isn't. All I know is that the Tonkses have been nothing but kind to me, and I'm grateful for it. I like them. I want to be with them." As Ron opened his mouth, Percy put his hand on his shoulder. "Enough, Ron," he said softly. "We did our part and made Mother's opinion known. It would be unkind to persist." He looked at Harry with a kind expression. "I am sorry, Harry, but, well, you know our mother." Harry took a deep breath and nodded. "I do, and thank her for her concern, but she has nothing to worry about. I am actually happy. I feel safe with them." "Then that's what's important," Percy said firmly. He looked at his siblings and they all nodded, Ron reluctantly so. "I really am sorry, Harry," he said sincerely. "We did not wish to speak to you like this." "I get it," Harry said, feeling tired. "I appreciate the concern, just I'm okay. Better than okay, really." "Good, do let us know if you need anything." Percy herded his siblings out of the compartment, dragging Ron with him. Hermione waited for the door to close, and she turned to look at Harry, who slumped onto the bench. "I had no idea," she said softly. "You couldn't have," Harry said. "I haven't even told them everything the Dursleys did. They found out most things when Uncle Ted did an in-depth medical exam on me, but not everything." "Why haven't you told anyone?" she asked sadly. "Because I'm ashamed to," Harry confessed. "I don't want to be weak or pitied. I get pitied enough. Plus, in the past, the few times I told someone never helped. If anything, things got worse." He smiled wanly as Hermione clutched his hand. "Also," he looked at the door and his voice dropped to a whisper, "don't tell them, but I didn't tell Dora and Auntie Andy everything because they're a little ruthless." "Ruthless?" "Yeah, they said they'd do anything for me, and they seem rather blasé about how far they'll go. Like, they said they would murder for me." "I'm sure that's just a figure of speech," Harry shrugged. "Not when they say it. I actually believe them." She shuddered a little. That's a touch concerning. Yeah, but it feels nice in a weird way. I've never had someone besides you and Ron who really care, you know. It feels nice to know they care. I mean, Mrs. Weasley cares, but you see how she is. Auntie Andy always asks me before she acts in my stead for legal things. Wants my opinions and gives me all the options before she offers her opinion. Uncle Ted includes me in conversations and is the same, asks and explains things before doing. Dora takes super good care of me. Her heart melted a little at his expression. I really am happy for you. And well, you do look and feel very different now. You look happy and cared for. She groaned and shook her head. I can't believe I never really realized before comparing who you are now to then is a giant difference. It's okay. He caught her look. Okay, well, maybe not okay. But things are better now, and you'll be getting more help too and your parents. Uncle Ted is a muggle-born and he'll definitely help you and your parents. Mum and Dad are really relieved, Hermione said. They felt much better after meeting Mrs. Tonks. They lapsed into companionable silence. So, you and Dora seem awfully affectionate with one another, Hermione said. Harry blushed lightly but smiled. She hugs her parents a lot, but yeah, she's really nice and has helped me get over my fear of being touched. You had that. Did I bother you when I hugged you? No, not really. You're the first person that ever hugged me from what I remember. Auntie Andy said my parents hugged me all the time and Dora did when I was a baby. But I never had a memory of it and well, yeah, like I said, you were the first. It's taken me a while to sort of get used to positive physical contact. That's what Uncle Ted calls it. He blushed and looked at his feet. Hugs are really nice. Hermione's heart broke and she gently but firmly hugged Harry. She sniffled when he hugged her back. She always wondered why he reacted like that the few times she hugged him in the past. She had immediately realized that he was always a bit stiff before relaxing slightly. She thought that it was because of her, not the act itself. Feeling him be more comfortable, hugging her back and even initiating it was incredible to her. If Dora and her family had helped Harry this much, that would give them a lot of leeway for her despite what others said about them. The door reopened and Ron stalked in. He sat down again with a huff and stared out the window for a while before speaking. I was just doing what I was told, he said shortly. That's fine, Harry said. I get it. But please don't speak badly of them and don't try to convince me otherwise. He let an edge build in his voice. I won't listen. Ron gave him a long look before nodding. Tensions eased as they traveled to Hogwarts, and things felt almost like they used to. Well, Ted said slowly, obviously you're in rough shape after all those years in Azkaban, but nothing that can't be undone with some physical therapy, decent rest, and potions and medicine. It'll take some time, but I'm fairly sure you'll get back to good physical shape. Sirius beamed at him. I have the time now, thanks to my wonderful cousin and an overly embarrassed ministry. It had taken a couple months, but Sirius had been completely exonerated of his charges. He had sat in front of the Wisengamot and testified under examination, going so far to willingly take Veritaserum and submitting his memories for review. Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, had eagerly latched onto the excuse Sirius solicitor lobbed, that serious injustice was a product of the previous administration. Amelia had presented several other incidents of misjustice, garnered from Andromeda's investigations. Sirius magnanimously accepted the ministry's written apologies, as well as substantial monetary compensation. Now he was at St. Mungo's being fully examined by Ted with Andromeda and Amelia in the room. Glad to see your spirits weren't sucked out, Ted smiled. Despite their best efforts, Sirius snorted. Guess I should figure out where to stay and all. No need for that, Andromeda said. We have converted our basement into a small apartment for you. That way Ted will be there to take care of your health and ensure your recovery while you and I go through all the assets and affairs that have built up over the years. Thanks, Sirius said with obvious relief. I feel much better about that. I still can't believe I remained heir and inherited everything. I managed to keep the majority of things despite Lucius' best efforts, Andromeda sniffed. Now that you are free and legally Lord Black, we can go through everything and make sure things are where they should be. When can I see Harry? Sirius asked eagerly. Andromeda smiled. Not until the winter holidays. He is at school and does not need you distracting him, but he will be back then. I can't wait, Sirius said happily. Sirius. Amelia gulped. I have to apologize for everything. Now you don't, Sirius said. You didn't know. I should have. I could have tried to figure things out. Sure, but I also got myself into that mess too. You were just a junior Auror anyways. Besides, on the list of people that should have known and should have tried, you and Andy are low on that list. Someone knocked on the door and a Medi-Witch poked her head in, whispering to Ted. He frowned and looked at the others. Dumbledore's here. He wants to see you. Want me to keep him out? Sirius' smile turned feral. No, by all means, let him in. I want to talk to him. Ted rolled his eyes. Do I need to ask for security to be here? I'm sure we can handle him between Amelia and I, Andromeda said. Her smile was also predatory. Ted shook his head but told the Medi-Witch to bring Dumbledore. After a few moments, Dumbledore entered the room. His smile faltered slightly at the expressions from Sirius, Andromeda, and Amelia. Sirius, my boy, it is good to see you. Dumbledore, Sirius greeted none too warmly. Glad to be free, Dumbledore frowned. Surely you do not blame me. I was not Chief Warlock at the time. No, you weren't, but you didn't think to ask around when you became Chief Warlock. Didn't think something was strange. I had assumed justice was carried about appropriately, Dumbledore sniffed. Erroneously, obviously, but nothing at the time made me think otherwise. You knew I would do nothing to betray James and Lily, Sirius snarled. Don't you try to deny that. You knew I was Harry's godfather. Dumbledore looked away. I did not know what to think. There are many things I did not know, such as you being an animagus and Peter as well, much less Peter being secret keeper. You cannot fault me for not knowing things. I fault you for not trying. I fault you for doing what you did to Harry. Sirius had been livid when Andromeda and Ted gave him a very broad look of Harry's non-existent childhood. Dumbledore looked stern. What I did was for Harry's good, his safety. Do I need to show you his medical report again? Andromeda asked sweetly. The headmaster looked at her sourly. That will not be necessary. I assume you will be reasserting your guardianship of Harry, he asked Sirius. I'm fine with letting Andy take point and I'll co-help. We'll do it like a family. His grin became sharp. I trust Andromeda. And you do not trust me, Dumbledore said in a hurt tone. I did, Sirius said simply. Well, I am sure you will find it in you to trust me once again. When Sirius only stared back at him, Dumbledore sighed deeply. He turned to leave. Remember what I said, Dumbledore, Andromeda said. Her voice was no longer sweet. Interfere with Harry's life at your own risk. He said nothing and left. Ted closed the door behind him and Andromeda threw up several privacy charms. Now I know I am the paranoid Slytherin of us, but I have many suspicions right now, she said. I'm the pureblood paranoid Gryffindor, and I agree, Sirius said. I'm also mentally unstable due to my incarceration, but that's beside the point. Amelia snorted. Yeah, glad it's not just me. Why would putting Harry in an abusive environment be for his own good? Okay, maybe he didn't know it would be abusive, but from just hearing what you said, not to mention the wills, why was putting Harry with his aunt and uncle a good idea? If he really did care about his safety, he should have checked or placed him somewhere safer, even more under his control. He knows more than he is letting on, Andromeda said. He always did love his secrets. Maybe I should have played it better, Sirius grunted. Buttered him up some. No, that would have put you into a weaker position, Andromeda mused. He would have even less reason to confide in you. Now he knows you expect him to lie, and if he does, it proves us right. So he either has to tell us the truth or risk alienating us even more. What do you think, Teddy? Ted shrugged. He does seem a little more blunt now. Before he used to talk circles around you, saying what you wanted to hear but not what you actually wanted him to say. The others nodded at his words. So what's the play? Sirius asked. We should remain united in this, Andromeda said slowly. We now know he is not the paragon he tries to appear to be. We bide our time and listen to him carefully before acting how we see fit, now how he wants us to. No need to fight him directly yet, Amelia agreed. But at least we're on somewhat equal footing now. And make sure Harry is taken care of, Ted said. Of course. Andromeda looked at Amelia. I appreciate you being on our side for this. I'm glad you came to me when you did. Something always didn't sit right with me on a lot of things Albus says and does. Problem is, anyone who isn't with him completely is seen as one of the worst of the worst. I don't disagree with some of what he says and does, but everything I've learned since makes me cautious. Agreed. We will stand apart for now and do what is best for us first, Andromeda said. If I need to get in touch with you discreetly, I'll go through Tonks, Amelia said. How is Nimmy? Sirius asked. She's already in the Aura program. Doing well, to be honest, Amelia said. I have high hopes for her. She's been pretty serious about her work too lately. Harry's influence, Ted said fondly. She's gotten really attached to him and she works hard to take care of him. Just like old times, Sirius said wistfully. "We do have her to thank," Andromeda said proudly. "She found Harry first after all." "Hey, Scarhead," Harry sighed. His day was going so well up till now. He had come to Hogsmeade with Hermione and Ron and was enjoying walking around, seeing the lovely wizarding village, exploring the shops. He was truly enjoying himself, and then as per usual, Draco Malfoy had to ruin things. "Hi, Malfoy," Harry replied blandly. Draco sneered, slightly put off by the seemingly plain response. "Never thought you'd get permission to be let out. What are you even doing here?" Harry held up a couple of bags. "Well, I got some new quills and ink and some candy. Now I'm walking around with my friends before we're going to get something to eat." He looked at Vincent Crabbe and Gregory Goyle, Draco's usual two henchmen standing beside him. "Are they really holding your things for you?" "Why wouldn't they?" Draco asked, confused. Harry smiled. "Does that make you their girlfriend then, since they're holding your shopping for you?" Ron and Hermione burst out laughing while Crabbe and Goyle looked deeply uncomfortable, looking at Draco warily. Draco seethed, face turning red. "How dare you? You approached me first," Harry shrugged. "Besides, I was just asking a question." "You think you're so clever, don't you, Potter?" Draco spat. "You better be careful. One of these days you'll get what's coming to you, and if I'm lucky, I'll be the one to do it." "Oh yeah," a new voice cut in. "And what does that mean?" Everyone turned to look and Harry's eyes lit up seeing Dora standing there. She was dressed in her Auror uniform, her hair short and curly and brown today. She winked at him briefly before staring down at Draco and his two henchmen. Draco bristled. "It's no business of yours." "Actually, it is my business. Normally when I hear someone threatening someone else in public like this, I get a bit concerned." "I didn't threaten him," Draco said silkily. "True, not outright, but you certainly implied it. And the gallows law gives an Auror full discretion in investigation threats, implied or otherwise. Even empty threats can be punishable with fines and forcing you to make very public apologies." Draco sputtered. "That's not a law." "Yes, it is. Why don't you run along and ask your daddy?" She sneered at him, her expression much more emphatic than his. "Yeah, I know who you and your daddy are, and you can ask him about the gallows. He's had some experience with it in the past. Go on, take your little friends with you." His face bright red, Draco stormed away with Crabbe and Goyle following dutifully after, though keeping a greater distance after Harry's girlfriend Crack. Dora resisted the urge to spit, watching the retreating Slytherins until they rounded the corner. After another few moments of watch, she shook her head and turned to Harry and his friends. "What a git," she said, hiking a thumb over her shoulder. "You don't know the half of it," Harry said, and he hugged her gratefully. "I'm so happy to see you." "Awa missed you too." Tonks kissed him on the forehead and hugged him hard. "Hiya, Hermione," she said warmly and gave the girl a light hug. She looked at Ron coolly. "Ron, right, how you doing?" "Doing all right, that was brilliant, by the way," Ron said. He looked a touch awkward, but he sounded sincere. Dora smiled slightly. "Thanks, look, you don't have a problem with me, I don't have a problem with you, but don't have a go at me or my mum and I won't do the same. Deal?" Ron shook her hand. "Deal." "Cool, glad we can be cordial." "What is the gallows law?" Hermione asked. "It's an old law. At one point the magical community population was really, really low. And there was a spat of duels over people getting offended or insulted, and duels back then were mostly fatal. So the gallows law said that any threat, perceived or whatever, can be officially investigated, and if the person is found guilty, they owe a lot of money, not to mention get publicly humiliated." "Whoa, really?" Ron asked. "Yeah." "I can't remember the last time someone insisted on an investigation, but the law is still valid. It's an utter mess, and it takes a lot of effort on both sides to resolve it, but it is really humiliating to those that care about that sort of thing." Dora shrugged. "Mum likes it, though. She always said it wasn't enough to kill someone. You have to kill their reputation and character, too." Ron and Hermione exchanged a look at that, and it deepened when they saw that Harry looked utterly unfazed. "Why is it called the gallows law?" Hermione asked. "Well, if you were found guilty and refused to pay or couldn't pay or refused to apologize, you'd get sent to the gallows. They would execute you for insulting someone to prevent a fatal duel." Hermione looked gobsmacked. "That makes no sense at all." Dora shrugged. "Lots of wizarding laws don't. Mum said the law was successful because no one wanted to be executed like a muggle, something about it being so undignified, so everyone rather be publicly humiliated and pay the fine." "How do you know Malfoy?" Ron asked. "He's a cousin, unfortunately," Dora sighed. "His mum and my mum are sisters." Harry patted her arm sympathetically. "I know what it's like having terrible relations." Dora's eyes flashed with anger before mellowing. "Yeah, guess you do." I won't hold you being related to them against you, Harry said slyly. She laughed, her hair turning pink. She grabbed him in a headlock and ruffled his hair. You cheeky thing, you better not. Mum is the black sheep of the family, serious too, actually. How'd you do that? Ron gaped at her. Do what? She replied, arms still around Harry's neck and her other hand messing up his hair further. Change your hair. Oh, I'm a metamorph. I can change my appearance with my magic. Pretty handy sometimes. That's so interesting, Hermione gushed. Can anyone learn that? No, you have to be born one, otherwise you have to use transfiguration or charms. She let Harry go and smiled when he leaned on her. Are you done with patrolling soon? Harry asked. We'll be in a little bit. Would you like to get lunch with us? Dora smiled wistfully. I would, but don't want to crash in. I don't mind, you're pretty cool, Ron said sheepishly. I'd love to ask you more questions, Hermione said. But Harry's look. Only if you don't mind answering them, of course. Dora smiled. Thanks, I don't mind answering some. Let me go finish my patrol and hand off to the next. Meet you lot at the broomsticks later. She waved at them, and as she walked off, her footsteps a little lighter and her hair stayed bubblegum pink. Sorry, Harry said. She's a little touchy about being asked about being a metamorph. Oh no, did I offend her? Hermione gasped. No, I think she knows you're just curious. She hasn't told me much, but I don't think she had a great time of it while at Hogwarts with them, Harry said. Why? I think it'd be brilliant to just change your look whenever you want, Ron said. Harry shrugged. Just from some of the things she mentioned, people can be really rude about it. They walked around some more, visiting the last of the shops they wanted to before reaching the 3 broomsticks. It was a very comforting place to be, full of other Hogwarts students and the locals that lived in Hogsmeade. They found a table towards the back and sat down, chatting with one another. Dora showed up wearing a leather jacket and jeans and a t-shirt. Have you lot ordered yet? Let me get it. You don't have to do that, Harry protested. Let me treat you lot this time. I'm the one with a job after all. She placed their order and brought over a bunch of butter beers. For a little bit she let them talk, immersing herself in the atmosphere and listening to them talk about classes. She looked up at one point. Hang on, what was that? Someone brought a boggart to your class. Yes, our defense against the dark arts class, Hermione said. Whose bright idea was to bring a personification of fear into a classroom of hormonal teens? Dora asked indignantly. Well, when you say it like that, Hermione murmured, looking thoughtful. Professor Lupin was teaching us the boggart banishing spell and was giving us practical experience, Harry said with a sour look. Oh no, what happened? Dora asked, concerned. My biggest fear is apparently a Dementor, Harry sighed. She choked on her butterbeer. How the hell do you know about Dementors? I didn't know until after I woke up from seeing it. 1 minute the thing was a spider that was rolling around with no legs courtesy of Ron. The second I was staring at this big shadowy thing in robes. The next I was waking up from a faint. You fainted. Dora grabbed his face between her hands, inspecting him closely. Are you okay? Harry's cheeks went pink. I'm okay, Dora, really. It was really intense and I got some really bad thoughts around it, but I'm fine now. You didn't tell Mum, did you? No, of course you didn't. If you did, she would have come to the castle and skinned the professor alive. I still can't believe Dementors are real things, Hermione said. Trust me, they are real and you better hope you never go close to one. I have to go to Azkaban every so often and it sucks, literally and metaphorically. Dora shuddered. Are there ways to fight them? Ron asked. Yeah, but the spell isn't easy. Lots of magicals can't cast it properly. Mine isn't the best, but it gets me by. Will you teach me? Harry asked. I don't fancy my chances if I ever go up against another boggart or Dementor. Sure. We'll try at Christmas time. How does that sound? Their orders arrived and Hermione and Ron blinked at the large plate that sat in front of Dora. And I thought I ate a lot, Ron joked. Dora shrugged, slightly embarrassed. Metamorphing burns a lot of energy, so I eat a lot. So what's your excuse then, since you're not one? Hermione asked Ron with a smile. I just like to eat, Ron said defensively. They continued to talk as they ate. Hermione asked questions about metamorphing, visibly showing some restraint in asking them, and Dora answered them readily enough. As they talked, Hermione noticed that Harry had also gotten a large plate of food, somewhat larger than he usually ate at one time at Hogwarts. Every so often he would surreptitiously sneak food onto Dora's plate from his own. Dora had not noticed, readily eating what was on the plate and not questioning the appearance of more food. Dora saw Hermione's soft look and caught Harry mid-food sneak. Harry, she chided, her face red. I can always order more, you don't need to do that. Dang it, Hermione, Harry said with a smile. It's a game we play. We always see how long we can get away with it without her noticing. Dora huffed but could not keep the smile off her face. You're the one that needs the extra food. You're still too skinny. Uncle Ted says I'm in an acceptable weight range, Harry replied blandly. He said you were barely in an acceptable weight range, Dora corrected. At the very lower end. Well, I hope to one day eat as much as you do, then probably go into hibernation from the ensuing food coma. Harry, Hermione giggled. Don't be rude. After more banter and teasing, they finished their meals and left. Dora sighed as they approached the carriages that would take the trio back to Hogwarts. Well, try to be careful in your classes. Hopefully there won't be a repeat of the boggart thing. Still can't believe your professor did that. Yeah, well, I'll wait for the holidays and hopefully you can teach me the spell. Here, do you mind taking this to Auntie Andy and Uncle Ted? Theirs is the green box. Yours is the yellow one. I got Sirius one. Hopefully he will like it. It's the red one. She smiled as she took the Honeyjuke's bag. Oh, thanks, Harry. I'll do that. Let me know when your next Hogsmeade weekend is and I'll try to come over that day. Otherwise, see you at Christmas. She hugged him hard and kissed his cheek. After bidding the other two goodbye, she waved and watched the carriage leave. She walked to the Hogsmeade apparition point. It was really good to see him, and though she wished they had more time together, she was thankful for the time they did spend together. Every time she saw him, she kept thinking about comparing him to the first time meeting him, a few months ago. The change was startling, and she swore to keep things better for him. Her life had definitely improved after finding him. She would gladly ensure that his was the same. Sirius looked up when Dora walked into the room. Hey, Nimmy, how was Harry in Hogsmeade? Dora rolled her eyes and threw the red box at him. Stop calling me that dog breath. Also, Harry was good. Hogsmeade was fine. He got that for you, by the way. Sirius caught the box and tore open the wrapping eagerly. Ah, my godson is such a good lad. Also, tell your daughter to stop calling me that. Andromeda did not look up from the paper. Then stop having dog breath. Dora looked triumphant when she handed Andromeda her box. Sirius huffed. The daughter is as rude as the mother, he muttered as he took a bite out of the fudge he pulled from the box. I taught her well, Andromeda said dryly. She smiled as she opened the box. Oh, he is a darling. Teddy and my favorites in equal measure. I should send him something the next time I send him post. She popped an ice mice into her mouth. So how was he? Dora sucked on the end of a sugar quill. He's doing pretty good, looks good, seems to be doing all right in class. She frowned. He apparently learned his greatest fear is a Dementor of all things. Sirius and Andromeda looked up at that. How the hell did he find that out? Sirius asked, shivering at his own memories of the Dementors. Dora told them what Harry told her. Andromeda looked angry. Who the hell brings a damn boggart to a classroom? Who is this professor of his? Sirius looked startled when Dora said who the professor was. Lupin, he repeated. Wasn't he a friend of yours? Andromeda asked. He was, though he never wrote me or anything when I was in prison. Sirius scowled. Has Harry ever mentioned anyone seeing him from our world when he was younger? He told us he never knew magic was real until he went to Hogwarts. Why? That means Remus never visited Harry at all. He should have. He was close to James and Lily. Sirius glowered. HMMPH. He can join the list of people that utterly failed Harry then, Andromeda sniffed. So our collective shit list then, Dora asked. Indeed, Andromeda said primly. Normally I would be upset to see that many names on a list, but it does give us ample opportunity for revenge, so there is that at least. And what revenge are you thinking of? Sirius asked with interest. Unknown as of now. I promised Harry that he would have final say before we execute any sort of decision. I will not betray his trust, Andromeda sighed. He is a kind soul somehow. It does interfere with the fun somewhat, but what can you do? Oh, speaking of shit lists, I had an encounter with little Malfoy. He was trying to start some trouble with Harry and I reminded him of the gallows law. Ooh, please tell me he did something that I can work with, Andromeda asked with shining eyes. Sadly, not really, Dora said. Not enough to legally pursue anyways. Damn. Andromeda looked distinctly put out. That would have been very satisfying to do. Sirius grinned. Still, more than enough reason to mess with Lucius and his boy regarding black finances. We have the legal right and now we have the moral high ground. That will almost be as good, Andromeda admitted. Cheer up, Andy. We can really stick it to them and write them basically out of everything. You can even add your favorite legalese double talk that will require at least 5 other solicitors and a language master to suss things out. Andromeda smiled. That does sound like fun. You two are nerds, Dora smiled. Always like what you do, Andromeda said airily. That way you glean the most satisfaction out of doing it well. Why are you so nervous? Hermione asked with a smile. Harry smiled sheepishly. Am I that obvious? The first term had gone by in a flash. At least that was how it felt to Harry. Aside from the disastrous time against the boggart, classes were going well overall. He was doing better in his classes, encouraged by Andromeda, even potions of all things. Having people that he wrote to regularly was a wonderful feeling, and Hedwig had been very happy to do proper post-work this year. This would be the first time leaving Hogwarts for the holidays, and he was really excited as well as nervous. Not to Ron, but he's sleeping currently, Hermione said, gesturing at the third person in the compartment. Harry chuckled. I haven't met my godfather yet, and I'm going to now. We've exchanged letters, but it's not the same, you know. What if he doesn't like me? She felt a small pang in her chest and tried to smile encouragingly. I'm sure he does. The Tonkses adore you, so I think he would too. Harry took a deep breath. I'm not used to having family, he confessed softly. Family that cares about me. The Dursleys hating me was one thing. I don't care anymore if they don't like me. I don't want to disappoint Sirius or the others. She patted his hand. I'm sure you don't at all. Thanks, plus I'm pretty excited to have a Christmas at home. I have a home I want to go back to now. His smile was bright and pure. I've never had that before either. He blushed. Sorry for saying weird things. Hermione smiled sadly. You're not. I'm really happy for you too. I'm sorry I never picked up on it before. I'm not. I didn't want people to know like I told you. He shook his head. I'm just happy things are different. She squeezed his hand. Me too. Why are you so nervous? Andromeda asked, looking at Sirius. Sirius bounced up and down on his feet. I'm meeting Harry for the first time in years. What if he doesn't like me? There's a chance he might not. I think he's more of a cat person, Dora mused. That's not true. Don't even say that. Andromeda, tell me that's not true, Sirius pleaded. I have no idea if Harry is a dog or a cat person, Andromeda replied thoughtfully. Also, Dora, do not be too cruel to Sirius. You know how delicate he is. Yes, Mum, Dora replied insincerely. Andromeda snorted. In any case, you have done well in sending him letters and speaking frankly with him. Harry is a lovely boy, and as long as you are honest with him, then you will have nothing to worry about. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief, pushing Dora when she snickered. Oh, hello there, Andromeda said out loud as they walked up to platform 9 and 3/4. David and Jean turned and smiled when they saw Andromeda, Sirius, and Dora. So good to see you, Jean said happily. She and David had spoken to Ted over the phone many times now, and they were still grateful for having met Andromeda that day. Ted had been very nice and answered a lot of questions for them. David and Jean, this is Sirius Black, my cousin and Harry's godfather. Sirius, this is David and Jean Granger, Hermione's parents, Andromeda said. Nice to meet you. Hermione's Harry's best friend, so I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Sirius said warmly, shaking their hands. Nice to meet you and congratulations on getting exonerated, David said. What happened to you was the real crime. Yeah. Hopefully after some more changes it won't ever happen again, Sirius said. But I'm still recovering for now. Healer's orders, and normally I'd argue, but in this case I better not. Why not? Jean asked. His wife will cripple me, and that'll be the opposite of what I'm trying to accomplish, he said, and hiked a thumb at Andromeda. Please, I would not cripple you, Andromeda sniffed. That would create more work for Teddy. I would simply kill you and do away with all the work altogether. David and Jean laughed, assuming Andromeda was joking. She was joking mostly, but she truly would do the latter to make things easier for her husband. Would you like to come onto the platform with us? Andromeda asked. Are we allowed to? It wasn't ever clear if we were, David asked. Bah, come with us. When they see you with us, no one will question you, Sirius said. No one with a sense of self-preservation anyways. Delighted, the Grangers crossed through the magical barrier. They looked around with interest, chatting with Andromeda, Sirius, and Dora. They smiled as they saw the big red Hogwarts Express come chugging down the track, coming to a stop. The doors opened and students poured off the train, reuniting with their families. Oh, I see them. Jean waved her arms. Dora smirked as Sirius seemed to shrink down a little. Aren't you supposed to be the brave one? Aren't you supposed to be the nice one? He retorted. Mum, Dad. Hermione hugged her parents happily. You came to this side of the platform. Andromeda and Sirius brought us over with Dora, David said as he picked her up and hugged her. Andromeda hugged Harry hard. Oh, you've grown a bit, she praised. He flushed happily. I think so. It's really good to see you. He turned and looked up at Sirius, who was staring at Harry with wonder. Hello, Sirius, Harry said a little awkwardly. Look at you, Sirius said softly. You're huge now. It's really nice to finally see you again. He looked torn for a moment, as if not sure to hug Harry or not. He laughed when Harry offered a hand, and he shook it warmly. You really do resemble James, but way better looking, I think. Lily's influence, I'm sure. Dora waited mostly patiently for the other two to greet Harry, but her smile was widest and brightest when Harry hugged her. She squeezed him as tight as she could, her hair shifting from light blue to bright pink and back to a soft brown. She reluctantly let him go for a moment before hugging him loosely from behind, resting her chin on his head. They waited for the crowd to thin out some, letting the crush of people go through the barrier at their own pace. They chatted and laughed, sharing traditions and funny stories before finally exiting the platform themselves. After fond farewells, the Grangers left for the car park, and Andromeda, Dora, Sirius, and Harry left for the apparition point. They got back to the Tonks' home, and after unpacking, Harry went to the kitchen to cook with Sirius following after. Andromeda left to run an errand to her office, and Dora left to run her own errands. Andy told me you could cook. That's really impressive, Sirius said as he watched Harry. I like cooking for Auntie Andy and Uncle Ted and Dora, Harry said with a smile. Hopefully for you too, if you like it, of course. I'm sure I will, Sirius sighed. Harry, I'm really sorry for my part in what happened to you. If I didn't run off on my need for revenge, you would have a much better childhood. Harry shrugged awkwardly. I mean, I suppose so. Auntie Andy told me how much you cared about my parents, and well, I don't know, I wish I didn't go through what I did either. Sirius looked pained. I'll spend the rest of my life trying to make up for it. It's okay. I don't want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life, Harry said firmly. Just promise me you'll be around from now on, that you'll talk to me and stuff. Intense relief flooded Sirius' face. Done, that's more than I can ever ask for. Thank you, Harry. I swear I will always do right by you. That's all I need then, Harry said. Are you going to take over as my guardian? I'll do it with Andy if that's okay with you. She's done a great job and she adores you. Harry nodded, smiling wide. That's great with me. Auntie Andy is awesome. Yeah, she is. That's why I thought she'd take great care of you from the beginning, and well, at least now she can, you know. So how did the term end for you? Pretty good, I think. I did well on my end-of-term exams. Nothing crazy is going on this year, which is kind of nice. It's refreshing to have a normal school year. Sirius raised an eyebrow at that, but decided not to pry when Harry did not explain. And how has Professor Lupin been treating you? Okay. Harry looked at Sirius. Should he treat me any different? He hasn't mentioned anything to you. No. Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. Why? We used to be friends. He used to be friends with your parents. Oh, Harry sounded a little hurt. He never mentioned that at all. Sirius growled slightly. Well, hopefully he has a reason. At least he hasn't treated you poorly. I still can't believe Snivelius is a professor. Harry looked surprised at Sirius' venom. You knew him too? Yeah. Sirius rubbed his neck. He was in our year at Hogwarts. We didn't get along. How about him and my dad? Sirius snorted. They definitely didn't get along. Maybe that's why he treats me so poorly. What do you mean by that? Sirius got progressively angrier as Harry recounted all the times Snape had treated him badly. That greasy git. I'll go up to the castle and put a stop to it. I don't think that'll make things better, Harry said. As much as I'd like to see him be put in his place. Well, let's make a note of it, and if things come to it, I'll come up and smack him down for you. It'll be an honest pleasure for me to do it, really. He caught Harry's bemused expression. What's that look for? Harry smiled softly. I'm just not used to having people that care about me, wanting to help me and do things for me. Sirius growled again. Fucking Dumbledore, he said to himself. Well, get used to it, Harry. You got me and the Tonks family behind you now, and we're family. You're not alone anymore. Harry looked away to hide building tears. That sounds really nice, he said. That is odd, Andromeda mused. So you think that he might have had some issues the last 2 years? Sirius pressed. It certainly sounds like it from what you said. Still, before we jump to conclusions, we should ask him if he wishes to divulge anything. Now, on the other hand, he definitely has a case against Snape if he wishes. That man is the definition of petty. Glad you think so, too. I'll admit I'm not unbiased when it comes to him, Sirius said. I will put it on the list of grievances to get to when we can, Andromeda said. She smiled at her husband. And what is you looking so happy, teddy bear? Ted put a finger to his lips, his smile spreading wide on either side of it. Look at this adorable scene. He pointed into the living room. Sirius and Andromeda poked their heads in and sighed softly. Dora and Harry were snuggled together on the couch. He cuddled against her, her arms wrapped protectively around his middle. Her hair was long and black. The lines in her face were completely soft and languid. They napped together, the wireless playing softly. Andromeda waved her wand and a quilt floated into the air and tucked itself around the sleeping pair. His glasses flew off his face gently and came down to rest on the coffee table. Just like when she was a tiny sprog and he was a baby, Sirius sighed gustily. Simply adorable, Andromeda sighed lovingly. I'm glad she found him, Ted said seriously. She's been much happier and at ease since she did. Really? Sirius asked. She took his disappearance incredibly hard, Andromeda said softly. Bit of a surprise, really, considering her age at the time. Then again. Perhaps not, she does have the blood of the blacks in her. But I knew she never quite got over the loss. She stopped bringing it up after a while, but she did seem like a part of her was missing. The three adults stood and watched them for a few moments. Well, it might be late, but at least it isn't too late, Sirius said. We got our family now, and it's up to us to make things better for everyone in it. And remove anyone and anything that dares threaten it, Andromeda said. Harry finally understood the term coming home. He never understood it, and on reflection, it was because he never had a real home before. Now that he did, he knew the comfort it brought, the joy and peace it represented. He always felt either deep envy or even confusion when others looked happy about going home. The short time he spent at the Weasleys was intensely chaotic and very pleasant, but the time here was even more pleasant. He woke early enough to make breakfast for everyone, something he liked doing despite literally everyone telling him that he could sleep in. Seeing everyone eat the food he made gave him a deep sense of satisfaction, a pleasure he never got when he cooked at the Dursleys. When Andromeda, Ted, and Dora went to work, Sirius would tell him stories of his parents and their times at school. Ted and Dora set up a physical exercise program for them, and they took to it fairly well. Sirius delighted in telling Harry all sorts of stories, even those he made Harry promise not to tell Andromeda. In the evenings and nights, the family would sit together for dinner and chat about their days, joke around and play games afterwards. Again, the difference compared to the Dursleys was staggering. Vernon would either be constantly angry about any slights or boastful of his exploits. Dudley would consume all he could and brag about the terrible things he and his friends did. Petunia would describe scathingly of the going-ons of their neighbors. The only time they unified was when they were cruel to Harry. The Tonks and Sirius were a stark contrast. Andromeda would share interesting bits of her day that she could speak, the same as Ted. Then they and Sirius would talk about their times at Hogwarts. Dora talked about what she could as well, and she shared of her time at Hogwarts too, though it was obvious she was not saying everything that she did. They all listened to Harry with plain interest, including him in their conversations. If the Dursleys were normal, and the Tonks and Sirius were freaks, Harry would rather be one of these kind of freaks any day. Sirius and Dora started helping him with his spell work too. They went over spells he should know, helping him refine his casting, and helped him in all sorts of ways. As promised, Dora started teaching him the Patronus charm. It was as difficult as she warned, but he did not mind. He enjoyed learning from her, and he was able to produce a shield soon enough, and a few times he was able to create a very hazy, indistinct shape. Harry never dreamed he would ever have a life like this, and he loved it. Harry groaned softly, slowly realizing someone was shaking him. "Hun," he grunted. "Wusgunin. Happy Christmas," Dora whispered exuberantly. Harry blinked myopically, smiling at her. "Happy Christmas," he whispered back. "What time is it?" "Just about 6 or so." "That's so early." Harry laughed. "It's like the only day I wake up early," Dora confessed. "I don't think you've ever gotten up before me before," he smiled. "Are the others awake?" "Nope, I usually wake them up on Christmas," he yawned. "I'm still sleepy though, and I'm super comfy." "Oh, okay," Dora said, a little dejected. "You can nap with me," he said, tugging on her hand. "I guess I can do that," she said with mock weariness. She crawled over him, making him squirm and snort as she took her time. She burrowed under the covers, snuggling him from behind. "You are comfy," she agreed as she hugged him close. "Told you," he murmured before drifting off, feeling even more at peace. She followed soon after, falling asleep easily. Andromeda blinked as she slowly joined the waking world. Rolling, she burrowed into Ted's side and nuzzled him until he woke too. "Happy Christmas," she murmured into his neck. Happy Christmas," he replied, kissing her sweetly. He looked thoughtful. "Something strange." "I don't quite know what," Andromeda thought for a moment. "Usually Dora wakes us up at an unreasonable hour on Christmas." She peeked over her husband at the clock. "It's a bit after 8. We've never slept in this late on Christmas before." "I hope she's not sick or anything," Ted said as he started to get up. Donning their bathrobes, they walked out of their bedroom and walked down the stairs. At first, Andromeda was going to pass Harry's room but paused, cracking it open. She smiled and beckoned to Ted. Ted grinned at the sight. I guess we have Harry to thank for keeping her occupied and letting us lie in. Let's let them sleep in for a bit longer, Andromeda said softly. We can make breakfast for him for once. They started cooking in the kitchen, moving about in companionable silence as they made all sorts of things together. Shortly after they started, Sirius came up the stairs from the basement. Happy Christmas, he shouted. Happy Christmas, you loud lout. Andromeda said back. Keep your voice down, the children are still sleeping. What? It's Christmas morning, that won't do at all. Sirius went walking down the hallway. Should we warn him? Ted asked with a smile. No, he will reap what he sows, Andromeda said with an answering smile. Sirius kicked Harry's door open. Happy Christmas, you too. Get up. What are you doing still sleeping, AARGH? He came running back down the hall, chased by an irate Dora who shot stinging jinxes at him. She chased him all over the house, alternating between angry shouting and angry incanting, ignoring his pleas for mercy. Harry walked out, yawning and rumpled. He hugged Andromeda and Ted and watched with amusement as Dora chased Sirius. Dora never liked it when someone else woke her, Andromeda laughed. Even as a child, she hated it, Ted said. Never outgrew it, as you see. Eventually, Sirius was able to placate Dora, and they all sat to eat breakfast together. Then they drifted to the sitting room, and Harry stared at the large pile of gifts they put in front of him. All these are for me, he gasped. Of course, Sirius said. I have a lot to make up for. I'm just happy you're here, we're here, Harry said with wonder. I've never gotten this many gifts before, Andromeda shook her frown away. Well, you certainly deserve them, so forget about the terribleness from before and let us enjoy our gifts together. In fact, you go first, love. Go on. Blushing furiously and happily, he did as bidden. A good amount of the presents were clothes from the four of them, and he was ecstatic to see them. There were all sorts of styles, muggle and magical, and he especially liked the boots Andromeda got him. They fit perfectly and were enchanted to muffle his footsteps. Dora had gotten him a very nice wand holster that fit on his forearm. It prevented others from summoning it while holstered, and a simple wrist movement made the wand pop into his hand. Ted had gotten him a very nice healer's kit, full of all sorts of healing items. Harry looked at the last present. That's a very big box, Sirius preened. Size matters, Harry. He flinched at the jinxes Dora and Andromeda shot at him. Only in certain things, though. Go on, then. Harry opened it and he stared at the contents. This is a firebolt. It sure is. I can't accept this, Harry gasped. It must have been expensive. Just think of it as 13 years' worth of overdue Christmas and birthday gifts, Sirius said warmly. Honestly, getting it didn't put me out at all, and you deserve an awesome broom. You like flying and playing Quidditch, don't you? Well, yeah. It is okay, Harry, Andromeda said warmly. You forget, I have been helping Sirius with his finances, and he is not lying when he said he afforded it without difficulty. Just enjoy it. You certainly deserve it. Harry hugged Sirius, and the man teared up slightly, hugging Harry back hard. Thank you so much, all of you, Harry said softly as he sat back, hugging his gifts. I don't know what else to say. I never dreamed I'd ever have anyone in my life like this. I always hoped, but... Dora pulled him to her and hugged him tightly. You got us now, she said firmly, nuzzling his head with her cheek. No need to hope or dream for that anymore. Harry sighed happily. I just hope you all like what I got you. Well, we might as well go in turn, Andromeda said. She smiled. Sirius can go next because he is the next closest one in mental maturity, though you are a bit too mature for your age, she winked at Harry. Hey, I resemble that remark, Sirius sniffed but tore into his gifts too. A lot of his were new clothes and he liked them a lot as well. He gleefully pulled on his own boots and pulled on a nice muggle-style leather jacket. Now I look pretty damn good, thanks for the jacket. He ruffled Dora and Harry's heads. He looked at himself in the mirror in the hallway. Damn, I look great. And we lost him, Ted laughed. Still, I'd be the first to admit he looks good, all things considered. He's doing well with his recovery. All right, Nim, your turn. Dora let Harry go and opened her gifts eagerly. Ted had gotten her a new magical belt, festooned with pouches and straps to hang all sorts of things off of. It was stylish enough to look like it fit on most of what she wore, but magically reinforced for Auror work as well. Andromeda got her a new portable lockbox. It would only grow or shrink at her command and could only be moved at her touch, something that would come in handy for all sorts of things. Sirius got her an array of spell books that would come in use for her career. She squealed when she opened Harry's gift. It was a leather jacket but made from dragon hide. She instantly put it on and she could feel latent magic tingle. "It has some expandable charms on it," he said, delighted by her happiness. "It won't change completely and has some limitations, but it can expand and contract to fit you through a fairly wide range. It also is extra durable and has a warming and cooling charm on it. They all can be recast too when they wear off." She hugged him extra hard. "I love it!" She kissed him messily on the cheek. "Thank you." Andromeda looked at them fondly before she and Ted started opening their gifts. Sirius had gifted them some of the silver, and from the family vaults, things she liked but never was able to take, and he happily gave, as well as some newly commissioned things. Dora gifted both of them specialist books in their respective fields. She smiled brightly at the new briefcase Harry gave her, smiling when Ted revealed his new medic's bag that he gave him. "I love useful gifts," Andromeda praised and kissed his forehead. "Thank you, love. I have been needing a new one for a while now." "Same." Ted enjoyed the summoning feature that the bag had. "This is so good, thanks, Harry." So this is what a real family is like, Harry thought as he sat there in Dora's arms, everyone chatting and laughing as they enjoyed their time together with their new gifts. "I can really get used to this." "That's our daughter." Ted was all smiles and he kissed Dora on the cheek. "Oh, thanks, Daddy," Dora said, blushing mightily but enjoying the affection, hugging him tight. "We could not be more proud of you," Andromeda praised as she too hugged and kissed Dora. Dora preened. She had finished her Auror training and became a full-fledged Auror. She was technically a year early, however, being mentored by Alastair Moody, one of the most decorated veterans of the Auror Corps, and also being taken under Amelia's wing, meant that she had worked incredibly hard and drew the attention of the senior Aurors and the Auror General. They voted to accelerate her and see if she could handle the increased load. She had risen to the occasion. She worked hard, endured grueling hours and tests, performed well on tests and practicals, and obtained the coveted badge that she had dreamed of. One of the youngest ever to attain the rank. Ted and Andromeda were a little worried, truth be told. Being an Auror was dangerous. Even in the relative peace that followed the war, there were still plenty of magicals that were inclined towards the dark, not to mention plenty of criminals that were not above fighting violently for their right to break the law. They knew Dora was tough and talented, albeit slightly clumsy here and there, but their worry was a parent's worry for their children in a dangerous profession. They supported her, however, knowing it was something she truly wanted. They could only hope that she would never find a challenge that would be insurmountable or fatal. Sirius took them to one of the finest magical restaurants in the city to celebrate. They ate and drank together, happy to celebrate this milestone with her. The only thing that kept her from being completely happy was that Harry was not there. He was at Hogwarts, of course, but she felt his absence all the same. It did not damper her enthusiasm too much, though. Her fingers kept touching the slim badge case that hung off her belt, feeling the weight of it, feeling the weight of responsibility it brought. When they arrived home, she was delighted to see Hedwig waiting for them. The snowy owl hooted in greeting, flying to Dora and resting on her shoulder, nuzzled her face. "Hi, girl," Dora greeted her. "Did you bring me something from Harry?" Hedwig bobbed her head, fluttering to the coffee table where she had deposited a slim case wrapped in paper. Dora tore open the wrapping and opened the box, gasping when she did. "Oh my, that is gorgeous," Andromeda said as she looked at it. "Say, I recognize that bracelet." "It belonged to Lily," Sirius said with a glimmer in his eye. "James got it for her. It's a bastion bracelet, lots of protections in it. Just a thing an Auror could use." "I can't wear that," Dora whispered. "It belonged to Aunt Lily." "How did Harry get it?" Ted asked. Sirius smiled. "Harry asked me a bit ago what to get someone becoming an Auror or hit wizard. I mentioned protective gear is good, especially stuff that can be worn all the time. I looked around a bit for him, but then I remembered that Lily had one. Luckily, it made it back to their vaults. I dug it out for him, and he had it cleaned and all the charms and spells reworked and enhanced." Dora picked up the slim silver chain with trembling fingers. It tingled at her touch. It looked flimsy, but it felt incredibly sturdy. Each link was carefully made, and she could barely make out fine runic etchings on each link. "He even had it elongated," Sirius said, looking at it. "It's a lot longer than when Lily had it. Must have kept your powers in mind. This will move with you and expand to fit you when you shift. You might as well accept it and wear it," Ted said with a soft smile. It's an incredible gift. I can feel the protective magic coming off it. But I don't know, Dora fretted. Andromeda took it gently and wound it around Dora's left wrist a few times before securing the clasp. Harry took his mother's bracelet and had it changed for you. It is a precious gift. Wear it proudly and use it well, she said lovingly. It felt right on her wrist, and Dora could feel the care it held. I love it, she whispered. After writing a letter back to Harry and asking Hedwig to give Harry an extra affectionate greeting from her, Dora eventually laid in her bed, holding her wrist up to the window. The moonlight reflected gently off the bracelet, and it glowed softly. She slowly drifted to sleep, holding Binky in her arms and grateful once more that she had found Harry again. A few weeks later, Hedwig came flying into the Tonks' home. She hooted in greeting, flying around before dropping in front of Sirius. After Sirius removed the letter from her leg, the owl flew to Dora, plumping down on her head. When did she start doing that? Ted asked with a grin. Dora giggled, reaching up to scratch Hedwig's belly, and the owl nibbled her fingers playfully. After I told her to give Harry extra snuggles that one time. Apparently he told her to do this in retaliation, but jokes on him, I like it. It's like a warm, adorable hat. Sure looks it, Ted agreed. So how's our boy? He asked Sirius. Sirius looked up from the letter. Pretty good overall. He wanted to ask if my offer was still standing. Offer? Andromeda asked. To put Snivelius in his place. Apparently the greasy git has been extra oily lately, and he has written down a lot of examples as to why, not just from him but from other houses too. He handed a long piece of parchment to Andromeda. She read it swiftly. Well, this is just absurd. How can any professor act like this to anyone? Right. And apparently a few students tried to appeal to the headmaster, but Dumbledore said he'd give Snape a warning, but of course that did next to nothing. Apparently, it made things worse. Sirius gulped his wine. So, how does Harry want us to go about it? Andromeda asked. Well, since Harry also mentioned that little Malfoy has been a little too big for his britches about his daddy being on the school governor's board, I think we should do something about that, Sirius said. Since the Blacks have historically helped fund the school, I'll just visit the board and mention that if Lucius goes on a fit or tries to get any of his agenda done. We cut funding, Andromeda said smoothly with a smile. That will make every other governor very anxious indeed. Not to mention Lucius did put in that he should be on the board due to his relations to the Blacks, which he has recently been written out of. Sirius looked positively savage. So in fact, him losing the tenuous hold he had on the hereditary seat should really pop a seam in his trousers. We really should install someone else in his place. It is the Black seat after all, Andromeda said. What do you say, Ted? Sirius asked. Me, Ted's eyes widened. As a school governor, you'd be good at it. You're a healer, so you have patience. Patience. Patience with patience. You're a Muggle-born, which means you provide valuable insight that the others usually ignore. You were a good student, and people actually like you. I think you'd do great, Sirius said. Ted sat back. It wouldn't interfere with my job, really. They only meet every so often, and I can work my schedule around it. It would be nice to do some good at Hogwarts, actually. You should do it, Daddy, Dora said. You could make those changes that you wish you had when you were there. And it would really stick it to the other purebloods, wouldn't it? Ted asked, amused. And they would not touch you for obvious reasons, Andromeda said, her eyes smoldering. Ted chuckled. And with me on the board, I can bring up concerns like certain instructors not behaving right. You know, I think it just might be worth doing. I expect a reward for the headache, though. I will provide plenty, Andromeda said huskily. You gross, Dora complained. Sirius chuckled. Then I'll pop by the castle and inform Dumbledore that the board will be taking an active interest in things, and it'll give me a time to have a one-on-one talk with old friends. I will start the procedures tomorrow morning, Andromeda said. Should not take longer than a week for everything to settle properly. She took a sip of wine. I must say, I thought I would be rather bored when Dora finished her training to be an Auror, but with Harry back in our lives, he has provided ample entertaining things for me to do. Perhaps I should be paying him for allowing me to work for him. 3 chips, then, Dora suggested with a smile. I will get him a chip shop, Andromeda laughed. It was a week later after sending the letter home, and Hermione looked at Harry with worry. I do hope we didn't bother them. Harry shook his head. If they couldn't or wouldn't do anything, they would say something. Sirius already offered to help before, and Auntie Andy would definitely tell me no if there wasn't anything that could be done. Don't worry, they won't be mad. It feels wrong to me, Hermione fretted. I'm never one that wants someone else to fight my battles for me, and to just throw around a name makes me feel like Malfoy, Harry suggested. Hermione sighed. Yes, precisely. They looked over at the Slytherins, who laughed and made nuisances of themselves. Still, they've been getting worse, Ron groused. Them and Snape, I don't know how much more I can take, and I'm not the only one. That's why I reached out, Harry said firmly. Auntie Andy and Sirius say that sometimes it takes a connection to beat a connection, and you have to fight as dirty as the other person. Mum and Dad said that too, Hermione said. They said to trust Andromeda and Ted, so I just hope it's the right thing. Hedwig came flying in with the rest of the post owls. She flapped her wings, gliding into land gracefully in front of Harry. She gave an eager hop-skip dance, standing still for him to remove the letter from her leg before she started to eat the bacon off his plate. Patting her back, he opened the letter and pulled out the parchment within. Hang tight, the cavalry's coming, he read. He then pulled out 3 chips that were somehow still warm. What does that mean? Hermione asked. Ron looked equally mystified. Harry grinned and ate the chips. It means we're about to get a lot of help, and it's going to be awesome. Hello, Sirius, Dumbledore said. To what do I owe the pleasure? Sirius had changed dramatically since Dumbledore saw him last. His hair was neatly styled and tastefully shoulder-length. He wore a dark gray shirt with black pants and fitted overrobes in midnight black. His signet ring gleamed on his hand, and he looked every inch like a head of house. I came to bring you a letter from the board. Of school governors. Dumbledore could not hide his surprise. I wasn't aware you were a part of it. Technically, I'm not. Can you imagine me with all the trouble I caused to be on the board? No, though the Blacks have always had a seat on it. I sponsored a proper representative to the board, but I'm not directly on it. Nor will my representative do whatever I say either. The family trusts him implicitly. Dumbledore read the letter, his eyebrows growing more narrow as he did. Well, I have no complaints with Ted being on the board. He was an excellent student and can provide valuable insight. Lucius will be disappointed, I'm sure. And we don't care, Sirius said smoothly. He took too many liberties with the Black name and will be punished accordingly. Honestly, he should have been sacked completely after last year's fiasco, but somehow clung on, so I'm told. Indeed. Dumbledore hesitated. Now, about this inquiry into Severus, don't bother trying to stop it. There has been documented proof, well documented. Potions is an important core class, and to let someone so obviously biased to act with impunity is a disgrace to the class and the institution. Dumbledore stiffened. This proof, there is a chance it is biased. Ah, so you are aware that Snape is particularly cruel to Harry then? Sirius glowered at Dumbledore's silence. And you did nothing about it. And I am sure you were aware of the history between Severus and James, Dumbledore retorted. Sirius laughed. Sure am, I was there. But Harry isn't James. Why is Snape treating him like he is? And don't give me that bullshit that Harry looks like James and that's reason enough. Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose. I have tried to speak to Severus about toning his feelings down. And if this is how he is with his feelings toned down, then it's worse than we thought. Besides, it's not just Harry. Amelia spoke to her niece, and a few other parents reached out to their children here. Pretty much everyone is in agreement. Dumbledore looked pained. The headmaster has always had the authority over the instructors here without interference from the board. And yet, you've let it go for this long. Nothing has improved. The board will make the determination now. I have had more pressing matters to attend to, Dumbledore said weakly. And to us, nothing is more pressing than this. Sirius held up his hand. And I have another message to pass along, from Andromeda. She says to remember her warning, especially if you try to talk to Harry concerning the inquiry. Dumbledore gave him a sour look. I had hoped her temper would have lessened by now. Sirius laughed. You don't know her at all then. Oh, and just so you know, I'm fully on her side on this. His good humor evaporated, and he gave Dumbledore a positively frigid look. Do not mess with my godson. Am I clear? The older wizard resisted the urge to bristle. Have I not proven my good intentions since receiving her first warnings? Sirius shrugged carelessly. So you have for 7 or 8 months. Ask again when you can say the same after 12 years. You know, the length of time that you ruined Harry. He turned, ignoring the look of devastation on Dumbledore's face. I'm going to go have a talk with a couple of classmates before leaving. I do not think that is wise, Dumbledore said slowly. I wasn't asking for permission or your opinion, Sirius said and walked out of the office. Severus Snape was not happy. Truth be told, he never was a happy person. He existed in a perpetual state of discontent. He gleaned moments of grim pleasure when he could insult others, prove his superiority. He did enjoy holding power in his hands, using it gleefully or hoarding it miserly. He did enjoy the times of solitude where he could brew or experiment to his heart's content. Lately, within the last few days or so, he was very much unhappy. He learned of the inquiry from the board. He learned that his actions and behavior were being judged. To make matters worse, there seemed to be ample evidence against him, taken from the students that hated him. And if that was not enough, he had to endure Lucius' indignant squealing about being removed from the board. Unfortunately for him, that meant his biggest supporter had been removed, and his position was now incredibly tenuous at best, absolutely dire at worst. To add the cherry on top of the disastrous Sunday, Snape realized his third worst enemy was standing in the doorway to his office. His hand twitched towards his wand, half reflex, half desire, before he realized Sirius already had his wand out and pointed in his general direction. You know, they say that a man's office is a reflection of his character. Sirius looked around the dimly lit room at the odd things in jars that lined the walls. They might be right about that, Snape sneered. What does your office look like then? Ragged and insane, Sirius laughed. Not too far off the mark before, but I'm a bit better kept and saner these days. But don't worry, Snivy, I'm ready to fly off the hinges when it comes to you. What do you want? Snape spat. To give you a warning. Sirius' false friendliness slid off his face and he bared his teeth in a feral snarl. Leave Harry alone. He's not James. You want to hate his dad, fine. Hate him, Harry isn't him. Harry is the spawn of his father. He is arrogant, spoiled, and an idiot. Wow, you really need better lighting in here if that's what you see. Sirius shook his head. Harry does look a lot like James, but he really isn't like him aside from flying. He's more like Lily. He's nothing like her. He's more like her than he is James, but that's not the point. How pathetic do you have to be to bully the son of someone you hated? And you allegedly cared about his mother. You think she would think well of you treating her son like this? Snape had gone for his wand, but at the last statement he paused. Sirius snorted. Whatever, I've got better things to do than waste time with you. I just wanted to tell you to leave Harry alone. Or else what? Snape asked coldly. Sirius glared at him. I know you like to say that I tried to kill you way back. Trust me, that was a very badly thought-out prank. If you keep messing with Harry, I will kill you, I won't try. And what's left of you, Andromeda will finish off. Sirius scratched the inside of his left arm deliberately. You know what Andromeda's like, right? Snape fought the bile that threatened to rise in his throat. Do we have an understanding? Sirius asked softly. Yes, Snape said quietly. Good. I'd say it was nice to see you, but that'd be a lie. Sirius turned and left. Snape stared into open space for a long time and shivered. Remus Lupin looked up at the knock. He sighed deeply when he saw Sirius standing there. I suppose it's time for this, Remus said softly, putting his quill down. Sirius raised an eyebrow and walked in. Good to see you too, I suppose. Remus smiled weakly. Sorry, it is good to see you, Sirius. Strange way of saying it, Sirius said as he leaned against the wall. Honestly, I thought you would come a lot sooner than now, Remus said. I've been taking time recovering, healer's orders. The Sirius I knew wouldn't listen to a healer's save for Poppy. Well, I listened to Ted or else I'll get it from Andy, so take that as you will. Sirius stared at his former good friend. I want to know why. I thought you got a trial, Remus nearly shouted. I thought you were found guilty and I believed it. I thought you were capable of betraying James and Lily and I hated you for it. That's why I never wrote or tried to contact you. He immediately regretted how he said it. He had thought of a way to apologize for months now, ever since he saw in the paper that Sirius would be getting a trial. He had been deeply ashamed of his behavior to Sirius, sickened for doubting him. The stress at trying to say the right thing to excuse himself turned his words into something he did not mean to say quite like that. Yet he was wholly unprepared for Sirius' response. I don't care about that. Even if I'm pissed that you of all people could think I betrayed James and Lily. Then what are you talking about? Remus asked, confused. Why did you abandon Harry? I didn't abandon him, he wasn't my responsibility. Bullshit, he was the son of your best friend. But I didn't have any legal responsibility, how could I? But you didn't even try to check on him, you never visited him once. You promised you would help take care of him. I know you did, so why didn't you? What did you expect me to do? The only people I cared about in the world were dead or in Azkaban, and they all killed each other as far as I knew. I had nothing left. You had Harry, you were responsible for him too. Dumbledore told me that he was well taken care of. I had no reason to not believe him. Sirius' face twisted. You trusted him. Why wouldn't I? Remus felt a chill. Why? What happened? I'm not telling you. Since you couldn't be bothered to find out, you don't deserve to know. Which leads me to this, why haven't you talked to Harry this year? I'm his professor. I speak to him often. You know what I mean. You haven't told him you were friends with his parents. You could have provided him a lot of care and comfort. Why didn't you? What would you have me do? Just come out and say, hello, Harry, I was a good friend of your parents. Never mind why you've never heard of me until now. Here, let me share some anecdotes of the times I shared with your parents. Yes, that's exactly what you do, Remus sputtered. Well, it's not that easy. I did it, through letters. If I can do it, then you certainly can. Sirius caught his look and sighed. So it's the same old shite, you're scared, you bloody coward. Don't call me that. Remus rose from his desk. Yes, I'm scared. I'm always scared. I always have to worry about how people react to me, what I have to lose. You don't have that burden. I'm a bloody black and the black sheep of the blacks. I know about burdens and reputations, and yes, it's not the same as what you got, and I'm not trying to say I'm worse off than you because we both know that I'm not. I'm just saying I can understand the fear you have. I always have. I just never thought you would assume Harry would act like that, especially given his parents. He pointed a finger at Remus. You had a responsibility. You swore to James and Lily to watch over him. You failed. Like you did a better job of it, Remus retorted and once again immediately regretted what he said. Sirius snorted. I'm not saying I didn't fail too. I sure as shit failed, and I'm going to spend my life trying to make up for it. That's what I'm doing now, making sure Harry has the support he needs. He shook his head. Fine, you don't have to, Remus. He turned to walk away. I'll try to do better, Remus whispered. Don't try. Do, Sirius said back quietly before leaving Remus to his misery. Hey, Sirius, wow, you clean up good, Harry said with a smile. Don't I? I have to say I can definitely look the part, Sirius preened. He inspected himself in the gleaming breastplate of a suit of armor. Still prefer my leather jacket, but I make this look good. Good enough, you mean, Harry teased. Sirius laughed. Gosh, you sound like Lily when you talk like that. Don't know if that's a good thing or not. He ruffled his godson's hair. Mind if I join you for dinner? Oh, that'd be great, please. Sirius followed Harry, his arm thrown over his shoulder. He looked around at the other tables with interest when they entered the great hall before settling down at one end of the Gryffindor table. Hermione and Ron joined them, and more than a few looked at them curiously. Oh, Ron, this is Sirius Black. Sirius, Ron. Sirius is my godfather. Nice to meet you, Ron said. He looked faintly wary, much like his mother did when they met in Diagon all those months ago. However, he tried to seem polite, not saying anything like he did on the Express. Likewise, Sirius said easily, shaking his hand. I hope we didn't do anything inappropriate from sending the letter, Hermione said. No, it was a good thing. With us knowing what's going on, we set a few things in motion. Sirius smiled fondly as the food appeared. I missed Hogwarts food. But yeah, good news all around, really. Ted's now on the Board of Governors and Lucius is. Everyone turned to look at the Slytherin table. Malfoy was definitely more subdued. His usual rowdiness was absent, and there was a general note of stillness there. He looks so pathetic, Ron said gleefully. Hermione rolled her eyes. Well, he shouldn't have lorded his father's status on us for so long. Yep, so yeah, we got a good person on the board. They're aware of what's going on here now, and Snape is under an inquiry, so he better be on better behavior for a while. It helped that you recommended the board members to talk to their family that attend here or recently graduated. Pretty much everyone is angry, so they circumvented the usual, the headmaster's authority nonsense. Sirius chewed his steak with sharp, tearing motions. All thanks to you lot. He ruffled Harry's head. It's about time, Harry said. Thanks for the help. Hey, it was a legit pleasure. Help my godson be a good godfather, smack down Snape, smack down Lucius, and tell Dumbledore to deal with it. That was a whole lot of good for me. Ron and Hermione looked a little uncomfortable at that last part of the statement, which grew when they saw that Harry looked unfazed by it. So, any luck finding Pettigrew? Ron asked awkwardly. The Aurors are looking for him, but it's a bit hard to find a rat in all of Britain if he didn't flee the country. Sirius growled before forcing himself to calm down. But I'm hopeful. Well, I'm hopeful I get to find him, but I'm more focused on other things right now. Say, what happened to the Crouch guy? Harry asked. Doesn't he still work for the Ministry now? That's what Dora said. Oh yeah, he got a good shellacking in front of the Wisengamot. Sirius's smile was all teeth. They had to pay me a lot of money for compensation, and a good chunk of it came from his private vault, which made it sweeter. Still kept his job, though. He was able to cling to the defense of the chaos and stress at the time or whatever. I don't care. I hit him where it hurts. His money and his reputation. At least he was caught, Hermione said. and that others who suffered like you did get justice. Oh yeah, and the other good news is that there is a new branch in the DMLE that is going to double-check things. They're going to audit records and whatnot, so things going forward will be more on the level. We'll also keep those that like to bribe in check too, knowing there'll be a lot more scrutiny. So all in all, a bit of improvement. Their conversation turned lighter. Sirius listened with interest about their classes and offered suggestions about future careers and things to focus on. After a while, McGonagall approached them with a faint smile on her lips. Well, you certainly look more presentable now than you ever did as a student. Sirius grinned at her. It was bound to happen. How are things? Quiet this year, thankfully, though seeing you about makes me wonder. Luckily, the year is mostly over. Hey, my scholastic troublemaking career is over. Now my troublemaking will be completely adult and for the benefit of others. He tipped Harry a wink, making him smile. He matched the smile, and they both looked up at McGonagall. She shuddered. I just had a sense of terrible déjà vu just now, with you two smiling like that. You and James turned me gray. You can't blame all of that on James and me, Sirius argued. I'm pretty sure you always were gray. Those pictures I found of you way back proved it. Those were black and white photographs, McGonagall said with pink cheeks and a very severe tone. Sirius winked at Harry and his friends who were grinning. Just saying is all, she huffed. Despite your terrible insight. It is good to see you again. She looked awkward. I am terribly sorry that I ever entertained the notion that you were guilty of the crime. I should have known better. Something flashed in Sirius' eyes and he shrugged. Lots of people should have, but it's in the past now. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on making sure things are better. He narrowed his eyes at her, looking deliberately between her and Harry. She looked further chagrined. A laudable goal. She bid them farewell and left. You don't have to make people feel bad on my account, Harry said quietly. I'm not, Sirius said. He grinned at Harry's snort. I mean, not just your account. There's plenty of guilt to throw around, and I'm just reminding people that me not raising a fuss over what I went through doesn't mean I've forgotten or forgiven. And that's nothing compared to what I'll do for you. Harry flushed but looked touched. Thanks. They finished dinner and Sirius accompanied them to Gryffindor Tower. Better get going, he said reluctantly. He shook Ron and Hermione's hands and gave Harry a hug. Any messages you want to pass on? Just hi and thank you, and hug them for me, please. Can't wait to see them soon. Will do. Oh, by the way, Dora loved her bracelet. He winked at Harry. Harry looked pleased. Oh, good, I'm glad. Hopefully it'll keep her safe. She's keeping it real safe, too. All right, I'm off. Keep doing good and don't get into too much trouble. As long as I don't do what you did, I won't, Harry teased. Sirius laughed. Exactly. Sirius walked into the Tonks' home, humming softly. He walked up to Ted first and gave him a backslapping hug without saying anything. Andromeda was next, and she looked at the others with mild bemusement as she was hugged firmly. Dora squealed in protest when Sirius picked her up and squeezed her tight. She managed to knee him in the stomach, making him drop her. What was that for? He wheezed. Don't just pick me up like that, she said with pink cheeks. Also, I didn't knee you that hard. Did you teach her to do that when she's hugged? Sirius asked a grinning Ted. Me, certainly not. Ted walked over and hugged his daughter, who rolled her eyes but hugged him back easily, prompting Sirius to huff. Well, I'm telling Harry that your response to him asking me to hug you was to be assaulted, Sirius sniffed. Shows how much you care about getting hugged from him, Al. He shook his hand, glaring at Dora and her wand. I thought you'd be more mature after becoming an Auror. Count your lucky stars that it was just a stinger, Andromeda said blandly. Did things go well then? Yep. Dumbledore isn't happy about the inquiry, and I reminded him of your warning. Snape is definitely not happy about the inquiry, and I threatened him and used you too. And I gave Remus a talking to, so we'll see if he listens. Harry's good, so yeah, good day overall. Sirius accepted the cup of wine from Dora. He sniffed it suspiciously for a moment before grinning at her eye roll. With Teddy on the board, perhaps Hogwarts can improve and actually be worthy of the self-proclaimed title of most prestigious school in Europe, Andromeda snorted. It'll take some work, but so far it's been good, Ted said. A couple of the more conservative governors have already complained about me, but the rest have liked the discussions I've brought up, and overall things have been positive. He smiled at his wife's look. No, I won't tell you who, at least not yet. Fine. She rolled her eyes too, but kissed him back eagerly. Sirius leaned back in his chair. Things really are looking up. I guess for now we'll keep working on our objectives and it'll be summer. Dora smiled. Can't wait, Harry'll be home. Where he belongs, Andromeda said. Harry helped Hermione with her trunk off the train. The platform was a riot of noise and motion, the usual chaos of students disembarking and reuniting with their families. Harry used to hate it. He was always jealous of all the others who got to see people they wanted to see, family that wanted them. It usually meant a few months of hell for him, suffering in his solitude with the Dursleys. Thankfully, that would never happen again, and just like the others now, he was eager to see the people waiting for him. Oof! He had stopped to look around but found himself tackled. He smiled as he recognized her arms and presence, stumbling slightly before managing to not fall over. He hugged Dora back enthusiastically. "Hi, Dora. Welcome back," she replied, kissing him on the cheek. Her hair was long and wavy and soft pink. Her blue eyes sparkled as she squeezed him. "I missed you so much." "I missed you too," he sighed happily before she let him go. His eyes went to her wrist and he smiled at the silver chain there. "I'm glad you like the bracelet." "I love it. It's already saved my arse. The other day a runner tried to stun me and it bounced off. Gave me a tingle and made me stumble a bit but didn't knock me out. I was able to trip the bastard and tie him up." She waved her wand and shrank Harry's trunk as well as Hermione's and the Weasleys, as they were all standing and watching their reunion. "Come on, our parentals are all waiting at the end where it's quieter." She draped an arm over his shoulder and led them back to the small cluster of adults that stood and chatted together. "Hey!" Sirius was hugging Harry, but was bumped out of the way by Andromeda after a few moments. "You had enough time," Andromeda said, and hugged Harry tightly. "You saw him a few weeks ago as well." They stood and visited, chatting and laughing as they waited for the platform to empty. Molly was more cordial to Andromeda, and they spoke easily. After a while, Dora noticed the youngest Weasley giving her an appraising look. Dora resisted the urge to glare back and edge to Harry's other side where Hermione was standing. "Hey," she whispered to Hermione, "what's with little Ginger giving me the eye?" Hermione snuck a glance. "Oh, that's Ginny. She's probably wondering what your relationship with Harry is. She has a crush on Harry." "Does she now?" Dora waited for Ginny to look away before she gave her a closer look. She looked back at Hermione. "And how does Harry feel, do you know?" "Nothing as far as I know. Harry's polite to her, but that's probably more that she's Ron's little sister, though he doesn't dislike her either." Dora hummed softly and pushed Ginny out of her mind. She smiled when Harry leaned against her, and she rested her chin on his head. Eventually, the platform thinned out enough for them to leave comfortably. Ron mentioned that his family would be trying to go to the Quidditch World Cup that summer. Sirius said he would see if he could get tickets as well, and they would all go together. After making some plans with the Grangers for the summer, everyone left for their homes. "Is something wrong, love?" Andromeda asked when they arrived home when Harry stood at the entryway for a long moment. "No, the opposite really," Harry said. I'm really thankful I ran into Dora that day. Normally I'd be back at the Dursleys now, unsure about what I'm going to eat and Vernon probably locking up my things and yelling at me. It's a little weird not having to feel like that." He rubbed at his eyes. "Sorry, being silly." "Do not be sorry, and you are not being silly," Andromeda said. Her tone was cold, but her eyes blazed. "If I ever run into those terrible excuses for people, I will ensure they regret everything." She hugged Harry firmly. "This is your home for as long as you wish." "Forever?" he asked as he hugged her back. "Forever," she said, her eyes twinkled. "We can kick out Sirius if space becomes an issue," Sirius snorted. "You're already doing that." "Wait, really?" Harry asked, concerned. Sirius smirked. "No, not really. I mean, I am moving out, but just next door. I have no desire to move back to our ancestral home, and the house next door went up for sale. I put down an offer on the house and got it. As soon as the previous people move out, I'm getting Gringotts to bring their best ward makers and curse breakers to put down as many wards as we can around both properties. We'll have our own little neighborhood in a neighborhood here." "That's awesome," Harry exclaimed. "Yeah, and you'll have a room at my place too. That way you can stay wherever you want when you want." "We're actually thinking of taking down the back fence," Ted said. "Make a big combined backyard with a fire pit and all that, maybe a small pond fixture." He snickered. "Maybe a peacock or two." "I'm not blonde enough or dumb enough to act like a Malfoy," Sirius laughed. "If I see a peacock, I'm going to pluck it and kill it," Andromeda said severely. "Can you eat a peacock?" Dora asked Harry. "I have no idea." "We can try to find a cookbook later," he replied seriously. "I'll stick with chicken," Ted laughed. The summer flew by. Sirius took them to number 12 Grimmauld Place, and Harry thought the name matched the place perfectly. It was dark and dismal, and the portrait of Walburga Black made things even more horrific. He also formally met Creature, the last house elf belonging to the Blacks. He and Sirius had a very belligerent relationship, to put it politely, but was fine following Andromeda's orders, now that she had been brought back into the Black family. After some tense negotiations, Creature agreed to serve Andromeda primarily and would flit about the 3 properties. They did their best to get what Sirius and Andromeda wanted from Grimald to take to their homes. Sirius knew he would have to spend time properly cleaning and cataloging the place eventually. Throughout the rest of the summer, he would go over for a few hours or so, and Harry went with him. Sirius taught him spells and things while regaling him with more stories. After things were finalized, the hired cursebreakers surrounded the 2 houses with all sorts of wards and protections. After they left, Sirius and Andromeda looked over the Black family magics and chose more spells they personally cast. In the end, the 2 homes were some of the best protected locations in all of Britain. Harry learned a lot that summer. He learned more about his parents, and Sirius had taken him to Gringotts for him to explore the vault that contained their last possessions, letting him go through and see what he liked and wanted. He learned all sorts of useful spells from Sirius and Dora, healing and household spells from Ted, and the ins and outs of magical law from Andromeda. Ted had put his foot down at some of the spells that Sirius, Andromeda, and Dora wanted to teach him. The Grangers were frequent visitors to the Tonks' home, and Hermione was envious about Harry being able to use his magic and learn. She was then invited to come every so often to learn more spellcasting and to practice. The Grangers became close friends with the Tonks and Sirius, something that delighted Hermione. Her parents always felt a little disconnected from the wizarding world at large, but now that they were good friends with witches and wizards, especially a fellow Muggle-born that could share their thoughts and concerns, it made things much better for them. Sirius had a few visitors as well. Amelia became a frequent one to his home, something that amused Andromeda and Ted and vaguely weirded Dora out. However, she got used to it, and even she could not deny that Amelia was a good influence on Sirius' behavior. Remus visited a few times, and each occasion, he tried to spend some time with Harry. Harry appreciated the effort and the stories, but he did not grow too close to the man. He did not care that Remus was a werewolf, something he learned from that spitefully given essay that Snape had assigned once. It was more that the man did not make any attempt at talking to Harry beyond his classwork during the year. "Is it unfair of me to think that?" Harry asked Dora one day. "No, he should have told you sooner," Dora said firmly. "He could have helped you earlier and he chose not to." "I mean, I kinda get why he didn't, but I don't know. It's not like he owed me anything." Dora flopped onto his back, squishing him into the couch. "No, but he was a friend of your parents and he could have done better. Mum, Dad, and I tried our hardest for a long time, and when we found you, we did our best." He wriggled a little until comfortable. "Yeah, you guys are the standard I should measure others to," she laughed. "Now that's a little unfair. It's not easy being as awesome as we are." "That means others should try harder then," he replied with conviction. Lying down, he missed her happy blush. "Say, you're lighter today. Are you feeling okay?" She blushed harder. "You can tell when I'm lighter." "Yeah." "Oh, well, don't worry. I'm okay. I just didn't feel like squishing you right now." "That's good. I was worried you weren't feeling well. I knew you were still eating the usual amount, actually more and do-off." Dora, blushing even more, increased her mass and squashed him into the couch. "What was that?" she asked as he flailed. Andromeda sighed as she walked past them. "Do not crush the poor boy, Dora." "He can still breathe," she muttered, but shrank a little. She snorted as she felt Harry snicker beneath her. "You're not funny." "I'm a little funny," he argued. She shook her head. "It's cute that you think that." "So I'm cute. Is it better to be cute or funny?" "Funny, and I personally think you are a delight and cute," Andromeda called from the other room. "Ha, see, told you," Harry said smugly. He coughed and laughed when Dora increased her mass again. Harry had his first real birthday that year. He had told the Tonkses and Sirius that for the longest time, he never knew his actual date of birth. That in growing up, he was lucky to not do chores on his birthday and had something to eat, much less anything else. When the Tonks family had been upset when they did not know about his birthday the prior year, he confessed it was the day they found him in Diagon. He did not have the heart or the bravery to tell them that it was, and that being saved by them had been the greatest gift he had ever received. After swearing bloody murder on the Dursleys again, something Ted joined them on this time, they vowed to give Harry a proper birthday that year. Harry had asked for a few friends to visit, and to otherwise spend time with his desired family. They threw him a party in the new combined backyard, and Harry was beyond happy. Sirius and Andromeda fretted on how mundane it felt, but Harry assured them that he was the happiest he had ever been. He had a family, he had friends, he had a home. He honestly did not want for more. Later, he mused that this was not something the mirror of Arist ever showed him. Perhaps the magic of the mirror could not accurately show him what he truly desired. He was certain that if he looked into the mirror now, he would be how he was. Happy. The Quidditch World Cup came to England, and Sirius got tickets for himself, Harry, Dora, and Hermione. Andromeda and Ted demurred and took the days off for a personal holiday, while the others headed to the cup. Sirius got a camping spot beside the Weasleys and brought his own tent for them to share. Harry had been astounded by the sheer number of magicals visiting. After visiting the vendors and souvenir sellers, they walked together to the stadium. Arthur had obtained top box seats for his family, and they went to their seats. Sirius got a small but private box fairly close. I could have gotten seats in the top, but I found out the Malfoys got seats there, so I figured you wouldn't want that, he said. No, I think this is loads better, Harry said, and Dora and Hermione agreed. The game was very exciting, and there was a moment of hilarity where Sirius had been entranced by the Bulgarian Vila cheerleaders, almost jumping from the box to prove something to them. Harry had been momentarily confused by the Vila, feeling lightheaded, but managed to stay in his seat. He laughed with Hermione when Dora stung Sirius to keep him from doing something silly. That night, there was some mild noise and commotion, but increased Auror presence as well as Amelia being there seemingly prevented things from getting too out of hand. Dora had run off to lend aid but came back moments later, saying it was nothing more than some rowdy Irish fans fighting with Bulgarian ones. What's wrong? Harry asked Dora. He had heard her sigh heavily as they sat together on the couch. She sighed again and snuggled him closer. Nothing, she said insincerely. Just, summer holidays is about over and you'll be back at Hogwarts again. I like having you around. It was his turn to sigh. Yeah, I guess I was weirdly lucky my first 2 years where I didn't have a good home, so I was eager to leave. Now that I have a good home, I don't want to go as much. She growled softly and hugged him closer. One of these days, you're going to tell us how to find the Dursleys. Not until you three promise you won't kill them, Harry said seriously. I'm not risking you three for them, not risking any of you for anything, she sniffed. Fine, be that way. She chewed her lips slightly. Hey, so I want you to be extra careful this year. He stiffened a little. What does that mean? I heard Boss complain not too long ago about something happening at Hogwarts. Didn't hear much beyond that. Could have been about anything, but with her it's usually some kind of security thing, so I want you to be super careful. Thanks for the warning. Is that why you and Sirius and Aunt Andy been teaching me more magic? Yeah, wanted you to be ready for stuff. Oh, and speaking of... She summoned something out of her bag and handed it to him. This is a two-way mirror. Sirius gave me his pair, and I'm giving you one of them. Just say my name and my mirror will let me know you're trying to reach me. We'll get to see each other and talk in real time. Oh, neat. Just like a telephone. That's handy. Why aren't these things more common? They're tricky to make and expensive, so they're kinda rare. Sirius is getting more made for us, but we wanted for you to be able to get a hold of us in an emergency, so here you are. If you need any of us, I'll get the mirror to whoever will help the most. Thanks. He twisted in her arms so he could hug her tightly, and she returned the gesture. I'll do my best to lay low, you know me. This last year was amazing because it was so normal. I want things to stay that way. She gave him an odd look but decided not to pry, not wanting to ruin the mood. Thanks again, he said. I feel so much better knowing you and the others are here for me. We got your back, she said, no matter what. After a moment of silence, she felt him wriggle around her. What are you doing? She asked as she moved with him, giving him room. As soon as he slid behind her with his back to the couch, she knew what he was doing, but it was too late to prevent him from kicking her off the couch. She fell with a screech, punctuated by his laughter. You're dead, she yelled as she grabbed him by the leg and dragged him off. They wrestled on the ground, laughing and gasping. Got you, Dora crowed, pinning him with an arm around his neck. Hedwig, Harry gasped out. Help, cheater. Dora shouted before she got a face full of owl. Hedwig was watching them with mild interest until Harry called for her. She launched herself gleefully at Dora, flapping her wings and shoving her tail feathers into Dora's face. The adults of the house eventually came to the living room, smiling at the sight of Harry and Dora in a heap on the ground with a proud Hedwig perched on Dora's head. Beaten by an owl? Pathetic, Sirius snorted. Hedwig did not even wait for Harry's command, flying directly at Sirius. She chased after him as he ran around the room, hooting scornfully at him as he yelled. The others laughed as he tripped over Dora's leg, and Hedwig sat on his head with smug satisfaction. "You are such a good owl," Andromeda cooed, giving Hedwig a big owl treat. "Your owl is a menace," Sirius grumbled. "I know, isn't she great?" Harry laughed in reply. Harry curled in on himself, breathing hard. He felt like his heart was about to burst with how hard it beat. He could hear the thumping in his ears, feeling his head throb and ache. His breathing was shallow and frenzied. He felt faint. "Harry, let me in," Hermione cried, pounding on the door. "I know you're in there, it's just me, please let me in." For a brief moment he was going to ignore her, but he knew she only wanted to help. She seemed like she was the only one in the whole castle. He tried to undo the locking spell from a distance, but his arm shook too much. He crawled to the door, not trusting his shaking legs. It took a few tries, but he finally undid the locking spell, and the door flew open, knocking him to the side. "I'm so sorry," Hermione cried, seeing that she had knocked him back. She closed the door behind her and knelt beside him. "Are you okay? I mean," she blushed, "I didn't just hurt you, did I?" He shook his head, hand clutching the side of his face. "It's okay," he mumbled. She looked at him at the state of him. Her eyes teared up and she hugged him. "Oh, Harry, it's not fair. Why did your name come out of the goblet?" He sobbed from relief. "You believe me." "Of course I do. You looked absolutely terrified when your name was called and you told us you weren't going to put your name in. You said you didn't." Tonight, the Goblet of Fire had spat his name out as a fourth champion for the Triwizard Tournament. So many students had wanted to put their names in, but Harry was one of the few that did not. When asked, he said as much, hopping to repeat his quiet year from last year. He had enjoyed having a normal school year and had hoped for the same. Obviously, he would be denied that. To make matters worse, practically everyone else did not believe him. He still saw the faces of all the students in the hall when his name was called. No one seemed to believe him, staring at him with disgust. Even the students from the other schools did that. Half of Gryffindor thought he put his name in. The other half did not care since they had their own champion to support. Ron had accused him of going behind his back, to once again chase fame and fortune while he languished with nothing, to always be overshadowed. Nothing Harry said would change his mind, and Harry ran from the tower, unable to withstand Ron's hate and the attitude of the Gryffindors. Hearing that Hermione believed him made the ache hurt less, and he breathed freely for the first time since the feast. "Why won't anyone else believe me?" he whispered. "No one else." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "Surely Ron believes you." Her face changed when he told her what he said. "That git, how dare he? Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. Maybe when he calms down he will see reason." "I don't know," Harry said, dejected. "I've never seen him that angry before. He was really mad." Hermione sighed and rested her head against his. "What did the headmaster and the others say when you met with them?" "That I have to compete, that or forfeit my magic or die, whichever." She shivered at his dead tone. "That's terrible. They don't think you put your name in, do they?" "The heads from the other schools think that I did. Dumbledore didn't really say. Snape didn't really say either." "That's not fair," she said again. "How are you supposed to do anything if they don't support you?" She wiped tears from her eyes. "I don't know," he said faintly. "Well, you're not alone, Harry," she said firmly. "I'm here for you." "Thank you," he said gratefully and hugged her as hard as he could. Then a thought arose. "We're not alone either." "Oh, the Tonkses and Sirius," Hermione exclaimed. "Dora said she heard something was going to happen here this year. This must be it. She didn't say I'd get picked, but warned me to be careful. I have to talk to them. If you send a letter now, hopefully they can reply by late tomorrow. I have something faster. It's called a two-way mirror. It's for emergencies, and this is one for sure." His face twisted. "It's in my trunk." "I'll go get it," Hermione said. "It looks like a small mirror." "Yes, thank you," he said, deeply relieved. "It's in a leather case in the bottom right of my trunk." He locked the door behind her when she left and waited, willing himself to breathe. When she knocked softly, he reopened the door and took the mirror from her. He held it in both hands. "Dora Tonks." He felt the mirror tingle. "Please, Dora, please answer," he begged. "I need you." The image inside the mirror swam for a few moments before stabilizing. Dora appeared in the mirror, her hair turning into soft pink when she saw Harry. "Harry, how's it going?" She saw how upset he looked and then saw Hermione, an equal expression of misery. "What happened? Tell me." "Champions got picked tonight for the tournament and somehow my name came out," Harry said in a rush. "I didn't put my name in and somehow I'm the fourth champion. People in the school are already giving me bad looks and mutters, and the only person that believes me here is Hermione. I need your help." Dora's face had gone still and her eyes cycled in color. "Hold on, let me get Mum." She held the mirror to her chest and ran. "Mum," she yelled. "Something happened at Hogwarts and Harry needs us." Eventually, the mirror showed both Andromeda and Dora, and they looked back with concern. "Harry, tell me what happened," Andromeda said in her most professional tone. He repeated what happened from the start of term to now. How Dumbledore announced the tournament, about the goblet being the chooser of champions, about the age line, and how tonight his name came out as a fourth champion. He described how Dumbledore and the officials acted, how the students during the feast reacted, how he felt. When he finished, Andromeda looked like her eyes could curse from will alone. Dora's hair was long and bright red. Her eyes looked the color of blood. "I will kill him for this," Andromeda breathed. "I warned him. Not even 1 year ago, I warned him that if he allowed something to happen to you, I would end him for this. I'm going to kill him and hang his body from the gates." Hermione shuddered from the words and how coldly they were said. Harry patted her hand, and while it was comforting, the fact that he did not look bothered was also disquieting. "Only if you beat me to him," Dora growled. "What do I do?" Harry asked. He felt much better talking to them, knowing that he had someone more experienced helping him. "Do I have to compete?" "I will have to see the contract first," Andromeda said slowly. "I will try to find a way out for you, but even if you have to compete, you will not do it alone." "Dumbledore said champions do it alone," Hermione said quietly. "I do not care what he says," Andromeda retorted. "That is for willing participants. Harry is underaged and unwilling. If he has to participate, then I will glean every advantage I can to ensure his survival." "How are you doing?" Dora asked Harry, her eyes radiating care and worry. They slowly shifted to soft blue. "Panicky, terrified," Harry confessed. "Glad Hermione is here and you are helping me, though." "We're here for you," Dora said emphatically. "Yes, it is good you told us tonight." Andromeda looked at Hermione fondly. "Thank you for supporting Harry, dear. You have earned a friend for life and the Blacks will be in your debt." Hermione blushed. "Harry's my best friend. It shows and we appreciate it." Andromeda looked at Harry. "I will contact Amelia and get things rolling legally on my end. Then we will be coming up to the castle tomorrow first thing in the morning to file a personal protest. Do attend breakfast, it will be enlightening." "Hang tight," Dora said. "We're coming." "Thank you," Harry said. He and Hermione waved while the Tonks witches waved, and the mirror changed to show Harry and Hermione like a normal mirror would. "I see what you mean," Hermione said after a moment. "When they say they will do things, you believe them. I really do think she would try to kill Professor Dumbledore." "And Dora, is it bad that I find it comforting, that they are so adamant in helping me?" "No, not really. I mean, I know you would never condone actual murder and violence like that, and you haven't had a lot of support in the past." She smiled wryly. "It is nice how strongly they feel about you. Intimidating and somewhat disquieting, but nice. I'm glad I'm not on the receiving end." Harry squeezed her hand. "No, and really, thank you for supporting me. I don't think I say it enough." She squeezed his hand back. "You say it enough and you help me too. I'm happily your best friend and you're mine." She chewed her lip. "I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow." "No idea, but it'll be something impressive." He had no idea just how much of an understatement he just made. Ted walked into a full-blown argument. He had worked late and was expecting to come back to a silent home, but he could hear them arguing from outside. He spent a few moments staring blankly at his wife and daughter as they debated heatedly. "I am your mother and you will defer to me on this," Andromeda said severely. "Not this time. I'm going to kill him and I'm faster than you so there. I have been dreaming of this for a while now and you will not take this from me. I have years of resentment built up to work out. I will flay him alive." "Okay, let's take a few steps back." Ted looked at his suddenly guilty-looking family. "Who are we allegedly flaying and killing?" His jaw dropped as they explained. "What? Dumbledore told the board that there would be no way anyone underaged would be involved. Hence why we wish to obliterate him," Andromeda growled. "This is just the tip of his many crimes." Ted rubbed his face. "I bet he hasn't even sent anything to the board about this yet. Well, two can play at that game. I'm writing everyone now and will call for an emergency meeting to discuss this." Dora blinked at him. "Wow. It's been a while since I've seen you upset." "Which means we are morally in the right," Andromeda said smugly. "And now I will heap more punishment on him for upsetting my Teddy. Good thing Sirius is out of the country right now. He'd be storming the castle right now," Ted said. "I am tempted to do the same, but I am preparing first before bringing our wrath down," Andromeda said. "I am going to make people bleed for this." "What's the plan?" Ted asked. "Dora is going to contact Amelia. I want her and an Auror escort tomorrow morning. You will be writing the board and we will be inspecting everything very closely from now on. I will write Sirius a letter. He would never forgive me if I did not. Tomorrow I will demand a copy of the contract and see if we can get Harry out of the tournament. If not, we will ensure that he is taken care of and will have every chance to survive." Dora's hair turned gray and she gripped the table. "If something happens to Harry during all this, I am going to gut whoever's responsible." "Oh, thank you, Dora. That actually reminds me of something." Andromeda looked at Ted. "Do you remember where we put Mathilda?" Ted winced slightly, but then thought about the circumstances. His reservations evaporated. "Yes, in our closet. She was in the basement, but when we cleaned it up for Sirius, we put her case in our closet because you wanted to give her a once-over." "Ah, and might as well do it now." Andromeda looked cheery. "Splendid timing. You're bringing Mathilda?" Dora asked, her lips spreading in a grin. "Of course. You should always approach a meeting with the right equipment to make the right point, and she will help immensely." She walked to her bedroom and found the large black leather case. She carried it down to the sitting room and carefully undid the charms and opened it, sighing lovingly at the sight of the contents. "It has been too long, Mathilda." Ted shook his head, but his smile was warm. "And what point are we making?" "A declaration," Andromeda said. Amelia's eyes widened when Andromeda and Dora appeared. She had arrived at the Hogsmeade apparition point with a full squad of Aurors as requested. She had been absolutely livid when Dora contacted her the night before. The tournament was a big point of contention for her. Dumbledore had refused an Auror presence on the grounds for the duration of the tournament, saying he had everything handled. He had also refused any kind of discussion over the tasks from the DMLE, which, to be fair, was his right. But she thought they would at least provide some feedback over what was safe and feasible. Now that Dumbledore had failed before the tournament even truly began, not to mention a distinct lack of communication over what happened last night from Ludo Bagman, Bartemius Crouch, or Dumbledore, she was even more angry over the whole situation. Thus she was not only happy to show up early in the morning with an escort, she was eager. She knew Andromeda would rain fire on Dumbledore and his cronies for what he had done. She was there when the woman made the promise after all. However, seeing the case that Andromeda held really showed how serious she was taking this, and Amelia was all for it. The other Aurors looked at the case curiously, but neither Tonks which elaborated or explained for the moment. They stopped at the gates and waited for someone to let them in. "What's the plan?" Amelia asked. "I am going to demand to see the written contract to see if I can get my ward out of this travesty of a tournament," Andromeda said sweetly, but her eyes burned. "If that is not possible, then I am going to ensure his and our rights will be met and be sacrosanct. Teddy has informed the rest of the board as well, and I am sure they will support us over Dumbledore. I recommend that you have yours examine the goblet and push for your presence on the grounds for the duration of the tournament as well." "Agreed. Don't worry. I intend on insinuating that if we were allowed on the grounds to begin with, this might not have happened." "Agreed as well. I will also be having many words with Dumbledore and would ask that you nor your Aurors interfere unless I deliberately break the law." "Andromeda Tonks has my full confidence," Amelia said to the Aurors. "No one is to interfere with her or do anything against her without my express order. Am I clear?" They all nodded and made noises of assent. "Good." Andromeda gestured with her wand, and the case floated up in front of her. It opened, and all the Aurors reacted to the contents. One whistled long and low, while others paled and took a step back. "If anyone tries to interfere, then I will be using Mathilda on them after I finish with Dumbledore." The Aurors that stood closest to her took small but definite steps away from her. Andromeda and Dora smiled when they saw Hagrid approach the gates. "Let's go get our boy," Dora said. If they had not asked Harry to be there at breakfast, Harry would have gone anywhere else. The whispers and glares from everyone around him were suffocating. It was worse than the time in second year when people thought he was the heir of Slytherin and was trying to kill the Muggleborns. Somehow. The majority of the school glared at him and said scathing things. The Hufflepuffs were united in their displeasure, and he had really hoped Cedric would have said something. He was particularly hurt by Susan's reaction. They were not close friends, but he had hoped the few times they saw each other over the summer when she came to visit with Amelia meant something. Apparently not. The Ravenclaws seemed to share in the displeasure, and the Slytherins as a whole typically treated Harry terribly. The Gryffindors were still split between supporting him as a champion, but only just while the rest thought he had entered illegally as well. Like Ron did. He shuddered. The students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang shot their share of dirty looks at him. At least he could not understand their insults, which was some form of comfort. Luckily, Hermione was by his side, and she looked coolly at everyone around, seemingly unperturbed by the ire thrown his way. She had glared at Ron especially, but the other boy had looked away without being bothered by it. "Thank you," he said quietly to her. "I'm really sorry this is happening to you," she huffed. "This is utterly ridiculous. I got so comfortable last year with a relatively carefree year," he sighed. "I was so looking forward to just not having to worry about things this year." She looked at him sadly. "I know, she looked around. "What's that sound?" Harry heard it too. It was a low scraping noise of metal on stone. It was low and grating, sending shivers sliding up and down his spine. It was growing louder. Eventually, the chatter in the great hall faded and people looked about for the source of the sound. His jaw dropped. Andromeda walked into the great hall. She was dressed in black robes with tight fittings over the elbows and knees. Padding and protective gear was apparent, and her hair was tied and braided. Dora was dressed in similar clothes, and her hair was long and black, her eyes green. Amelia followed after, and a team of Aurors spread out behind them. What drew his attention, though, was the source of the sound. Andromeda was dragging a very large battle axe along the ground behind her. The head was grinding along the stone floor, making loud scraping sounds. Yet the edge of the axe gleamed, showing no signs of wear or chipping. She walked slowly and smoothly, holding the axe handle in an easy grip, eyes focused on Dumbledore sitting at the staff table. Everyone stared, unsure of what they were seeing. The professors at the table looked at one another before watching them approach. Dumbledore had been reading the Daily Prophet, but as they entered the hall, he looked around it and blanched at the sight. As they came to the table, Andromeda reversed her grip on the handle. She twisted her upper body, swinging the axe up laterally, building momentum before holding it high over her head. She brought it down with a sharp cry. Dumbledore reeled back. The tip of the axe sliced the newspaper in half vertically. The axe buried itself into the wooden table with a heavy thud that filled the hall. Shrieks and gasps erupted from all over. The Aurors and the professors had flinched, while Andromeda, Dora, and Amelia looked unperturbed. "This is a single-bladed war axe, made from goblin steel, forged in the 14th century by the master weaponsmith Magog. It was formally awarded to the Blacks after they did a personal favor to the family of Magog, and it has been instrumental in several conflicts, numerous duels, and 3 declarations." Andromeda ran a hand lovingly up the metal handle. "I call her Mathilda." Dumbledore gaped at the weapon embedded in the middle of his place at the table. He looked up at Andromeda, the gears in his brain turning. "Declarations," he sputtered. "Yes, declarations of war." Andromeda leaned over the table, and her dam of calmness broke under the storm of her fury. I warned you a bit over a year ago. If you engineered any situation where Harry is in danger, if he was placed in a situation that could have been avoided, I would rain fire on you. You have once again failed." "I did not," Dumbledore said loudly. "So he is not in a tournament against his will. His life and magic is not threatened by a situation that you were handling. Have you done absolutely everything to have prevented this from happening?" "I am not omnipotent," he seethed. "As much as you like to pretend you are. The great Albus Dumbledore, infallible, unapproachable." Andromeda glared at him. "You are a failure, and in typical Dumbledore fashion, others suffer from your idiocy. This could have been avoided." I drew an age line. "I tried to plan for the extremes. I did all that I could. You cannot blame me for this." "I can," Amelia said. "I wanted Aurors stationed here for the safety of the visitors and the students. You claim you did all you could while ignoring additional resources and possibilities. I blame you as well. I hold you responsible for this, and I will not allow your weakness to endanger my ward. I want to read a written copy of the magical contract. I will go over it to my satisfaction to try and clean up your mess. I want it now." Andromeda glared at him. "The Goblet of Fire is an artifact," Dumbledore said, trying to retain some dignity. "It has its own magic, not sentience. Do you think it signed some form of contract?" "No, but every magical arbiter of decisions will have some form of contract written out, much like a ritual. Insult my intelligence at your risk," she retorted. "Get me a copy of it now." "Ludo and Bartemius might have one," Dumbledore said shortly. "Good, I want to speak to them too. All 3 of you, in fact, considering that none of you thought this was worth alerting the DMLE over," Amelia said severely. It only happened last night and we had hoped to do our own investigations. Dumbledore frowned. His eyes drifted to the Gryffindor table. How did you know of this? Andromeda wrenched the axe out of the table and slammed it down again, arresting Dumbledore's attention and making others cry out. Wandering eyes have a habit of wandering so far, they leave the head entirely, she said sweetly. Get those two here now. I want to read that contract. I'm not leaving until I get my answers, and the longer I wait, the more upset Mathilda will get. Do not presume to threaten me, Dumbledore said. He rose completely and stared down his nose at her. I have not threatened you in the slightest, she replied, wholly unimpressed. I am a finer solicitor than you are a headmaster, and I have made no threatening statements to your person since walking in here. I have made references to a past instance, but have made no new threatening remarks. The bit about the eyes was advice willingly given. I can force you to leave, Dumbledore said. This is an official ministry matter, Amelia interrupted. There is an official investigation, and it is completely out of your hands, Dumbledore. Madame Tonks is here as my legal counsel, and as a concerned legal magical guardian of one of your students. She smiled at his embarrassed look. One that is also involved in this matter. Dumbledore looked between the two witches and cast glances on either side of the table. None of the other Aurors seemed to be willing to step in, with Dora staring at him with naked hostility. The professors present for breakfast sat back and watched the situation with differing levels of concern and trepidation. A part of him wanted to drag this out, to make a fight of it. However, he knew that they had him over a barrel at the moment, and if it came to public opinion, he would suffer for it. I will summon Ludo and Barty, he finally conceded. Very good, I will wait here with my ward. Andromeda turned but stopped when Dora cleared her throat. Of course. She spun and pulled Mathilda out of the table in one smooth motion, balancing it over one shoulder. Without turning, she walked towards the Gryffindor table, and after one final glare, Dora followed. Students shrank from them as they walked past. Only two looked at them, Harry with utter delight and Hermione with utter concern. How's my boy? Andromeda cooed as she hugged Harry before walking to the other side of the table. She placed Mathilda down gently before sitting. Much better with you two here, Harry said with naked relief. He hugged her back and hugged Dora hard when she walked up. She too crossed to the other side and sat beside her mother. The gap that was there widened as no one wanted to get near the two older witches. Told you we were coming, Dora said. She looked around, her eyes crimson, and no one met her gaze. And how are you doing, Hermione? Andromeda asked warmly as she poured herself a cup of juice. Fine, thank you, Hermione stammered. She looked askance at the axe. Is that really 600 years old? She is, quite proud of her age too. Andromeda patted the axe. One of the few things I kept when I was cast out of the family. In the Blacks, weapons are passed down from user to user and none may take them once gifted. So they tried to take her, but she reacted rather violently to the insult. Poor thing, she had been sitting in her case for a long time. One of the few decent traditions, Dora said. Andromeda clapped her hands. I will take you to the shop one day soon, she said to an alarmed Hermione. Wands are good and all, but everyone should have a secondary option for self-defense. This will be my first step in repaying you. We can find you something that suits you, and you will be the first in your line to have a legacy weapon. When your own children are ready for it, you can pass it down. Oh, I mean that. Is that necessary? Not to say I don't appreciate the gesture. Hermione looked a little panicked. I don't think my parents will appreciate me having an axe. I am sure they will understand once we explain it. And it may not be an axe. We will find something that suits you physically and personality-wise. I have been meaning to take Dora, so it will be a fun excursion for all of us. Andromeda looked positively gleeful. Hermione shot Harry that plainly said, help. Can I come? Harry asked. Of course. I will ask Sirius to check your family vaults to make sure James did not leave you something similar. I do not know if the Potters did this. Otherwise, we will find something for you as well. We might even check the Black Vaults and Grimmauld. There might be a few blades that suit you. McGonagall approached, and she gave Andromeda a carefully crafted blank look. The headmaster would like for the necessary parties to meet in his office. Splendid. Come along, dears. McGonagall looked at Harry and Hermione, who had risen to join them. He said only the necessary ones. Andromeda raised an eyebrow. This impacts Harry, so he is necessary, and Hermione is under the aegis of the Blacks. She picked up Mathilda. McGonagall blanched. Very well. The atmosphere in the office was thick and heavy. Ludo stood in the corner, twitching. Earlier, he tried to argue with Andromeda, and she had forced him to stand in the corner, prodding him with the butt of Mathilda's handle. Crouch fumed, almost shaking from fury as he stood next to Dumbledore, who sat behind his desk, rubbing his temples to stave off his headache. Andromeda sat on a conjured chair, reading the contract meticulously. Harry and Hermione sat behind her, watching silently. Dora stood at his side, watchful. Amelia stood beside Andromeda, looking over Andromeda's shoulder. McGonagall stood to one side directly between the two parties, as if unwilling to show support to anyone. Flitwick and Sprout stood with her. Snape had refused to attend the meeting. Andromeda sighed with disgust. Whoever wrote this should be fired from a siege engine. This is a travesty. First-year law students can write better contracts than this. This thing is riddled with holes for the important things and is hilariously inflexible on others. I would not use this to clean the bathroom. It is so filthy there would be no point. We made do with what we had, Crouch said through gritted teeth. Oh, I am sure, Andromeda replied blandly. If there was only a department at the ministry whose sole purpose was to help with writing contracts and legal things. If only, Amelia said dryly. Do I have to compete? Harry asked. He already knew the answer, but he hoped nevertheless. Andromeda sighed unhappily. Unfortunately, yes, you do, love. I am so sorry, but you have to. You will forfeit your magic or your life if you do not. If I ever find the idiot who wrote that line into the contract, I will ensure they forfeit their life. At least we know how to prevent this from happening in the future, Dumbledore said wearily. I'll turn the goblet into kindling before this happens again, Dora said angrily. That is a priceless magical artifact, Crouch spat. And you're a cheap magical idiot, Dora retorted. Since we cannot change what happened, Andromeda said, interrupting Crouch, we should go about ensuring Harry's health and survival moving forward. He cannot have any assistance from the staff, Crouch said. None of the champions can be aided by their schools. I was not insinuating that he would get any assistance from Hogwarts, Andromeda said scathingly. I do not trust a soul here in having his best interests in mind. She ignored the looks from the three professors on the side. Not to mention he is at least 3 years younger, if not more, compared to the other champions. He lacks valuable knowledge and experience. He needs help. I demand times for either myself, Sirius, or Dora to teach and train him. In fact, I almost wish for him to have a guard at all times. Done, Amelia looked at Dora. Or Tonks, consider yourself on assignment. You're Potter's shadow and you'll help train him. His safety is your priority. Do you accept? Yes, Dora said swiftly. Is that necessary? Dumbledore asked. Him having a guard would be disruptive to his schooling and the like. It's clear that someone is messing with things, including his life, Amelia replied. I think it is necessary, but we can come to a compromise of sorts. She won't go into his classes with him and won't be in his dorm, but I expect her to have quarters nearby, and she will be with him otherwise unless she needs to leave the school for other reasons. But if the immediate threat has passed, and with your continued observation on the tasks at large, I cannot think of a reason for him needing a full-time escort, Dumbledore protested. And do not say I do not care about his safety. I am trying to provide a peaceful experience for him. He is perfectly safe. I wasn't the first 2 years, Harry said all of a sudden. What was that? Dora asked. She looked down at him. Dumbledore looked pained. Harry, please explain, Andromeda interrupted. First year there was the thing with the Philosopher's Stone and Quirrell being possessed, Harry said, staring unblinkingly at Dumbledore. He gestured at Hermione and himself, even went to Professor McGonagall and she ignored us. Flitwick and Sprout looked at her with shock and she hung her head. How come I've never heard of this? Amelia said, her voice dangerous. Second year there was the basilisk, Harry continued, going for broke. Hermione was petrified. A basilisk, Amelia shouted. That's basilisk venom in your system, Andromeda exclaimed. It bit me. You were bit by a basilisk, Dora screeched. Harry pulled up the sleeve on his arm, showing the scar. He pointed at the phoenix sitting behind Dumbledore's desk. Fawkes saved me. You knew there were petrifications from a basilisk and you did nothing. Amelia snarled at a red-faced Dumbledore. I did not know it was a basilisk until the end, he protested. I was also removed from my post by that point. And my point is, Harry said slowly, looking at Dora and Andromeda, I never really felt safe here until last year. And that was because I had you two and Uncle Ted in my life. That's when I actually felt safe here. I knew that if anything happened, you would help, just like you helped today. Before I never felt like I had any support aside from Hermione and Ron. He sighed unhappily but pushed the ache aside. The only reason I haven't panicked completely over this is because I know you are helping me. Dora whimpered slightly at the thought of Harry being grossly unsupported his first 2 years, dealing with things on his own. She hugged him tightly before letting him go. Her hair became metallic spikes. She tried to walk past Andromeda, hefting Mathilda in her free hand. No, Andromeda scolded, pulling the axe from her hand. I am going to use Mathilda. She pointed it at Dumbledore, who shied away from it. Crouch visibly distanced himself. Third time is the harm. You have failed egregiously 3 times. There will be blood for this. She smiled dangerously. And that was not a threat, that was a fact. She pulled out some parchment and a quill and began writing swiftly. Her quill scratched as she wrote, muttering softly. Everyone watched her as she did. When she finished, she put the parchment in front of Dumbledore. I demand you to sign this contract. You will do everything in your power to prevent any more dangerous things to happen to Harry. You will not interfere with anything the family does to protect him and his friends. If anything is to happen to him, and you fail in this contract in my sole estimation, you will acquiesce to my demand for restitution, or you will suffer the consequences. I know you think me an idiot, but if I sign this, you must think me an even greater one, he said with disgust. Do you really think I would let you interpret the tasks as something dangerous? Read the damn thing. I have my pride as a solicitor on this, she replied with greater disgust. I exempted you from the task themselves, as much as I wish not to. He slowly read the contract. What if I do not sign Arceat? Then I am going to ensure that what happened to Harry his first 2 years is investigated in full and make you pay dearly for it. Not to mention, I will do everything in my power to ensure you suffer for everything you have done to him. That's not including an independent investigation from the DMLE, Amelia said. And before you whine about us colluding, I am beyond pissed that my niece was here when there was a possessed individual and a bloody basilisk roaming about. Dumbledore sighed and signed the contract. Andromeda summoned it back to her and tucked it securely in her pocket. Very well, he said tiredly. Is there anything else? He asked in a pocky tone. Not at the moment. Andromeda smiled thinly. But I am sure there will be when Sirius returns. McGonagall showed them the quarters that Dora would live in while she was at the school. They were located in the same tower as Gryffindor's dormitories, just down the hall from the portrait door. After some more talk between the adults, Harry and Hermione met with Dora, Amelia, and Andromeda in Dora's quarters. Right, so I'll increase the standing orders in Hogsmeade for the duration of the tournament, Amelia said. On task days, there will be a presence on the grounds. Tonks, you are still fairly junior, so no commanding the others, but when it comes to Potter, you're primary. I'll shadow him when he's not in class and outside his dorm. I'll also set up training times for him and train with him as much as we can, Dora said. Let me or Sirius know if you require anything, Andromeda said. We will also come to assist with training when we are able to. We should also still investigate how they messed things up here and what happened your first and second year. Amelia rubbed her neck. I wonder why Susan never told me these things. I better ask her again, and you may need to give us statements if you can. Sure, Harry said, and Hermione agreed. He took a deep breath. Thank you again. I really would be a complete mess right now if I didn't have your help, all of you. Dora hugged him. You're ours and nobody messes with us. Hermione looked upset. Professor Dumbledore really did just let things happen, didn't he? I used to look up to him, and Professor McGonagall so much. But in there, they weren't really trying to help you, and the way you said what happened our first and second year. It's really not good. Andromeda sighed. People make mistakes, and I will not be the first to say that Dumbledore is a bad person. However, he is not a good person, and his mistakes are costly. What vexes me the most is that he gets to avoid the consequences of his mistakes, and like you said, he does not seem interested to help in some odd way. No matter. We will not rely on him. We will take care of this and each other ourselves. The days after the champion selection were easier with Dora there. Sure, Harry still suffered some dirty looks and mutterings. Sure, he still had most of the school thinking he was a cheat. Some even thought he was like the Blacks, volatile and unhinged morally. He still missed Ron, who refused to do anything with him. However, having Dora near helped a lot. Her presence was a comfort, and most gave him a wide berth in the halls. She provided a lot of help to him and Hermione when they did homework, telling them where to look in books for information, and helping them understand a few things. Training with her was hard but rewarding. The times he trained with her last summer paled in comparison. She was relentless now, driven in a way that pushed him to his limits. Yet she never went overboard, and he was grateful in the ways he grew under her tutelage. Hermione trained somewhat too, but spent most of her time researching spells and examining past tournament tasks to try and guess what his tasks would be. He would soon learn that Dora being around would help him more than he could imagine. Dora was walking through the grounds on the way back into the castle. She had gone to Hogsmeade to meet with the senior Auror there and to make a report. Grabbing some treats from Honeydukes, she was walking back when she stopped in the courtyard. She saw Weasley twins talking to a third redhead that looked like them. This redhead she knew, so she deviated from her path. "Watch her, Charlie," she said. Charlie Weasley turned and smiled at her. "Hey, Dora, fancy seeing you here. How are you doing?" "I'm okay. I'm on special assignment, hence me being here." "Oh, yeah." "Well, I'm here for my work too, believe it or not." The twins looked at each other and gave Dora a significant look but said nothing. Dora felt her blood go cold. "Yeah, not visiting one of the local dragon sanctuaries." "Nope. Our sanctuary was asked for specifically and decided to tag along so I can see the family. Say you free anytime soon? I'd love to catch up." "I'll let you know if I am," Dora replied swiftly. "Good seeing your Charlie." She turned and walked fast towards the castle, trying to maintain control over her breathing. She knew Charlie worked with dragons, and if he was at the school for work, that really could only mean one thing. She started walking down the hall and towards the dungeons, knowing that Harry would be out of potions class soon. Her nerves already on edge, she noticed a gathering of students and recognized the raised voices. She started pushing her way through the crowd. "Where are you running off to, Potter? Going to run and cry?" Harry sighed. "I mean, yeah, since anything is better than being around you, Malfoy." Draco flushed. "You're pathetic, going to hide behind the weird-haired girl's skirts again." Harry stopped and turned to glare at Draco. "Or Tonks doesn't wear skirts. Why are you so hung up on them, by the way? Wish you could look good in a skirt." He enjoyed the way Draco flushed more at the snickers from the students around them. "Just leave me alone, Malfoy. I'm not in the mood." "I guess if I was about to die a laughingstock, I wouldn't be in one either," he taunted. "You know, you really only have yourself to blame. Entering the tournament for attention when you're such a pathetic excuse for a wizard. Personally, I think you should be expelled for being a cheat." Harry rolled his eyes. "I didn't enter the tournament." He gave a sigh of mock pity. "I suppose you'll have to talk to someone on the Board of Governors to get me expelled." "Oh, wait," Harry smiled. "Your father isn't on the board anymore, is he? Uncle Ted is, and he's doing a better job than your father ever did in all his years of being on it. Who's the pathetic excuse for a wizard now?" He turned to walk away. "Harry!" Hermione shrieked. He dove when she yelled, and he felt the spell rush past him. He rolled, summoning his wand to his hand. But before he could cast, Draco was already sending a second spell at him. Pratigo. A shield appeared between them and dissipated the hex heading his way. Dora charged through the last of the students, blocking her way. Draco turned, his wand up at this new threat. He crumpled forward slightly as a bludgeoner hex hit him in the stomach, dropping his wand. Dora kept running, and her left hand went around his throat, and he found himself lifted into the air and slammed against the wall. He whimpered from pain and fear, the sound diminishing when Dora tightened her grip. "Little bastard," she hissed. "How about you try me on for size, huh?" She grew slightly in height and breadth. Her muscles stood out as her hair turned wild. She pointed her wand at Crabbe and Goyle without looking away from Draco. "One more step and I'll curse you both into the ground and then do to you what I'll do to Blondie here." She glared at Draco, who was trying to break her grip. "You try to hurt Harry again, and I'll gut you like a fish." She dragged her wand lightly down his neck and abdomen. He whimpered louder, eyes wide as he felt the wand tip slide down. Her eyes swept over the crowd. "Harry is under my protection. If any of you try to hurt him, I will respond with extreme prejudice. That goes for his friends too, and only those that he says is his friend, not others who claim they're his friends." Everyone gulped. She relaxed her grip, dropping Draco to the ground. She watched him crawl away from her, but when he reached for his wand, she spoke. "No, leave it. You can get it from Snape later." She returned his glare. "If you pick it up, I'll see it as a desire to duel right now." She sneered as he scrambled to his feet and ran, followed closely by Crabbe and Goyle. She picked up his wand and stuck it into her pocket. "Anyone else want to pick up their wands later from their head of house? No, then fuck off." Everyone save Harry and Hermione ran off, all desiring to be anywhere else. "You okay?" Dora asked Harry. "Yeah, I'm all right, thanks." He smiled at her. "That was brilliant." "You're a little terrifying," Hermione said, giving Dora a wary look. "Oh, thank you," Dora smiled. "But don't worry, I like you as does Harry, so you don't have any reason to be scared of me." Hermione did not know if it was good that she felt that much relief. Dora looked around at the empty corridor. Never mind that for now, follow me. She led them to her quarters and threw up a privacy charm. I think I know what the first task is. I saw Charlie Weasley and he says he's here for work. Doesn't he work with dragons? Hermione said faintly. Bloody hell, Harry gasped. Hermione was so upset she did not scold his use of language. They want me to fight a dragon? What am I going to do against a dragon? Dora also looked a little rattled. I don't know, and I want to shove whoever made this task into the dragon pen without a wand for it. I have to double-check with Mum and Dad and Sirius, but there are some spells we can do to help. I can't imagine you're going to fight a dragon to the death or anything, she gulped, but maybe it's trying to escape one or something. Harry took a deep breath. We still have a week. We'll think of something, hopefully. In the future, any sort of punishment comes from me alone, Snape hissed. Dora stared back at him. Sure, as long as he doesn't try to attack the one I'm protecting. I was told Potter started it, Dora laughed. Oh yeah, Potter, who was walking away with his wand holstered, almost took a spell to the back. That sure sounds like he started it. She gave Draco's wand to Snape. He glared at her. You will never speak to Draco or any of my students like that again. I'm not one of your students, so you don't tell me to do anything. I am operating within the parameters established by the Director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. If you think I am working beyond my remit, feel free to contact her. He ground his teeth. Glad we had this talk, she said, and walked away. Sirius, Andromeda, and Ted were appalled when they heard what Dora told them that night when they came to help with training. Sirius was about to storm Dumbledore's office again, like he did as soon as he returned to the country and learned of Harry's involvement in the tournament. Andromeda managed to keep him from going, but he muttered darkly about getting his revenge later. You can't go toe-to-toe with a dragon, Sirius said eventually. I mean, their weakness is their eyes, so you could hit them with a conjunctivitis curse, but that's not easy to do, and you also piss it off a lot, so I wouldn't recommend it. I wouldn't recommend hitting them directly with spells, Ted mused. Dragons are notoriously magic-resistant. You need to be extremely powerful and working in concert with others to have a chance. Too bad I can't just transfigure rocks into meat and force-feed it into complacency like Dora, Harry joked feebly. She huffed and poked him while the others chuckled. Dragons eat more than me, she said with a half-smile. You'd need a lot of food. How about sleeping potions or slowing potions? Hermione suggested. Not a bad idea, but they won't willingly drink them and you'd need a lot, Sirius said. Wait, slowing them down. Andromeda looked up. We can use the environment to the advantage. She outlined her idea. That's doable, Sirius said, hope rising. That's what, 3 pretty general spells, and you already learned 2 of them from over the summer. You'll need to pump some power into them, but it has a pretty good chance of working. Harry felt elated. Let's do it then. You look good, Harry grinned. He was dressed in black robes with protective padding laced over the torso, elbows, and knees. They were originally designed for combat and dueling, magically reinforced for protection and made special by the Blacks. Thanks, wish I felt as good as I looked. Dora kissed him on the forehead. You got this, just keep your head, don't panic. Her voice broke slightly. Come back alive. He hugged her hard. I will, thanks to all of you, I will. She sniffled, squeezing him desperately before reluctantly letting him go. She watched him walk into the waiting tent before making her way back to the stands where the watchers of the tournament waited. How is he? Andromeda asked. He's okay, Dora said softly. Let's hope he stays that way, Sirius said quietly. Dora nodded in agreement as she sat by Hermione. The other girl was shaking slightly, and Dora offered her hand, gripping it tight to share in the nervousness. They watched as the other champions challenged their dragons to mixed results. Cedric Diggory managed to distract the dragon with transfigured animals, but was caught by the dragon's breath on the way out. Victor Crumb used the conjunctivitis curse that Sirius suggested, but as predicted, the dragon went mad from pain and rage, inflicting considerable damage and some injury to the champion. Fleur de Lacquer managed to put her dragon to sleep with an impressive display of magic. Then it was Harry's turn. He faced the Hungarian horntail, a gargantuan dragon festooned with spikes. She hunched over the nest that held Harry's objective, a large golden egg. Come on, Harry, Dora whispered. You can do it. She heard Hermione whimper and hugged the girl to her. I'm going to fucking murder whoever put Harry's name in the goblet, Sirius swore. Harry stared at the dragon, shaking slightly from nerves and fear. He could feel his heart pound in his chest, imagining his robes were moving with his heartbeat. He took a deep breath and nodded. The last few days he had trained hard, learning the spells that might help. Seeing the arena, where the nest was, how the dragon sat and stared, he decided that the plan still could work. He waved his wand in a complicated pattern and started to incant. A thick fog spilled forth from his wand, conjured from the air and thickened by magic. It billowed across the arena, flowing along the ground smoothly. He continued to cast it, letting it drift over the ground between him and the nest. The dragon tried to bite the fog, rearing her head back in confusion as it clung to her teeth and scales. It almost oozed over everything it touched, clinging and coating. Harry twisted his wand, preventing the fog from flowing over the nest but surrounding it. The dragon shook irritably, trying to shake off the thick air. "So it looks like Mr. Potter is trying to cover the dragon in a thick jumper," Ludo joked, and the crowd laughed appreciatively. "I'm going to shove my hand down your throat and watch you choke," Dora muttered. "Ignore him, Harry. Keep it up." The fog continued to build, and the dragon was clearly confused and irritated. It even ignored her flapping wings, flowing languidly about. She started to stumble around the nest, clearly reluctant to step any closer so she would not crush the eggs. She rose on her hind legs, spreading her wings wide and roaring in frustration. Exactly what Harry was waiting for. He made a complicated gesture with his wand, casting a variant of a spell. Glacius! The water-to-ice spell was manipulated by the change in wand movement, dropping the temperature of the air as well as the moisture. The fog froze, turning into a wet slick mush where it was thinnest and into ice where it was thickest. The dragon slipped on the ice below her hind claws, but could not keep her balance with her hind legs suddenly caught in the ice. Flapping her wings, she overbalanced, falling down the slight slope with a roar. As the dragon fell, Harry leapt down the slope created from the frozen fog. He slid down the slick slope and just barely kept his feet when he slid into the walls of the nest. Scrambling over the lip, he grabbed the golden egg. Jumping back over the edge of the nest, Harry concentrated his remaining strength. Ventus Maxima! He drew the smallest circle he could manage, concentrating the wind blast charm into a point that propelled him away from the nest and the struggling dragon. He slid up the slope and flew over the edge, rolling head over heels. "Yes!" Sirius shouted, punching the air. Andromeda waved her arms, howling in delight while Dora and Hermione jumped up and down, shrieking with relief. The crowd cheered and exclaimed with wonder at this combination of magical spells. "And our youngest champion manages to get the egg in fine style," Ludo said. "A modified fog spell and a modified water-to-ice spell coupled with good timing and a wind blast. That's some smart magical thinking and casting right there." Andromeda, Dora, Sirius, and Hermione rushed out of the stands and hurried to the medical tent where Harry limped to. They ran into the tent and Harry's smile was bright when he saw them. "That was incredible," Andromeda praised as she reached him first, hugging him tight. "That was your idea," Harry gasped. "It really worked. You still cast the spells, Harry, not easy and especially in that condition. Way to go." Sirius grabbed him by the shoulders. "I'm so fucking proud of you." Hermione hugged him hard before passing him to Dora, who hugged him and kissed his cheek. "That's my Harry," Dora said with bright eyes. For the first time in weeks, Harry laughed freely and the others shared in his laughter. He knew the rest of the tournament would be as grueling, if not more so, but he had completed the first task without injury aside from bruising from the rough landings, and for now, that was more than enough. Dora's good mood evaporated. She was still happy for Harry, of course. Surviving an encounter with a dragon was no easy feat. The fact that he had done that was incredible. Now that they have come to terms with someone trying to hurt Harry via the tournament, it was easier to ignore the implications somewhat. She was enjoying being at the castle with him, replacing her poor memories as a student with better ones. She had been recalled from guard duty a few days a week for other tasks and duties, but she was still able to spend a lot of time with him. After Draco's very public incident, most gave Harry and her a wide berth. No one wanted to be on her bad side, and it seemed the majority of the school got over the fact that Harry was the fourth champion. More seemed to believe him that he did not put his name into the goblet, and a few had made sincere apologies. All in all, her good mood should have persisted. Then the Yule Ball was announced. Upon hearing about it, then hearing that Harry had to open the ball with a date, Dora's mood had soured. She loved Christmas, and the idea of working on it irritated her. Then she realized she would have to watch a school's worth of awkward hormonal teenagers navigate a night of dance and elegance with the usual fervor of finding a date, amplified 1,000 times. That made her hair literally and figuratively curl. Then she had to imagine watching Harry dance with some girl, and that thought filled her with dread and displeasure. The thought gnawed at her, like a dog on a bone. She found herself becoming more irritable. She even snapped at Harry a few times and felt terrible about it. Barely anyone would meet her gaze, and she was glad that she was pulled out of the castle for a few days after the announcement. "What's got your knickers in a twist?" Dora looked up at the oar she was working with. "What?" she finally replied. Hestia Jones looked at her. "You look like you're pissed about something." Dora tried to smooth her expression. "It's nothing. Don't seem like nothing. I thought you'd be happy since Potter did well on the task." Dora smiled softly. "He did great. See, when you smile like that, that's nothing wrong. When you look like you're about to snap someone's neck, that's not nothing." Dora scowled and shook her head. "It's stupid. We going to catch this guy or what?" Hestia snorted. "All right. I know when not to poke the dragon." She sat up, seeing a figure walk out of a building. "There he goes. Let's go." Hestia and Dora stepped out on the sidewalk, and the man took off running. "Stop, oars!" Hestia shouted as they sped up after him. "Shit!" Hestia dove underneath the spell the man shot at her. "Throw your wand down," Dora yelled as she sped up. She dodged another hastily aimed spell. "Last warning." "Fuck you," the man said and shot a blast of fire at her. Aguamenti. Hestia's spear of water struck the fire and put it out. Dora snarled and made a scooping motion with her wand and flicked the tip to one side. A hole appeared in the sidewalk in front of the man. Since he was not looking, one foot sank in. He tripped and fell, slamming face first into the hard concrete. "That'll do it," Hestia remarked as they walked up to him. The man had knocked himself out, crushing his nose flat and breaking several teeth. "Going to have to regrow those so he can talk, but not bad." "Thanks," Dora said. "You still need me." "Nah, thanks for the backup, though. I'll take him in for processing and questioning. Just do me a favor, next time you come out, get that stick out of your arse." "Fuck you," Dora grumbled. "Did I do something to upset her?" Harry asked worriedly. "I don't think so, at least not when you and I were with her," Hermione said soothingly. "Do you think you did something?" "I don't know, honestly. She's been really irritable the last few days and haven't really been around." He rubbed his neck and sighed. "I hope I didn't do something without knowing it." "Just ask her when you see her next," Hermione said logically. "Dora's always honest with you. Sometimes a little too honest, but better that than the alternative, I suppose." "It's probably not you at all," Ron said, trying a bit too hard. He ignored Hermione's eye roll. Harry stifled a sigh. After the first task, Ron had approached and sheepishly apologized for his behavior to Harry. He admitted he let his jealousy get the best of him and should have realized that Harry would not lie to him about entering the tournament. Harry had accepted the apology, but made it clear it would be a while before their friendship could be back to where it was, if it ever did. Ron had accepted that reluctantly and had tried to be a better friend since. "Well, I'm a bit thick when it comes to feelings," Harry said morosely. "You're not that bad," Hermione said. She smiled. "Not great either, but not that bad." "Thanks," he chuckled. "Yeah, I'll probably talk to her when I see her next." "So, what do you two think about the ball?" Ron asked. "I have to go. Champions have to open it," Harry said, "which means I have to find a date." "Well, you faced off against a dragon and survived. Getting a date can't be that hard," Ron grinned. "I almost rather go against a dragon again. Asking a girl out is terrifying." Hermione snorted. "You're being dramatic. Besides, girls can ask you out, you know. Isn't that what almost happened earlier?" "Please don't remind me. That was so awkward. I didn't even know her name and she asked me." Harry shuddered at the memory. "You better hurry and find someone," Ron said. "It's not just about finding someone," Harry muttered. "I want to go with someone that wants to go with me. Not how they think I am, but someone who wants to go with who I really am." "And who's that, Hermione?" Harry rolled his eyes at Ron. "I want Hermione to go with someone that she wants to go with too. She deserves that instead of keeping me company. She already has a date as it is." "You do?" Ron gaped. "I do, yes," Hermione said coolly. "Neville asked me and I said yes. I think he will be a lovely date to the ball." She turned away from Ron's gobsmacked expression. "That's a very mature thought process, Harry, but Ron's not wrong. Not many girls do know you like that. Then again, there is a difference between those enamored by your boy-who-lived persona and Harry Potter." "I already have an idea of who I would like to go with," he admitted, flushing lightly. "Who, Cho?" Ron asked. "No, not Cho." Harry squinted at Hermione's knowing look. "You might want to check to make sure she can attend the ball," Hermione said with a little smile. Before you ask her. Ron looked between them. Harry nodded. Not a bad idea. Let me go ask Professor McGonagall. Dora walked down the stone corridor with heavy steps. The more she thought, the worse she felt. She knew she was being unfair to Harry, punishing him for something that was out of his control. She cursed at herself silently. She knew she was the older one, which was its own problem if she was being honest, so she had to be more mature. She silently swore to apologize to Harry when she saw him next. She stopped when she saw him sitting in front of the portrait door to her quarters. She cursed fate, expecting more time to come to terms with her feelings and prepare. "Hi, Dora," he said when he caught sight of her. "Are you okay?" Her hair shifted from long, straight black hair to soft brown curls. "Yeah, I'm okay. Just got back from a capture mission. Come in." She led him into her quarters. "You didn't get hurt, did you?" She smiled softly. "Nah. Dodged a spell or two and a fellow Auror kept me from getting crispy. Nabbed our guy and all was good." She hesitated for a moment. "Hey, I want to apologize for my attitude lately. I've been in a mood and took it out on you and it's not fair." He breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't do anything, did I?" "No, not at all. I got in my head and you didn't do anything. I was being a jerk and yeah, sorry." She perked up at his sincere smile. "Hugh, I'm glad to hear it. I was racking my brain trying to think if I did something. But you, tell me if I did something wrong, right?" She smiled at his belief. "Yeah, totally would." "Good, I'm glad." It was his turn to hesitate. "Now that I know I didn't do anything wrong, I'm going to ruin it by potentially doing something wrong." He took a deep breath and Dora realized he looked more nervous now than he did going against the dragon. "Will you go to the ball with me?" Dora blinked at him. "What?" He blushed, turning bright red. "Would you like to go with me to the Yule Ball?" She blinked again. "Like as your date?" "Yeah." The silence turned painful for him. "Why?" she asked with open astonishment. "I don't even know if I can go since I'm not a student anymore." "Well, I checked with Professor McGonagall and she said it was fine as long as you adhere to the rules like the rest of us students. Though I should warn you I have to open the ball so people will be watching us and we'll have to dance in front of them." He coughed awkwardly. "As far as why, well, I feel safe with you, Dora. Ever since you found me, you've done nothing but be there for me. You talk to me, teach me things, make me laugh. I really like how I feel around you and how you make me feel. I really like," he gulped, "I really like spending time with you and hope you feel the same." Now she blushed. Her hair started turning bright pink. "You really feel that way? You like spending time with me and want me to go with you?" "Yeah, totally do." Her smile blossomed. "I'd really like that. You'll go with me?" "Yeah," Harry's smile was radiant. "Brilliant, I mean thank you, I'm actually looking forward to the ball now," she laughed. "Me too." He hugged her tight and she returned the gesture, squeezing him hard. "This might actually be fun now," he said enthusiastically. "Thank you so much." "Thanks for asking me," she said warmly and ruffled his hair. "I guess I better pop home and look for some dress robes or something. I'm sure whatever you wear will be wonderful." He looked down at his watch, missing her flush. "I better go back before curfew or else I'll get in trouble. See you later." She hugged him again. "Yeah, see you later. Have a good night, Harry." She watched him leave and felt the churning emotions in her stomach and chest. "I might be in trouble," she whispered to herself. "Mum, are you home?" Andromeda looked up and smiled at Dora. "Oh, hello, love, welcome home. A bit late to be coming home." Dora nodded and slumped on the couch. "Yeah, but I wanted to come home and talk to you." Ted looked between his wife and daughter and stood. "Let me scram. Sounds like it's going to be one of those private talks where fathers are nuisances." "I will inform you later if I am able," Andromeda said lovingly, ignoring Dora's snort. She watched Ted leave fondly before turning to face Dora. "So, what is wrong? Is Harry okay?" "He's fine, everything's fine." "Dora, you rarely come to simply talk to me. It is good that he is fine, however." She patted Dora's knee. "Out with it, love," Dora sighed. "Harry asked me to be his date to the Yule Ball." Andromeda looked at her. "Is that all?" "What do you mean, is that all?" "Well, I imagine it is a simple matter. Do you want to go with him?" "Yes." "Did you say you will go with him?" "Yes." "Then what do you want me to say?" "Isn't it weird? I'm older than him." "Not incredibly so. You started Hogwarts right when you turned 11. 6, just shy of 7, years is hardly any time when you consider our lifespans. I have seen couples with an age gap of decades. That's really concerning, actually. Which is why you and Harry are barely anything in comparison." Dora sighed and buried her face into her hands. "It's not just that. It's, well, I realized I get a little unreasonable when it comes to Harry sometimes. A few weeks ago, Draco cast a curse at his back." "That little shit," Andromeda growled. "Right, but I basically slammed him into the wall and threatened to gut him in front of everyone." Andromeda shrugged. "A reasonable response." Dora rolled her eyes. Is it? I know you say and do things differently, and I follow your example, but you have to know that we take things a little far sometimes. It's just when it comes to Harry, I really do that. I would literally kill for him, and it bothers me that it doesn't bother me. Andromeda rose from her chair and crossed to the liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle and 2 glasses. It seems it is time for the talk, Dora groaned. I know about sex and stuff, Mum. Congratulations. And I did not mean the talk, but a different kind of talk. She poured out healthy measures of alcohol into each glass. Also, do not tell your father you know about sex. It would break his heart. Dora rolled her eyes and took a sip of fire whiskey. Andromeda chuckled. Anyways, this talk is about the blood that runs through your veins. You are a Tonks, obviously. However, you are also a black, and I am sure you know a lot about the blacks. From what you and Sirius tell me, Dora said, the black madness is actually a thing. Our family history is full of instances of it. Great, nothing like looking forward and going crazy, Dora sniped. Andromeda snorted. It is not literally going mad. Well, actually, a few did go quite insane, but that is beside the point. The point is that an enemy of the blacks tried to use our humors against us to slander us, and the family decided to embrace it instead. Our passions run deep, and we call it our own form of madness. I believe one of our ancestors said something along the lines, if you own your flaws, none can use them against you. She sipped her drink. For some, it manifests as a form of extreme paranoia. Others are consumed by arrogance. However, the most common form of it is what can charitably be called intense devotion. She smiled wryly. Or obsession. Same coin, different faces in my opinion. Dora sat and processed the information. Really? Oh yes, you see, anything can be obsessed over. It is not just a person. Ideas and ideals just as easily. Usually most are overly obsessed with the family and its reputation. Others are far more personal and prideful in their focus. One member in our family was obsessed with hatting muggles, even farther than most. Oh, was she the one that wanted to make muggle hunting legal? Exactly. Another was obsessed with gold. So obsessed, he died from drinking molten gold. I do believe he was dipped in it after he died and was turned into a statue and sold. Gross. Indeed. Andromeda looked off into the distance. Narcissa was aptly named. She was always devoted to herself first and foremost. I have no doubt she loves her family to a degree, but only ever as it serves her. Bellatrix was devoted to, well, you know. Sirius was obsessed with being the rebel, breaking free from the tyranny of his parents, being what they did not want him to be. Regulus was devoted to being his own pure-blooded ideal. And you're obsessed with Daddy, Dora smiled. Andromeda smiled too. Yes. From the moment we met, where he defended my honor against other pure-blooded bastards, I fell in love with him. I decided then and there he was worthy of my devotion and made it my purpose to stand by him and support him. It was difficult, I will not deny. Cast out, looked down upon by the others, lost so-called friends and family. Yet I do not regret a second of it and would do it again, but faster. My life with him has been better than I dared dream, and our little family is the sweetest reward I could hope for. Dora drank more, thinking. With that context in mind, a lot of things made sense. Andromeda certainly was very devoted to Ted and to her, to their family. She always did the hard things with a smile, never wavering in her personal beliefs. She picked her battles carefully, but whenever it involved her family, she went for the throat without reservation. I have found that once you find something you find worthy of your devotion, it makes things easier to accept and cope. Of course, objectively, there are good things to be devoted to and bad things to be devoted to. You are our daughter. You are intelligent and kind, and I know that you do not make decisions lightly. You have good instincts, and if you listen to them, you will be in the right more than in the wrong. Dora smiled gratefully. Thanks, Mum. Of course, love. In a way, this really is not a surprise. Ever since we found Harry again, you have been much more at peace. I knew you took it very hard when he first disappeared, harder than Ted and I, and we adored him and his parents very much. Dora nodded slowly. I trust you, Dora. Follow your heart and your instincts. Do right by yourself, your family, and Harry. And what comes will be handled, and we will face it together. Dora crossed over to Andromeda and hugged her solidly. Her hair became long and black, her eyes soft blue. Thanks, Mum, she said softly. Anytime, love, Dora sighed. Now that's out of the way, I have to do something I really don't want to do. I need your help finding dress robes. Oh, lovely, it has been too long since you and I have gone clothes shopping. I'm going to regret this, aren't I? Not over much, I do not think. The day of the Yule Ball came and Dora woke up in her room. She had gone home to spend the morning with her family, though she missed having Harry there. As she blinked slowly, waking up, she realized that she was not alone in her room. Hedwig sat on her headboard, looking down at her with large amber eyes. "Hey, girl," she said sleepily and reached up. Hedwig latched onto her wrist and rode her arm down. She hooted in greeting, lovingly nuzzling Dora's cheek and biting her nose playfully. "Hey, careful," Dora laughed, poking Hedwig's belly. "I don't want a nose piercing." She found the letter on her nightstand and a small box attached to it. "Happy Christmas. I technically woke up before you this time via Hedwig. It's not cheating, totally counts. Auntie Andy said this is a traditional ball gift, so I hope you like it. Can't wait to see you later." She eagerly opened the box. A slim silver chain sat on a dark velvet cushion and she picked it up. The links were small but well-made, looking delicate but feeling sturdy like her bracelet. The necklace flowed over her fingers like moonlight, and she carefully clasped it around her neck. "Can't wait to see you too," she murmured, running a finger along the chain. Harry felt incredibly self-conscious. He looked at himself in the mirror, pulling and adjusting his dress robes. He knew the fault was not due to them. They were incredibly well made from a very good tailor that Andromeda and Sirius went to. They were fitted to him, tight in places to emphasize his lean build, loose in others for comfort and flexibility. The outer robe was jet black, his pants were a softer charcoal. His shirt was pale gray and his tie matched the pants in hue. "Hey, Harry." Harry turned and smiled at Neville Longbottom, his fellow fourth year. "Hey, Neville, you sound excited." The other boy laughed brightly. "I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be fun, but you should come down to the common room. Hermione sent me." "Oh, why, that?" Neville gave him a look. "Your date, here and waiting." Harry noticed the odd look Neville had and shrugged. "Yeah, okay, gotta leave the dorm eventually, I suppose." He scooped up a thin box off his bed and followed his friend down the steps. As he stepped into the common room and he looked and then stopped, his jaw dropping down. Dora was standing beside Hermione, talking easily with her. Her dress was long and slinky, outlining her silhouette. They were midnight black and threads of silver were worked in, so when she moved, small sparkles caught the line like stars in the night sky. Her hair was shoulder length and slightly curled, a soft black that looked dark brown in the right light. Her eyes were gray and they glittered when she saw him. She wore his bracelet and his necklace, adding more silver to her appearance. Everyone in the common room kept shooting glances at her, and while she was talking in a friendly way with Hermione, she had the air of someone closed off. Yet when she saw Harry, her smile became bright and warm, her posture relaxing. "Hey you," she said as she walked over. "You clean up good," Harry stammered. "You look incredible." Her cheeks became light pink. "You like?" she asked cheekily and twirled. Her dress shimmered as she spun, the stars coming to life. "I do," he gasped softly. "I feel underdressed." Dora shook her head and slightly adjusted his tie. "You look very elegant." She saw the box in his hand. "What's this? You already gave me something." She ran a finger along her necklace. "Oh, just an idea Neville had and I asked if I could borrow." He opened the box and revealed a long-stemmed dahlia blossom. The star-shaped flower was soft white, almost gleaming. "Oh, that's gorgeous." Dora looked at it carefully and summoned her wand from the holster that was invisible on her forearm. She tapped the flower, creating a duplicate. She took the original and tucked it behind her right ear. The duplicate flower was threaded through a buttonhole on his outer robe. "Now we match." "Brilliant," Harry smiled goofily. He turned to a very amused-looking Hermione and a smiling Neville. "You look great, Hermione." He admired her light blue dress, the skirt flowed out at the waist, and a soft shawl draped elegantly around her shoulders. She smiled. "Thank you, Harry, so do you." She looped an arm through Neville. "Thank you for letting Harry copy you," she said to him, showing off the chrysanthemum and periwinkle tied around her wrist. "No problem, it was fun picking out flowers and the like," Neville said, blushing lightly. "Shall we go?" Harry asked them, looking at Dora. Dora smiled and threaded her arm through his. "Yes, let's," she said in a very warm way. She held her head high as they walked out, wearing a smile that was just a hint possessive as well as incredibly happy. She pressed against him, maintaining a light but distinct contact between them. As they left, Harry felt something press against him and he turned bright red as he noticed what. He leaned his head closer to her. Dora. Are you, did you make your?" Her eyes sparkled with mischief, and her smile was far too innocent to be truthful. "Did I what?" Harry turned redder. "Did you make your chest bigger?" he asked in a whisper. "Harry," she whispered back with false outrage. "Would I do that?" Yes, I'm fairly sure you would. Oh then, yes, I did, she said smugly. I thought I'd give people a real reason to be jealous of you and a bit of revenge in one. He sighed, but his lips curled in a rueful smile. Thank you, I guess. As long as you want to do it too, though. I'd hate it if you were doing something you didn't want to for me. She patted his hand. Don't worry, I'm having fun. Honestly, I was going to go bigger to really make the others really drool, but Mum told me to be delicate. She loved it when he laughed around her. It was always so free, and it made her warm knowing she made him laugh like that. I'm surprised you could tell. You're usually a bit oblivious. Well, it felt a little different from when we normally hug and stuff, he stammered. Perv, she teased softly, though her cheeks were pink. Gosh, I wonder where I learned that kind of behavior. He grinned when she pinched him. Sirius is a terrible influence on you, she sniffed. You're not wrong. They eventually reached the foyer, and Hermione and Neville waved as they moved into the Great Hall. Harry and Dora were waved into the side room to wait for their entrance. The other champions were waiting there already, and they all looked at Harry and Dora with mixed expressions. Harry nodded politely to them, but made no overtures to talk to them directly. Dora gave as good as she got, looking back boldly at them until they averted their eyes first. Victor Crumb had given her an appraising look before he blanched when Dora let her hair shift into an angry red, her eyes turning slate gray. It's nice that your bodyguard could attend, Cedric Diggory said in what he thought was a conversational tone. As your date, no less, Cho Chang added. Who better? Dora said smoothly as her eyes and hair changed back. I have a vested interest in keeping Harry well in all ways possible. I trust Dora, Harry said simply. I also care about her a lot. I didn't want to go with anyone else. Dora felt warm at his words, and she took even greater pleasure at how the other two Hogwarts students turned away, looking chagrined. As they were announced and entered the Great Hall, Dora wore a faintly smug expression as she looked around. As she thought, more than a few looked at her with evident want, and others looked at Harry jealously. A flash of her eyes shifting, a subtle change in her stance and posture made those that looked too closely avert their eyes, keeping the worst ones at bay. She was well used to being stared at. Others have always put her on some kind of pedestal due to her abilities. She felt the stirrings of resentment build deep within, long cultivated by her own years at Hogwarts. Then she felt Harry squeeze her hand, and she looked down at him slightly, immediately relaxing a little. A part of her maintained some form of vigilance, also cultivated from Hogwarts as well as Moody's ministrations, but she soon found a balance of being wary while enjoying herself. Dinner came and went. The house elves below seemed to keep sending her food if she ordered it, so she took advantage of it. She did not try to make small talk with the others, listening to them and conversing with Harry. She did talk to Percy some, the young man sitting in for Crouch. Despite her early reservations about him and his family, she found him normal enough. He was polite and kind to Harry, so that was what she cared about. Truth be told, the dancing part was something she worried about. Her natural clumsiness made ballroom dancing hazardous at best, and she was worried she would make Harry a laughing stock. Yet somehow they managed to not trip or fall, and she started enjoying herself. Would be proud of us, she murmured into his ear. Good thing we learned a little from her, he agreed with a smile. This is kind of fun actually, dancing with you like this. I'm liking it too, she confessed. It'll be better when the Weird Sisters play. You can really dance to their music. Like this, he asked as he attempted to twirl her. She spun on a foot, hanging onto his arms for balance. Nah, much better dancing. She sighed when his hand rested on her hip again, and she leaned closer. This isn't too bad, though. Harry later admitted that dancing with Dora to the Weird Sisters was better. He did not have to worry about complicated movements or watching his step. He could jump about, be swung around while swinging her around, and just have fun. He liked how much Dora laughed when they danced, how her eyes relaxed and sparkled. She moved with an easy grace, occasionally punctuated by a stumble or a flail. If he was told that he would enjoy his time at the ball beforehand, he would have denied it. Yet as the hours waned and the last song was played, a slow one, he wished it would go on longer. He leaned forward and rested his cheek on her shoulder. Feeling tired? She asked softly, pulling him closer. A bit, but I had so much fun with you. She smiled and curved her body into his. Good, me too. You had fun with you, he asked cheekily. She laughed. I always do, and luckily you were along for the fun. She wrapped her arms firmly around his shoulders, pressing her cheek to his forehead. This is nice. It is, he said softly. I know I say this a lot, but thank you for everything. She kissed his forehead. Thank you for trusting me, he grinned. I'm really happy, he admitted softly. Me too, she admitted just as softly. A few days later, Harry was led into Dora's quarters by the portrait guardian. He stopped short when he peered into the kitchenette. What are you doing? Dora was standing and staring at a pot on the stove. Watching a pot boil. Don't you know a watched pot doesn't boil? He teased. She snorted. Daddy told me that too, but they totally do. I actually proved him wrong once when I was little. Apparently I was able to focus my magic and force the water to boil faster. That sounds like you, he smiled. He looked at the very large stock pot on the stove. What are you cooking, by the way? He frowned. The stove isn't even on. Oh, something, she said, waving her hand. Harry blinked. Is that my golden egg? It was pissing me off, Dora said, glaring at the pot. The screeching got on my nerves and I decided to huck it in some water and cook some sense into it. I wasn't really going to boil it, she added insincerely. Did you try to? He asked. She shrugged. Harry snickered. Well, let's hope it didn't get damaged. He reached in and accidentally undid the latch. The water bubbled and an eyebrow rose. Huh, look, it's still making noise underwater. At least it sounds better than in the air, Dora grumbled. Harry leaned close. Wait, do you think it sounds differently in the water? Stranger shite has happened, Dora said slowly. She leaned close too and dipped her ear into the water. Wait, I think you're right. It took a while for them to write down the whole message, having to listen to it repeat many times. However, they eventually completed writing it all down and then sat and stared at the words. I'm going to have to go somewhere underwater to get something, Harry whispered. Dora hugged him. At least we know the what, now we can work on the how. He hugged her back. If you weren't here, I'd be really panicking right now. She smiled. I'm panicking right now, just doing it all subtle-like. He looked at her hair that stood on end and was constantly changing colors. Yeah, real subtle, he laughed. As if I didn't have enough to worry about right now, Harry muttered. He looked at Dora, deeply embarrassed. I'm so sorry. Dora put down the Daily Prophet. You got nothing to be sorry over. She glared at the article from Rita Skeeter. The only one I blame is this bitch. Boy who lived under Auror assault. It has come to my attention that the boy who lived, the 4th Triwizard champion, is in a dire predicament. The poor boy was seen accompanied to the Yule Ball by none other than his so-called Auror escort, who seemed to have taken her job description too far. Instead of being an appropriate bodyguard, she was inappropriately guarding his body too closely. Nymphadora Tonks is several years his senior and has been seen taking liberties far beyond what an Auror should be allowed to do. There are rumors that she obtained the post through illicit means, all a way to get into the good graces of our poor hero. She has her claws sunk into him, Draco Malfoy, a concerned classmate of Harry's, said. She's unhinged. She even threatened me once for interacting with him. It's something that's really worrying. Instead of allowing him to find a partner that was better suited to him, the ever-shifty woman preferred to monopolize him in every sense of the word. I hope the director of the DMLE reins her in before she hurts the poor damaged boy. I asked you to the ball, Harry sighed. And I had an amazing time. This woman is seriously the worst. Dora's smile was cold. Mind if I handle this with Mum? If you want, I'm really sorry. They make you sound evil. I mean, I am evil, but not when it comes to you. Don't worry, Harry, I'll make her regret this. Can I write a statement? I want to refute what she said and refute that Draco is a concerned classmate. The only thing he's concerned over is torturing me. That's a good idea. Don't worry, Harry. This bitch has no idea what she's done, and Mum and I are going to absolutely destroy her. Harry grinned. Can't wait. As it turned out, he did not have to wait long. The Daily Prophet extends apology. Barnabas Cuff E. would like to extend an apology and a retraction of our article published a few days prior involving Auror Nymphadora Tonks and Harry Potter. A writer for the paper made observations that were not up to our journalistic standards. We have the privilege to post a letter written by Harry Potter as follows. What Miss Skeeter got wrong, frankly everything she reported was wrong, was that I asked Nymphadora Tonks as a date to the Yule Ball, but not as a bodyguard, escort, or as an Auror. I genuinely enjoy her company and how she treats me as a human being and not as a symbol. Quite frankly, her skills as an Auror were an additional benefit because I do not feel safe at Hogwarts currently. I was entered into the tournament against my will, and I can count on the fingers of one hand the people who genuinely care for my well-being, and she is one of them. Draco Malfoy is not one of those people, and his concerns are usually limited to his appearance and what his father knows, allegedly. I am very disappointed in the Daily Prophet. It is sad that they are so willing to report incorrect information without actually speaking to the subjects of the article. A simple question to either of us would have proven all allegations to be false. Nymphadora Tonks has also released a statement, as follows. Rita Skeeter is skilled when it comes to writing fabrications, and I will admit my skills there are lacking. Therefore, I believe it is only fair that I get to show where my skills lie. By the gallows law, I aver Rita Skeeter a chance to back up her allegations and face me in a formal duel. I would be more than happy to show that I obtained no post illicitly and that my skills are up to the challenge. Once again, we here at the Daily Prophet would like to apologize to Orer Tonks, Mr. Potter, and the DMLE for our lapse in standards, and will endeavor to do better in the future. Well, that was fast, Harry observed. They almost did a special edition the night after Mum visited them, Dora said gleefully. She told me she made their security faint, the one that didn't run that is, and Cuff wet his pants. Hermione giggled as she read. I like what you said about Draco. Thanks, I thought that was a nice touch. Did Skeeter respond to your challenge? Ron asked Dora eagerly. I'm still waiting. I know she won't, but it's nice to think about, Dora grumbled. How much did Auntie Andy edit your statement? Harry asked. She had to rewrite it. Apparently printing swears is plebeian. As well as threatening to make her eat her quills so she could crap out her articles, which is what she does anyways. Dora smirked when Hermione choked on her juice. Sorry, Hermione, she said, sounding anything but. Too bad they didn't print that, Ron said admiringly. Would have been an improvement. That's what I said, Dora laughed. Well, now that's out of the way, we can focus on me getting through the next task, Harry said, still not loving the idea of spending an hour underwater. It has to be the lake. It's the only body of water big enough nearby. Well, let's go practice in it then, Dora said. You'll get through it, no doubt. The night before the task found Harry and Dora in her quarters once more. Harry was feeling jittery despite the weeks of practice he had done. Dora hugged him with one arm. Hey, you got this. Sirius said he's pretty sure the voice from the egg is a mermaid, though I don't believe him on how he says he knows. So you dive into the lake, head for the deepest part, grab the thing you miss most, then come back up. Now, what's your primary spell to get down there? Bubblehead Charm, he replied swiftly. I also have my elemental flask to change water to air inside of it and can breathe in the air. Gotta thank Uncle Ted for that again. And I have that bit of gilly weed for a last resort. Good. Remember, you can use the propulsion spell again for a quick boost in speed. Same with an Agumenti. What spells can you use underwater? Stingers still work. Cutting spell only works if it's really close range. Bludgeoners are slow and not as effective. Shocking Jinx will probably hurt me too, so only use it if I have to. No fire spells, obviously. See, you're going to do great. A knock was heard from the door and Dora looked at it. Who's calling now? She rose and walked over to the entryway, opening it. McGonagall stood there and she raised an eyebrow seeing Harry there. Orer Tonks, the headmaster, has requested your presence. Good for him, Dora said back. McGonagall's nostrils flared slightly before she sighed. I am afraid he insists. Dora rolled her eyes. Fine, I'll go see what the old coot wants. She ignored the look of indignation on McGonagall's face and turned to Harry. You should head back to your dorm. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Get a good night's sleep. Okay, be careful, he said and hugged her. I can handle myself against Dumbledore, she said before squeezing him. Good night, Harry. Hey, Harry, Sirius hugged his godson. How are you feeling? Nervous, but okay. Glad you came, he replied. Dumbledore dares not keep us away, Andromeda said and hugged him. It was part of our agreement for the tournament. Ted hugged him too. I'm kind of glad I missed the first task. It sounded terrifying, but I'm so proud of you. Where, Dora? Harry looked a little worried. I don't know. I went to her quarters, but the portrait guardian said she wasn't there. She went to see Professor Dumbledore yesterday. Curious. Andromeda tried to smile. Well, I am sure it is nothing. Amelia did not send me a letter or message, so I am sure it was nothing to do with her job. She's probably doing something last minute and will find us in the stands. Harry did not look convinced. He noticed Cedric looking equally unsettled. I wonder what he's bothered about, he said softly. I heard him looking for Cho earlier, Ron said. Asking her friends where she was, apparently promised to see him at breakfast today to wish him luck. He must have missed her, Hermione mused. Something clicked in Harry's brain and his face must have shown his horror. The adults looked at him sharply. What's wrong? Sirius asked hurriedly. The clue it said something was taken that we'd sorely miss. What if it was someone, he thought with dread. Hermione was sitting beside him, looking at him with concern, and Ron looked at him with confusion. That only left one other. He jumped from the table. "I have to go," he said. "I'll see you after." He hugged Andromeda and Ted tightly. "I'm so sorry," he said in a rush. "I'll save her, don't worry." He ran away, his feet pounding the stone beneath him. "Harry, what's wrong?" Hermione yelled after him. "What did he mean by that?" Ted asked, worried. "I do not know, but I do have a sudden urge to make Dumbledore suffer," Andromeda growled. "This cannot be good." Harry stared down at the cold waters. Any nervousness he felt before had been replaced with fear for Dora, anger over the situation. Ludo had announced to the Watchers that the champions had to go rescue their hostages, and Harry was livid. It was not enough that he was roped into the mess. They had to involve Dora, someone he cared deeply about. Threatening his life was one thing. Threatening the life of one of the few people he cared about and that cared about him, that was something else entirely. As soon as the starting horn was sounded, he cast the bubblehead charm and leapt into the water, all in one motion. He angled his wand behind him and cast the water summoning spell, and used the sudden momentum to give him a head start towards the depths of the lake. He did not use the spell the entire time, knowing he would exhaust himself in doing that. Instead, he used it when he was near patches of long underwater grass and plants, where he felt something lurking there. He paced himself as best as he could, but he still swam hard, going deeper into the waters. Dumbledore shivered slightly. Right before he jumped in, Harry had given him a look that he had never seen on the boy. It was an expression of sheer anger, deep resentment. He was used to seeing those kinds of looks from others, but never from Harry. In fact, if he dared turn, he would see 3 identical looks. He could feel them boring into his back, and he sweated slightly despite the chill February air. He thought that he might need to reassess the impact the Tonkses and Sirius was having on Harry's temperament. When they were all very far from him and he was safe in his office. "If something happens to Dora," Ted growled, "I'm going to kill him." "Only if you beat me to him," Sirius snarled, "for her and Harry." "Settle down, boys, ladies first," Andromeda said in a very dangerous tone. "I might leave something left of him after I am through. I swear he is especially moronic if he has yet to learn his lesson." Sirius sighed deeply. "Harry been training hard. He'll get to her, and as soon as he does, she'll be in the fight. She's tough. I'd put money on those 2 against anyone else any day." "Please be safe, Harry," Hermione begged softly. After a while, Harry heard singing. He homed in on the sound, swimming towards it with renewed vigor. The singing grew louder, and he recognized the song that was the clue. Emboldened, he swam faster. He broke through a thick patch of dense plant life and swam into the merfolk village. He spent a few moments looking at the homes carved from stone, decorated with coral and driftwood, before focusing. He swam past merfolk who watched him with large dark eyes, floating in place. Some held weapons, spears and tridents. Others just drifted, watching him carefully. He swam towards the center and stopped, heart in his throat. Dora was tied to a large statue of a mermaid alongside Cho, a girl wearing Durmstrang robes and a small girl who had hair like Fleur's. She looked especially small, floating in the water, and the sight made Harry even angrier. As he swam to them, one of the larger merfolk jabbed at him with a trident. "Only one," he hissed. "Yours only," Harry scowled back. He felt better having found the hostages, but leaving them alone down here in the depths of the lake did not sit right with him. He wanted to save Dora as fast as possible, but he also hated the idea of everyone suffering for this damned tournament. He looked around for long moments, not seeing any of the other champions. "Sod this," he muttered. He held his wand high. "Exardisir." Normally, the flare spell would summon a large burning ball of fire and light that could be applied to an object or sent flying. Underwater, it created a boiling pocket of water that sent off a cloud of bubbles. It still shone brightly, sending rays of light that penetrated the water. He dragged the ball up to the top of the statue and waited, peering into the depths. Fleur showed up, drawn to the beacon. Her swimsuit was torn in a few places, but she swam with manic energy, slowing when she saw Harry waiting with the flare. "You led me here," she said as she approached, her words just barely discernible through her own bubblehead charm. Harry nodded. "I don't care about winning, just about what's right." He pointed down at the hostages. "I'm not leaving them here alone." She gave him a look. "I believe you," she said finally. She stifled a sob seeing her little sister floating there. "I would die if my little sister was left here alone." Something died inside Harry. "Your little sister, how old is she?" "Gabrielle is barely 8 years old," Harry swore under his breath. He took his anger and channeled it into another flare spell. He shot this one out into the water high above them. There! Fleur pointed, and they saw two forms swimming towards them. One looked like a strange amalgamation of a fish and a human. The other also had their face obscured like Harry and Fleur with a bubble head. Harry dove down to the statue's base, and Fleur followed. With a short snap of his wand, he cut Dora free from the vines and did the same to the little girl. Fleur wrapped her sister to her with a length of vine, chest to chest. Taking her idea, he tied himself to Dora. He raised his wand. Ascendio. The spell kicked in, and he felt himself dragged upwards, pulling Dora behind him. He kept his grip on the wand and the vine, gritting his teeth against the immense pressure dragging on him. He felt himself getting weaker, tiring out. He poured as much of his energy into the spell, willing it to carry them to safety. His sole purpose was to save Dora, and he felt the bubblehead charm beginning to fade. With the last of his strength, he hugged Dora to him, his eyes closing. They broke the surface of the lake. He gasped and coughed, spitting out water. When Dora emerged, the sleep spell wore off and she coughed too, disoriented. "Why am I bloody soaking, Harry?" She grabbed him, trying to keep him afloat. "Harry, are you okay?" "I'm okay," he sputtered. "Tired, are you okay?" Finally relaxed, seeing her beside him and awake. "I'm so sorry you got involved." At least they asked me." She inspected him carefully. "Breathe, Harry, I'm okay, I'm here." His face glistened, and it was not just from the waters of the lake. "I was so scared I lost you and couldn't save you." She gulped. "You saved me. You got me. Here, let me help us get to shore." She flicked her wand out and cast Agumenti behind them, propelling them to shore. "I won't leave you," she whispered to him. "Ever, it took me years to find you." "Good," he said, shy but relieved. They reached the shore, and Dora half-carried Harry out of the water. Sirius, Andromeda, and Ted rushed to the lake's edge, relief evident on their faces. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said as he approached. He suddenly stopped short, surprise on his face. Harry pointed his wand at the headmaster, and people around them gasped with wide eyes and shocked expressions. "How dare you?" Harry snarled. "It's not enough that you endanger me. You're aiming for the people I care about." "Mr. Potter," McGonagall gasped. "No, I don't care if you try to get me killed," he spat to everyone's horror. "You don't mess with the only people that care about me. You stay away from my family." We asked for her consent," Dumbledore said weakly. He had never thought he would see the day that Harry Potter threatened him. He was shocked beyond belief and deeply concerned. The look in Harry's eyes was startling. Remembered seeing a similar conviction in Lily James. Even exhausted, Harry's presence did not speak. It demanded notice. "You heavily implied if I didn't consent, you someone else," Dora said bitterly. She nodded at Hermione and Ron, who had followed after her parents, and Sirius. "Figured a trained Auror could handle the situation better." Fleur reached the shore, carrying a sniffling Gabrielle in her arms. Harry pointed at her. "She's only 8. She's a child. What's your excuse there? Didn't you do enough when you interfered with my life when I was a baby? Do you enjoy endangering the lives of children?" All the blood drained from Dumbledore's face, and he staggered as if physically struck. Harry." Dora felt Harry stumbling, his anger no longer sustaining his energy. "Daddy," she yelled, half carrying Harry to him. Ted rushed forward and helped carry Harry the rest of the way to dry land. He murmured as he cast diagnostic spells and warming spells. "Nothing's wrong, thankfully. Just some magical exhaustion and muscle strain. Easy to fix." "You better leave them alone," Andromeda said severely to Dumbledore. "We will be having words about this. If you think I would be upset with any threats to Harry, who I consider practically a son, what do you think will happen when you threaten one that is my flesh and blood?" Dumbledore heeded the warning and walked away, his face still pale. Ted wrapped them in towels and blankets that Pomfrey brought over. "Let's get you both warmed up." "Everything's all right. You did great, really." Dora hugged Harry to her, and his hand found hers, their fingers entwining. He breathed a deep sigh of relief and faded away, listening to the others fuss around him. "Harry, may I have a word with you?" Harry looked coolly at Dumbledore. It was only a few days since the second task, and Harry still had not forgiven the headmaster for what happened. He knew he crossed a line when he drew his wand on the older wizard, but did not regret it. In fact, he had been waiting for Dumbledore to try and approach him. When Dora left the school for something, Harry had guessed Dumbledore would do this. "If you would like, sir," Harry said at last. Dumbledore frowned slightly. "I would, if you would follow me to my office, please. Does this have to do with my schooling?" He frowned more. "Not precisely. Then I do not feel comfortable going to your office. I am fine speaking with you here in the grand foyer. Our conversation should be in a more private setting." There's no one really around. We can step into the corner. I must insist we go to my office. Then I must insist that I contact Auntie Andy or Sirius or wait for Dora to return. Dumbledore scowled. Have you been instructed to do that by them? Not at all. That is what I personally want and feel comfortable with, Harry said smoothly. The headmaster took on an injured air. I will admit that I do not like the change in your attitude since you have spent time with them. I never would have imagined you drawing your wand on me like that. Sir, the Tonks nor Sirius have not influenced me like that. They have only shown me care and support, and I'm grateful to them for it. I trust them. Have I not done the same? Do you no longer trust me? Not to the degree that they have. They have helped me and talked to me where you have said you helped me. I have done more than said. Have you discovered who put my name in the goblet? Harry asked. Or how? Dumbledore said nothing for a long moment. One failure overwrites all I have done before then, he asked finally. If it was only the one failure, then maybe not. I still can't believe you sent a child into the Black Lake. Then again, I still can't believe you took me away when I was a baby either. I did that for your own good, he replied heatedly. For my own good, Harry repeated. Would you like to see my back, sir? Another long silence. You could explain why it was for my own good, Harry said, more silence. The thing about trust is that it goes both ways, sir. You don't want to share things. In turn, I don't trust you. There are some things I cannot explain. Then I cannot trust you. Especially knowing what you have done. Your parents did. He immediately knew he overstepped and went too far. Harry's eyes hardened. I wouldn't know, he said as calmly as he could. Maybe you were more honest with them. Besides, even though I look like my dad and have my mother's eyes, I'm not them. He looked away. I have homework to do and I still have to prepare for the third task. Will there be anything else, sir? Dumbledore sighed. No. Have a good day then, sir. Harry walked away and did not look back. He lay panting on the ground, exhausted and out of breath. Dora looked down at him, breathing heavily as well, with a large smile on her face. Good job, she said. Why don't I feel like I did a good job? He snarked back. Dora laughed. Because you're not supposed to feel like you did a good job. You're supposed to feel wrung out and like shite. If you felt it was easy, it was too easy. If you're dead, you failed. When you're still clinging to life, that means you survived and beat the other bastard gunning for you. That's when you did a good job, you earned it. He rolled over to look up at her. You're a great motivational speaker. She snorted and sat beside him. I was trained by one of the best Aurors. He used to say stuff like that all the time during training. He sounds pleasant. His name is Mad-Eye Moody. Even more pleasant. She ruffled his hair. He's an old bastard, but he's got a good heart. I think you're going to do well on your last task. A few days ago, Harry learned that the final task was a maze. The champions had to make their way through the maze, overcoming various magical obstacles, and the first to reach the cup at the center would be crowned the victor. When he gave the news to his family, they came up with a list of spells that would serve him best, and at every available opportunity, Dora trained him relentlessly. Ron and Hermione and even Neville helped him to train. With each spell mastered, he felt a little better. Should I just hide in a corner when the task starts? He asked. It's not like I care about winning. That's not a bad idea, but if the other champions all fail, you'll still be stuck because the task wouldn't be finished. Just plow your way through, and if you're there first, just grab it. That way it'll be over and you'll be safe. That makes sense. He reached out for her hand. Thanks, Dora. She pulled him into her lap and hugged him. You got this. When this is all over, we can really figure out who got you into the mess, and we'll make them regret it. The day of the final task arrived, and the air crackled with energy. For most, it was the end of exams and the finale of the tournament. The majority of the students from the schools were eager to see who would earn the title of champion and bring that eternal glory that was promised. For a select few, it was the nervousness of the unknown entity. The person who had entered Harry's name had not been caught, thus the motivation of Harry being in the tournament was still unknown. Amelia brought a full complement of Aurors to provide security, and they watched over things with careful eyes. Harry spent the day with Andromeda, Ted, and Sirius while Dora came and went. It was nice to visit with them, but there was a definite sense of the calm before the storm, of the false quiet before the fury. People drifted to the Quidditch pitch where the final task would be. The pitch was covered in large hedges. Enchanted mirrors floated in the sky to reflect what happened within to the watchers. The Aurors patrolled around the maze while the stands filled with people. You okay? Dora asked worriedly. Harry gulped but nodded. I'm okay, as ready as I'll ever be. Here, she said softly, slipping something into his inner robe pocket. If you need help, holler okay. Getting disqualified is better than the alternative. He patted the slim shape in his pocket, recognizing what it was. Thanks, that makes me feel a lot better. She hugged him and kissed his forehead. See you when you get out. That-a-boy, Sirius praised as he watched Harry get past a trap. The ground had shifted and sent the cobblestone paving flying about. Harry had manipulated the wind blast charm into a tight cyclone, sending the stones around him. He ran through, avoiding being hit by any of the rocks. He's doing great, Ted said with relief. Dora did an excellent job training him, Andromeda said. He is doing very well avoiding traps and fighting the monsters. Dora's eyes were focused on the mirror following Harry. That's my boy, she muttered. Go get Harry. Sirius looked away for a moment and frowned. What's he doing? Andromeda followed his pointing finger. Crouch, he seems to be patrolling the perimeter. Kinda strange, don't you think? Perhaps he is putting up a show, considering he helped turn the tournament into a fiasco involving Harry, she offered. Sirius spent more time watching Crouch when he was in his line of sight. A gasp came up. The mirrors all went dark, no longer showing the champions running the maze. People booed and shouted, and Ministry personnel ran back and forth trying to get the mirrors back up. Loud noises erupted from the maze, but the hedges were too close and too tall to let people look into it easily. I hope everything's okay in there, Ted said. Harry ran down the path. He had intended to take his time, to let anyone else get to the cup before him. He really had no desire to be crowned the victor, yet he had the strangest sense that something was following him as he progressed through the maze. The obstacles had been challenging. Several spell traps and puzzles were figured out. He fought off a giant blast-ended Scroot and a Kappa. There seemed to be something following him, driving him on, and he had decided to try and always stay ahead of it. Better the enemy you see than the one you don't, Dora had said, and he agreed wholeheartedly. Eventually, he decided that it probably was better to end everything instead of drawing it out. An acromantula almost got the best of him. Luckily, a quickly cast impediment jinx slowed the giant spider enough for Harry to cast a stone pillar spell, a giant stone block appearing from beneath and punching up into the acromantula. It was knocked over on its back, letting Harry run past. He saw the cup in the distance and hearing Spellfear behind him, he ran on. For a brief moment, he felt a surge of satisfaction in reaching the cup before a surge of magic took him away. I don't know what's wrong with the system, Ludo said loudly. No one can get the mirrors working again. A large crowd of Ministry officials and Aurors argued with one another with the Hogwarts professors involved. Words were thrown, and if it was not for Amelia's presence and the headmasters, wands would have probably been drawn and spells thrown as nerves were stretched thin. Amelia had wanted to send Aurors overhead to look down into the maze, but was denied. The champions would signal if they needed to be extracted, and there would be no outside interference. She had not liked that ruling and fumed at the other officials. Sirius continued to stare suspiciously at Crouch. He had remained apart from the discussion, continuing his seemingly aimless wandering around the perimeter of the maze. Something isn't right. What do you mean? Dora asked. Crouch has always taken advantage of a chance to throw his weight around, always wants to take control of a situation if he can. Why isn't he doing that now? Before Dora could respond, a grizzled man hobbled over. His face was a briar's patch of scars, and he leaned heavily on a prosthetic leg, a large false blue eye spun independently in a socket. Isn't this a load of shite? He grumbled. Good to see you, Dora said with a sincere smile. You too, Moody said. Good to see escort detail hasn't gotten you fat. Hey, Alistair, Sirius said, interrupting Dora's retort. Can you look into the maze? He shook his head. No, enchanted against me, for some damn reason. Sirius' frown deepened. From one paranoid bastard to another, what do you think about this? He explained his concerns about Crouch. Moody turned and stared at Crouch with both eyes. It does sound fishy when you put it that way. He stomped over with Sirius and Dora following. Bartemius, he called out. Crouch turned and his face twisted when he saw who approached. Alistair, what is it? I'm busy. I was wondering why you weren't trying to sort out that mess. Moody hiked a thumb over his shoulder. I am no enchanter. How would I fix the mirrors? I have more important things to do. You're also not an Auror. You're not tasked to patrol the outside of the maze, Sirius said. Crouch's glare was venomous. And you know all about pretending to be something else, don't you, Black? Sirius took a step back. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing. I have no time to waste with you. Crouch turned to leave. Yeah, you must be real busy, Moody said. We're short-staffed all over, had to haul my arse out of retirement, like the Aura department during 71. Precisely. Wait, that wasn't the Aura department. That was your department, Council of Magical Law. Silence filled the air between them. You're not Bartemius. Crouch snarled and flicked his wand several times. Sirius and Moody hurriedly brought up shields, blocking the incoming spells. Stupefy. Dora's stunner hit Crouch directly in his midriff, knocking him out. People cried out at the sudden duel and people came running. What in the world? Cornelius Fudge, Minister of Magic, shouted. What did you do to Barty? That's not Barty, Moody said. That's an imposter, failed a simple question and was acting suspicious. If that's not Barty, we have to stop the task, Amelia said. He was responsible for setting it up. The champions inside could be in danger. I bet that's why the mirrors went down, so we can't see what's going on. Dora reached into her pocket and pulled out a small mirror. Harry Potter, she said into it. She felt the magic shift in her hands and the mirror's surface was dark. Harry, can you hear me? You gave him his two-way mirror before the task, Sirius asked. Yeah, just in case. Is it broken? He shook his head. No, if it was you'd only see yourself right now. Something must be obscuring the mirror. Dora, Harry's voice was faint and laced with pain. Harry, what's going on? Her shout drew people around her. The cup was a portkey, Harry gasped. Don't know where I am, he's here. Who? Harry, Sirius shouted. Say follow me now, follow me, Harry whispered. Dora, Sirius, help me please. We're coming, Sirius shouted. He grabbed the mirror from Dora. The mirrors can be traced to each other. We can follow the magic and apparate to the other. Half team go into the maze now, recover the other champions, Amelia ordered. Jones, secure Crouch. Rest of you follow me. We're going to follow Sirius and go rescue Mr. Potter. Sirius took off running, followed closely behind by Dora, Andromeda, and Ted with Amelia and her aurors. Dumbledore followed them. You should stay at your school, Amelia said firmly. Harry is my student and I will come to assist, Dumbledore said. Fine, but I'm in charge of this operation and what I say goes or else I will stun you. Am I clear? Amelia sighed at Dumbledore's reluctant nod. Right, what's the play? Will the mirror take us to him directly? It'll take us close and only a few of us can go with it. We should go and a few memorize the area and apparate back to sight along others. Right, do it. Once they left the grounds of the school and passed the anti-apparition wards, Sirius, Dora, and Amelia grabbed hold of the mirror. Sirius muttered a word and the three popped away. They reappeared in a small neighborhood. Amelia and Dora immediately turned to look down either side of the street, wands out. Sirius shook the mirror and felt the draw to its twin. This way, he whispered. They followed the pull until they peered into a small cemetery. A loud scream cut through the air. Harry! Dora went to run to him but was held back by Amelia. Wait! The older witch hissed. That was Harry. I know, but he's been abducted and us running into who knows what won't help. They looked in and gasped. A crowd of individuals wore long black robes and silver masks surrounded a tall, pale figure. Some had their hoods up, but others did not. They laughed and jeered while the pale figure in the middle said something indistinct, and Harry's scream tore the air once more. That's him, Amelia gasped. And Death Eaters, Sirius swore. We have to go back. If we bring all that we have at the school, with the element of surprise, we can handle them. At least make them back off and get Harry and go, Amelia said. She stared at Dora. Can I trust you to stay and observe and not interfere until we return? Dora bit her lip and tasted blood. Hurry, she said. We'll be right back, Sirius said. He and Amelia backed off and apparated. It was the longest wait she had ever endured. She wanted nothing more than to wade in and curse every person there to pieces. Hearing Harry scream in pain was torture for her, and she gripped her wand tight. Her breathing was shallow and ragged, and she silently begged for the others to return. She nearly jumped when someone touched her shoulder, realizing it was her mother. I took the mirror back with Ted and Moody, Andromeda whispered. Sirius and Amelia are side-alonging with the rest. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the crowd. Oh, blood will flow tonight. Moody grinned fairly. Well now, this will be nice to bring more scum to justice. The others arrived and assembled behind them. Vanish the bars on the fence and we go in, Amelia said. Rules of engagement, Kingsley asked. Try to stun, but the second they start casting on you, cast what you need. No unforgivables, but anything else goes. Is that really you-know-who? Emmeline Vance gasped. Sirius looked at Dumbledore and saw a flicker of surprise, but not nearly like the looks on everyone else's faces. He looked at Andromeda and saw that she noticed too. Looks like, Amelia said grimly. All right, we're going in blazing. If you get eyes on Potter, get him out priority. Then take down as many Death Eaters as possible, but stay alert. No heroics. Ready? She waited for everyone to nod. Go! She vanished the bars on the fence, and Dora, Sirius, and Andromeda led the charge. One of the Death Eaters screamed as Dora's bludgeoner spell knocked him into a gravestone, the crack of bones audible. Stunning spells from the Aurors shot out, and a few forms crumpled while others spun to summon shields. One of the Death Eaters shot a spear of flame and winged an Auror who fell over shrieking, trying to put the fire out. Ted summoned a thick foam to douse the fires, pulling the Auror with him behind a tall plinth. Sirius, severing charm, removed the Death Eater's hand at the wrist. Dumbledore and Moody went straight for Voldemort. The newly resurrected wizard gaped with surprise, but his wand was in motion, throwing sheets of purple-black fire at them and tendrils of summoned snakes. Moody blasted the snakes aside and used spears of water to douse the flames, while Dumbledore threw a cone of webbing at Voldemort. Harry, despite enduring the Cruciatus, scrambled to his feet. He shot a reductor curse at a large statue, sending shards of stone into the air and making a few Death Eaters scream from shock and pain, caught in the blast. Andromeda snarled, summoning a large whip made of bright red fire. She snapped it out, catching a Death Eater in the face, one who had aimed his wand at Harry's back. The Death Eater screamed as the whiplash melted the silver mask, bonding the metal to his skin. Andromeda struck twice more, cutting through his robes and leaving long rents in his robes and skin. Sirius and Dora reached Harry at the same time, pulling him out and summoning shields. "Harry, are you okay?" Sirius shouted. Harry shook from pain and adrenaline. He pointed with a shaky hand. "Sirius!" he gasped. Sirius looked, and he looked hungry. "Wormtail!" He transformed into his animagus form and took off, dodging spells flying about. Dora grabbed Harry about the middle and ran away from the conflict. "I got you," she said. "I got you, Harry." "I know," he said weakly. "Thank you." A giant explosion knocked people over, and a large hissing sound filled the air. Flames leapt high, and an immense serpent grew from the fire. Dumbledore, Moody, Amelia began casting, blasting the fiery snake with blasts of water and wind, smothering it with conjured stone. The other Aurors joined them, and after a few tenuous moments the fires died, leaving clouds of smoke and ash. Of Voldemort and other Death Eaters there were no sign. "He got away," Moody spat. "Bloody coward." "Not all of them, though," Amelia said grimly. There were bodies lying about, wearing Death Eater robes. "Shacklebolt, report." "Bennett's is dead," Kingsley said, favoring his arm. "Shaw and Timmins are hurt bad. Thank goodness Ted came with us, stabilized them. We got Potter, and I think there might be 1 or 2 enemies captured alive. Here's one." Sirius came up dragging a fat, whimpering man who held a bloody stump with his hand. "He had a brand new silver hand that tried to kill me, then him. I cut it off. Finally got to cut something off." Well, Peter Pettigrew," Amelia said. "You look well for a dead man." When he opened his mouth, she stunned him. "Between him and whoever fake crouches, we'll learn a lot." "How, Harry?" Andromeda asked as she knelt beside him. "He suffered the Cruciatus," Ted said shortly. "Multiple times. Big stab wound on his arm, lost some blood. Otherwise, he'll recover." "Back off," Andromeda snarled at Dumbledore, who tried to approach. "I must know what happened tonight," Dumbledore replied. "We all will know," Amelia said. Hours later, they gathered in the infirmary at Hogwarts. Harry had recounted what happened to him after being taken away by the hidden portkey. Landing in the cemetery, he was disoriented and was captured by Pettigrew. He described the ritual in detail, how his blood, Voldemort's father's remains, and Pettigrew's hand had given Voldemort a new body. Then Voldemort summoned his Death Eaters, and during his lambasting, Harry felt his mirror activate, giving the others the means to find him. Amelia revealed that Crouch Sr. was actually Barty Crouch Jr., using the Polyjuice potion to impersonate him. Using Veritaserum on both him and Pettigrew, they learned that Pettigrew was once Scabbers, biding his time. When news of Sirius' trial came out, Pettigrew fled, afraid. He somehow was found by Voldemort's shade and discovered that Barty was still alive, kept by his father at their home. Pettigrew and Voldemort overpowered Crouch Sr. and spent the better part of the year preparing for the ritual. Using his father's name and appearance, Barty was able to put Harry's name into the goblet, and then manipulate the maze for the third task, as well as creating the portkey. She then revealed all the Death Eaters who had been killed in the fight. After trying to bluster that there was no way that Voldemort had returned despite copious evidence, Amelia kicked Fudge out of the infirmary, coldly informing him that he had already alerted the Wisengamot and made public knowledge of the identities of the captured and killed Death Eaters. She warned him to take the situation seriously before slamming the door in his face. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. On one side, Harry lay in the hospital bed, accompanied by Dora, Andromeda, Ted, and Sirius. Amelia stood closer to them. On the other side stood Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Pomfrey. They looked at each other tensely, waiting for something to break the quiet. "You knew this would happen," Andromeda said softly, staring at Dumbledore. "You must stop this persecution of me," Dumbledore replied. "You have done nothing but question my integrity and intelligence." How would I know that Crouch would be impersonated by his son? How would I know Harry would be used in some kind of ritual? Not that, Voldemort would return. She ignored the flinches from Ted, Amelia, McGonagall, and Pomfrey. "Somehow you knew." "I had an idea that it would be possible," he admitted. "Why did you not say anything, do anything? You assume that I did not. I know that you did not, at least you did not do enough." "There was never enough proof, and I have been gathering it," he said severely. "Quirrell was being possessed by Voldemort my first year," Harry said. He continued when heads turned to him. "The second year, Voldemort's diary from when he was a student here, it was the reason everything happened." "Not enough proof," Sirius shouted. "That's proof enough. And what would you have me do?" Dumbledore looked truly annoyed now, frazzled. "If I went to the Wisengamot with that information, I would have been laughed out and sacked. Then what could I do? I have acquired information and have tried to draw conclusions to get things done. You know as well as I that former Death Eaters that escaped punishment and imprisonment were in the Ministry or still had ties. Any measure or precaution was doomed to fail." "Have you shared this information with anyone else?" Amelia asked. She shook her head with disgust at his silence. "Of course not. You always hoard information, keeping your so-called allies in the dark. Only Albus Dumbledore can know anything pertinent." "No more. I demand to know the secrets you hold," Andromeda said. "Anything that pertains to Voldemort that you think is important and how it applies to Harry. You owe us this." "I owe you nothing. You have failed in the contract you signed earlier this year. You have not shared valuable information that could have prepared us or even prevented this." Dumbledore laughed. "That is egregious reasoning, and I dispute it entirely. You cannot blame me for this." "I can and do. You forget yourself, Mr. Dumbledore. You signed the contract yourself after you read it." "I will not divulge what I know. I cannot give false information, and if it somehow gets out what we know, then it will cause more harm than good." Andromeda smiled. "So you refuse my demand, categorically and utterly?" Andromeda leaned back. "So be it." Dumbledore frowned for a moment before he winced. He opened his mouth and groaned in pain, clutching his chest. "Albus!" Pomfrey grabbed him before he could fall over. "What's wrong?" "Do not waste your energy," Andromeda said in a bored tone. "You can do nothing for him." "What do you mean?" McGonagall asked. "I made my demands for restitution and he refused. By the contract, he suffers the consequences." "You would kill him," McGonagall screeched. "No, I am not that forgiving, and he would not have signed the contract if that was the case. No, he is losing his magic." "That will kill him at his age," Pomfrey shouted. "That is definitely a possibility," Andromeda admitted. "You would render me powerless," Dumbledore gasped. "In the face of Voldemort's return?" "No, you are rendering yourself powerless. You have the power to stop this. You refuse to." Andromeda stared at him. "You made your bed, Mr. Dumbledore. You will lie in it. I hope it is comfortable. It just might be your last." Her smile turned feral. "How does it feel, Mr. Dumbledore? You threatened Harry with this. Almost forced him to lose his magic if he did not compete. Poetic, is it not?" Harry opened his mouth, but Dora touched his hand, shaking her head ever so slightly. Amelia looked at Sirius, who also shook his head. Ted simply watched. "Fine," Dumbledore gasped. "I will share what I know." He breathed deep as soon as he said that, the pain in his chest leaving. "Well, get on with it then," Andromeda said. After a moment, Dumbledore told them of the prophecy, the one made where the Dark Lord would mark the child of those that defied him thrice as an equal. That none may live while the other survives. He told them that was the reason that Voldemort had gone after the Potters, intent on killing Harry as a baby. Harry listened numbly, shocked beyond tears. Despite the pain from the Cruciatus, he welcomed Dora's touch, holding on to her as he learned why he became an orphan, why he lost his parents. "I can't believe it," Sirius groaned. "Bloody divination. That shite is all perception and interpretation." There's literally hundreds of ways to see every prophecy, and that's why I lost my best friends. Because some dumb nose-less fuck was scared of a baby. We learned the motivation, good. But that does not explain how Voldemort existed to possess someone and ultimately return. You know more. Andromeda continued to stare at Dumbledore. I do not know exactly why, but I have my guesses. Then share your guesses. Dumbledore then began to describe how there was dark magic that could break a person's soul and attach the pieces to objects. As long as the object remains, then a person could not truly die. They either had to undo the ritual themselves, or the objects must all be broken before the person could die. Most people looked horrified as they learned about the magic, but during Dumbledore's explanation, Sirius and Andromeda shared a very subtle look. That's incredibly dark, Amelia muttered. Does it have a name, this ritual? I need to do more investigation to learn it, Dumbledore said. Very well, I hold your end of the bargain fulfilled, Andromeda said. The contract has been completed. She smiled prettily. There, was that so hard? He stared back at her. So what do we do now? McGonagall asked to nip the coming argument in the bud. There will be an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot tomorrow, Dumbledore said smoothly. With the evidence provided, Fudge will not be able to fully block the information. With the death and injury to the Aurors, the rest of the body cannot ignore everything. Especially since some of the ones in the holding cells are members of the Wisengamot, Amelia said grimly. Caught red-handed. I'll drag out the bodies of the Death Eaters if I have to. I don't know if Fudge will do anything worthwhile, but I'll start recalling Aurors and implementing emergency protocols. It is thanks to Harry that we know all this and multiple people saw Voldemort, Dumbledore said graciously. He lost the element of surprise and lost supporters this night. He would have flourished in anonymity and could have grown a large power base while everyone else was unaware. Now he cannot move about as easily and will find it more difficult to acquire power. Right. Let's see what the Ministry will do and we can make our own plans, Sirius said. A fine course of action, Dumbledore praised. Voldemort seeks to divide us, we will be stronger together. With a nod he left, followed closely by McGonagall. Pomfrey went to her office. Amelia waited for the office door to close before surrounding them with a privacy charm. All right, Spill, I noticed that look you two shared. Andromeda's lip curled. The arrogance of that man. Stronger together. Bah, I noticed he gave no name to the dark magic. You know what it is? Ted asked, surprised. Yeah, we're the Blacks, Sirius said. Literally every example of dark magic with a book on it is probably in our library, if not an example of it somewhere on our property or in a vault. It sounds like Voldemort made a Horcrux. Dear Merlin, you really know the name of it, Amelia said. At least 2 members of our family made Horcruxes, Andromeda said to their shock and horror. Caritas Black killed his brother and used that to fuel him making one. He already planned on killing him to take control of the family, but decided for a bit of insurance. Of course he was found out, and they broke the Horcrux and killed him right after for killing a family member without just cause. There's just causes for killing family? Ted asked, queasy. Many. Typically you have to have a quorum of family members to approve of the killing, but that's exceedingly rare, so it does not happen often. But there are many clauses of just cause, Andromeda said matter-of-factly. Discordia Black made a Horcrux to fulfill her oath to ruin another family, Sirius said. This other family targeted the Blacks and almost wiped us out. She survived and made a Horcrux so that she lived for a really long time, making sure she completely wiped the other family away. When she finished, she showed remorse for the first murder and passed away. The Blacks are kinda scary, Harry said, awed. Amelia shuddered. So Voldemort made one and we have to go find it and break it before we take him out to make his death permanent. Objects. Everyone turned to look at Dora. He kept saying objects, not object, Andromeda groaned. So he thinks Voldemort made several. His diary. His memories took on a form of life and could do things. That had to have been one, Harry said. I stabbed it with a basilisk fang and it died. Lots of screaming and bleeding. Voldemort is still alive now even though that one is dead. That's pretty much proof, Ted muttered. Bloody hell, how do we know if we get them all? They could be anything. I'll head to Grimmauld and try to dig up the books we got, Sirius said. There has to be a way to track them down. Something that dark requires a lot of power, and I'm sure we can find a way to find them. If you can enchant a connection between mirrors, there has to be a way to follow pieces of soul. We find them and break them. Then I have to kill him, Harry said quietly. Dora took his hand. Not necessarily. That's not what the prophecy says. It said that either must die at the hands of the other because neither can live while the other survives. Harry, prophecies are idiotic things, Andromeda said firmly. Yes, you can interpret it that you must kill him, but there are many ways to kill someone without directly killing them. One could say that a gardener that grew the hemlock that someone else bought and sold for someone to make a poison potion out of had a hand in killing the victim. Harry blinked at her. Well, when you put it that way. Or if I hire someone to kill someone else, you could say they died by my hand while I didn't actually kill them myself, Sirius said. What are you teaching him? Amelia asked with an indignant tone. That divination is bunk. Andromeda patted Harry's hand. In any case, yes, you will have to fight him, but that does not mean you will be the one that cuts him down permanently. There are many that would be more than happy to do the deed, but you will not be alone. We are with you to the end. Harry breathed out, immensely relieved. Thank you. He clung to Dora when she hugged him. Are you going to tell Dumbledore you know? Amelia laughed at Sirius' snort and Andromeda's look. Right, dumb question. She looked at the doors to the hospital ward. I think everyone here knows that we can't completely trust Dumbledore nor the Ministry. Just like we know Hogwarts is old, Sirius replied. We stand apart, Andromeda said. Are we agreed? Everyone nodded, even Harry. He knew how far the Tonkses and Sirius had gone for him since finding them. He trusted them. I can ask around too, Amelia said. Colleagues that would rather do something worthwhile than be hampered by the Ministry or Dumbledore's ideals. Good. We'll draw the lines then. Our first priority is each other. Second is taking out Voldemort. Sirius grinned. Everything else can be dealt with after. He hesitated. Dumbledore will probably bring back the Order of the Phoenix. I was a part of it, but I won't be this time. He might ask around and see who wants to be a part of it. I'm tempted to stamp it out if I officially hear of it, Amelia mused. I know a few Aurors with close ties to Dumbledore. Then again, if the Death Eaters and the Order are at odds. He can act with more leeway, Andromeda finished. I agree. Dare we let someone we trust to play along with him? Inside information. He's not going to trust anyone that is associated with us, really, Ted said. He'll still want the support, but I'll bet you that he'll be using that person to keep tabs on us, too. We should not risk it then, Andromeda said. We stick together, that will be safest. Right, Amelia sighed. I feel pretty good about this plan. We can do what needs doing. The adults left and Dora stayed behind with Harry. She tucked him under the covers and held his hand when he offered it. You okay? She asked. I still ache from the curse and well, I'm honestly kind of terrified that Voldemort's back, Harry said softly. But I know I'd be worse off without you and the family and Miss Bones. Having you around makes me feel a lot better, hopeful even. He smiled at her. Thanks, you saved me again. I'll always save you, she said fervently. I've told you I'm never leaving you alone again. His grateful smile melted her heart a little. Don't worry, everything'll work out. I know I still trust you. He yawned. She watched his eyes slowly shut. Harry, yeah, I swear that you'll make it through this. He fought against the slumber that awaited him. You too, you'll make it through too. His voice became a whisper. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you. You won't, she swore. She felt him fall asleep, but his hand clutched hers. I also swear to absolutely destroy anyone who tries to hurt you. Tonight was the last time they got away with it unharmed. She smiled as a random memory bubbled up in her mind. I have just the thing to do too. Now I know why we never came in here last summer, Harry said, looking around the room. It's really creepy. Imagine growing up here, Sirius said. The door wasn't locked against kids, Dora asked. Andromeda snorted. Uncle Orion and Aunt Walburga were not worried about keeping things safe for children. I guess with a name like that, I'd be perpetually angry. Dora looked at her mother. Then again, with a name like mine, I guess I can sympathize. There is nothing wrong with your name, Andromeda sighed. I think it's pretty, Harry said with a smile. Thank you, Harry, Andromeda said while Dora blushed. Pretty weird too, though, admittedly, he continued with a mischievous smile. Thank you, Harry, Dora said emphatically while Andromeda snorted again. Surrounded by dark magic that literally makes my skin crawl and they're just quipping like we're outside on a picnic, Amelia said. I don't know if I should be impressed or concerned. Ted grinned. You get used to it. A few days after the end of the school, Sirius took everyone to Grimmauld Place to begin their investigations to learn more about Horcruxes. After going through the library and accumulating all the books on the subject, they went into one of the artifact rooms to find one of the examples the Blacks had to see if they could glean any additional information from them. As they had guessed, Fudge had tried to hide everything under the carpet. Thankfully, Amelia's efforts in spreading information before Fudge could stop it made his efforts futile. The Wisengamot met, and it was agreed that Voldemort had returned. If his supporters were there, they might have been able to keep things quiet longer. However, gaping holes in the Wisengamot ranks, as well as the trials that followed for the few caught alive, proved that some were working against the Ministry. True to her word, Amelia had dragged out the bodies of the ones killed during the fight in the cemetery as further proof. Some tried to claim that it was a disgruntled few pretending that Voldemort had returned, trying to throw a coup using a dead man's name. Unsurprisingly to some, Lucius had spearheaded that view. However, multiple witness accounts coupled with their memories to be watched proved that wrong. The problem now was that no one in the Wisengamot could agree on what the next step was. While not given allowance to go to emergency footing, Amelia and Rufus Scrimgeour, or General, started to do everything up to formally declaring it. Reserves were brought to active service, retired Aurors even returned. Some were tasked to do investigations for rumors and activity. Amelia quietly approached a few that she trusted to be brought into their side of the conflict. "We should have a name," Sirius said as he went through the racks of items and materials. "A name?" Ted asked. "You know, for our side. There's the Dumb Eaters, the morons at the Ministry, and the Order of the Secret Chicken. We should have a name. Can't just call it our side all the time." "I like Potter's Army," Dora said. "I don't," Harry laughed. "The only intelligent ones is a bit much," Andromeda said sadly. "Again, don't know if I'm impressed or concerned," Amelia muttered. After more searching, Sirius found the remains of Discordia's Horcrux, a broken crystal flower. They had found her journal buried deep in the library. She did not recount how she made it, but only what she chose as her soul fragments vessel, the last gift from her husband slain by the opposing family. The crystal flower was in the very back of the room, hidden within a glass ball. Andromeda drew a complicated arithmancy and runic array, placing the ball in the middle. She, Ted, and Amelia pored over the circle as the magic examined it. Its magic is still there, but it's really faint," Amelia muttered. "It is almost 1,000 years old," Sirius said. "Unfortunately, unless we know exactly how to make one, and I kind of don't want to, there's a chance that making them isn't the same from person to person. So even if we trace the magic of this, it may not lead us to the others," Ted mused. "Do you know where the diary is?" Andromeda asked Harry. "Even destroyed, it would be beneficial to examine it." "I think Dumbledore still has it," Harry said, "and he will not part from it for anything, especially after we explain why we want it," Andromeda growled. "Harry, does the ball feel familiar?" Dora asked. "Like, try to remember what the diary felt like. Do you think this thing feels like that thing?" He picked it up and felt his skin tingle. He tried to think back on how the diary felt. Even when he thought it was just a simple diary, writing in it and talking to Tom's memory, he had felt something strange. When he confronted the manifested memory, the oddness in the magic had increased, though admittedly he was distracted with the basilisk and fighting for his life and Ginny's life. "I think so. It's hard to say for sure because it was a while ago." He scratched his scar. "But yeah, I think it kind of feels similar. Didn't you say house elves can find certain kinds of magical items?" Dora asked her mother. "If we use this as an example, maybe Creature can find other things in Grimmauld that can help us figure things out more." "That is excellent reasoning," Andromeda praised. "We can certainly try. Creature." The house elf appeared with a crack. He glowered at Sirius and Ted, ignored Dora and Harry. "Yes, Mistress Black." She had Harry give him the ball. "I want you to bring us everything in Grimmauld that feels remotely like this." His eyes widened as he felt the leftover magic of the broken Horcrux. "Everything?" he asked in a quavering voice. "Everything," Andromeda said firmly. "Books, journals, other examples of this kind of magic in an object." After some dithering, he handed the ball back to Harry and disappeared with a loud pop. "That was weird, even for Creature," Sirius said slowly. Creature returned, holding a locket on a chain. He held it tightly, as if intensely reluctant to let it go. As soon as Harry saw it, he winced and clutched his scar. "Harry, are you okay?" Dora looked at him closely and Ted came running over. "Yeah, just my scar hurt when I saw that," Harry gasped. He shivered. "I recognize that feeling. It feels like the diary did in the chamber." "I don't recognize that locket," Sirius said. "Creature, where did you get it?" "It was in Grimmauld. Creature did as ordered." "Creature, how did you get it?" Andromeda asked. "It was Master Regulus," he admitted. "What?" "Reg didn't have a locket like that." Sirius looked wrathful. "Who's Regulus?" Harry asked. "He was my brother," Sirius said shortly. "My little brother. He became a Death Eater and died in the war." Andromeda took the locket and placed it in the center of the circle. She winced as the circle flared, the lines of the array emitting bright light and oozing magical strength. Well, it certainly is heavily enchanted, and there is plenty of dark and death magic in it, so I think it is a true Horcrux. It must be one of Voldemort's if Harry is sensitive to it like he was to the diary. Makes sense, Ted said as he applied a pain relief charm to Harry and a protective spell. Harry survived his killing curse after all. He would be sensitive to examples of his magic and magical signature. How did your brother get a hold of it? Amelia asked Sirius. Answer her, Creature, Sirius barked. Master Regulus needed me, Creature muttered. Said only Creature could be trusted. Master Regulus had me accompany the Dark Lord. Master Regulus saved me when Creature would have died. His voice shook and broke. Master Regulus ordered Creature to take Master back to the dark place. Ordered Creature to bring the locket back and destroy it. Creature is shame. Creature has not broken the locket. Creature could not save Master Regulus. Dear Merlin, Andromeda gasped. Regulus must have known something important about the locket and had Creature run away with it at the cost of his life. He betrayed Voldemort. Why? Sirius asked, anguished. I thought he was such a proud pureblood and Death Eater. He blamed me for getting cast out of the family. He only cared about the family name and reputation. He must have hated Voldemort enough for some reason. I mean, there were plenty of reasons, Amelia said as she hugged Sirius. Purebloods don't like half-bloods and muggle-borns, right? Not you all, of course, Harry said weakly when Amelia, Sirius, and Andromeda looked at him. But like in general, right? Some are like that, yes, Andromeda said wryly. Why do you ask? Well, like if Regulus was a proud pureblood, he wouldn't like listening to not purebloods, right? Yeah, something he shared with my parents, Sirius said. Voldemort's real name is Tom Marvolo Riddle, Harry said. His memory told me. He made what do you call when you switch up the letters of one word to make another? An anagram. Ted offered. Yeah, that. He wrote his name in the air with fiery letters and rearranged them into I am Lord Voldemort. What a pathetic loser, Dora said. Marvolo, I know that name, Andromeda said slowly. Recognize it from somewhere. Gaunt. Amelia pounded a clenched hand into her palm. Marvolo Gaunt. I remember reading through old case files and remember thinking that was a weird name. Creature, bring me the ancestry book, Andromeda said suddenly. She grabbed the book when Creature did so and she opened it, paging through it. The Gaunts, here, old line that died out. Marvolo was the last patriarch and had a son and a daughter, Morphin and Merope. Morphin died in Azkaban without having children. If his middle name was Marvolo, he was probably Merope's son then, Ted said. But if his family name is Riddle, then at best his father was a half-blood, Sirius said odd. Otherwise his father was a muggle. Riddle isn't a magical family name as far as I know. Investigations into the cemetery and the bones taken from the grave show that there were no magical records for riddles, Amelia said. You know what, let me do some digging. I think we're onto something here. I'll do the same, Ted said. Andy and I will work on this thing then, Sirius said, looking at the locket. Yes, thank you, Creature. We will carry on and ensure this locket's destruction, Andromeda said. Creature wept with relief. Amelia and Ted returned after a few hours away. So get this, Amelia said, as she unpacked the food she brought. Turns out Marvolo and Morphin went to Azkaban for resisting arrest and injuring Aurors and Ministry officials. Morphin specifically was being charged with the crime of assaulting muggles. In this case, the muggle in question was named Tom Riddle. That's incredible, Dora gasped. Marvolo was released but was found dead at his home afterwards. Morphin was sent back to Azkaban many years later for murdering 3 muggles, all named Riddle. There weren't any records involving Merope at all. No death certificate or anything, she continued. There's no birth certificate for a Tom Marvolo Riddle at St. Mungo's or any other magical medical facility, Ted said next. I mean, there's a chance a private healer helped with the birth, but they would still file some kind of birth record or certificate with the central files. At the least, if Tom Riddle Jr. was seen at a medical facility, it would create a paper trail. So Lord Voldemort, pure-blooded wizard, is really a half-blood, Andromeda mused. Sirius smiled sadly. That would be enough to piss off Regulus. He was very pig-headed about his beliefs. That would set him off, Harry asked. Not the whole, racism and murder, but lying about your blood status and listening to someone he didn't think he should, Sirius laughed. Yeah, that was my brother. We are certain that locket is one of his Horcruxes, Andromeda said as she ate. And it is active, nasty thing. There are compulsion charms on it that make someone aggressive and temperamental when you touch it. Sirius and I have designed a spell to help us try to find out where others are. Unfortunately, she gave Harry a sad smile, you may have to aid us. Since you are familiar with Voldemort's magic, you may be the only one that can guide the spell. Harry took a deep breath and nodded. I'll do it. My part. Brave boy, Andromeda praised, patting his cheek. We will be with you the whole way. How did you break the diary? Dora asked. Stabbed it with a basilisk fang. That won't be easy to get, Sirius said. Actually, Harry smiled, there's more in the chamber at Hogwarts, a giant mouth full of them. We could wait for school to start up and you can get one to us, Andromeda said thoughtfully. Not necessarily, Ted interjected. Since I'm on the board, I can visit the school whenever. I can even arrange for a tour of the grounds, which isn't uncommon during the summer. I plan it for when Dumbledore isn't there. Less of a chance for him to catch on to us, Dora grinned. I sneak in with Harry, we grab a few and get out. Harry's eyes sparkled. We might even have someone at school that can help us, a house elf. Be careful, Andromeda warned. The house elves at Hogwarts are loyal to the school and the headmaster. He might listen to me first. He likes me a lot. I helped him get free. That's a good plan then, Amelia said. I'll keep things up on my end, and as we figure out where more of the things are, we can send people to get them and bring them back to be stabbed with the fang. Wouldn't it be get bitten by the fang? Sirius asked. Only if you want me to bite you, she replied. Please, we are eating and there are children, Andromeda said severely. She means me, Dora assured Harry. Ted chuckled. Is there anything else we can do in the meantime? Besides polish up on spellwork and the like. I have an idea. Harry cleared his throat when everyone turned to him. If Regulus betrayed Voldemort when he found out that Voldemort isn't a pureblood, what's to stop others from doing the same? You want us to tell people his history. Amelia chewed her sandwich. That's not a bad idea, actually. Not that many would believe us knowing we're against him. But if it's printed in the Daily Prophet, Ted smiled, well, people believe lots of wrong things written there. Who's going to write the articles, though? They have to know they're going to have a giant target on their back, Amelia asked. Skeeter, Sirius smiled. We tell her we take off the gag order and tone down the threats as long as she writes a few articles for us. Hell, this time she's morally in the right to demean her subject matter. Would she do it, though? Ted asked. We'll pay her too, not to mention what the Daily Prophet will pay her, Sirius said. I bet she'll write anything if you pay her enough. I bet she'll do anything if you pay her enough, Dora snarked. I'll even offer to have their headquarters be guarded by some Aurors, Amelia said, warming to the idea. That would be perfect. Voldemort goes crazy having his secrets aired and loses support. The masses learn and the Ministry will have to play damage control. And I am sure Dumbledore has an idea of all of this and has been hiding it as he does. Having it come out will derail his plans and keeps him on the defensive as well. Thus, with the other three sides in conflict, we will take advantage of the chaos. Andromeda smiled at Harry. Good idea. What made you think of it? Dora taught me what you said. It's not enough to kill them, you have to kill their reputation and character too. I am so proud of you, Andromeda said tearily, kissing Harry on the forehead. Dora hugged him tight and kissed him on the cheek. What are they teaching you? Amelia exclaimed. You don't want to know technically, Ted said in a weary way. I had to put my foot down at some of the spells they wanted him to learn. Andromeda blushed lightly. Teddy dear, family secrets and all. Ted shrugged. I assumed she'd be part of the family sooner or later, he said with a sneaky look at Sirius. Sirius and Amelia went bright red, and the rest of the meal passed with them being teased mercilessly by Andromeda, and Ted with Dora and Harry enjoying the show. A few days later, they met for a very happy dinner. It's worked better than we expected, Amelia said happily. We've been getting calls all day about people wanting to share information on the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Nothing really current, but lots of stuff we wondered about during the First War is coming up. It's incredible. We made Skeeter rich, Sirius laughed. The papers are being sold left and right, and we have a personal literary attack dog for life now. As soon as she saw her first royalty check, she said it was well worth the risk. I got a message from Dumbledore, demanding to know the source of the information for the articles, Amelia said. Naturally, I told him that we did not know, but had no reason not to believe the information. I also asked him if he wanted to confirm or deny anything and never heard back from him. Will Skeeter tell him? Ted asked, concerned. She won't. I let her know that the deal will be off and I'll personally do terrible things to her if she betrays us, Sirius said. Don't say that around me, Amelia sighed. What? You're not on duty and Nimmy doesn't listen to me. Pass the potatoes, Dora asked Harry. Ted grinned. Well, good news keeps coming. There is a Wisengamot meeting next week and Dumbledore has to attend. The Board of Governors are going to inspect the school, and Deputy Headmistress McGonagall is going to be stuck showing us around and inspecting the new protections around the school. Should take hours. Hey, boss, I feel like I'm going to be ill that day. Better run an errand to get something for it, and I'll be taking Harry as emotional support, Dora said to Amelia. Sounds serious, and no, not you, she said, making Sirius' jaw snap shut. I'll let Scrimgeour know. Sirius stiffened for a moment, looking out the back kitchen towards his home. Someone at my place, I can feel it through the wards. Trying to get in, Amelia asked, as she and the adults readied their wands. No, he squinted out the window and saw someone walking around the perimeter of his home. That's Remus. Can he come over here? Harry asked. No, he's only keyed into my wards to my house. I kept him out of the ones the houses share and between the boundary. I wonder what he wants. He normally sends me a message before visiting. He is a close ally of Dumbledore, yes. Andromeda wiped her lips. We should see what he wants together. I should probably leave, Amelia said. Don't want him reporting back to Dumbledore about me being here. No, we will go over to greet him at Sirius part of the yard, Andromeda said. You may stay here with Harry. I need an adult so I don't burn down the place, Harry said cheekily, making the others snort. Sirius and the Tonkses walked across the backyard when Remus walked back to the front of Sirius' home. They waited for him to circle around. Oh, you're home, Remus said with some relief. We were having dinner together, Sirius said, gesturing at the Tonks family. Sorry to interrupt then. No problem, what's up? Remus handed Sirius a letter. Sirius opened it and read it swiftly. He snorted and handed it to Andromeda to read. So he's got you playing messenger. Well, we are friends after all, Remus said wryly. He does not ask for much, does he? Andromeda asked sarcastically. He wants to use your ancestral home as a hideout for his personal order, then says we may join said order as if it was some grand honor. We all share a common goal in stopping Voldemort and keeping Harry safe, Remus said diplomatically. Dumbledore doesn't care about keeping Harry safe, Dora said heatedly. He's proven that for 13 years. You don't know that, Remus said sharply. I know more than you, Dora retorted. Harry trusts us to tell us. Remus opened his mouth to argue before visibly swallowing his words. Where is Harry, by the way? Out gallivanting with his friends, drinking, engaging in illicit activities. Andromeda sighed at Remus' expression. He is resting at home, not that it is any business of yours. I see Harry isn't one of the ones invited, Ted said as he read the letter. Harry is underaged, Remus said severely. The point of this is to keep him safe. I also don't like the face that Dumbledore told us not to tell him anything here, Ted said even more severely. This involves him, he deserves to know. He is too young. I see your lips moving but hear Dumbledore talking, Sirius said. Anyways, the answer is no, to both. He looked at the Tonks family. Sorry, didn't mean to speak for you lot. What do you have to say? No thank you, Ted said. To joining, I mean. Get bent, Dora said. Andromeda spat eloquently on the ground. Remus stared at them. Dumbledore needs, I don't care what he needs, Sirius said. I said no. He can respect that since he is all about personal autonomy and will and all that. If he tries not to respect that, well, he better get ready for a fight, and I don't think he can afford another one. Don't you see? Remus said, this is what Voldemort wants. He wants us to be divided. Except Voldemort isn't the one dividing us, Dora retorted. Remus looked at them for a moment, staring at Sirius the longest. You're planning something, he accused. Sirius shrugged. Maybe I plan lots of things, parties, ways to piss off my parents, ways to bother Nimmy. He smiled at her glare. And you won't tell me, Remus said bitterly. Depends, are you going to tell Dumbledore? Remus sighed. We really should be working together. Perhaps this is Dumbledore's peace offering. Perhaps it is a collar to keep us in place and under his hand, Andromeda replied. Sirius took the letter and with his wand wrote no in large blocky script over the whole letter and signed his name neatly in the corner. He handed it back to Remus. There, now you won't have to tell him. Remus shook his head and turned to leave. If you break away from him, swear you won't help him but help us, truly help Harry, you have a place with us, Sirius said. I owe him too much, Remus said. I truly believe in him and together we have a chance. We do have a chance, Sirius said softly, but I don't believe in him, not anymore. Stay safe, Moony. Hopefully when this is all over we can hash things out. Remus said nothing and left. Andromeda put her hand on Sirius' shoulder. I am sorry, cousin, she said sadly. I know he is one of your closest friends. Yeah, he rubbed his face. Well, hopefully when this is all over, I'll get to tell him I told you so and we can fight for a bit and it'll be good. But that can wait. We have bigger problems to take care of for now. They returned to the home. Any fires? Sirius asked breezily. Just a little one, Amelia said with a smile. Harry made creme brulee for us. I taught him the tiny flame spell and he used it to caramelize the sugar. He's quite the chef. Harry proudly served the little desserts to everyone's delight. What did Remus want? He came to recruit us for the Order of the Secret Chicken, Sirius said. We said no. It was a foul idea, Ted grinned. Harry and Sirius applauded while the witches groaned. Good thing your cooking is better than your sense of humor, Dora teased. Oh, it sounds like you said you don't want any more, Harry said and took it away. Dora turned to him and her eyes became incredibly large and bright blue. She sniffled, tears brimming and lip quivering. OHOH, I'm so sorry, Harry said with a bright red face. He hurriedly gave her the dessert back. Please don't do that to me ever again. The adults laughed as she winked at him, her expression returning to merry mischief. Never take my treats away then. I still can't believe you have a real invisibility cloak, Dora whispered. They had come to Hogwarts with Ted and the rest of the board. At first, Dora was going to disillusion herself and Harry, but he revealed that he had a cloak that could fit over the both of them. They managed to sneak onto the grounds behind Ted and the other governors. A few times Dora almost revealed them with her clumsiness, but Harry was able to keep her from falling completely. At the earliest opportunity, they snuck off. They also brought the locket with them. Sirius, Ted, and Andromeda had perfected the tracing spell, and with Harry being the caster, they managed to discover a few other Horcruxes with Voldemort's magical signature. It gave them a rough idea of where they were, and they were surprised to discover one being at Hogwarts. They were going to recast the spell with the locket to see if they could find it while at the school, as well as obtaining a few basilisk fangs. Why do you sound upset? Harry whispered back. Because you didn't tell me. I'm supposed to tell you everything without being asked. Yes, well, you're supposed to ask. That doesn't make any sense. Your face doesn't make sense. Hey, don't use my comebacks against me. They walked into the girls' lavatory and took off the cloak. What are we doing here, Harry? Please don't tell me you sneak into girls' bathrooms. He flushed. Of course not. This is where the entrance to the chamber is. In the girls' bathroom, Slytherin was a pervert. Harry laughed. He hissed out loud, making her skin crawl. She jumped when the sink shifted and the yawning tunnel appeared. What the bloody hell was that? She exclaimed. Parseltongue. You can talk to snakes, he looked at her. Yeah, he said quietly. She saw the look on his face and her heart throbbed. She hugged him tightly. Sorry, just caught me by surprise. I think that's pretty neat. He flushed again but smiled. Thanks. Do you mind doing it later at home to mess with Sirius? He grinned. Sure, why not? He took out his broom and unshrunk it. We could slide down there, but it's kinda gross. Dora mounted the broom behind him, looping her arms around his middle. Take us down then. Less gross the better, please. He flew them down the tunnel, avoiding the slime-covered walls neatly. He landed gently on the rough stone-hewn floor. That was good flying, Dora praised as she got off the broom. He smiled. Thanks, I'm better outside though. I bet. I'll have to get you to fly me around later when things are less, dire. I'd really like that, he said sincerely. She smiled and flicked her wand, summoning a ball of light to float above them. Right, lead the way. She followed him down the tunnel, picking her way over the rubble and debris. She gasped when the giant skin of the basilisk came into view. You faced that thing? I think that was a really old skin. It was longer and bigger when I fought it. Dora blanched and walked as close as she could to him. I didn't think it was possible, but I hate Dumbledore more now, making a second-year fight a basilisk like this. She continued to follow him, and as they walked into the chamber proper, she shrieked when she saw the body of the basilisk. That thing is fucking huge. Harry shivered a little, his memories of the desperate fight returning to him. Dora noticed, and she hugged him protectively from behind. I'm here, Harry, you're not alone. He sighed with relief as he felt her embrace. Thank you, he said softly. It's seeing it again in person, it's even more terrifying. Let's get what we need and get the fuck out of here, she said. She donned dragonhide gloves and very carefully removed 2 fangs from the basilisk's distended jaws. Using impenetrable gauze, given to them from Ted, they wrapped the fangs tightly and secured them in the highest-grade medical safety bags they could get. Right, that's done. I guess we should cast the spell down here too and see if we can find the Horcrux here. Actually, I have an idea. Let's see if Dobby can help. Who's Dobby? Dora asked before jumping when a loud crack heralded the arrival of a house elf. Great Master Harry Potter, Dobby squeaked with delight. You called. He looked up at Dora for a moment before noticing the dead serpent. He squeaked and dashed around Harry. Hi, Dobby, Harry said, turning to face him. So, yeah. That's the thing you were trying to save me from back in second year. We're in the Chamber of Secrets. Dobby gaped. Great Master Harry Potter is amazing wizard to best the monster. I was lucky, Harry said. I was wondering if you can help me with something, but before I ask, you have to promise to not tell Professor Dumbledore. Can you promise that? Dobby promises to aid Great Master Harry Potter and promises to not tell Dumbledore. You can do that. Don't you work for him? Also, you can just call me Harry if you like, Harry said, trying to ignore Dora's giant smile. Dobby works for the school, not necessarily Dumbledore, Dobby replied. His ears drooped a little. However, if Dumbledore asks Dobby directly, then Dobby might have to tell him Dobby helped Master Harry. Unfortunately, we can't let you help us if Dumbledore can find out, Dora said. Dobby wants to help. Dobby, how did you help me despite working for the Malfoys? Harry asked. Dobby decided to help Harry despite them. They never thought to ask Dobby anything. What if what we are doing today is just as important, if not more important than then? Harry asked slowly. The stakes are way higher. Dobby will always help Master Harry, but Dobby does not know how to prevent Dumbledore from knowing if Dobby is asked. Harry grinned. He might ask you if I ever asked you for help. He might not ask you if anyone else did. And if you don't know their name, Dobby cannot tell. Dobby said with a wide grin. Dora smiled. Hi, Dobby, my name is Nobody. How do you do? Dobby blinked for a moment before smiling even broader. Hello, Nobody. Is you Master Harry's friend? She's one of my best friends and I care about her a lot, Harry said firmly. Then Dobby will help Nobody. Dora had blushed lightly from embarrassment and pleasure. She took the locket out of the pouch they kept it in and handed it to Dobby. Can you search the castle and find something that feels like this? It's really important. Dobby touched the locket and made a face. That is very dark. It is, and there are others like it, Harry said. We're trying to break them. It will help others if we can do that. The house elf nodded. Dobby will look. He disappeared with a crack. Real genius moment, Dora said warmly, ruffling Harry's head. You thought of it first with Creature, Harry replied. True, but the whole if he doesn't know my name thing. I just thought how Auntie Andy would get around things, he said. She's going to love that, Dora laughed. Dobby reappeared with a crack, holding the locket in a circlet. Dobby found something, he said. It was in the room of lost things. It feels like the locket, very dark, very dangerous. He made a face. Much like bad Malfoys, he gasped. They feel like bad thing at Malfoys, what bad Master Lucius gave away to hurt Master Harry. That basically proves it and proves us right on these things, Dora said as she took the locket and circlet. At least it's good to know that we're on track. Thank you, Dobby, you've been a huge help, Harry said. I really appreciate it. Dobby will always help Master Harry. Call and Dobby will answer, you and Nobody. I like him, Dora said after Dobby left, and they made their way out of the chamber. Even after knowing he tried to keep me from Hogwarts by doing illegal underage magic, blocking me at King's Cross, and made a bludger chase me for an entire game to, and I quote, severely injure me. Dora frowned. Okay, maybe I like him a little less now. I'll temper his responses a bit after this is all over. The mood at dinner was positive that night. I can't believe our luck, Ted said. We got Fangs and a second Horcrux, and the school will be in better shape for the coming year. The new protections are going to do some good. And as far as we know, Dora and Harry weren't caught. Not to mention that your Dobby has confirmed a few things for us. Andromeda hugged Harry. Very proud of your little mental trick as well. Thanks. Dora did a good job with the Nobody thing, but I tried to channel you in figuring out a loophole. Well done, the both of you, she praised and kissed both Dora and Harry on the head. Sirius looked at them proudly. We're in really good shape. Amelia told me that she has a few people on our side. They're determined to not let things go the way the first war did. He grinned. One of them is Moody, and he told Amelia that he told Dumbledore he wasn't joining him. Whoa, that's huge, Dora said. Yeah, well, Moody never liked all of Dumbledore's policies during the First War, and of course he doesn't like how the Ministry's trying to downplay things now. Apparently when Amelia approached him, he said something like, about bloody time someone has their head out of their arse. We can rely on him. He sobered a little. She thinks she knows a couple of Aurors that have sided with Dumbledore, though. They've asked some strange questions and disappear at odd moments. Not odd enough to place blame, but odd enough to notice. Better the devil you know than the one you do not, Andromeda said prosaically. Are there any Death Eaters or sympathizers in her ranks? She's done some digging, and she thinks she's identified a few that are suspicious. She's still trying to figure out a way to out them and arrest them or something. Luckily, none of the Aurors seem to toe the party line, so instead of a 4-front war, it's only 3. Harry shook his head. This is so confusing sometimes. That's life sometimes, Ted said with a sad smile. Sometimes it is better to be confused than the alternative, Andromeda said. What, not confused? I find that if you are ever not confused at all about something, you are most likely dead. Or an idiot, Dora muttered. Which in that case, death is preferable, Andromeda chuckled darkly. A few weeks later, dinner was subdued. Andromeda put the newspaper down. I never would have believed it. They broke out of Azkaban. Sirius nodded. I visited Amelia after she got back from the prison. Voldemort must be desperate. He attacked the prison after his moles in the Ministry made things weak there for him. He busted out a bunch of his loyalists but took some casualties in the process. Still, from what Amelia can tell, he won more than he lost. Got his most near and dear and sacrificed a few expendables to get them. At least Crouch Jr. and Pettigrew were not among them, Andromeda said with cruel satisfaction. The pair had been executed shortly after their trials. Still, she sighed heavily, looking at the picture of a wild-eyed black-haired woman staring coldly out of the newspaper. This will make for an awkward reunion. Ted hugged his wife. We'll get through this. It'll be okay. Harry shivered slightly. I never knew that's what happened to Neville's parents. Sirius shook his head. Alice and Frank were good people, definitely didn't deserve what happened to them. He sighed deeply. Speaking of awkward reunions, he looked at Andromeda. I got a letter from Narcissa today. Oh, Andromeda's eyes widened. More vitriol from Lucius. No, she wanted to talk to me as head of the Blacks. He hesitated. She also wants you there. Curious, did she say why? Said she thought it would be best to say it in person. I have a feeling she sent it without Lucy's knowledge. Andromeda chewed her lip for a moment. If that is the case, perhaps we should meet with her. That's what I thought. How about tomorrow at Grimmauld? I don't want her knowing about us here, not yet. Agreed. Narcissa Malfoy, knee-black personified elegance. She stood at the mantel like a subject from a painting, neat and polished. She wore long and expensive-looking robes, a deep green scarf wrapped around her neck, her hair done up and pinned. When she saw Andromeda and Sirius, she did not smile, but her posture relaxed ever so slightly. Andromeda, she greeted silkily. Lord Black. Sirius snorted. No need to call me that. You are the head of the house, and it is only proper to do so. Her lips twitched, though none would have ever imagined you becoming so. You're not wrong. He gestured for the ladies to sit before he did. Let's cut to the chase. What do you want, Narcissa? Sanctuary. Sirius and Andromeda looked at each other. For your family. For me primarily, Draco hopefully. Her eyes flashed. Lucius made his bed. Well, no, he has never made a bed in his life. Made his choices, and I will let him reap the rewards. And what do you offer for sanctuary? Andromeda asked. You would force family to pay for it, Narcissa asked almost blandly. I remember you refusing to do anything with me when I was disowned, Andromeda replied just as blandly. Not to mention how you and your family has treated mine. Narcissa nodded. Touché. I have a lot of information that will be helpful to you and the Ministry. Why not go to the Ministry for help then? Sirius asked. Narcissa finally smiled. It was sharp and devoid of humor. Please, I am many things, but stupid is not one of them. If I went to the Ministry, I'll be thrown into Azkaban as a collaborator at best and killed by my husband or his associates otherwise. And what's stopping us from turning you in? Sirius asked. Because you are family. The Blacks take care of each other and damn the others, Narcissa said. Sirius smiled thinly. You're right about that. He looked at Andromeda and continued at her nod. All right, you have sanctuary. You are under my protection and will remain so until I say so. Narcissa relaxed fully, almost slumping in her chair. Thank you, she whispered. I know I will have to do much to deserve it, but I will. She pulled out a sheaf of parchment from her bag and handed it over. Here is a list of known Death Eaters that remain in Voldemort's company. There's also a list of ones without the mark, but are sympathetic to his goals and ideals. There are more, but these are the ones I am sure of. That will do a lot already, Andromeda said as she took it. He has returned, as you know, and is currently in Malfoy Manor, as are ones that have found themselves adrift after the conflict the night of his return. Can you get us through the wards and protections? Sirius asked eagerly. Unfortunately not. Lucius never gave me permissions throughout our marriage. I technically only have one point of entry that he allows, she smiled. Save for the tiny window I made for myself in the event I needed to leave. It is only out, I am afraid. Pity, Sirius said. Would have been nice to do a sneak attack or something. I have contemplated it as a means to get to the ministry, but Lucius has always been paranoid. She hesitated. He is getting desperate, the Dark Lord. After the newspaper article, he is in constant rage. He is trying to find support, but many are reluctant to do so, not like before. He has made example of some, and while that had steeled some spines, it also dissuaded those on the fence. Pity, Andromeda said, and did not mean. It is good to hear that he is having trouble for once. He is obsessed with something, Narcissa continued. He desperately wants something deep within the ministry. That and regaining strength are his only priorities. I do not know what, but he craves it almost more than anything else, aside from killing Dumbledore and Potter. She flinched at the look of intense hate on Sirius and Andromeda's faces. The only way he's getting close to Harry is when he is dead and we are dancing on his grave, Andromeda snarled. Or if we're pissing on it, Sirius growled. You really do care for him, Narcissa said with wonder. You might if you met him, Sirius said. She shrugged. I only know of him through my son, and as you might imagine, he is a bit biased. Speaking of, why did you say hopefully sanctuary for Draco? Sirius asked. For the first time, Narcissa looked upset. Because he is his father's son. I have tried to teach him discipline, to question before accepting. However, he cares far too much about his father's opinion. I have done my best to prevent him from formally joining Voldemort, but... She hiccuped. I will try to get him to see reason, but if he refuses, I cannot save him if he does not wish to be saved himself. I will try my best to. She flinched slightly when Andromeda took her hand, but after a moment she gripped it gratefully. Well, in the end you can always stun his arse and drag him out, Sirius said simply. He would never forgive me. He'd be alive still, and possibly not in Azkaban. Narcissa nodded slowly. There is that. I'm going to offer you Grimmauld for your sanctuary. No one but a black can get in, and I already wrote Bellatrix out a while ago. Andromeda and her family and I don't live here, but I have no problems with you being here. Did you bring your things? Narcissa shook her head. No, I wanted to remain at the manor until Draco goes back to school to try and continue to protect and convince him. Once he does, I will take what is mine and leave the manor forever. I will try to obtain as much information before then. That'll help a lot. I'll talk to Amelia and see if we can get you some kind of protection as an informant, should cover you after everything is over. Narcissa smiled, a sincere one. That would be appreciated. May I ask what finally brought this about? Andromeda asked. Did you stop loving Lucius? Certainly not. I never loved him to begin with. I was very fond and affectionate of him, but then the war showed his true colors and how he acted after, especially after his return. She slowly unwound the scarf, and Sirius and Andromeda grimaced at the bruises around her neck. He only ever struck me once before, and I made sure to tell him that he only ever had the one lapse in judgment. If he ever struck me again, he would suffer the consequences. We will make him pay. All of them, Andromeda said quietly. Narcissa met her eyes. And Bella is completely gone. She is nothing like she was before, even at her wildest. Andromeda looked incredibly sad. I always was afraid of that sissy. She scares me, and she never scared me before. Be on your guard when she is near. She will not hesitate. Thank you for the warning, Andromeda said softly. Narcissa squeezed her older sister's hand. Well, I'm glad you reached out, Sirius said after a while. With this, you helped a lot. It's going to be huge before the war starts. Oh, Siri, Narcissa laughed without mirth or pleasure. The war has already begun. Dora, Andromeda ran into the hospital room, eyes wide. She nearly sobbed with relief when she saw Dora sitting up on the bed. She wrapped her arms tight around her. Mum, I'm okay. Dora hugged her back tightly. Really, I am. She's technically right, Ted said in a shaky voice. He smiled at her look. Some burns that were fairly easy to heal. Going to be sore for a bit from the bones that need regrowing. That was a nasty bone shatter curse you took. Good thing your bracelet took the brunt of it. Doctor-patient confidentiality, Dora protested, grunting when Andromeda hugged her harder. She's your mother, Ted retorted. What happened? Andromeda demanded. Death Eaters or Pretenders attacked Diagon Alley, Dora said. Started a riot, smashing things and throwing spells around. Luckily, Scrimgeour had a full squad on patrol ever since Valdi returned, and a few of us at HQ were able to pop over to join the fight. No one died on our side, but a few of us were hurt worse. I don't know if there were any civilian casualties, but a lot of people were hurt. 3 of the Death Eaters got killed and 1 captured. The rest made it away. Thank goodness you will recover, Andromeda said, her voice trembling. I'll be fine, I think. Something in Dora's tone made her parents look at her. She gulped. I killed someone today, she sighed when Andromeda pulled her to her. I was hit in the leg by the curse and fell over. Looked up and saw this guy about to cast something at a couple kids hiding in a doorway. I hit him with a blasting hex, was aiming for his hand and wand and got him in the chest. Oh, Dora, it sounds like you saved their lives, Andromeda said soothingly. What if I chose a different spell? Dora asked, her voice quiet. I could have picked something else. I was in pain and pissed and just wanted to stop him. You could have, yes, Ted said kindly. He also could have chosen to do anything else but attack innocents. He made his choice and accepted the possible consequences by doing so, just like you did when you became an Auror. Dora looked up at them, her hair short and black and curly, her eyes wide and blue. That makes sense. You had to have known that this was part of the job, Andromeda said softly. I do, and I mean, I don't like that I killed him, even thought I didn't mean to at the time. I guess I was worried how you two would treat me after, how Harry will. Her voice hitched slightly. I'm a little worried that I don't feel that bad, not really. You are our darling daughter. Today you did your job and defended others. You stopped someone wanting to hurt others. We are so proud of you, Ted said. And I know Harry will be the same. Dora breathed a huge sigh of relief. I'll send our boy a message. He wanted to come too. He was very worried, but I convinced him to stay at home, Andromeda said. Knowing him, he's probably cooking for you right now. She laughed when Dora's stomach growled. When will you be released? Not for another hour or so. We have to make sure the Skelegro is working fine, Ted said sternly. He rolled his eyes at Dora's glare. I am your healer and your father. Yes, Daddy, Dora grumbled. Be patient, love, and when we go home, I'm sure Harry will pamper you to your heart's content, no matter how unreasonable it may be, Andromeda said with a smile. Dora stumbled slightly, and for once it was not due to her own clumsiness. Harry tackled her, hugging her hard, and Dora reveled in the affection and care, not even caring that her wounds ached. Hey, Harry, she said as she hugged him back. I'm okay, don't worry. He looked relieved, though his face was bright red. I was scared, he admitted. Dora gave him a watery smile. Thanks, but really I'm okay. Her stomach protested her statement. Okay, maybe I'm hungry, she admitted with her own bright red face. She glared at the smiling faces from her parents who were watching. I got plenty of food for you, Harry said as he helped her sit. He poured something into a bowl and brought it to her. She looked at it. What's this? Porridge. What? He had the audacity to look confused. Uncle Ted said you were on a strict diet for recovery. No strong flavors, nothing too crunchy or meaty, something easy to digest. But I almost died and you want me to eat porridge, she yelled. You almost died, he yelled back. Ted and Andromeda whooped with laughter. If you could see your face now, Andromeda laughed, tears streaming down her face. Dora's indignant, impotent face made her howl louder. She didn't almost die, Ted said, wiping tears away. She did get hurt, but she's on the mend. Consider this revenge for scaring us, he said to Dora. Get hurt in the line of duty and my family takes the mickey while starving me, Dora muttered. Her mood immediately improved when Harry set a roast chicken on the table and a large plate of roast vegetables, gravy, and Yorkshire puddings. That's your chicken, by the way, he said. There's one for the rest of us. Plenty more where that came from. You better feed her, Harry, Andromeda teased. She's rather delicate and needs assistance. You'll need assistance if you don't stop it, Dora groused. She blushed when she saw Harry cut her vegetables for her and held the fork out with a potato stuck onto the tines. She finally opened her mouth and ate it, taking the fork from him and poking him with it. True to his word, there was plenty of food, and even her appetite was finally sated by the end. Drowsy from the full stomach and medication, Andromeda helped her to her room and tucked her in after changing her. The last thing Dora felt was her mother's kiss on her forehead before falling asleep. Dora's eyes snapped open and she shivered. The tendrils of her nightmare clung to her as she shook her head, trying to banish them. She took a deep breath, trying to still her breathing. After a while, she realized that she was holding something in her hand. Blinking slowly, she realized she was holding Harry's hand and he was sleeping in a chair beside her bed. Somehow her grip did not wake him. Hey, she said softly, shaking his arm. He blinked a few times and yawned. Oh, hi, he said sleepily. Are you okay? Had a nightmare and found you here. His concerned smile made her feel warm. What are you doing here? I came in to check on you before I went to bed. You were tossing and turning a little, but you settled down when you held my hand, so I sat with you. Oh, thank you. She was grateful her dark room hid her blush and how happy she felt. She looked at the clock. It's 2 in the morning, she gasped. I don't mind. You sat with me a lot when I first came and earlier this summer with my own nightmares. For the first 2 weeks, Harry had terrible nightmares involving the cemetery and Dora had sat and cuddled with him. Why didn't you just join me? She asked. He was glad the dark hid his blush. I didn't want to presume. She snorted but was pleased. Well, come on, you silly thing, she said, tugging on his arm. She scooted over in her bed, making room for him. As soon as he settled under the covers, she wrapped her arms around him from behind and snuggled close. She felt more at peace with him there. Thanks for being with me, she said softly. Of course, he replied softly. Are you feeling okay? I'm sore in places. Skelegro is a bitch. Yeah, it is. You've had it. Yeah, I'll tell you later, she snorted. You better. She fell silent. What's wrong? Want to talk about it? After some hesitation, she told him what happened. She described the chaos, the exploding spells, the cacophony of noise. She described how she felt her leg shatter and how she fell over. How she was consumed by rage seeing the man menace the screaming children. How she snarled the spell and watched his chest explode, how he fell over and never moved again. She mentioned how she did not feel terrible about it and that it worried her. Harry twisted in his arms and looked at her as she spoke. When she finished, he buried his face into her neck. I'm glad you were there, he murmured. Not that you were there and got hurt, but glad you saved people. You saved those two and stopped a bad person from hurting them and hurting anyone else. You're an awesome Auror. She teared up. You don't think any less of me for killing him. He looked into her eyes, his deep green ones meeting her light blue ones. No, not even a little bit. You did your job. You saved people. You stopped the criminals. You're a hero. I don't feel like one, she admitted. You are one to me. You've always been one, he said sincerely. Uncle Ted was right. He made a choice to do bad. You made a choice to do good. She hugged him close, kissing him on the cheek. Thank you, Harry, she whispered. He shyly kissed her back. Thank you for being awesome, he whispered. I'm glad you're here. Me too. They held each other and she felt him fall asleep. She listened to his breathing slow and become even, how he became limp in her arms. He felt warm, comforting. He trusted her. She felt her eyes drift close and her arms squeezed him just a little tighter. She had no more nightmares that night. Hogwarts felt different. It was not the additional protective spells and wards that did it. The very atmosphere felt off. Gone was the cheery air and feeling of being a part of things. The air felt charged, tense. A single spark could turn the false stillness into a raging inferno. Harry, Ron, and Hermione descended the main staircase, coming to a stop when they saw the big crowd in the foyer. What's going on? Ron asked someone running by. About to be big fight, the boy said eagerly. A bunch of Slytherins are cornered. What did they do? Hermione asked. They're Slytherins, the boy replied, nonplussed, before running off to join the crowd. Well, none of our business, Ron said and made to leave. Harry did not follow, staring into the crowd. You coming? Ron asked. He frowned, seeing Harry's expression. Harry, don't get mixed into that. It's not right, Harry said shortly. They're Slytherin's mate, Ron argued. Some have family that are Death Eaters. But have they done anything? Harry asked. Apple doesn't fall far from the tree, Ron said indifferently. Harry turned to look at him. So I'm doomed to abuse a child, Ron paled. What? No, I mean, that's not, how can you say that? Harry, be careful. Hermione called after him as Harry walked towards the crowd. Harry pushed his way through. Some students turned to argue with him, to push him back, but each and every one of them stopped when they saw the expression on his face. They parted before him. He finally broke through, walking into the open space between the surrounding mob and the small cluster of Slytherins there. Silence descended. Everyone stared at him. For a moment, everyone was unified in shared confusion. Harry looked at the Slytherins. It was a mixture of years, few he recognized, but most were his year or younger. None of the usual ones that he had problems with in the past were there. He turned to face the ones that were the spokespeople for the mob. What's going on? He said as pleasantly as he could. Just reminding them of their place, Ernie Macmillan said. And what's that? Students at Hogwarts? Ernie frowned. We are reminding them to behave. They act out here and they will get what's coming to them. Isn't that what the prefects and teachers are for? Harry asked. Why are you defending them? Justin Finch-Fletchley asked angrily. They're Death Eaters. Harry turned to the Slytherins. Any of you have the mark? Blaise Zabini pulled his arm sleeve back and held his arm up, revealing a bare forearm and 2 raised fingers. Harry turned back. That answers that. Some don't have the mark, Justin argued. Also, some have family that are Death Eaters. Just because you have family members that do bad, that doesn't mean you are like them, Harry said quietly. We shouldn't be fighting the battles our parents started. It's not fair to us. People looked at each other and murmured softly. If they did do something they themselves, then they should face the consequences. All of us should, Harry continued. But we can't be blamed for what others do. We can't be held accountable for that. It's not right. I cannot believe you are defending them, Ernie snarled. Just like you didn't believe me when I said I wasn't the heir of Slytherin. Harry's eyes flashed. Just like you didn't believe me when I said I didn't enter into the tournament. The room was instantly silent. Blame the criminals, not the ones related to them, Harry said. The punishment should fit the crime, but only by the one who did it. The mob dissolved. Students left in droves, looking anywhere but at him or the instigators or the Slytherins. Eventually, it was just a handful of students clinging to anger and indignation, Harry and the Slytherins. You will regret this, Ernie said. Something tells me I won't, Harry replied. He watched them leave. Potter. He turned and saw that the Slytherins looked at him with mixed expressions. Millicent Bulstrode gulped and her voice quavered. Thank you, she said. Harry nodded and walked away from them. He continued down the hallway and Ron and Hermione caught up to him. I'm sorry, Harry, Ron said shamefully. Just think a bit before you talk, Harry said tiredly. That was good of you, Harry, Hermione said. I'm tired of seeing people being blamed for something they can't control, Harry said. He rubbed his scar. It's not fair. No, it is. I'm impressed you were willing to step in. You always did the right thing before, but never so willingly, she said softly. Guess I learned it's good to do the right thing, no matter how hard it is, he said. Oh, do not fuss so, Narcissa said airily. You are covered in blood, Andromeda said dryly. Most of it is not mine, Narcissa replied blandly. Creature had alerted Sirius and Andromeda that Narcissa had appeared at Grimmauld and was not her usual immaculate self. They apparated there with Ted and found her in good spirits despite being covered in blood. Ted finished his diagnostic charm. It's true. Some bruising and lacerations, but the majority of the blood isn't hers. He raised an eyebrow. Dare I ask who it belongs to? Macnair. For someone so bloodthirsty, he became rather pathetic when he lost his own, Narcissa said. She sighed with satisfaction as the blood was cleaned off her by Ted, her minor wounds healing. He thought to keep me from leaving and to make unwanted advances. Bet he'll think twice in the future, Sirius chuckled darkly. He will not. The dead do not think even once, Sirius shrugged. Sucks to be him, I guess, so you're out of there for good. Yes, Narcissa looked sad for a moment. It was a cooler home, but it was my home for a while, a pity for it to become what it has. However, I am free from Lucius and the Dark Lord and whatever idiocy they concoct. I left with what was mine and what was my due. Good. I'll annul your marriage and you are a classified protected informant according to Amelia, so you'll be okay. Thank you, Siri, Narcissa said with relief. I have some more information that I have obtained these last few weeks. Thankfully, Draco had left already. And what does he say? Andromeda asked kindly. Narcissa looked grave. He said things and I said things. I can only hope his time at school will give him the freedom to think. I made my choice as his father did. He has to make his own choice now. She shuddered and pushed her mental anguish aside. Sissy, a question for you. Andromeda leaned in. Did you know about a diary, something Tom gave to Lucius? Curious you should ask about that. The Dark Lord was very cross when he found out that Lucius misplaced it. I thought he would actually kill Lucius for it. I do not know its importance, but I do know this. The Dark Lord gave something to Bella way back when he gave Lucius the diary. Sirius, Ted, and Andromeda looked at each other. Do you know what? Sirius asked. No, but I do know where it is. She put it in her vault. Great, can't get into the Lestrange vaults, Sirius groaned. Even if Gringotts would let us go into any vaults. No, not the Lestrange vaults, her vault, Narcissa repeated. Her personal one that our parents gave us as children. If she did not change the name on the vault, Andromeda said. Then as head of the Blacks I can get into it, especially if I tell them why. Sirius smiled. This might work out great. Thank you, Sissy, Andromeda said. Of course. Anything to make them suffer. Narcissa smiled coldly. After a few weeks, Sirius was successful. With Amelia's and Andromeda's aid, they had convinced the goblins that they only wanted the Horcrux. Housing such forbidden magic was against an ancient rule by the bank and on the wizarding side of the law. After Sirius gave a large amount of goblin artifacts that the Black family owned back to them, the goblins had gone into Bellatrix's vault and removed the Horcrux and given it to Sirius. Sirius had turned the basement of Grimmauld into a safe room of sorts and housed the 3 Horcruxes they found there with the fangs. He rubbed his face slowly. I think we should break these sooner rather than later. What if he knows they're broken? Ted asked. We might have to risk it, Andromeda said slowly. However, according to Sissy, Tom was not aware of the diary's destruction, so there is a chance he will not be aware of these being destroyed. I agree, breaking them earlier will be better. In case we can get the drop on him. Harry should be here for it, Sirius said. Can it wait for the winter holiday? Andromeda asked. I rather not ruin that for him if I can, Sirius said. Selfish, I know, but he had precious few good ones before. No, I agree. Andromeda sighed sadly. It'll be Halloween in a couple weeks, Ted said, also sad. We can pull him out, say he should be with us. We can take him to James and Lily's grave, Sirius said, sniffling. Say it's a time for family. Take him there, pay our respects. And continue to pay our respects by hurting the man that killed them, Andromeda said savagely. I think it would be appropriate. As long as Harry agrees, the day must be complicated for him as it is. I'll ask Nimmy to ask him through the mirror, Sirius said. Surprisingly, they had no problems taking Harry for the day. Harry showed that he was doing well in his classes, more than able to miss a day. Dumbledore did not argue with Sirius or Andromeda for once, and had allowed them to take Harry away from the school. He had wanted to do what they suggested the moment he heard the plans, both of them. Obviously, they made no mention of the Horcruxes to Dumbledore, only saying it was time for Harry to visit his parents' grave and to be with family. Halloween Day was cold and bright, almost cruel with how pleasant it was. Sirius, Ted, Andromeda, and Dora took off work and early in the morning, left Hogwarts with Harry. They arrived in Godric's Hollow and sooner than Harry had expected it, came up to James and Lily's grave in the small cemetery. They cleaned the gravestone and the plot, gently cutting the grass down and making the marble shine. As they cleaned, they told stories of James and Lily, funny ones and sad ones, serious ones and hilarious ones. Sirius was one step between crying from laughing or from pain. Ted was somber, sorry for the friendship lost. Andromeda hovered over deep resentment, over their deaths and how long it took to have care over Harry. Dora remembered fondly of how nice James and Lily were to her, and she silently vowed to them that she would forever watch over Harry. Harry felt numb for the most part. He was glad to be there, to finally pay respects to his parents, to be where they laid. He was so close to them, yet so incredibly far. Hearing stories of them growing up and of them after having him, helped. Yet he still felt separated from them. It was one thing to know of them from the memories of others. He imagined he would feel better if he had his own memories of them. No, he did have one vague one. It happened during his brief exposure with the boggart in the form of the Dementor. He had heard cruel laughter, panicked screaming, a mother's plea gone unheard, desperation and pain. A part of him wanted to hear more, to understand. Another part of him was grateful that he never did, to leave the pain buried deep and away. He was glad he was here in the cemetery, with the new family that had found him. There were times he thought he would wake up from this dream and be plunged back into a nightmarish existence of loneliness and neglect. Every time he woke, every time he spoke to them, he thanked anyone listening for the change in his fortune. He wondered if he would ever feel like they did, willing to go so far for each other. He liked to think he would. That night, when the veil between worlds was thinnest, they broke the 3 Horcruxes they had collected. Andromeda had been savagely gleeful over it. On the day Voldemort had come and taken Harry's parents away, they took away 3 pieces of his soul. Harry agreed with her. Sirius erected the protections and wards to their fullest, keeping the Horcruxes firmly in the middle of the ritual circle. They had originally intended for Harry to stab them with the basilisk fangs, but Harry had offered the chance to the others. He said he already had his fun in stabbing the diary, and it would be selfish of him to keep all the fun. They knew what he meant and did not say. Just like before when the diary had tried to defend itself, these did the same. The locket hissed at Sirius. The hissing thickened somehow, growing and undulating until a shape took form. A young man appeared with thin features and familiar haunted eyes. "Are you going to kill me, brother?" it hissed. "Again? I never killed you the first time," Sirius replied in a strangled voice. "No, you simply abandoned me to our parents' tender mercies, to the Dark Lord," Regulus chuckled hoarsely. "You were the older brother. You were supposed to watch out for me. No, you let your selfishness take over. You left me to them to join the Dark Lord. You also left Harry as a baby, so hellbent on revenge. You do as you always do for yourself and no other. You do not care for others, brother." "The Regulus I knew would not stoop so low," Andromeda said in a high voice. "Was smart, far smarter than you. His tongue was sharp and he was clever. He could make you feel bad without you knowing why. He would never use such base accusations so ham-fistedly. Sirius's smile was cold. You're right, Andy. Reg was a lot more eloquent. You can fuck right off, you piece of shite soul. He stabbed the locket with the fang. It screeched and oozed and bled as it died. Echoes of magic burst forth from the ruined locket, battering the walls of the wards before dissipating with a faint scream. Sirius sighed. Thanks, Andy, he said tiredly. Andromeda nodded, her eyes wet. Of course. Was it like that when you did it? Dora asked, horrified. It was, Harry said. Well, maybe not as bad since I didn't know Tom really. He looked at Sirius. Sorry, I didn't know it'd do that. I thought it would be another Tom. Maybe I should do the rest. Sirius shook his head. You couldn't have known. Don't worry, Harry, it's okay. It was kinda needed to be done. Andromeda took the diadem and the fang. As the diadem was set within the circle, it shuddered and quaked. Fell light burst forth and a sickly form emerged from the gem. Mother, Andromeda gasped. The figure looked haunting like Andromeda. She was pale and patrician in feature with cold, cruel eyes. My darling daughter, Drula said slowly. Oh, look at you. How brave you are, standing up to the Dark Lord of your own volition. Or is it? Are you only doing what you are doing out of stubbornness? Because you think you must. I must, Andromeda replied in a shaky voice. Tom Riddle is a blight and he has much to answer for. He has broken innumerable laws and has caused much harm. So have you, Drula said silkily. You are a pure-blooded girl. By law you must answer to your father and head of house. You should have made the family your priority. And yet you ran away. Ran from responsibility. Ran from propriety. You have done more damage to the ones that you said you loved than the Dark Lord. At least he has purity of purpose. What do you have? Your whims as well as the desire to be a rebel, pathetic. Andromeda whimpered and Drula grew in strength and cruelty. You ran away from true wealth and honor. You took up with the first of any who would have you. Years of tradition, of purity, of pride gone, dashed to the ground by a selfish little girl that was too weak to do what was right. As the any who would have her, go fuck yourself, Ted said. His normally soft eyes were hard and his voice immovable. You don't know what strength is. You made these things as a fallback, as insurance. My wife left all she knew to bravely do what she wished to. She was willing to make concessions, but her family denied her. She just wanted to love and be loved. There's nothing wrong with that. She's stronger than you could ever hope to be, Tom Marvolo Riddle. Emboldened by his words, Andromeda rose from her cower. Though tears ran down her face, she looked resolute. Thank you, Teddy. Yes, I was weak, I am weak, but I am strong when need be. To hell with you and may you suffer long. She stabbed the diadem and it screeched before shattering into many pieces. The gemstone cracked and clouded. She left the fang embedded in the gem and backed off, straight into Teddy's arms. I love you, she said as she clutched him desperately. I love you, he replied, hugging her hard. Also, don't get too mad, but your mother was always a bitch. I knew that, Andromeda laughed wetly. Was grandmother like that really? Dora asked. She was worse, Andromeda said. Damn, Dora swore, seeing Sirius nod in agreement. She squared her shoulders. I'll do the last one. I'm actually a little curious to see who comes out to bitch at me. Are you sure? Ted asked. I am, I want to, Dora said firmly. The cup shuddered at her touch, as if it knew what was coming. When it was placed in the circle, it shook in place, it burbled and gurgled. Thick substance oozed from the cup and it grew before it took Dora's form. It's like looking in an ugly mirror, Dora said, though her voice trembled. I am a reflection of you, the other Dora said. If I am ugly, then you are ugly. Of course, looking ugly is easy to fix, isn't it? The other Dora shifted, changing features, hair, eyes. It's the stuff inside that doesn't change. That's what makes you ugly. The form shifted, looking more like a cross between Andromeda and Dora, long hair and wilder eyes. Pathetic, so weak. You have a legacy of strength. You are from a family that boasts pure magical strength and ability. And yet you are always so eager to hide who you are, hide what you look like. You are the epitome of a coward, so scared of yourself, of your legacy, that you are willing to become mediocre to escape a few cold words. The other Dora threw her head back and laughed. The rest of the blacks are strength. This sad remainder before me is the weakest of the blacks, the culls, the dregs. I suppose I shouldn't be too harsh to you. Your blood is foul and polluted, weakened. With such examples, how could you have reached your potential? Join me instead. Throw the chaff aside. Be the witch you can truly be. Strong, proud, pure. You can be someone you believe in. Dora breathed heavily, closing her eyes tight. She could hear every cruel word thrown at her, every snide remark or unreasonable request ever heard. Every time someone at school or at work made assumptions of her abilities, of her character. Every foul thing she had ever heard was being screamed at her, over and over and over. A hand gripped her wrist, the one holding the fang, and she flinched. Her eyes opened and she looked at Harry. "You're already awesome," he said, his voice small against the riot of noise in her head. "You do the right thing. You're a hero. Don't listen to it." She felt his sincerity, his belief. She turned back to the cup, at the figure that looked like her but was not her. "People already believe in me," Dora said harshly. "I'll catch up one day. You won't, though." She lunged and stabbed the cup with the fang. It hissed and bubbled like a pot boiling over before shattering into pieces. Dora stomped on the pieces again and again, hearing the material crunch and shatter beneath her foot. "I think it's dead," Sirius joked feebly. Dora breathed hard. "Can't be dead enough." They gathered the pieces of the broken Horcruxes and placed them in a secure magical lock box. Put the fangs in a separate box. They returned to the Tonks residence together, ordering an embarrassing large amount of pizza. They ate and the adults drank. "Do you want to go back to Hogwarts tonight?" Ted asked. "No, I'd rather be with family tonight," Harry said softly and firmly. That night, Dora did not wait. She changed and went to Harry's room and they lay together in his bed. She held him close and he did the same to her. What did the diary say to you?" she asked after a while. "It said that we were a lot alike," Harry said softly. "Me and Tom, we were both Parselmouths, orphans raised by muggles." Her arms convulsed around him. "You are nothing like him," she said fervently. He shuddered, glad for her touch. He then kept going on about how great he was and how he had to prove himself the best. "Kinda full of himself, really," he said with a smile. She snickered. "Yeah, well, he called himself Lord whatever. He's a loser." "We're both better than him," Harry said. "We both broke one of his Horcruxes." "Yeah," she whispered. "Thanks for being there for me, Harry," he chuckled. "You've been doing that for me for ages now." After a moment of silence, he spoke again. "Do you still feel that way, about the hiding?" "That's kinda what a metamorph does," she said quietly. "I hide what I look like, who I am, what I do. I'm so used to hiding." "I don't think it hides everything," Harry replied. "I've seen you look a lot of different ways, but you always feel like Dora to me." "Really? Really?" She hugged him a little tighter. "What do I feel like?" she whispered. "Warm," he whispered back, yawning. "Kind and caring, a hero." "I don't feel like a hero," she said, fighting the smile that threatened her lips. "You are to me," he said before drifting to sleep. She listened to him sleep for a while before feeling herself drift away. "Maybe you're mine," she said before sleep claimed her. "Hey, Potter." Harry turned and his eyebrows rose when he saw Draco standing there. He was alone, which was new, and he lacked the sneer and vitriol he normally had. He looked paler than normal, fatigued. He looked nervous. Harry waited for a moment, raising an eyebrow as Draco shifted on the spot. "I would like to talk to you," Draco said eventually. "Please." This was definitely new behavior. If anything else, Harry was very curious. "All right then," Harry said. "I'm going to have my wand out just in case, though." Draco snorted. "Fair." He kept his hands out of his pockets, his wand out of sight. "So," Harry said after some uncomfortable silence, "what do you want? Is she well?" "Is who well?" "I know you think I am an idiot, Potter, and the feeling is mutual, but please do not treat me like one. Not now." Harry could hear the desperation in his voice and his heart thawed slightly. "I haven't really talked to her, but from what I know, she's okay." Draco looked visibly relieved. "That is good, thank you. Why did you come to me?" "One of the last letters she left me. She said I could approach who I considered an enemy but is not an actual enemy." "You considered me an enemy?" Draco flushed. "Yes, erroneously apparently." "Huh," more uncomfortable silence. "You owe me nothing, but I would appreciate it if you did me a favor," Draco said quietly. "Please tell her that I am reconsidering things." "I can do that." Draco looked at him. "I never thought you would be this willing to help me." "Neither did I, but I can sort of understand what you're going through." "You can." Harry's smile was bitter. "Yeah, except my mother can't come back." Draco looked at the floor. "Ah. Well, thank you." Weeks later found Amelia visiting Sirius and Harry and the Tonkses. It was the end of the winter holidays, and a lot had happened recently. Christmas came and went, and while it was pleasant overall, it had an air of uncertainty given the current state of things. It had started with Harry seeing a vision of Arthur being attacked by a large snake. It had happened while at school and he had woken, drenched in sweat and feeling nauseous. He had immediately grabbed the two-way mirror that he rarely let out of his touch and called Dora. Dora and Sirius had rushed to the ministry after Harry described a certain stone hallway that sounded familiar to Dora. With Amelia's help, they found Arthur and got him to St. Mungo, with little difficulty, saving his life. Arthur had secretly admitted that he was standing guard for Dumbledore and the Order, and was attacked by the serpent. Sirius and Andromeda were concerned about how Harry had seen the vision. When he told them he had instances of pain and discomfort near the possessed Quirrell from first year, not to mention the Horcruxes, they guessed it was still some sort of latent connection between him and Voldemort's magic. Therefore, they concluded that the snake was controlled by Voldemort, and that he truly wanted something deep in the Ministry, specifically the Department of Mysteries. The one bright spot in the whole affair was that the Weasleys were much nicer to the Blacks after that. Dumbledore had not admitted to placing a guard there, and the official reason was that Arthur was attacked while doing some late-night work at the Ministry. Shortly after Halloween and leading into Christmas, there were multiple small skirmishes and engagements between Death Eaters and Aurors. Luckily, the Aurors had managed to emerge victorious in each one, thanks to Amelia's and Rufus' changes, but both sides suffered losses, and a general feeling of unrest and uncertainty filled the air. One of the bigger engagements happened the same day Arthur was attacked. "He's getting really desperate," Amelia said. "It's been quiet now, but for a while we were having increased hostilities. Thugs, Death Eaters, werewolves, all causing havoc." "We know from Sissy that Tom craves what is in the Department of Mysteries," Andromeda said softly. "He is willing to sacrifice much for it. What's in there that he wants? There were a couple of people that worked there that are Death Eaters according to her too, and from before. What did they tell him that he wants there?" Ted asked. "What isn't there is the question," Amelia grumbled. "Experimental magic, tons of research, the Hall of Prophecies. That's it," Sirius interrupted. "He must be going after the prophecy. Why would he want it?" Ted shook his head. "It wouldn't help him, it barely helps us." "No idea, but that must be it. Arthur was standing guard in the corridor." Amelia frowned. "Also, I think Dumbledore found something he has been looking for too. Shacklebolt and Timms have been super cagey lately. Something tripped a warning ward I left in Little Hangleton. It was tripped recently, and when I checked it out, the old gaunt place was brimming with magic." "Maybe another Horcrux," Andromeda said softly. "We were never able to pin down where another one was." She patted Harry's hand when he looked chagrined. "Do not feel bad, love. The spell we devised to find them was new and tenuous at best." "I wish I knew what the last few results meant," Harry said ruefully. "If we know what he wants," Sirius said, "we can exploit that." "How? Set a trap?" Amelia laughed hollowly. "You want to trap Tom?" "Why not? We know what he wants and how much." Andromeda raised her hands. "If we continue to let him dictate things, we will always be reacting. What happens when he becomes desperate enough to do something on a larger scale? I doubt we can take the prophecy out as bait," Amelia said, dubious but warming to the idea. "Not to mention wherever we try to trap him will have to be somewhat secure and to limit collateral damage." "The Ministry is a contained space," Sirius said. "We can limit entry and exit points. Make certain areas trapped zones, contain and separate them." "You want to turn the Ministry into a war zone," Amelia said with disbelief. "Fudge will never agree to that." "Fudge doesn't have to know," Sirius retorted. "He doesn't own the Ministry. The protection of the Ministry is up to the head of the DMLE, right? And say you get the head of the Department of Mysteries involved, no one can stop you." "It would be a bloodbath before and after," Amelia said slowly. "If I survive, my job won't." "If you start the next day with Tom's body on display, not many would send you away, if any," Andromeda said. "How do we convince Croaker?" Amelia mused. "I'll readily donate rare magic and things the Blacks have secreted away, and gold always helps," Sirius said. "And appeal to his sense of fighting Tom," Ted suggested. "And then offer more gold," Andromeda finished. "There's one other problem," Dora said slowly. "What's going to make Tom actually show up in all the engagements?" "He's delegated and sent others in his stead. So far no one has cited him. We know he wants the prophecy, but what's going to entice him to actually show up?" "Me," Harry said. "No, absolutely not," Dora shouted. "It makes sense. He wants to kill me and he wants the prophecy," Harry said. "I know what I'm saying, and I'm not saying we should let him actually kill me but dangle me as bait with the prophecy. He'll go for it." "I do not like this," Andromeda said. "You are not wrong, but it will be far too dangerous." "You said it yourself," Harry argued. "He's getting desperate. Fights were ramping up. How many times did you fight?" he asked Dora. "When will it spill into St. Mungo?" He looked at Ted. "Or maybe all of Diagon will go up," he said to Andromeda. "How many more have to die before we stop him?" Silence filled the room. "We can't let you be bait," Sirius said. "If we're setting the trap, making sure everything is in our favor, can't we sort of make sure I'm as safe as possible?" Harry persisted. There's no such thing as safe as possible in a fight, Dora growled. I know I'm not invincible. I've known that for a while, Harry said quietly. But you all are risking so much. If there's a chance, a real chance that we can stop him once and for all, then we have to take it. We don't know how many Horcruxes there are, Ted argued. But if his returned form is taken down, it'll give us more time to clean up the rest, Amelia said. Oh, don't look at me like that, she said to the angry looks from the others. If I had to entertain your stupid idea, then I can entertain his. It's only stupid if it fails, Harry said. No, you can succeed through stupidity, Andromeda sighed. If we let you do this, we're no better than Dumbledore, Dora hissed. He patted her hand. No, the difference is that I know what the decision is before making it. That's a huge difference. Another thing, Ted said, if everything else falls into place, how do we convince him to come out? Not like he's going to believe any of us. I left a couple of sympathizers in the ranks of the Ministry, Amelia said. I kept tabs on them, kept them away from sensitive information. I can leak things to them to trickle back to Tom. Draco, Harry looked up. Draco seems to be caring more for his mum. I bet he'd be willing to send something to his father. That would convince him, Sirius mused. Information from 2 different sources. Amelia rubbed her neck. I'll set up a meeting with Croaker. Let's see what he says. This place is creepy, Sirius remarked as he looked around. We typically do not get visitors, the cowled wizard remarked. He led them down the hallway of stone, past flickering globes of light, deeper into the department. Makes sense. Nothing a bit of Dacre wouldn't fix, Sirius said. Andromeda and Amelia sighed. The wizard shook his head. That would defeat the purpose of not having visitors. They reached a small room that was comfortably furnished. A large table sat in the middle, ringed with chairs. As they sat, the wizard flicked his wand several times and the door sealed shut. Finished, the wizard sat and pulled the hood back, revealing an oddly nondescript face with plain features. So, how can I help you? Saul Croaker, Sirius asked. You look very young to be the head of the department. Croaker smiled. You look very sane to be the head of the Blacks, Sirius laughed. Met a lot of us, have you? Yes, Orion, Denarius, and Vesuvius, all equally insane in their own way. I'm sure you are as well, but at least you hide it well. I like this guy, Sirius smiled. All right, we want your help in turning the Ministry and the Department of Mysteries into a trap for Tom Riddle, also known as Voldemort. Croaker barely reacted save for his eyes widening slightly. Sirius, Amelia, and Andromeda outlined their plan, and Croaker sat there unmoving, listening the entire time. When they finished, he closed his eyes. Allow me to make sure I understand. You want me to open the Department of Mysteries to one of the darkest of wizards. You want me to allow the sanctity of this institution to be polluted by his lust for power by letting him near the prophecies. Then, you want me to help kill him. Yup, Sirius said. You are as insane as your predecessors, Croaker said, half admiringly. Why would I ever agree to this? Besides the obvious, not only is it the right thing to do, you get to have a bit of revenge. Andromeda leaned back in her chair. We are the source of the informants and those that worked at the Ministry while hiding their marks and allegiances. Not even the Department of Mysteries was exempt from that. Croaker scowled, and they all flinched at the expression. No, we were not. And my revenge will be considerable. He looked at her. Surely you do not think that will sway me, a false sense of I owe you one. Certainly not. That was just showing our good intentions, as is this. She slid a piece of parchment to him. Croaker read it. I knew Denarius stole that, he said with a wry smile. Never did believe him when he said he had no idea what happened to it. He continued to read. Well, this is a list of rare and valuable magical things. Most houses would never part with it. I honestly don't care about that stuff, Sirius said. You can have it all. Croaker sat back. Strictly speaking, unspeakables are not typically known for dueling and fighting. That being said, I know of many that are rather militant and belligerent, as well as sharing my displeasure for the ones that infiltrated the department. I imagine you also have unspeakables that lost family to Voldemort, Amelia said softly. Yes, I have, and yes, I do. He looked at them with blank eyes. Anyone who participates must know that there is a very good chance they will not leave alive. We know, Amelia said solemnly. I'm not ordering anyone to join us, it'll purely be voluntary. Croaker nodded and leaned forward. Last question, who gets to kill the bastard? Sirius and Andromeda and Amelia smiled. First come, first served, Sirius said. Good enough for me, Croaker said. Let us do this right and make sure he does not return this time. Draco took the letter from Harry. If I do this, I consign my father to death, he said bitterly, or life in prison if he survives. Harry nodded. Probably, to be fair, he did join an insane asshole that kills people indiscriminately. Draco shuddered. You are not wrong. He looked haunted. He has changed, my father. Mother leaving made him appear weak, and he was desperate to not appear weak in front of the Dark Lord. Memories of the winter holiday at Malfoy Manor consumed him, and he retched slightly. You'll be safe here, Harry said eventually. Things will end that night. What if you lose? Draco asked plainly. And my role in this comes to light. Your mother explains in the letter you'll be taken care of with her. Draco nodded jerkily. I will do it, he said. Thanks, Harry said softly. Do not thank me, Draco said just as softly. I do not want to be thanked for sending you to your death. Oh, Draco, I didn't know you cared, Harry replied cheekily. Draco snorted. I simply do not want it on my conscience. With a nod that was almost normal, he walked away. What was that about? Hermione asked as Harry rejoined her and Ron. Just passing along a message, Harry said. Ron looked at the departing Draco before looking back at Harry. So, are you going to tell us what's going on? Harry shook his head. I can't, not right now. Hermione looked at his face closely. You're doing something stupid, aren't you? Can't say if I am or not, Harry said as lightly as he could. Just know that whatever I'm doing, I'll be with Dora and the others. Hermione and Ron exchanged a look. We can help, Ron said. Not this time, Harry said softly. Look, I'll tell you later if I can. I'll hold you to that, Hermione said, starting to tear up slightly. He hugged her. It'll be okay, hopefully. It was the first night of the Easter holiday. The room deep within the DMLE was full of grim people. The air was tense, charged. Aurors and hit wizards in battle uniforms stood with unspeakables, and they faced Amelia and Croaker. Amelia had a floating diagram before her, and she laid out the avenues of attack and the trap points they had devised. The ministry was empty of everyone save the people in the room. The plan was for Croaker and a light escort to take Harry to the Department of Mysteries in open sight. He would take the prophecy and leave with it. The moles that Croaker and Amelia had left had taken the information and reported back with it, something that Croaker had discovered when he recaptured the mole in his department and interrogated thoroughly afterwards. Through him, they discovered Voldemort's numbers, and it would be a roughly even fight as far as the amount of people went. As soon as Voldemort entered the ministry, Amelia would enact lockdown procedures, closing the entire building down. Then they would fight until all the invaders had been eliminated. Or else. Draco had sent Harry a message saying his father had taken the information and that he and his lord would act accordingly. Teams began to leave the room, going to their assigned places. Harry shook a little from nerves as he stood with Sirius, Andromeda, Ted, Dora, Amelia, Croaker, and Moody. They were all dressed in battle gear as well, enchanted padding and protective things to give them the edge. Amelia looked unhappy. Shacklebolt and Timms and Proudfoot came late. They must have gone to Dumbledore first. Should we have told him? Ted asked. Even if we disagree on a lot, he might have helped. No, he would have done all he could to ruin the plans, Andromeda said. He would have informed Fudge or done something else. We can handle this, Sirius said. It's the best plan we got. It's a desperate plan, Moody laughed, but sometimes the best ones are. What if he doesn't show? Harry asked. At the very least, he'll send a good amount of his followers, Croaker said. If we eliminate them from the board, then we will still win. Right, it's almost 0 hour, Amelia said. Let's get going. Sirius hugged Harry tight. Keep your head down, listen to Dora and Croaker, no heroics. Harry smiled. No heroics from you either. I will keep him in line. Andromeda hugged him tightly. Be safe. She hugged Dora. The both of you, I want both of my children back and whole. Watch over each other, Ted said gruffly when it was his turn to hug them. As they took their places, Dora and Harry had a moment alone. I still hate this plan, Dora said. I know, I'm sorry, but if it works, it'll be big, Harry said. Dora nodded. I'll keep an eye on you, don't worry. I know. He hugged her hard, and for the first time, he kissed her first. His lips caught the corner of her mouth, and he blushed furiously. I trust you, he said. I'm glad I did since we met. Dora's eyes sparkled. Me too, she said and kissed him back, also at the corner of his mouth. I hate waiting, Sirius growled. The main force was waiting in the atrium of the ministry where all the flues were. They shut down the apparition and portkey points in the building, layering wards against them. Aurors, hit wizards, and unspeakables were concealed all around. Amelia waited in a small office with an open window into the atrium with Moody, Sirius, and Andromeda, as well as the Aurors and hit wizards she trusted most. Ted waited in a secure location with healers and medics. Andromeda leaned on Mathilda. You never did have much patience. Her foot tapped the ground. "Retrieval party is on the move," Hestia murmured. She looked into a scrying bowl tied to several mirrors they left in key points within the ministry. "Merlin and God keep them safe," Andromeda said softly. They waited in silence. "Contact," Hestia said, and their heads snapped up. "Intrusion point by the Dom, small party, that's Rookwood. Traitor," an unspeakable hissed. "He must have used a backdoor there." "Some took the bait then," Amelia said. "Numbers. Less than the forces we have there. They aren't moving to intercept yet as far as I can tell." "Contact," another Auror said suddenly. "Active flu, far corner." They looked out the window and watched as forms stepped out of the fire. "That's Greyback," Moody said hungrily. "And Rosier." "Those are the Caros," Andromeda said, frowning. "What a pack of sodding bastards," Sirius said softly. "Speaking of, there's Lucius. He's not looking nearly as neat as he used to." They watched as the Death Eaters fanned out, inspecting their surroundings. Amelia prayed they missed the special protections they placed and the hiding ministry forces. "Come on, you know you want to come too. Do it. Show your dumb face." "There's Bella," Andromeda said quietly, seeing her sister. She blanched. "She looks horrid," she whispered. "If Bella's here then—" Sirius' voice faded as Voldemort appeared. He walked into the ministry as if he owned it. A large snake trailed after him, oozing venomous intent. The pale, dark lord looked around with red-slitted eyes, haughty and imperious. He made a motion with his hand, and groups of Death Eaters began to move. Some moved deeper into the ministry. Everyone looked at Amelia. She nodded. "Lock down!" As she spoke, large grates blocked the flues. Magic shifted and undulated, and the lights began to glow all around the ministry. "All teams engage at will." She ignored the confirmations and pointed her wand at her throat. "You have one chance," she shouted, and her voice reverberated through the ministry. "Throw down or be put down." The Death Eaters cried out in alarm, and Voldemort looked enraged. "I will not kneel," Voldemort roared back. "Have it your way," Amelia snarled. She destroyed the window with a flick of her wand and banished shards of glass at the unsuspecting Death Eaters. Blasts of magic started flying in all directions. The battle at the ministry had begun. All around the ministry, skirmishes and fights broke out. Teams of hidden combatants ambushed Death Eaters at choke points. More often than not, they had the advantage and ended the fight swiftly, disabling enemy combatants. Groups of more violent Death Eaters fought back savagely, banding together. Incantations and cries of pain reverberated off the walls. Rookwood's team had been caught by Croakers within the Dom itself. A fierce fight broke out and ordered by Croaker. Dora and Harry escaped before the department completely shut off. She ran out, her wand flicking constantly with him right behind. They fell into a rhythm they developed through all the practice they did together in the last year and from his training for the tournament. Harry focused on defensive spells, shields and counters, while Dora took down enemies with focus spells. They saw a group of ministry wizards pinned by Death Eaters in cover. Harry made stone pillars burst from the walls, pushing the Death Eaters into the open corridor. They fell, cut down by fire from Dora and the pinned wizards. "Thanks, Tonks," Emmeline gasped. "They had us good." "You got it. What's the situation out here?" "Most of the teams are fighting well. Most of the Death Eaters are going down hard." "He's here, though, and he's fighting in the atrium. All teams are to rush over for support as soon as possible." "Harry, go to Daddy," Dora said urgently. "I'm going with you. Sirius and Auntie Andy are there, too." "Harry, it's going to be bad, please," she pleaded. "Potter, I need you to take Clemens to the medics," Emmeline said. "She can't go alone. She needs medical attention. Take her, please." Indecision warred on Harry's face, but he nodded reluctantly. "I'll take her." He hugged Dora briefly. "Be safe," he said before he helped a shaking Clemens down the corridor. "Thanks," Dora said with relief. "Of course, this is no place for a kid, even for Harry Potter." Emmeline sent 2 of her team to secure the Death Eaters they put down and to join another team that needed help. She sent another to trail Harry and Clemens. She looked at the rest and Dora. "Right, let's go." Andromeda and Amelia fought back to back. Moody, Sirius, and Kingsley had gone straight for Voldemort, and between the 3 of them, kept the dark wizard at bay. But only just. Amelia at the start did more battle coordination, but when Death Eaters came running back to the atrium, jumped into the fray. Andromeda had been a force to reckon with, fighting with her axe and wand. She had to throw Mathilda hard with an overhand throw, sending it into the back of a wizard who had tried to curse Sirius from behind. Now she fought with Amelia, keeping each other alive while taking down targets of opportunity. At first, the ministry forces had the upper hand. taking out a good chunk of the Death Eaters, but Voldemort continued to be a rallying presence, and his followers fought savagely, knowing they were fighting to survive. As Death Eaters that went deeper in returned, the balance began to tip. The witches blasted a part of the ceiling down to try and crush the giant snake Voldemort brought with him as it ate a screaming Tims. They hoped the pile of rubble was the snake's tomb. An explosion knocked Amelia and Andromeda apart. Andromeda tried to sit up, shaking her head drunkenly. Rosier aimed his wand at her but fell back, hand clutching his throat, trying to stop the blood. "Mum!" Dora ran up with ministry reinforcements. She shot another severing charm at Rosier, making his efforts futile as he toppled over. "Dora!" Andromeda gasped. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay. I sent Harry to Daddy. Are you okay?" Andromeda sighed with relief. "Disoriented but okay." The Death Eaters began to fall back from the fresh ministry fighters. Voldemort screamed with fury and summoned a ring of fire, throwing it out to keep the ministry at bay. He jabbed with his wand and blades of fire flicked out through the flames. Kingsley screamed as he was riddled with burning blades, and Sirius flew through the air as a blast caught him on the leg. An explosion rang through the atrium and one of the grates fell over. Dumbledore appeared holding his wand in one hand and a sword in the other. Remus came through the flue behind him along with other forms. "That idiot," Amelia cursed. "He broke through the lockdown." "We won't keep them contained. We need to take them out before they make their escape." "At least he can keep Tom busy," Andromeda gasped as she ran to Sirius. "On me, rally," Amelia shouted, her voice cutting through the sound of battle. "Let's go, take them down." "You'll be okay," Ted said to Clemens. He hastily healed the large gashes in her legs. "Good thing you got here on time." "Thank Potter," Clemens gasped. "He helped me get here." "Harry, he's here. Where is he?" Ted looked around wildly. "He was just here," Valentine said, the Auror tasked to follow Harry and Clemens. "I just had eyes on him. He disappeared." "Oh no," Ted groaned. He wanted to find him, but he could not leave the hospital room. "Harry, please be safe." Hestia screamed and fell over, clutching her head. Greyback snarled, lips peeled back, showing sharp teeth. He leapt at her prone form, ready to sink his claws and teeth deep. He fell back, howling with pain at the piece of iron grating that Dora banished straight into him. He struggled up, hands gripped around the iron. "This won't stop me, bitch. This will." She transfigured the iron to silver, and Greyback howled in agony as his skin and blood and flesh burned from the silver. He stopped howling when Andromeda finished her swing. His head fell off his neck, cleaved by Mathilda. Voldemort and Dumbledore dueled furiously. The magic thrown off by their fight kept the rest of the forces at bay. The giant snake had appeared from the rubble, and it tried to attack Moody, his prosthetic leg shattered by Voldemort's spells. The wizened Auror stabbed the shards of his leg into the snake's maw, keeping it away until he could summon the sword that Dumbledore brought and dropped at one point during the duel. He twisted and stabbed the sword deep into the snake's skull, and it shrieked as it died, its screams oddly human. Voldemort screamed with outrage as he saw his snake die. A blast sent Dumbledore reeling, and Voldemort summoned a storm of fire and black shadows around him. He turned and threw an immense boulder at Moody, intent on crushing him. Dora hit it with a rock she banished. The impact barely forced the trajectory aside, clipping Moody and knocking him over and out. Robbed of his chance to kill Moody, Voldemort turned his attention to Dora. He unleashed a blast of lightning that shattered the ground around and underneath Dora's feet, sending her falling. She managed to avoid the lightning directly, but she felt the air knocked out of her when she fell. "Avada Kedavra!" A flash of motion, a flicker of something appearing was all she saw before something fell over her. She pulled fabric away from her head, and she looked down at Harry lying in front of her, his chest smoldering. "Harry," she said in a small voice. "OHOH, no, Harry." He lay there, still and silent, unmoving. "Harry, no, please, wake up," she pleaded, shaking him. "He's done it," Bellatrix screamed. "Harry Potter is dead." The atrium went silent. Not even moans of pain broke the quiet. Crackling fires made no sound. Voldemort fell to his knees. The Death Eaters closest to him looked at him with surprise. "What do we do?" one of them asked, confused. "Is he okay?" asked another. "He is fine." "He just killed his foe. We have to get out of here. Take him," Bellatrix urged. Everyone flinched as a terrible scream filled the atrium. It echoed off the walls, growing in volume and pain. Nymphadora Vulpecula Tonks threw her head back and screamed again. She gave her magic a voice, and it was the voice of loss and rage. It was the voice of vengeance. Her hair became long and midnight black. Her eyes filled, turning into pools of crimson ink. "I will kill you all," she screeched. Dolohov screamed as his head burst into flames. He fell over, trying to put it out. Another Death Eater tumbled back, his chest a smoking ruin. A werewolf fell into pieces. Nymphodora's wand flicked again and again, sending bodies back. "Get him out!" Bellatrix screamed before she turned to face Nymphadora. She flourished her wand and pulled a long silver knife out. "Come to Auntie, Nymphy," she taunted. Nymphadora went. She charged directly at Bellatrix, throwing spell after spell. Bellatrix was not prepared for a charge, and it showed. She stumbled and dodged, throwing spells back. She threw an overpowered cutting curse at Nymphadora. Nymphadora threw her right arm up, and the bastion bracelet robbed the curse of most of its magic, but a long jagged cut appeared on her forearm. Undeterred, she tackled Bellatrix. Their wands went flying, as did the knife, and the two witches rolled and punched each other. Bellatrix was no stranger to fighting with her hands. She punched and clawed. However, she had spent years in Azkaban and had not fully regained her strength after so many years spent there. Nymphadora was younger and in her peak strength. Bellatrix, growing more desperate, managed to rake her nails across Nymphadora's face. When the younger witch reeled back, Bellatrix turned and clawed her way to the knife within arm's reach. She gasped when Nymphadora kicked her in the side hard, screaming when her hand was crushed under Nymphadora's stomp. She rolled onto her back and found herself straddled by her opponent, her own knife held in Nymphadora's hand. "Wait, wait," Bellatrix pleaded. "I'm your aunt, your blood." Nymphadora stopped. "Oh, you're right." Bellatrix relaxed for just a second before she tried to scream again. The blade went into her throat, and Nymphadora grunted with exertion as she tore it across, cutting her neck wide. "Now you're my dead aunt," Nymphadora spat. "No." Voldemort had regained his senses to see his most beloved follower killed. Filled with rage, he threw those clustered around him back. A blast of pure magic threw Nymphadora back. She groaned as she hit the ground, her bracelet burning her arm. His revival and the end of the fight between Bellatrix and Nymphadora galvanized the Watchers. They fought in earnest, some to flee, others to stop. Andromeda tried to fight her way to her daughter, summoning the fire whip once more and scattering any Death Eaters in her way. Voldemort was shocked that she was alive. He stalked towards her. "I am going to kill you," he hissed at her. Nymphadora threw the knife at him, crowing when it cut his face. "Do it, you noseless fuck," she spat. "Send me to Harry." Voldemort conjured a globe of fire and threw it at her, desiring to watch her burn. "Ventus Maxima." A blast of wind knocked the fireball back at Voldemort, who hastily dispelled it. His eyes widened as he saw someone running towards them. "Impossible," he gasped. Nymphadora heard the voice, the incantation. She recognized it. "Harry?" Dora asked, her voice small and hopeful. She turned and nearly wept to see Harry running to them. "Accio!" Harry shouted, aiming his wand at Dora's bracelet. He then flicked his wand to the side at something and threw it forward. "Depulso." Dora felt herself go flying towards Harry, pulled by the summoning charm centered on her bracelet. She then saw her wand being banished towards her. She leapt into the air, catching her wand and rolling on the ground. She came to her feet, turning to face Voldemort with Harry at her side. She threw several cutting curses at him. Voldemort hissed in pain as the cutting curses landed, thin blood spilling from his wounds. He summoned a shield to block the rest before banishing rocks and debris back at the pair. Dora summoned a stone pillar from the ground, pulling Harry behind her. The pillar blocked the storm of missiles. Harry summoned more pillars around Voldemort. Dora banished the pillar in front of them and cast blasting curses at the pillars Harry summoned. Voldemort cried out as he was struck by flying debris from the exploding pillars, stopping the flying pillar and sending it back at the pair. He manifested a flaming serpent, and it coiled around Voldemort protectively before striking out. Dora dove, dragging Harry with her. The pillar went flying over their heads. She rose to one knee. "Torrens!" A torrent of water erupted from her wand, and it struck the flaming snake, drowning it. The water poured out, soaking Voldemort and splashing around his legs and feet. "Glacius!" Harry cried, and the water froze. Voldemort flailed as his feet were suddenly trapped, his robes stiff. He moved his wand to free himself. "T-R-E-B-R-A-R-E!" Dora screamed. A fist-sized hole appeared in Voldemort's chest, where his heart was, hit directly by the piercing curse. The spell went through him, blowing a hole out of his back in a shower of bone and flesh and blood. The ruined remains of his heart appeared in the hole, along with jagged ribs. Voldemort coughed, looking down dumbly at the hole in his chest. He slowly sank to his knees, trying to aim his wand at his chest. His lips moved soundlessly, but no magic appeared. He slumped forward, coming to a stop on his knees, his feet still trapped in the ice. A moan of despair came from the surviving Death Eaters while the Ministry and the Order cheered. "Huh," Dora said, staring at Voldemort's body. "Looks like he had a heart." Harry chuckled and winced, clutching his chest. "Harry, are you okay?" Dora asked, turning to him. She grabbed him as he tottered on his feet. "I'm okay. I hurt all over, but I'm okay." He looked at her carefully. "Are you okay?" She nodded. "I think so." She pressed her forehead against his. She took a moment to hug him, making sure he felt right in her arms. She looked around and sighed with relief when she saw Andromeda standing, looking okay. Sirius was propped up against the wall, but he waved languidly. She looked at Harry. "Don't move. We're having a talk right after I fulfill a promise." Harry smiled weakly. "I'm not going anywhere, promise." Dora nodded and stalked over to Moody, who was being checked by a medic. "Good shot," he praised. "Thanks, can I borrow that?" she asked, pointing at the sword. He handed it over, eyebrow raised. She took it and stomped over to Voldemort's body. His eyes were still frozen open, his mouth hanging. "I swore I would do this to whoever tried to hurt Harry a long time ago," Dora said, loud enough for others to hear. "So I'm going to enjoy this." She raised the sword high and brought it down. Some people moaned when they watched Voldemort's head go tumbling to the icy floor. Others snarled with grim appreciation. Then people began to retch and gasp as Dora continued to hack at Voldemort's body. She swung and sawed with the blade, cursing and swearing as she did. Andromeda had brought Harry over to the rest of the injured, and they all stared in horrid fascination at the sight. She shook her head. "That daughter of mine," she muttered. "Nymphadora Tonks," she shouted. "I taught you better than this. Cut away from the body, use the limbs as leverage and twist the joints." She ignored the horrified glances thrown her way. "This is a bloody sword, Mum," Dora shouted back. "It's not a cleaver, it's got a wonky balance to it." "That is no excuse. Do not be so sloppy and cut yourself." "Do you want to do this? Do you want to come over and show me how to do it?" Andromeda threw up her hands. "Oh no, you are not trapping me that way. If I do, I will never hear the end of it. Go on then, enjoy yourself." "I will, I am, thank you." Andromeda shook her head and looked down at Hestia, having her head bandaged. "Some daughters never listen to their mothers. Well, I cannot claim I always listen to my own." Hestia and the medic gave Andromeda unnerved looks and made noncommittal sounds. Dora finally finished her grisly task, making a pile of Voldemort's body parts. She conjured a wooden stake and impaled Voldemort's head on it. INCNDIO. The fire spell burst over the body, and soon it blazed, immolating the remains of Tom Riddle. She watched the pyre with deep satisfaction before she pointed the sword around at people watching. "I swore to do this when Harry got hurt. If anybody tries to come after my Harry, I will do this to you while you're still alive." She looked around the atrium and none would meet her gaze. Satisfied that her point was made, she walked over to a horrified Dumbledore. She thrust the blade into his hand. "Here," she said shortly. When he looked at the gore-daubed blade with fear and disgust, she sighed. "Scourgify." She cleaned the blade and shrugged. "There, thanks." She walked over to where the injured people were and stopped in front of Harry, who was being checked over. "Is he okay?" she asked. The medic trembled in her presence. "As far as we know. He survived another killing curse, so we kind of don't know for sure." Dora nodded. "Okay, then we're going to have a talk." She knelt beside him and the medic fled. She grabbed his hand and squeezed it. "Don't ever do that to me again, do you hear me?" "Like you wouldn't have done the same for me," he retorted. Others watched with naked admiration that he would talk back to her like that. At Dora's look, they all scooted away, giving them the illusion of privacy. "That's beside the point," she hissed. "Why did you do that? Don't tell me you thought you were tough enough to take another killing curse and survive." "I didn't know that," he confessed. Her hair shifted, turning red and spiky. "Harry," she growled, "why did you do that?" "Because I love you." Her eyes opened wide and her hair fell limp, soft and black. What?" I love you," he said again, face red. For the longest time, I didn't understand why my parents died for me. Like, I know they loved me, that was something everyone told me. But it didn't make sense to me. If you love someone, why would you do that for them? But when I saw him cast the killing curse at you, I knew if you died, I didn't want to be somewhere that you were. She looked at him. "You love me," he nodded. Tears fell. She pressed her head against his. Oh, Harry." She crushed him in her arms. "I love you too," she whispered. His heart beat wildly. "Brilliant," he whispered back. She broke the hug eventually. "But please don't do that to me again. I don't want to be anywhere without you there either." Guess we can keep looking out for each other then, he suggested. Deal. She suddenly felt incredibly tired. She sat down against the wall and pulled him to her. She was going to say something else, but she fell asleep, holding him protectively in her arms. He heard her snore lightly and he snuggled back against her. Good job, Dora, he said softly. You're a real hero. He smiled when he felt her arms tighten around him. That went well, Sirius said breezily. He flinched from the smack Andromeda gave him. Hey, I'm injured here, she rolled her eyes. I did not strike your leg. Be nice to physically hurt people, dear, Ted said wryly as he checked over Sirius' leg. Yes, Teddy Bear, she said sweetly. Sirius, Andromeda, Ted, Harry, Dora, Croaker, Amelia, and Dumbledore were in Amelia's office. Aurors and Unspeakables were repairing the Ministry and processing the captured Death Eaters while sequestering the Fallen on both sides. Everyone inside the office had been injured in some way save for Ted, and he hurriedly checked on everyone as they spoke. Dumbledore glared at everyone. I cannot believe you did this. At the very least, you should have consulted me. In terms of what? As Chief Warlock or Albus Dumbledore? Andromeda replied frostily. Neither of which we wish to speak to. You did this without the sanction of the Wisengamot or the Minister. No, we didn't, Amelia agreed. We did it voluntarily as concerned citizens, something you claim as your prerogative when you formed the Order. He looked sour. I could have assisted you, he said. You were more likely to try and dissuade us at best, hinder at worst, Andromeda replied. Or did you not think we would find out about your latest instance of not sharing information? Really, Albus, Croaker said condescendingly. Horcruxes are not exactly unknown information, clearly. Dumbledore sighed. So you know now. Even before they explained what they'd done, I guessed, Croaker said. I told you this before. Your inability to trust others gets you into the trouble you are constantly in. And spare us the faff of you wanting to be careful. You like knowing things others do not. You enjoy your secrets, but in this, your secrets could have ruined everything. Fine, Dumbledore said shortly. Then you should be aware that there are multiple. I have been able to obtain a memory that showed a young Tom intending on making 7 Horcruxes. What a mad bastard, Croaker swore. We broke 3, Sirius said to Dumbledore's surprise. With the diary, that's 4. I suspect the snake was another, Dumbledore said. I found one and broke it before arriving at the Ministry to join the fight. He looked uncomfortable. I have an idea of the last one. It was me, Harry said softly. What? Andromeda, Sirius, Ted, and Dora cried. Amelia stared at him and Croaker's eyes widened. Dumbledore said nothing. That's why I saw the snake vision, Harry said. It's why I was so sensitive to the other Horcruxes and why Diary Tom said I was so similar, why I'm a Parselmouth. You said was. Dora's voice shook as she clutched him, but not anymore. Harry shook his head. When I got hit by the second killing curse, Andromeda and Dora whimpered. I went somewhere. His smile was soft and pure, an expression no one had seen him make before. I saw Mum and Dad, I talked to them. Extraordinary. Croaker leaned in, eyes bright. You must have met them in a state of life and death in between. It was King's Cross, Harry said. That is a little lackluster, Croaker said with a slight frown. There was a thing there. It was really gross and felt wrong. Mum said it was a piece of Tom that got attached to me the night he attacked. Her protection spell made the curse rebound and it killed him. A piece of his soul latched onto me because I was the only magical thing there. His curse tonight killed it, Dumbledore said softly. Yeah, and that was his last one, so when Dora killed him, he's dead. For good now. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It is finally over, Dumbledore said. He looked old and weary. As if a great weight was taken off his shoulders and his manic energy depleted. Not completely, Amelia said. Sure, Tom's dead and good riddance. None of the Death Eaters that came with him tonight made it away, but I'm sure there are still some idiots running around. That being said, we're on the mend and things will be easier. How will you explain this to the Minister? Dumbledore asked. Well, when we show him and the Wisengamot all the bodies and the memories of Tom's remains being carved like a chicken and set on fire, Amelia gave Dora a look who blushed. I don't think he'll have a leg to stand on. How many did we lose? Ted asked softly. Amelia sighed. 3 Aurors died, 5 hit wizards died, and 4 unspeakables. A lot are wounded and some will have persistent injuries. So much loss, Dumbledore murmured. Croaker turned to him. Unless you could state without a shadow of a doubt that you could have done this with less casualties, then I do not want to hear it, Albus. I warned you during the first war that your lust for secrecy would cause more harm than good. I agreed to this plan when I weighed all the available options. Your inability to come forward limited what we could have done. If you wish to decry the results, then I want you to know that you had a hand in this. Your lack of aid drove us to this. If you had come forward and provided actual assistance, then we could have been better prepared. You cannot prove that, Dumbledore said faintly. You cannot disprove that either, Croaker said firmly. What is done, let it be that. Silence filled the room. I will not take responsibility for this, Dumbledore said as he rose. That being said, you are correct. What is done, and at least things are finally over. He nodded at everyone and turned to leave. Professor, Harry said. Parents wanted me to tell you something. He turned back, eager. Yes. They said that your choices have proven to be not as good as your abilities, and if they could, they would have chosen differently. Dumbledore's face drained of blood, and he looked at Harry in horror. The others looked at Harry, confused. Harry's smile was bitter. Mum said at least you still have time to make the right choices. I see, Dumbledore said softly. With a shaky nod and a sad look he left, looking haunted. What was that about? Sirius asked. Mum said he would know what they meant, Harry said. He sighed and shook his head. Apparently a last conversation they had before they died. You really met them? Andromeda asked with wonder. Yeah, Harry said, and his smile became sweet once more. They wanted me to say a few things to you all as well. He looked at Sirius. Dad said you shouldn't feel too guilty anymore, but just guilty enough to remind you that you suck as much as your Quidditch team, and to finally stop being a slag. Sirius howled with laughter and gripped his leg. He sucks, he said, wiping tears away. Mum said Rubber Soul is still better than Abbey Road and that you can't argue with her anymore, he said to Ted. Ted laughed. She's got me there. I'll just have to convince you to agree with me. Mum said thank you for protecting me like you have, he said to a weeping Andromeda. She always knew you'd keep Sirius and me in line. She said to say she never minded the stories that Dora read to me. Andromeda hugged him, wiping her tears away. Harry looked at Dora, who suddenly felt nervous. Mum said thank you for taking good care of me like you said you would. She rests easy knowing that. A glimmer of tears shone. She also said I used to call you Tunk. You really did, Andromeda gasped. He smiled as Dora hugged him hard. Sorry, they didn't have much to say to you too, though they do think you're good for Sirius, he said to a blushing Amelia. Croaker smiled. I never had the pleasure of knowing them, sadly. In the future, if you ever would consider an interview with me, I would love to chat with you about your experience. I understand if you do not wish to. It was deeply personal. I might one day, Harry said. Thank you for all your help. I'm sorry so many died for it. They died doing the right thing, and we will take care of our own, Croaker said. And it will be up to us to try and ensure that this never happens again. Do I have to go back to Hogwarts? Harry asked. The rest of the holiday had gone by in a blur. Ted worked overtime at St. Mungo's to help people from the battle recover. Andromeda offered her services to the fallen and to ensure the families were treated well. Sirius was recovering from his injuries and also worked with Andromeda to aid the families of the fallen. Dora worked hard in doing extra shifts and participated in some actions against known Death Eaters that were not at the Ministry. Harry suffered numerous tests and diagnostic exams due to the second killing curse and helped Andromeda and Sirius when he could. Unfortunately, yes, Andromeda said sadly. I know it will be difficult, but you must. I already feel pretty useless now, Harry said softly. It'll be worse when I'm there. Harry, you helped us stop Tom, and you've been huge in helping us get the program for the families arranged and going. You've also kept us fed and all. Sirius hugged him. You've been the opposite of useless, he smiled wanly. Just it doesn't seem as important right now. That's part of living through something traumatic, Ted said gently. It's tough, but you can do it. We have to try to live on. Besides, you have OWLS. He felt all of them stare at him, and he flushed. What? OWLS? Dora asked, incredulous. That's what you're worried about. They're important, Ted said weakly. Harry snorted. He snorted again. Snorts became snickers. Snickers became chuckles that spread around to the others. Soon all but Ted was laughing hysterically, and he stood there with his hands on his hips and his face red, but a wry smile cut through his indignation. Well, they are, he said. I love you, Andromeda said, crying from laughter. She hugged him. My sweet, grounded teddy bear. I do believe I'm being mocked, he laughed. Thank you, Uncle Ted, Harry said as he hugged him. I appreciate you reminding me. At least they won't be any worse than what you went through, Ted sighed. You're going to have to let me go eventually, Harry said, not wanting what he said to happen. I guess, Dora said reluctantly. She sighed heavily and released him, glaring at the Hogwarts Express. Don't curse the train, Harry grinned. If you say so, she replied almost petulantly. She smiled. At least you'll be a little safer now at Hogwarts with the changes and all. Still, let me know if you need help. You'll be the first I come running and screaming to, Harry said. He took a deep breath and leaned close and kissed her lightly on the lips. Her smile went from ear to ear and she kissed him sweetly back. Talk to you later. Through the mirror or letter, Harry said with a goofy smile. She waved as he got on the train, and when she walked off, she had a spring in her step. Hermione and Ron found Harry on the train and he told them what happened. How they learned about Horcruxes and that he was one. How they broke them and set the fight and the trap at the Ministry. How Harry had been hit by a second killing curse. How he met his parents in the time between and what happened after. Hermione had cried throughout and had clung onto him, demanding that he never do anything like that again. Ron had sat and stared unblinking the whole time. Bloody hell, he whispered. That's why I didn't tell you before, Harry said, running his hand up and down Hermione's back. Not that I didn't trust you too, but I didn't want you to get involved. If something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. Something almost happened to the Tonkses and Sirius, something permanent. Something happened to me. Wow, yeah. Ron rubbed his face with a shaky hand. I get it. Thanks for looking out for us. That night, there was an emergency call from the Order, but Mum and Dad ignored it. Dad said he didn't want him or Mum to go in after what happened to him, and that he never got an answer from Dumbledore. He felt a little guilty, but hearing what happened from you and what was in the prophet after, I'm glad they didn't go. What else did the prophet say? Hermione asked wetly. A lot is changing. Half of the Wisengamot is pretty much empty, so they're redoing a lot of procedures for it. New seats are opening up. Fudge got sacked after trying to get Bones sacked. They're trying to figure out who will be the next minister now. The biggest thing, too, is that Dumbledore resigned as Chief Warlock, said it was time he focused on the school and school alone. Ron shook his head. There hasn't been this much change in a short time in a long time, so my parents say. Sounds necessary, though, Hermione said. Things didn't change for the better after the First War. Hopefully people learn their lesson after this one. They nodded and sat in companionable silence. So, is it true, by the way? Ron asked Harry nervously. Is what true? Hermione asked. That Dora you know, Harry grinned. What did the prophet say? That she cut Tom up into little pieces and set them on fire. She did what? Hermione exclaimed. Yup, she did, with the sword of Gryffindor no less, Harry said proudly. She did what with what? Hermione shrieked. Ron looked odd. Dad said there is a giant black mark in the middle of the atrium now. No one wants to walk near it, and he heard they're making like a memorial burning fire thing there to fill the space. I'm sure she'll like that, Harry mused, as long as they don't put her full name on it. Harry, Hermione said slowly, Dora's rather terrifying. Harry's smile was fond and loving. Yeah, she is. Isn't she great? Hermione and Ron shared a look. I'm going to make sure Mum doesn't piss her or her mum off, Ron muttered. Like ever. You know what the best part is? Harry asked. The best part of chopping up Tom's body and setting it on fire, Ron remarked. Yeah, apparently when I was a baby, Dora was reading a story to me, and that was how her favorite one ended. And after the cemetery last year, she swore to do it to Tom. She also apparently swore to do that to anyone that would come after you, so says the prophet, Ron said. She did. Hermione shook her head. That is actually really sweet, the reading to you as a baby. I disagree with what she read to you, not to her face, though. You don't have to worry about that. She likes you, Harry said. That's a legitimate relief, Hermione sighed. Hey, Jones. Hestia smiled at Dora. Hey, Tonks. I like the new haircut, Dora said. Hestia touched the side of her head, fingers drifting over the scars that cut their way through her hair. Her hair was shorn short on that side, leaving the other side longer. Thanks, it itches less with shorter hair. I tried to grow it long to cover up the scars, but it really bothered me. Dora smiled softly. Well, I think it looks pretty rad. Her hair shifted to match. Hestia smiled. Thanks, and thanks for being my partner most days now. People giving you shit. Yes and no. Some think I'm going to shift into a wolf at any moment. Fuck, I didn't even sprout any extra hair during the full moon. The only things that changed for me besides my new scars and hairdo is that I like beef more than fish now, and I like moon jewelry more. She grimaced. I don't know who I hate more, people who think I'm a tainted whatever or people who want to constantly talk to me about it, like I'm some kind of conversation starter now. Dora sighed and patted her arm. I know what that's like. Hestia's eyes softened. Oh yeah, I bet you do. She sniffled a little. Does it get easier? It can, depends on if you ignore it or lean into it. Makes sense. Here, I got you this. Dora handed a box over. Hestia opened it and pulled out a leather hat. Oh, this is nice. She put it on. Doesn't cover up the scars, though. Wasn't supposed to. I got the idea from Daddy a bit ago. There's this muggle fiction thing he likes. It's about an Archelagohasset, a cursebreaker type person. He runs around and fights bad guys and takes artifacts back to museums and stuff. His name is Indiana Jones. You bought me a hat because he and I share the same last name, Hestia asked flatly. Pretty much, yeah, and it'll be a different kind of conversation starter if you wear it. Hestia laughed. I'll have to check it out one day, thanks Tonks. I actually kinda like it. She reached into her desk. I actually have something for you too. Dora unwrapped the slim bundle and hefted the carved wooden rod. Hey, neat, what is it? I've seen you bust your arse lately, so figured you'd need a new stick to jam up there. Hestia laughed when Dora poked her with the rod. It's a new thing that Scrimgeour wants us to have, warding rods. It's a way to stop people if they get too close and we don't want to sling spells around. We beat the shite out of them. Yeah, pretty much. That's so stupid and I love it. She clipped it to her belt. Thanks. Hestia settled the hat down. Ready to go patrol? Ready, Dora said, patting the rod. Harry almost bumped into Draco, leaving the train compartment. My apologies, Draco said. Harry still had trouble with their new dynamic. After years of enmity and mutual disgust, their current state of polite existence still felt strange. Draco had been upset when he learned that his father had died during the battle, but he said he missed the man his father was, not who he had become. Ever since making the decision to help Harry, he had been cordial if not friendly, though that was a large improvement overall. No problem. We might be seeing more of each other over the summer, Draco said. At one point in time, that would have really been upsetting, Harry said. Now, I'm strangely okay with it. Same, Draco said. I do want to be better acquainted with Uncle Sirius and Aunt Andromeda. You better be nice to Uncle Ted, Harry warned. Draco shuddered and touched his throat. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten Cousin Nymphadora's tender attention, Harry grinned. You don't want to call her that either if you don't want more of her attention. Draco smiled faintly. Thank you for the warning. He nodded and continued on his way. Ron had stood at the door, watching the exchange. That's still the weirdest thing, Ron said. You're telling me still better than before. Barely a few steps off the train, Harry found himself tackled once more. Hi, he greeted and kissed Dora on the lips. She kissed him back, hugging him tighter. The pair were lost in their own world, not noticing the shocked looks from Hermione and the Weasleys. Hey you, Dora said to him happily. Welcome home. She turned to look at the other shocked teenagers. Watcher you lot, welcome back. Hermione got over her surprise and smiled. Hello, Dora, good to see you. Hi there, Ron said shyly. He gave the twins and Ginny the smallest shake of his head when he noticed that they looked like they were about to comment. Dora linked her arm through Harry's and led them to their waiting parents. Harry grinned at Sirius, who leaned on a cane but looked well otherwise. Nice cane, he remarked. Sirius smiled and flourished the brass dog head. Thanks. Never thought I'd ever need a cane, but if I have to, might as well be ostentatious with it. Atrocious, you mean? Andromeda smiled. That's what I said, Sirius laughed. The families made small talk and plans for the summer before scattering for their respective homes. That night found Amelia and Sirius joining the Tonkses and Harry for dinner and relaxing in the small combined yard. So, how'd your OWLS go? Sirius sniggered. Sounds like you want extra physical therapy sessions without pain relief potions, Ted remarked, scribbling in his notebook. Andy, Sirius whined. Better double them, Andromeda said to her husband. Anything to wear him out so he cannot talk. Amy, Sirius whined. Listen to your healer, Amelia said, patting his arm. Harry laughed. I think they went really well, honestly. Potions even. Snape became a better teacher towards the end, actually helped us review. About damn time, Dora muttered. Perhaps with Tom's death he grew a spine, Andromeda muttered. Well, he's leaving the post, Ted said. We already put out a notice for replacement professors. He probably wanted to leave on a good note. Has Dumbledore been better since leaving his other posts? Amelia asked. Surprisingly, yes. He's been more involved with the day-to-day stuff and attends meetings and actually seems like he wants to do things better. I'll enjoy it while it lasts. Say, what do you want to do after school? Sirius asked Harry. Should have asked you this before, but with all that happened, well, you know. It'll depend on my OWLS results, won't it? Harry asked. For some things, sure, but even if you don't hit your exact marks, we can figure out other things to make up for them. Amelia smiled. You'd make a good Auror. I'll fight you, Dora said flatly. Don't care that you can sack me. Harry isn't doing that. That was a joke, Amelia said as she shifted to hide behind Sirius, avoiding Dora and Andromeda's looks. Don't you like Quidditch? How about going pro? Sirius asked. I thought about that, but there's actually something I was thinking about. He looked at Andromeda. I kinda want to be a solicitor like you. Well, I don't think I could be as brilliant as you, but if it wasn't for you doing all that investigating and knowing laws, I'd probably be still stuck at the Dursleys. I want to do that for people that need help. I want to help people that don't know the law and help give them hope like you did me. Andromeda teared up. Oh, my boy, I would be honored to help you with that. You'll be my apprentice and we will be a legal force to be reckoned with. I think that's a great idea, Dora praised, hugging him from behind. You aren't as bloodthirsty as Mum, but you're really good at helping people and stuff like that. I can teach ruthlessness, Andromeda said, waving a hand. Right, your first lesson. You wear your emotions on your sleeve a bit too much, love. That's fine for friends and family, but for work, you need to have a practiced, cool, collected smile, like this. She smiled, the corners of her mouth barely lifting, her lips just shy of opening to reveal teeth. Harry tried to mimic the smile. A little less compressed, Dora said. Relax your jaw. You need this smile to disarm your opponents and to appear that you are placid, but internally you are already thinking of avenues of attack, Andromeda said. A careless foe is an easy foe. What are you teaching him? Amelia exclaimed, and Sirius and Ted laughed. Harry, you should come work for the DMLE's legal division. I will fight you, Amelia, and unlike Dora, I am not worried about my employment, Andromeda warned. Not even out of school yet and being fought over, Ted laughed. It's good to be wanted, Harry agreed, smiling. Hey, Mum. On the veranda, Andromeda called out. They were in France, Nice specifically. It was the end of the summer and they took the trip to celebrate Harry's good OWLS scores and to give the Tonkses, Harry, Sirius, and Amelia time to enjoy a trip together. Dora walked out, admiring the waterside view and the bright sunshine. Thanks again, this is amazing. Of course, love, Andromeda said. I'm very happy we could go on a trip together like this. Just one thing, there's only one more room in the cottage. And there's only one bed. You and Harry sleep in the same bed together more often than not. Dora blushed a little. And you all are okay with that? Andromeda frowned. Well, obviously, since we do not say anything about it while at home. Besides, you two are together, are you not? Dora opened her mouth and closed it. I never thought about it like that. She flushed at Andromeda's look and laugh. What? Normally it is the male that is so obtuse, Andromeda said as she leaned back in her chair. Then again, Harry is delightfully oblivious, so in this case it is the blind leading the blind. Merlin, help you both. You're not funny. Teddy, am I funny? Hysterical, Ted yelled from inside the house. That doesn't count, Dora countered. She sighed at Andromeda's smug smile. Dora, you two are besotted with one another, anyone can see it. He will have no other but you, and we all know how devoted you are. Enjoy it. Love is precious after all. Thanks, Mum. Dora walked indoors, deep in thought. She opened the door to the room and closed it behind her, watching Harry put his clothes into a dresser drawer. Hey, Harry, it doesn't bother you that we're sharing a room and a bed, right? No, I mean we sleep in the same bed at home all the time. Right. She took a deep breath. Are we dadding? Harry stopped and turned to look at her. Gosh, I never thought about it. He suddenly looked panicked. Don't worry, Mum just kind of said it to me and I didn't think about it either. She giggled at his look of relief. She sat down on the bed. Actually, it sounds like they assumed we were and never mentioned it. Oh, that's either really nice of them or really concerning of them. He sat beside her. Is it okay that I'm older than you? She asked. That's never bothered me like at all. It doesn't bother you, does it? Well, when you asked me to the Yule Ball, I did think about it, the age difference. But ever since, no, I don't think about it ever. That's good, he said with relief. They sat in silence. I kind of feel bad, Harry said. I haven't really taken you out on any good dates or anything. I'm really sorry, I'm rubbish at this sort of thing. Dora laughed. I'm terrible at it too. Gosh, my dadding history at Hogwarts is tragic, hilariously awful. I've never even been on one if you don't count the Yule Ball, Harry confessed. Oh, well, at least you won't have any bad habits. Dora turned bright red, and it had nothing to do with her metamorph abilities. I know you know I love you, he stammered, but I think I fancy you too, she smiled. You think? No, I mean, he rolled his eyes as she started laughing hard. You're so mean laughing at me like this. He pushed her off the bed. I know that I like you like that too, and well. He turned scarlet. I'd really like to date you if you want to, of course. Dora's hair was soft and curly, her eyes blue. I'd like that a lot. I think I fancy you too. Her eyes danced with mischief. She sat on the bed and hugged him tightly. He sighed happily at her embrace, hugging her back as well. He saw her eyes twinkle as she broke the embrace, and he found himself falling to the ground, propelled by her kick. "This won't ever get old," he said, face down into the floor. "Probably not," she agreed, looking down at him lovingly. That night she snuggled him from behind like she normally did. There was something there, however, a tiny bit of tension and unease that resided in her. Her mind clicked in word and she could not help but worry. He felt it in her touch and he cuddled back into her. "Dora," he whispered. "Yeah. You still feel the same to me," he whispered softly. "I really like how you feel." She relaxed and pulled him closer. "Yeah," he nodded, "warm and kind." "That's good," she murmured, utterly content, without reservation. "1 year later, you know, there are a lot of boys who wish they were you." Hermione smiled. Harry rolled his eyes. "Is that supposed to make me feel better?" She laughed. "Maybe not." He shook his head ruefully. "Why won't everyone just accept that I'm happily in a relationship and just leave me alone? Because she isn't here with you." She frowned lightly at a few girls that were giving Harry less than wholesome looks. Even out in Hogsmeade, Harry could not completely avoid hungry eyes and lascivious expressions. "That's just not fair," Harry complained. "You're right, it's not. I suppose a large gesture will be necessary," Hermione said, and took a very large step back. "What do you mean?" Hands grabbed him and spun him in place. He opened his mouth to say something, but then something was pressed against his lips. He sighed, recognizing the person's touch and smell. He melted into her, hands going around her shoulders. One of her hands held the back of his head and the other snaked around his lower back, dipping him slightly while holding him protectively and possessively. Dora's smile was equal parts hungry and happy when she finally broke the kiss, smiling down at a dazed and goofy Harry. "Hey you," she said huskily. "Hi," he said back, a dreamy expression on his face. She snickered and pulled him upright, keeping one arm around his waist. "Watch her, Hermione," Dora greeted. Hermione's face was scarlet and she looked over their heads. "Hello, Dora," she said. "When I said you should make an exuberant gesture, I didn't mean make an indecent one." "Whoops, must have misread your message," Dora said without shame. "I spoke with you in the mirror." "Whoops, must have misheard your message," Dora grinned. Her eyes shifted in hue and her hair became long and black. "Oh, who's been making eyes at my Harry and been bothering him?" she asked loudly. Hermione smiled at the suddenly empty street. "Well, I was going to point them out, but it seems like they had better things to do." "You asked Dora to come?" Harry asked, touched. Hermione nodded. "I figured it would be the most expedient way, and if we nip it in the bud, Dora won't indiscriminately hex people." "I'm very discriminate with my spells," Dora smiled. "I appreciate you watching out for us. You're good people." She nuzzled Harry. "I'm free for the day anyways, so we can have a date." Hermione smirked. "Oh sure, I invite you over and I'm tossed aside. I see how it is. I mean, I planned on taking Harry to a somewhat private place and do things to him, but you're more than welcome to come along. I don't mind if you watch. Might be more fun that way." Hermione's face somehow became redder and she waved her hand at Dora. "Oh no, dear me no. That sounds horrific," she retched. "I don't know if I should be insulted or not," Dora teased. "But let me have the morning and we can all hang out at lunch and after. I'll treat you to lunch too." "I don't think I have an appetite anymore," Hermione said weakly. "Oh, I have an early present for you," Harry piped up. He held out a card. "It's a voucher for Scrivenshafts and Bailey's Books and Ends." "I think the new shipment of books comes in today, Annie," he laughed when Hermione eagerly took the card from him. "See you at lunch," he called after her as she walked swiftly away. The couple grinned at her wave as she took off. "She's so much fun," Dora said. "You have too much fun teasing her," Harry said. "That too." They started walking down the main Hogsmeade street. "So what do you want to do?" "Oh, I thought you already had the morning planned," Harry said, blushing. Dora laughed. 2 years later, I always knew this day would come and yet I am still unprepared," Andromeda said tearily. Dora rolled her eyes. "Mum, we are literally down the block." "Are you sure you wish to move out, Harry?" Andromeda asked, ignoring Dora. "Dora can move out on her own. You will not abandon me, will you?" Harry hugged her. "I have to or else Dora will starve, but we're only a little away and I'll see you at work every day too." "Both of you are funny," Dora grumbled. "Really funny." Ted hugged her. "Let them be dramatic, Nimmy," he soothed. Dora and Harry found a small townhome that really was very close to Andromeda and Ted in Sirius. The families gifted it to them as a graduation gift to Harry and were helping them move in. Just like the others, it would be covered in the best wards and protective spells possible, and they would still be close while enjoying their privacy. Despite the close proximity, Andromeda would still have her fun at Dora's expense, of course. Dora opened the door to the bedroom and sighed deeply. "Mum, Yes, Andromeda appeared. Is something wrong? Why are there two beds? I remember you making a fuss of having to share a bed with Harry during our vacation, so I thought you would appreciate having two. Dora buried her face into her hands and muttered things under her breath. Language, Andromeda scolded, pinching her ear. Harry walked in and smothered a grin. We can push them together. Do not bother, one is an illusion. Andromeda waved her wand and the illusion dissolved. The other bed grew into a very large bed. People always assumed Dora got her taste for pranks from me or Sirius, Ted chuckled. As you can see, she shares more with her mother than most think. What would have happened if I tried to sit in the illusory bed? Harry asked. You would fall onto your bum, of course, Andromeda smiled. Oh, is Andy doing the fake bed trick? Sirius poked his head in. She used to do that to me a lot. Way worse when you're drunk too, let me tell you. I remember when I did it to James and you took the blame, Andromeda said smugly. And you used to get mad at me when you got owls from school, Dora protested. Not fair. I was never upset that you played pranks, Andromeda sniffed, only that you got caught. 2 years later, Dora sighed as she walked into the home, throwing her cloak onto the hook haphazardly and kicking off her boots. Harry, she called. In the living room. She staggered into the living room and flopped onto him, pressing her face into him and hugging him to her. Oof, he coughed. He rubbed her back. Long day? Yeah, she said, her voice muffled. 3 of my cases were all resolved today, one after the other. Caught Selwyn finally, had to chase him down and hex him, but finally caught him. Figured out the Bronson case and got a confession out of him. And Langley capitulated after trying to hold out. Hey, good work, Harry praised. That's incredible. I'm exhausted and need to recharge my Harry meter, she said and snuggled him, her hands wandering. Her hand found something and she stopped. Harry, yes. His voice was too innocent to be truly innocent. What's this? I'm happy to see you, she snorted. If you're this happy, we might need to go see a healer. She sat up, her hand still on the thing she found. Her eyes met his. He smiled weakly. Well, this is as good a time as any. He lifted her hand and reached into his pocket, taking out a small box. I literally just got it today and was looking at it before you came in. I panicked and shoved it in my pocket. At least you didn't try to shove it in your mouth, she said softly, eyes glued to it. That was actually my first thought. He opened it and held it out to her. A slim silver ring sat on a bed of black velvet. A diamond sat in the middle and 2 tiny sword hilts with a ruby pommel poked out on either side, flat on the band. Oh, it's gorgeous, she breathed. I know I never really told you about my life before, before you found me. At first it was because I was ashamed. I didn't want you or Auntie Andy or Uncle Ted to know. Then it was more that I didn't want to upset any of you. He smiled when she clutched his hands. Before running into you, I could count out exactly the few times I was happy, like legitimately happy. There weren't many. He smiled broadly when he looked at her. Ever since you found me, saved me, I have had so many happy moments. I never thought I would ever be at a point in my life where I can't recount all of them. I used to hoard those moments in my mind, hold on to them so tightly. Since being found, I have too many to do that. It's amazing. I hope I do that for you too. And I want to keep making happy memories for us. I want to keep sneaking food onto your plate and see how long I can get away with it. I want to spend time with you doing everything and nothing. I want to be the one that congratulates you after every case, after every criminal you catch. I want to always feel you with me. He knelt before her. Forgive me for saying this, but it is traditional. Nymphadora vulpecula Tonks, will you please marry me? She tackled him to the floor and kissed him hard. Her kiss was hungry, needy, passionate. She melted when he kissed her back and she injected every emotion she had into it. When she finally broke it off, she stared down at him. Her hair was long and black, her eyes bright blue. Yes, she shouted. Yes, every day forever. He laughed, relieved and ecstatic. From his prone position, he slipped the ring on her finger and she marveled at how it felt. It tingled with magic. It felt like him. It shifts with me, she said happily. Of course it does. Your powers are a part of you and I want this ring to be a part of you too. She kissed him again and again. Thank you, thank you, thank you, she babbled. Oh, Harry, I love you so much. I love you too, he whispered against her lips. She laid on top of him, snuggling him tight. My Harry, she murmured. Also, never use my full name again. Well, after we get married, you'll be Dora Tonks Potter, he said. You're the best, she whispered as she stole his breath away. 5 years later, come in, Hermione said out loud, eyes not rising from her work. The door cracked open and a nervous-looking man poked his head in. Excuse me, she finally looked up and frowned. Yes, I was told to come get you, we need your help. Who told you? She noticed his robes. Ah, the Aura department. She sighed as he bobbed his head. What is it? It's well, you should come see. Intrigued, Hermione followed him. Her office was close to the Auror headquarters, and as they got close, she knew why she was called. She sighed again. Okay, what happened this time? Hestia, who was leaning against the wall outside of the department proper, smiled at her. I wasn't here when it started, but from what I gathered, Phillips and Crenshaw buggered things up royally. Screwed up the prep-work for the Thawley case, and Phillips' team went in half-arsed and got the other half handed to them. No casualties, thankfully, but weeks of work up in smoke. Hermione sighed and rubbed her eyes. No wonder she's pissed. Why did they come for me if you're here? I'm the one that sent for you. I'm not going in there with her like this. The two witches and the man and other horrified Aurors and aides winced at the loud expletive that made it through the silencing charm. We're going to need the last resort, Hermione said. I'll go get it. It'll be a bit, though. Take your time. Phillips and Crenshaw deserve it. Hestia stretched. I'm going to start my afternoon training early. Coward, Hermione smiled. And proud of it, Hestia laughed. Excuse me, you can't come in, a junior Auror said with unearned authority. I was called for, though, the messy-haired man said, bemused with full arms. No one called for someone out of the department, the junior Auror said, staring suspiciously. Get out of our way, Hermione said as she walked up. Unless you want me to inform Captain Potter that you accosted her husband and daughter. The junior Auror paled and fainted. Harry looked down at the fallen Auror. He turned and smiled at Hermione. Rough day then. Apparently, now give me my goddaughter. Hermione cooed as she lifted the small girl out of Harry's arms. How's my little one? Hermummy. Valentina Iris Potter hugged Hermione, shifting her hair and eyes to match her godmother. Are you having lunch with me and Daddy and Mummy? I sure am. Your mummy is having a day and needs to see you and Daddy. Hermione cuddled the small girl happily. Harry smiled and opened the door. The full blast of Dora's oral assault filled the corridor, no longer barely constrained by the silencing charm. Hermione cast a small silencing charm around Valentine as they walked into the department. Aurors and aides hid in cubicles and side rooms, all watching with horrid fascination at Captain Dora Potter verbally berating the unfortunate Phillips and Crenshaw. I swear, with you both being big-mouthed arseholes, I'm going to shove my hands down your throats and keep going until I can shake my own hands through both of you. She turned and saw Harry, Hermione, and Valentina approaching. The change was immediate. Her bright red eyes turned soft blue, her spiky hair became long and wavy. Baby. She exclaimed and reached out for Valentina. Hermione undid the silencing charm and handed her over. Harry kissed Dora's cheek. Hey you, noticed you didn't have breakfast this morning, so thought Tina and I could have lunch with you. You can spare some time for us, right? Phillips and Crenshaw ran the second Dora's attention was taken off of them, and everyone else nodded hurriedly at them. Oh, I am pretty hungry, Dora said as she snuggled her daughter. I guess I can take a short lunch, take as long as you need, her secretary said swiftly. We'll take care of the afternoon tasks. You should enjoy your lunch. Well, all right then, we can use my office. She led Harry and Hermione to her office, and when the door closed, a collective sigh of relief filled the department. A while later, the door opened, and Hermione walked out carrying Valentina, closing the door behind her. How is she? The secretary gulped. She's calmed down a bit. Harry is helping her relax some more. I would recommend that no one open the door before one of them does, Hermione said seriously. Meanwhile, I'm spending some quality time with my goddaughter. What do you want to do, little Tina? Read. Read, I love you so much, Hermione cooed as she bounced the small girl in her arms. Let's go read together then. I have just the book to read with you. She left the department, and everyone listened to her recommendation. Hey, Mum, do you mind taking Tina with you tonight? Andromeda looked up at Dora, bouncing Valentina on her lap. Really, Dora, I know we live close by and always want our granddaughter with us, but you can ask sooner. What if your father and I had plans? Dora sighed. It's okay if you can't. I just had an idea and wanted to see if you could. If you can't, I can ask Sirius or Hermione, or cancel the idea for another time. Your mummy has always been like this, Andromeda said to a giggling Valentina. Terrible planner. Good thing you have your daddy and godmummy to teach you how to plan things. She snorted at Dora's look. Merlin only knows how you planned for this one. And do you want another one to spoil and tell them terrible things about me? Dora asked. Run along and say good night to your daddy, Andromeda said to Valentina. You are spending the night with Grandmum and Grandpop. We are going to eat sweets and play with wisps in the backyard garden tonight. After packing her small bag with her stuffed animal and pajamas, Harry waved and watched fondly as Valentina swung from Andromeda's and Ted's hands. "I didn't know we had plans tonight," he said. "What's up?" He turned and stopped at the sight of Dora. "Oh, I see," he smiled. Later that night, he kissed Dora on the forehead as they cuddled together. "I thought things were a little rough at work right now," Dora sighed. "I've been doing some thinking. I think I want to transition to heading the training program. The recruits lately just have been terrible, and with you and Valentina and hopefully our next Sprog, I don't want to run the risk. It's not fun anymore. You know I'll support whatever you want to do." She smiled. "I do, and thank you for it. I thought a while and this feels right to me. I still get to do what I love and make sure the coming crops of Aurors are up to snuff. I get to have my family. If I get bored here and there, I'll patrol and stuff still." "As long as you're happy," he murmured. She looked up at him. "As long as you're happy," she replied softly. "I've been happy ever since the second day we met," he smiled. "Not when I was a baby, but on my birthday that year." "Why the second day?" she asked indignantly. "Because the first day felt like a dream that wasn't real. The second day it really sunk in that it was actually real." She teared up a little. "Oh well, that's good," she said lamely. She bit him when he laughed. "I still can't believe we didn't know your birthday for a whole year. I still got the best present of my life that year, you," she groaned, but her face was bright red. "That was so cheesy. You like it. I like you for some reason. You like me for many reasons. Yeah, name M. I'm funny, funny looking. I'm cute. It's cute that you think that. I keep you full." "Yeah, you do," she purred and waggled her eyebrows. He laughed and flushed slightly. "You're a perv. And," he kissed her, "you're the best thing that's ever happened to me." "You're mine," she whispered against his lips. He hugged her close. "My Dora," he said. She smiled. "My Harry."
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.